Chapter 1 Rejected at Beginning? Rejection. You Zhu Jie are impotent. Taoist, do you want to ruin this lady's life? With a casual glance, she sneered. Moreover, last month the Weiss accepted as T closing disciple Bethili drove Tuition sect. From now on, there is a world of difference between immortals and mortals. How could a mortal like you be me husband? She chuckled coldly, mocking. Do I think you're a real man? She stepped forward, her whole body radiating brilliant light, like a fairy descending from heaven. Herora Weiss event stronger than that of a mortal-born master. Killy Grandmaster Swayze Zizio slaughtering dogs. Let alone a mortal like Zhu Jie. However, just then. Slap! Woman salmon-shaped eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "You Dorito hit him? You, physisless person, actually Dorito hit him." Zoojible won't his spellman said contemptuously, a slut howl sleep with a yawn, pretending to be casty after whoring around. Itingi outer these may hand. The story actually begun in Horigo. In the Ming Kingdom, with a secluded palace a courtyard. Doctor, how's Miss Illness? A middle-aged woman in plain clothes says anxiously. Although woman was over 40, her eyebrow still retained a trace of charm, hinting at her great beauty in the past. Beautifisment, her face was filled with worry. Your Royal Highness, I'm afraid fifth princess and incurable disease, the doctor replied, shaking his head. The middle-aged woman in green was struck like he by lightning. How could this be possible? Mice and Hasselways been healthy. How could a jet such an incurable disease? The doctor shook his head and left, leaving the despairing woman tears streaming down her face. After sending the doctor a fine days, she felt like skywash falling. In the death room, on the bed. Zhu Jie, who had just regained consciousness and others, was also confused. From his memories, he learned that this bada was also known Zhu Jie and was of a prince of Ming Kingdom. His birth mother had a Lawan status, was in favored by the Ming Emperor, and lived a humble life. Zhu will full talent lead. Just a moment ago, Fu was a low-level chirifaning cultivator on Blue Star, and no had become meat spiced angeless prince? And ha had an incurable disease? Ho called this bis a tragic? Just then, a fan light seemed to flash and Thebadan swiftly enter a disbada befori and young could blink. A cold voice immediately sounded in Zhuwuji's mind. I am merit list. Welcome to the ancient martial arts world. It was it. It was the merit list that brought him to this world. Merit list bound. Do you want to access the Hong Wang world? Zhuwuji was overjoyed. Why the merit list heckled also enter the Hong Wang world? Wash about a big marriage? Hair plied without hesitation, yes. Ding. As soft a white light flashed past. First time binding to the merit system. Accessing the Hong Wang world. You are granted 1000 merit points, which can be used to purchase medicines, treasures, martial arts techniques, secret arts, and heaven light reassurance from the Hong Wang world. Zhuwuji was pleasantly surprised. There was 7 a starter pack. What a great deal. Zhuwuji thought for a moment. He should first cure his an illness and then restore his strength. Strength was fundamental, no matter where he was. Hellespent till his merit points and cultivation techniques and heaven light reassurance. Hua. Host, based on your wishes, 9000 merit points can purchase the Firstal Velof Baju 89 Mystic Arts and a common grade Qinglian seed. The martial art can be cultivated up to the Washan stage, and the Qinglian seed can cure our hidden illness. Do you want to purchase? It was actually the Beijiu. Zhuwuji Shar trembled. This was the martial art cultivated with Erlangjinju and Erlangod, and its rank was among the top to 9th Hong Wang world. Even just the fierce level surpassed a Lothar martial arts in world. And that common grade Qinglian seed as long as it could cure he an illness, it surpassed a Lothar elixirs. Headed hesitate till by it. The space in front of him distorted, and a Qinglian green lotus fell. At the same time, celestial music echoed in Zhuwuji's mind, as if a great being was whispering and gods were imparting teachings. Zawojia spirit lifted Ashia jurli read throti bejiu. After a while, Hicks heled slowly and moderetto himself, this Methodist indeed profound and unparalleled in its mystery. However, cultivation cold wait. Huanteto si thithik soft jinglian seed first. Hepikidictu pan sophatite wast rivalid and lifeless, clearly allograda treasure. After a moment of hesitation, has swallowed the seed. Boom! They men medicinal power circulateth rough his private parts, and deshid an illness was cured. There were no more hidden dangers. Moreover, their remaining medicinal power continued to cleanse his meridians and refine his marrow. Soon hefel to warm heat flowing through his body. After a while, he grinned with joy. Hishidenal naswaskin and ho felt na discomfort. Altofchingly ensidwasen remarkable, its power wasaments make injita precious treasure. Refining level 1, level 2, level 3, level 5. Peakoft he first ovalof beju. Finally, when the power of chingli ensidways hosted, his strength stabilized. Merit list host strength has reached the fierce ovaloft mystic arts. Wargrinteth ability is of clairvoyancy and supernatural hearing, with often miles based in your current cultivation. Refining level 6. Moreover, had successfully completeth the first ovalofty beju. He opened his eyes, overjoyed and wanting to shout. Just a low grade chingli and seed had restored discultivation. And the merit system had granted him the supernatural ability of soft clairvoyancy and supernatural hearing. Within 10 miles, all living beings were exposed. These was for beyond dis expectations. He had a premonition that with the support of the beju, his strength could now surpass chirifaning cultivators. He must, what if a consummithositums like an in turned immortal elixir sanjin sing deofruts, perhaps a lachivine enlightenment instantly. He had just learned that thys ways a world of martial arts where a martial artist's romet free libut immortally could not be cultivated. Martial artist Chad Twola Velsp the lowest twas martial artists sandborn masters, while it highest twas known as land immortals who had long vanished from the mortal world appearing early and mysteriously. These so-called born masters were just ordinary martial artists with slightly stronger strength. Even if they knew so many breathing techniques, they couldn't prolong their lives boot could no tekive mortality. His as latup Marian Moria Shemataredto himself, thepathof martial arts is blocked, but it can cultivate immortality. What does this mean? Thismianthe the Juwoje, Kudrelianthe power of an immortal cultivator takrush thinative a martial artist son dominateth world. Unrivaled dinth world soul ruler? Hiss. The taste, the feeling just thinking about it made his blood boil. His eyes were a bright Hashimoto himself, so Thedami has conformed Juwoje, to look down and twirled andro freely in all directions. According to Therial soft merit system, the level soft cultivation were refining, foundation establishment, golden core, yuaning, and huashan. After reaching huashan stage, one could brain through to void and return to emptiness. Heppendered, wondering what this strength that refining level 6 would be like in this world. At this moment, noise escama from the front courtyard. It was loud and chaotic. Hefron Dan shouted, "Who's Makingaraka side?" A made immediate like Amatorport in fear, "Your Highness, it's Miss Chen from the Chen family. Shasesha wants to break off the engagement." Chapter. Upon his arrival in the hall, he was suddenly met with a thunderous voice, "Your Highness, if you were in my position, would you willingly entrust your granddaughter to a worthless man?" Shu Wujia halted his steps, remaining silent. Behind him, the young girl in the green robe felt her heart race with trepidation. It was well known that this prince was notorious for his unrestrained actions and audacious demeanor. In the past, such humiliation would have prompted him to storm out and deliver a sound beating to the offender, yet today, there was something peculiar about him. Not only did he refrain from erupting in anger, but a gentle smile graced his lips instead. Ladily implored, "Minister Chen, I understand your affection for your granddaughter, but the matter of this broken engagement concerns the dignity of the royal family, might you reconsider?" However, Zhu Wujie was acutely aware that today's annulment was a foregone conclusion. "Mother, since Minister Chen insists on this dissolution, let it be so. However, the terms of the annulment shall be dictated by me." With that, Zhu Wujie lifted the curtain and stepped outside. As he emerged, his gaze fell upon a slender and exquisitely beautiful woman. She nestled against a young man, exuding affection and tenderness. As Zhu Wujie had anticipated, the young man appeared to be a formidable talent, likely at the mid-stage of his postnatal development. The woman beside him donned a flowing white gown that trailed on the ground. Her fair arms were exposed, seemingly offering a gentle massage to the elder's back, yet she remained silent, her lips pressed together. Though she appeared demure and compliant, she regarded no one with any measure of respect. Yet Zhu Wujie understood that today's annulment was undoubtedly orchestrated by this woman, for Chen Rongyu, who had maintained her position atop the Ming dynasty's beauty rankings for 3 consecutive years, also ranked among the top 10 in the advisory list, contributing significantly to the Chen family's grand ambitions. It was precisely due to such remarkable achievements that she caught the emperor's eye, who painstakingly secured this marriage arrangement for Zhu Wujie. Naturally, should the Chen family forge another alliance with the royal family, they would ascend to the pinnacle of the noble houses, truly becoming the most esteemed of all. Yet today, that bright prospect was extinguished by this woman's own hand. She would rather obliterate this union than be bound to a man deemed worthless by her standards. As she had surmised, since joining the martial god sect, she and Zhu Wujie inhabited entirely different realms. In Chen Rongyu's eyes, Zhu Wujie had long since lost the right to even serve her shoes, let alone marry her. Minister Chen's expression softened as he noted Zhu Wujie's perceptiveness, a look of relief washing over his face. It is good to have self-awareness. He smiled faintly. Your Highness, your benevolence is commendable. I would appreciate it if you could kindly pen a letter of voluntary annulment, as a gesture of closure. Zhu Wujie, without so much as glancing at him, waved his hand dismissively. Bring me paper and pen. The servants, trembling with fear, presented the materials. With swift strokes, Zhu Wujie wrote a hasty yet vigorous script, which he then thrust into Chen Rongyu's face. He enunciated each word with clarity. From this day forth, you, Chen Rongyu, shall have no further ties with the Zhu family. Remember, it is not you who annulled the engagement, but I, Zhu Wujie, who discards you, this shameless harlot. Shameless harlot. The enchanting woman turned pale, as if struck by lightning. She had never anticipated that her premarital indiscretions would be exposed by Zhu Wujie. It became clear why she sought to sever their engagement. She was already entangled with another. Zhu Wujie, observing her furious humiliation, remarked coldly, moreover, let it be known to all that today marks my divorce from you, Zhu Wujie, not your family's annulment. He scoffed disdainfully. Otherwise, should word get out that the pure and virtuous fairy Rongyu, while betrothed, engaged in illicit relations and became pregnant with an illegitimate child, the entire Ming dynasty would surely mock you. You! Chen Rongyu seethed with rage. Initially brimming with confidence, she now found herself flustered by the unexpected turn of events. She turned to the young man behind her, pleading, Senior brother. He stepped forward, exuding an imposing presence, and threatened, Zhu, I advise you to write a proper annulment letter, or you will regret it. Zhu Wujie regarded him with a dismissive glance. And who might you be? The young man's expression darkened, then he declared with arrogance, Remember, I am He Liang of the martial god sect. The sect master is my father. Are you fearful now? Zhu Wujie replied coolly, a mere clown, a lowly creature. He Liang's anger flared you. Minister Chen, trembling, rose to intercede, positioning himself between He Liang and Zhu Wujie to quell the escalating conflict. Zhu Wujie turned his gaze to Chen Rongyu. Step forward, I have words for you. Chen Rongyu, believing him to be a feeble and defenseless man, felt no fear. She stepped forward, scoffing, What is it? Are you begging for mercy now? It is too late. Zhu Wujie raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed through the room, shocking all present. Chapter 3 At the novice's starter pack arrives. Chen Rongyu could hardly believe her eyes. Her delicate face flushed crimson, her cheeks suffused with blood. She fixed a furious gaze on Zhu Wujie, her eyes brimming with resentment, and roared, Senior brother, I want him dead. In an instant, He Liang, who had been standing by Chen Rongyu's side, could no longer contain himself. He exploded with rage, exclaiming, You little bastard, how dare you strike my junior sister? Today, not even the emperor can save you. With a swift motion, he lunged forward, raising his foot without hesitation to kick Zhu Wujie. The movement was lightning fast, a force that even innate masters could not withstand. However, slap, another resounding crack echoed as the young man was sent flying, collapsing onto the ground like a lifeless dog. Blood gushed from his mouth, and his body convulsed, appearing as though he would not survive. Chen Rongyu's face blanched in horror. Senior brother! In a panic, she rushed over, intending to lift the young man's body. But with a sickening thud, it shattered. She let out a piercing wail, akin to a banshee's howl. Senior brother! This was the father of her unborn child, and he had perished just like that? Moreover, he was not an ordinary disciple of the martial god sect but the beloved youngest son of the current sect master. She had endeavored to cling to this powerful connection, only for the martial god sect's precious heir to meet his demise in this desolate place. It was over, everything was over, and not only her life, but perhaps the entire Qin clan would also face annihilation for his death. With a voice hoarse from despair, Chen Rongyu shouted at Zhu Wujie, "You killed him! You dared to kill him, your end is nigh, the Shu family is doomed." "Oh?" Shu Wujie feigned shock, "Is that so? I am genuinely frightened." In truth, he was taken aback as well, his mouth agape in disbelief. He had never intended to kill the man. Who could have anticipated that he would be so fragile? He had merely exerted a bit of force, and the opponent had not only failed to withstand it but had also died from the slap. He could not help but mutter, "Useless, can't even take a single slap from me." He silently warned himself that the man was likely drained by indulgence in wine and pleasure. Instantly, he resolved to abstain from alcohol from that day forth. Elder Chen seemed to age decades in an instant. Gripping Chen Rongyu's wrist tightly, he commanded, "Let us go." Chen Rongyu's eyes were bloodshot, her swollen cheeks throbbing as she enunciated each word. "Zhu, remember this. The humiliation you inflicted today will be repaid tenfold in the future. Furthermore, you have slain the young master of the martial god sect. Disaster is upon you. Await the wrath of the sect master." Had this been before today, Zhu Wujie might have trembled in fear, but now, emboldened by the merit system, he felt he could face the world. He raised his head defiantly. "The martial god sect master, if he dares to come, I shall ensure he remains here forever." Chen Rongyu, consumed by rage, seethed with hatred. "Very well, we shall depart." "Wait!" Zhu Wujie said with disdain, pointing at the corpse, "Take this rotting flesh with you. It sickens me. Zhu Wujie, you will reap what you sow. Ha ha ha, if there is retribution, it will first fall upon you, the shameless harlot." Merit board cancelled engagement, liberated from constraints, alleviated a portion of karma, awarded 2,000 merit points. Slain a postnatal warrior, received 1,000 merit points. Zhu Wujie's eyes gleamed with renewed interest, a faint smile curving his lips. This little wench had delivered such a splendid gift before departing. It was a fine compensation for the offense she had caused me. Merit tablet. Additionally, it has detected a recent opportunity for the host. Shall it be pursued? Zhu Wujie's curiosity was piqued. An opportunity? What sort of opportunity? The leader of the demon sect, Zhang Wuji, is on the brink of death. Shall you inherit? Zhu Wujie, intrigued, inquired. Where is this opportunity located? In the ruins of the former Great Yuan dynasty's palace. Just before the fall of the Ming dynasty, it succeeded the capital of Yanjing, and this so-called palace is naturally within the confines of this imperial palace. His eyes sparkled as he licked his lips. He then stepped out of the palace and, after navigating a labyrinth of pathways, arrived at a thicket-ridden ruin. Ding, the host has successfully checked in. You may inherit all of Zhang Wujie's cultivation techniques and historical records. Do you wish to proceed? Zhu Wujie's eyes sparkled with excitement as he declared, "Yes." Buzz, ding, congratulations, the host has successfully inherited all of Zhang Wujie's cultivation, acquiring the 9 Yang Divine Art and the Qian Kuan Great Shift techniques. The host may offer the 9 Yang Divine Art and Qian Kuan Great Shift to the system. Do you wish to contribute? Zhu Wujie posed the crucial question, if I donate these, can I still cultivate? Merit system. Of course, then I shall donate. As soon as the words left his mouth, a notification chimed. Congratulations, the host has donated 2 precious tomes, enriching the system's treasury, and as a special reward, you receive 3,000 merit points and the teleportation skill. Zhu Wujie felt a wave of relief wash over him. This was a windfall opportunity that could be utilized again. A smile spread across his face, he had gained so much from this encounter. At that moment, he felt his aura begin to surge. Starting from the first level of qi refining, he advanced swiftly, surpassing the mid-stages and reaching the late stages with ease. Ultimately, he paused at the 9th level of qi refining. The next step would lead him beyond qi refining into the foundation establishment realm. Zhu Wujie's expression was filled with exhilaration, a broad smile gracing his features. Reaching the pinnacle of qi refining was an extraordinary opportunity. He quickly cleared his throat. There were many formidable masters in this world, and he could not afford to be careless. It was best to remain cautious for now. He pondered momentarily, uncertain of what level his foundation establishment strength would hold in this world. As far as he knew, the cultivation realms here were divided into postnatal warriors of 10 levels, innate realms of 4 grades, and then the terrestrial immortals. Among them, the lowest innate grade was the 4th grade, comparable to a master. Most family guardians were of this caliber or above. That was the 3rd grade Vidra realm, typically comprising martial artists who roamed the world. As for the 2nd grade profound realm, one could establish a sect. The 1st grade celestial realm represented the pinnacle of martial prowess, often occupied by seasoned veterans who would enter secluded meditation for years, their presence rarely seen. Beyond the 1st grade lay the earthly pinnacle, the realm of terrestrial immortals, a rarity not encountered in a century. To date, only legendary sects such as the Xin Tian sect and Shen Du Temple had tales of terrestrial immortals, yet they had not made an appearance in a century, leaving their authenticity in doubt. Their upper limits were terrestrial immortals, however. With the merit system at his side, Zhu Wujie's potential exceeded even that. His eyes shone with brilliance. My future lies among the stars and seas. In the Chen residence, Chen Rongyu furrowed her brows and inquired, "Grandfather, do you think that fellow is truly ill?" Elder Chen's gaze was profound as he replied softly, "Regardless of his condition, all I know is that our Ming is ailing." His hunched form gradually straightened, and his aura reached a terrifying second-grade profound realm. Suddenly, he turned, his gaze intense. "Based on your calculations, is it true that my Qin clan will perish at the hands of that boy?" Chen Rongyu bit her lip in silence. Aside from Elder Chen, no one knew that she had been trained by the sect master of the Xin Tian sect and had mastered profound Taoist techniques. She had deduced from an oracle that the Chen clan would meet its end at the hands of Zhu Sixi. Thus, she had painstakingly schemed to trick Zhu Wujie into a marriage, intending to poison him at an opportune moment. Yet, all her plans had been thwarted by that fellow. With clenched teeth, she said, "Grandfather, send word to the sect to ambush this boy halfway." "Very well, as you wish." Meanwhile, far away in the Wang residence, Zhu Wujie's eyelids twitched. It felt as though calamity was imminent. He quickly activated his auspicious avoidance technique to gauge the situation. Merit tablet, life and death warning. The host is about to face a deadly calamity. Please prepare for defense. A deadly calamity? Who could it be? Zhu Wujie narrowed his eyes. Could it be someone from the Chen family? The fact that the merit tablet had issued a warning indicated that, with his fourth-grade grandmaster strength, he could not withstand the impending threat. Since conventional means were inadequate, he resolved to employ extraordinary measures. Summoning the merit tablet, he searched until his gaze landed on a glimmering item. A celestial slayer flying knife, a top-tier magical treasure. What a treasure! Zhu Wujie exclaimed. However, upon noticing the fine print, he was left dumbfounded. Requires 100,000 merit points. Gasp, a staggering sum. He barely had a few thousand merit points in total. It was utterly insufficient. Ding, as if sensing Zhu Wujie's predicament, the merit tablet proposed a dubious idea. To take out a loan for the purchase. Upon hearing the word loan, he immediately grew agitated. In my past life, I bore a 30-year mortgage, and now I must take on a loan in this realm? Absolutely not. I would rather die than take out a loan. Yet, upon reading the words that indicated it could slay beings at the transformation stage, he hesitated. A bold idea surged forth in his mind. Why not give it a try? After much deliberation, he gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. I'll do it. With the deadly calamity looming, he felt a sense of urgency. Thus, every increment of strength was a safeguard. Little merit, I will purchase this flying knife. Ding. The host has taken a loan of 100,000 to acquire the celestial slayer flying knife. The knife has been delivered. Please sign for it. Furthermore, due to the host being in the novice phase, the loan has a discount. Only half needs to be repaid. Zhu Wujie laughed heartily. Excellent, excellent, truly a thoughtful system. He believed that he could repay the 50,000 merit points in no time. With a soft pop, a brocade box appeared before Zhu Wujie. With a flick of his wrist, he opened the box, revealing a dazzling blade of light. Sizzle, the blade radiated a chilling aura, steeped in murderous intent. He felt a shiver run down his spine, as if he were falling into an abyss. The flying knife had arrived. Did he wish to refine it and claim mastery? A detached voice echoed in his mind, and he instinctively blurted out, "Claim mastery." With a whoosh, the blade's light sliced through his fingertips, imbued with his essence, before vanishing from sight. Merit tablet. The host has claimed mastery over the celestial slayer flying knife, rewarding 1,000 merit points, applied towards the loan, leaving a balance of 40,000. Zhu Wujie was momentarily stunned. Was this truly happening? Earning merit points was so effortless. He quickly realized that the merit tablet was undoubtedly taking a slice of his gains to nourish its master. Zhu Wujie was overwhelmed with gratitude. Little merit, your contributions will not be forgotten. Chapter 4. Zhu Wujie's marriage. Soon, the imperial decree arrived, and the chief eunuch of the palace, Yu Cheng'en, wore a beaming smile. He grasped Zhu Wujie's hand with an unyielding grip, as if he had encountered a kindred spirit. Zhu Wujie felt a shiver run down his spine. Congratulations, little master, not only have you married a worthy partner, but you have also alleviated the nation's burdens. I, your humble servant, extend my heartfelt felicitations. Zhu Wujie let out a light huff, pouting as he remarked, "What further instructions do you have, old man? Speak plainly." Yu Cheng'en suppressed his smile, cleared his throat, and with a formal tone declared, "Hereby, Zhu Wujie of the Zhu lineage is to be wed and allied with the Tang nation, serving the country's interests." You are hereby granted the title of Prince of Nanyan, permitted to establish a residence, and bestowed with fertile lands amounting to 10,000 acres, 100,000 taels of gold, pearls, jade, and 20 chests of jewels, totaling a dowry worth 1,000,000 taels of silver. I implore you, as you embark on this new marital journey, to remember that the peace between our two nations is hard won, and that you and your spouse must unite as one to ensure the safety of our citizens. Upon receiving the edict, Zhu Wujie maintained a stoic expression and turned to say coldly, "Please relay to His Majesty that his grandson is currently in seclusion awaiting marriage and cannot enter the palace to express gratitude." "I beg your pardon." "No offense taken," Yu Cheng'en replied, aware of the little master's annoyance, and dared not speak further, fearing to exacerbate the situation. After exchanging a few formal pleasantries, he swiftly returned to the palace to report. Having gained the emperor's favor and received a fortune, he was rewarded with 3,000 merit points. An unexpected gain, Zhu Wujie beamed with delight. Without hesitation, he connected the merit system to the primordial world once more. Having amassed 5,000 merit points, he decided not to rush into the loan for the flying dagger but rather to enhance his strength first. With 5,000 merit points, what should he purchase? The spirit nourishing pill, an ancient divine elixir capable of breaking through realms. Yes, that's the one. He promptly bought 5 vials of the spirit nourishing pill. This elixir would assist him in transcending his current limits, and he eagerly swallowed all of them at once. Refining, boom, the pills transformed into torrents of spiritual energy, surging through his organs, nourishing his heart, liver, spleen, and stomach. Soon, he charged forward once more, breaking through barriers. Under the irrigation of 5 vials of elixirs, his cultivation advanced at an astonishing pace, akin to the speed of divine revelation. Bang! His magical power accumulated continuously, swiftly reaching the pinnacle of the chi refining stage. Simultaneously, he surged forward toward the foundation establishment realm with relentless determination. The immense medicinal force crashed like waves, one after the other. Ultimately, with a series of cracking sounds, Zhu Wujie roared, his eyes sparkling with intensity. "Break for me!" Boom! The foundation establishment, his magical power transformed from a gentle drizzle into a steady stream. This marked Zhu Wujie's formal entry into the ranks of the foundation establishment stage. At last, he possessed a modicum of self-defense capability. With the flying dagger in hand, he believed he could contend with the impending calamities. On the 15th day of the first month, an auspicious day for marriages, Zhu Wujie was wed. The sound of swana echoed throughout the capital of the Ming nation, the city adorned in red, radiating joy. The citizens sang and danced in celebration, extolling the emperor's wisdom and martial prowess for repelling the Tang nation's invasion and compelling them to forge an alliance. Truly, he was a ruler for the ages. The flattery and praise echoed in Zhu Wujie's ears as he sat in the bridal sedan chair, and he found them particularly grating. That he bitterly thought, "Today I leave in disgrace, but one day I shall return in glory and reclaim my lost dignity." The court officials did not escort him. The civil and military officials watched quietly from the city towers, observing the bridal procession depart. The Li matriarch trembled, her eyes already swollen from weeping. Although Zhu Wujie had consented to this union, the life of a man living under another's roof would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. Moreover, the news of Zhu Wujie being a eunuch had likely spread to the Tang nation, tarnishing his reputation. Perhaps that princess would harbor resentment and treat him cruelly. His fate was uncertain, and his future bleak. Furthermore, he was not merely a consort but a hostage, subjected to the utmost harshness. The civil and military officials fell silent, heads bowed. The Tang nation was among the foremost of kingdoms, its vast territory stretching nearly 3,000 miles in all directions, boasting an army of 500,000. Not to mention the formidable Xuanzhe army, which had single-handedly swept through the western nations, instilling fear in others, far beyond what the Ming nation could contend with. Overthinking was futile, the path to strength was paramount. During the journey to his marriage, Zhu Wujie appeared to be resting, yet he was diligently practicing his cultivation techniques. Given that he could overpower innate masters with his chi-refining prowess, his true combat strength should rival that of innate experts. He estimated that upon entering the foundation establishment stage, he would be capable of subduing all beings beneath innate masters. However, the first great celestial phenomenon realm was a threshold not to be underestimated. Their strength was likely equivalent to that of late foundation establishment, yet, unlike the celestial phenomenon warriors, he possessed the merit system and wielded the flying dagger, making it trivial to slay those in the celestial phenomenon realm. In fact, once he reached the golden core stage, he could easily vanquish so-called terrestrial immortals. If he were to become an infant soul, oh my, that would be extraordinary, nearly invincible in the world. He silently recalled the mysteries of the 8-9 profound art, and in his heart, he called out, "Where lies the spiritual energy of heaven and earth?" Upon entering the foundation establishment stage, he merely needed to inhale to draw on the spiritual essence of the cosmos. Since ascending to this stage, his cultivation speed had not only remained unchanged but had actually accelerated, akin to the swiftness of 1,000 miles in a day. Reflecting on this, he vaguely understood that perhaps this was the profound nature of the 8-9 profound art. Whoosh, it felt as if ethereal energy permeated his body, causing him to tremble as if quenching a long-felt thirst. As the spiritual energy flowed in, he suddenly heard a thunderous crack, reminiscent of the creation of the world. With a punch, the bridal sedan chair quivered slightly. However, nothing seemed amiss, yet, 10 miles away, a perilous mountain suddenly collapsed, crushing a number of masked experts. They did not even have time to scream, their blood mixing with the mud as it seeped forth slowly. Inside the bridal sedan chair, Zhu Wujie was momentarily stunned and murmured, "I felt nothing." His heart raced slightly, contemplating that perhaps his strength at the foundation establishment stage was still inadequate. The crisis had not yet been averted, formidable foes could emerge at any moment. Time was of the essence, and he needed to seize every opportunity to enhance his power. Merit tablet: the host's cultivation has entered the diamond stage, rewarding 3,000 merit points and granting 10 strands of innate energy. Would you like to use them? Zhu Wujie's spirit surged, and he felt a wave of excitement. The merit points had come in so swiftly, it seemed that before long, he would be able to repay the debt for the flying dagger. Moreover, the 10 strands of innate energy, this was the spiritual essence of the primordial world. It was undoubtedly a tremendous boon for a practitioner of the diamond stage. For him at this moment, it was akin to a timely gift amidst adversity. Without hesitation, he declared a refinement. A humming sound resonated. Zhu Wujie's body trembled, radiating brilliance. The infusion of the 10 strands of innate energy brought him unparalleled relief. Simultaneously, he clenched his fist, producing a cracking sound. Roughly gauging, he estimated that with this punch, he could exert nearly 1,000 Jin of force. He realized that although he had not yet broken through to the mid-diamond stage, his strength had undergone a transformation. After all, the effects of refining the 10 strands of innate energy exceeded 100-fold. He had vastly underestimated his own capabilities. Sighing in relief, he lifted the bridal sedan chair's curtain, revealing a sliver of the outside world. It was early morning, the sky painted with vibrant hues of dawn, warm sunlight bathing his face, soothing his spirit. He gently touched the flying dagger, now imprinted on his wrist, contemplating that with this artifact, a surprise attack could take down even a second-grade expert. A smile crept upon his face. The day when he could roam freely, looking down upon the world, was drawing near. Suddenly, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. After entering the foundation establishment stage, his senses sharpened, allowing him to perceive movements from 300 paces away. He hastily activated the listening wind ear technique and faint whispers reached his ears. The crown princess has decreed that this one harbors treachery, intending to disrupt our Li Tang dynasty. We must ensure his demise here, framing it as an act of the dogron, so that those Ming bastards can fight among themselves. The Crown Princess of the Li Tang, Chapter 5. The fairy, I seek your guidance in my cultivation. Zhu Wujie's lips curled in disdain. Even before arriving in Tang country, there were already attempts on his life. His mind felt rusted. A figure with a sinister grin sneered, I've heard that the boy Zhu Ming is a eunuch. Allowing him to perish by my blade would be too lenient. He spat vehemently, I loathe eunuchs more than anything. You read the eunuch, your whole family are eunuchs. Zhu Wujie glanced down at the small tent. The ferocity of his demeanor laid bare. With a swift motion, he unveiled the flower sedan, and taking advantage of their distraction, he vanished into thin air. The secret art of instantaneous movement. Zhu Wujie traversed mountains and valleys, arriving at the ambush site of the assassins in mere breaths. Just as he was about to strike, his form hesitated. A frantic warning blared in his mind. His gaze sharpened. Is there danger? With a thought, he hastily activated his technique to avert calamity. His eyes flickered, seemingly scanning a certain direction nonchalantly, a trace of a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a flick of his sleeve, he discarded a small knife. The knife burrowed into the ground, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Brother, I've heard that the princess of Tang country has made it onto the various nations' rouge list? A scrawny figure, salivating, inquired. The leader, a scarred-faced man, scoffed, not merely a beauty like a celestial maiden, she has dominated the rouge rankings for a full decade. Imagine how stunning she must be. The diminutive man fantasized, if I, the thin monkey, could share a bed with such a fairy, my life would be worth living. No, even just a glimpse would be enough to satisfy me. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed in their ears, as you wish, I shall send you to your demise. The group was struck with terror, shouting as they unsheathed their blades. Almost immediately, a shadow descended from above, landing softly atop the head of the scrawny man, squeezing lightly. Bang! In an instant, his head exploded like a watermelon, blood and brains splattering everywhere. The scarred man howled, you little thief, how dare you kill my brother? Die! The opponent charged fiercely, akin to a tiger descending a mountain. A peak 4th grade expert, making Zhu Wujie wary. He inhaled deeply, unhesitatingly putting forth his utmost effort. Instantaneous movement, his foundational cultivation erupted with vigor as he unleashed a powerful punch. In that moment, the fist shot forward, a whistling sound accompanying it. Boom! It resembled the crack of firecrackers. Blood blossoms rained down, beautiful, shocking, and wordless. Everyone stood frozen, unable to believe their eyes. Zhu Wujie was equally stunned, his mouth agape in an O-shape. He, indeed, was this strong. Just moments ago, he had clearly observed that this individual was an unadulterated third-grade diamond realm expert. In the world of martial arts, such a figure could dominate, yet, this very expert could not withstand even a single punch, and was utterly obliterated. The remaining assassins were dazed, exchanging glances that reflected shock and fear. Their leader, though merely a third-grade diamond realm cultivator, possessed the ferocity of the tiger technique, daring to challenge even second-grade earthly profound realm experts. He had even once debated with a first-grade celestial phenomenon realm elder. Yet, such a formidable leader had been brutally annihilated. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. One man grimaced, moaning, second grade, at least a second grade, such old monsters capable of ruling a dynasty would not easily emerge, much less be encountered by us in this desolate wilderness. The chilling realization set in, and the more they pondered, the colder they felt. Damn it, we've been set up by that wench from Li Tang. Retreat. One individual decisively called for a retreat, sensing the situation turning dire. Retreat, does this hall permit that? Zhu Wujie, regaining his composure, smirked wickedly. Having just entered the foundation establishment stage, he could obliterate a third-grade diamond realm expert, which undoubtedly indicated that his strength was now unrivaled among them. He could even challenge second-grade earthly profound realm masters. This was the merit of the 8-9 profound art. Leaping ranks in battle, he slaughtered third-grade diamond realm experts as one would cull dogs. As the others turned to flee, he not only refrained from pursuit but instead plucked several leaves from nearby trees, channeling energy into his palm. The emerald leaves floated above it. With a gentle wave, he uttered a single word. Ego. Swish, swish, swish. Several sounds of piercing air followed, accompanied by successive screams. Only the last man remained, having escaped 300 feet away. Zhu Wujie stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casually stating, "If you wish to die, continue running." The man froze in place, his back to Zhu Wujie, trembling uncontrollably. "Still not coming over? Do you require an invitation?" Zhu Wujie intoned ominously. The man, cold sweat pouring down his face, dejectedly returned to Zhu Wujie's front. With a thud, he fell to his knees, begging for mercy. Whoosh! The leaves flew, slicing through the man's earlobe, startling him into a shudder. "Speak, who sent you?" Zhu Wujie inquired, somewhat disinterested. Moments later, another body lay lifeless on the ground. Zhu Wujie stroked his chin, muttering to himself, "So it was that one." His gaze drifted into the distance. It seemed he would not be lonely in Li Tang after all. With soldiers to meet soldiers and water to block water, this hall awaited their voluntary entrapment. What a clever tactic, slaying third-grade diamond realm experts as if they were mere dogs. No one anticipated that the infamous eunuch would be an unparalleled master. A light laugh echoed suddenly in the air. Zhu Wujie, however, seemed to have anticipated it. It turned out that the foresight technique was now in effect. With a whoosh, blades of light flashed forth, the clash of weapons rang out, accompanied by the startled cries of women. Zhu Wujie swiftly shifted behind a tree of considerable girth, capturing a woman clad in black. She bore a look of alarm, exuding an air of vulnerability. Her delicate neck was firmly grasped by Zhu Wujie. "Who sent you to seduce me?" he demanded, his voice resonating with authority. The woman's almond-shaped eyes widened, followed by a flush of indignation. Without hesitation, she produced a pill, crushing it in her hand. Bang! Instantly, a cloud of smoke enveloped them, causing Zhu Wujie's eyes to sting. His pupils constricted. "And not good. This pill is poisonous, wretched woman. How despicable!" The woman, taking advantage of the moment, began to laugh gleefully. "Zhu the thief, what if you had set an ambush? You've fallen victim to my 10 fragrances soft tendon powder. In just 3/4 of an hour, you will be utterly powerless, at my mercy," she threatened fiercely. "Thief, you've gotten yourself into a great deal of trouble by provoking this noble lady." Zhu Wujie, however, appeared shaken. 10 fragrances soft tendon powder. No, this scent is foul. Moreover, he felt a rising heat throughout his body. His expression shifted in alarm. "No, it's an aphrodisiac." He was filled with rage. "Wretched woman, your wickedness knows no bounds. You intend for me to burn in desire and perish." Mistake." The woman, now in a fluster, realized her blunder. "Oh no, I've grabbed the wrong pill. It's the poison of the lustful serpent. To cure this, one must engage in carnal union, or be consumed by the flames of desire, suffocating to death." She laughed heartily. "Zhu the thief, you're finished. You are a eunuch and cannot engage in human relations. You will surely suffocate." "Oh no, I'm poisoned too." With a thud, both collapsed to the ground, entangled together. Zhu Wujie's eyes were bloodshot, breathing rapidly, his body ablaze. The lithe woman had somehow rolled into his embrace. Where can one find such clarity? Only the source of flowing water can quench it. Their antidote was akin to a resounding song reverberating through the heavens, or delicate melodies dancing, intertwining in their yearning. A versatists instantly, cherry blossoms close, while halfling peach blossoms bloom when stirred, butterflies dance, as tides bring waves, the spring breeze, oblivious to intent, leaves only foam turning white. Chapter 6. Do not depart, my benefactor. I have yet to offer my devotion. 2 full hours later, the sudden downpour began to abate, allowing the two individuals to cease their entanglement. After the woman had dispelled the poison, she exhibited not a trace of joy or relief, but rather wore an expression rife with indignation and disbelief. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment. You are not a eunuch, are you? Xu Wujie replied with a slight smile. Who informed you that I am a eunuch? Moreover, given the circumstances, aren't you already aware of my capabilities? The woman's cheeks flushed crimson, a mixture of embarrassment and anger compelling her to strike his chest with her delicate fists. You. Xu Wujie, taken aback, exclaimed, do not move. You might disturb the fetus. Lecher, I shall fight you, she retorted, laughter echoing in the air. After their encounter reached its conclusion, he audaciously chose to make a swift exit. A few flickers of movement later, he vanished from sight. At that moment, a voice called from afar, Your Highness. The woman, seething with resentment, gritted her teeth, the sound of her silver incisors audible. Zhu, I shall not let you escape. 15 minutes prior, a voice resonated in Xu Wujie's mind. A ding. The task to rescue the Destined One has commenced. A delay function is granted. Will you proceed with the rescue? Destined One, who could it be? After a brief contemplation, he concluded that, as the destined individual, they were unlikely to meet an untimely demise. By extending his kindness today, he might cultivate a bond in the future. Without hesitation, he declared, I shall save. The delay function, which he had previously failed to grasp, now revealed its profound significance. He had not anticipated that this feature would become a source of pride, rendering it irresistible for 2 full hours. One might ask, who among the world's heroes could rival him? Who indeed? Just as Xu Wujie distanced himself from the group, he sensed a disturbance. After a few teleportations, he arrived at a hilltop. Peering through his enhanced vision, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A group of burly men, towering at 9 feet and resembling wild beasts, had surrounded a frail woman, poised to strike. They were, in fact, attempting to assassinate her. These men were all top-tier experts within the 3rd rank of the Diamond Realm. Such power could easily topple a small nation. The woman, clad in military attire that bore the insignia of the Li Tang dynasty, exuded an aura of nobility, her strength nearing the 2nd rank of the Zhixian realm. Truly a child of destiny. Xu Wujie's gaze shifted. Having married into the Li Tang family, he wished to avoid entanglements that might draw attention to his identity. Concealing himself behind a large tree, he altered his voice and bellowed, You vile canines dare to bully a woman from the Central Plains? You shall pay dearly. The dog-like warriors were momentarily stunned, their movements faltering. The woman seized the opportunity, launching a fierce counterattack before retreating towards Xu Wujie, exclaiming in delight, Thank you, benefactor, for your rescue. Xu Wujie inwardly groaned. Why was this woman so intent on clinging to him? Just as his thought crystallized, a blade of light cleaved through the air. Xu Wujie had drawn his weapon. This marked the inaugural appearance of the blade of immortal slaying. The blade glimmered like water, pure as moonlight, slicing through the air and cleaving the bodies of his foes. The woman stood agape, her eyes wide with shock. A first-rank monarch. In an era where terrestrial immortals had vanished, a first rank represented the pinnacle of martial prowess, an extraordinary feat indeed. And today, she had the fortune of being saved by a first-rank monarch. What sheer luck! The female warrior bowed deeply. Liu of the Tang Nation pays her respects to you, benefactor. Thank you for saving my life. Xu Wujie chuckled, a life-saving grace, worthy of your devotion? Liu's face flushed, and as if compelled, she averted her gaze shyly. She suggested, If my benefactor does not mind, I would like to invite you to my home in Chang'an to converse with my father. Was this not a veiled acceptance? Xu Wujie's expression turned peculiar as he suddenly called out and turned to leave. Liu's countenance shifted. Benefactor, do not go, I have yet to repay your life-saving grace. Xu Wujie retreated rapidly, stifling a chuckle. To ensnare him completely was a futile endeavor, especially since he still needed to maintain his role as a son-in-law. He could not allow her to claim him so easily. Liu chased after him, but all she could discern was a fleeting silhouette. She gazed longingly at the figure, which stood tall and formidable, akin to her father, imposing as a mountain, exuding an overwhelming presence. Deep within her heart, she instinctively called out, Father. The towering figure trembled slightly before hastily vanishing from sight. You enchantress, do not seek to disturb my resolve. Even should you call me father, I shall not acknowledge you unless you call me so daily. At that moment, as Xu Wujie returned to the flower sedan, a voice echoed in his mind. Now by merging with the celestial body, you have gained 15,000 merit points, along with 20 strands of primordial energy and the secret technique of the diamond scripture. Successfully rescuing the Destined One grants you an additional 20,000 merit points and the secret technique of concealing spirit, which allows you to navigate the world undetected by anyone below the nascent soul stage. You have unlocked the blade of immortal slaying once, and by drinking its blood, you have gained permission to wield it 3 more times, allowing you to slay 2 golden elixir experts. Furthermore, all loans totaling 40,000 merit points have been deducted, and ownership of the Blade of Immortal Slaying is now officially yours. Ding, Master, your blade is ready. A cascade of good news reverberated in Zhu Wujie's mind. While others might celebrate two joys, he reveled in four, surpassing even the auspiciousness of three goats heralding peace. In high spirits, Zhu Wujie, having entered the third rank of the Diamond Realm, found himself on an unending streak of fortuitous events. Even the Blade of Immortal Slaying now belonged to him entirely, granting him the freedom to slay at will. He eagerly anticipated the splendor that awaited him upon reaching the Golden Elixir stage. With 10 strands of primordial energy, he could obliterate several top-tier experts in the third rank of the Diamond Realm, and one could only wonder what effects 20 strands would yield. Zhu Wujie's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he licked his lips, consumed by desire. Primordial energy, refine. Boom, it was as if rivers roared, and torrents surged forth. As he refined the primordial energy, his aura escalated at an astonishing pace. In the blink of an eye, he surpassed the initial threshold, advancing to the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment, yet it did not cease there. He progressed to the pinnacle of the mid-stage Foundation establishment. Meanwhile, all the spiritual energy within him began to coalesce, gathering in his dantian to form a vortex the size of a fist. It solidified, continuously growing denser until it culminated in a thick cocoon of spiritual energy. Time passed, though he could not discern how long. It was as though a membrane had been breached. Emerging from his chrysalis, liquid coalesced into a pill, clarity washed over his mind, his spirit was serene, and he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. With a golden pill swallowed, he declared, "My fate is mine to command." Through the 20 strands of primordial energy, he had directly surpassed the Foundation establishment threshold, firmly entering the ranks of the Golden Elixir stage. Thus, Zhu Wujie boldly ascended to the tier of the world's elite experts. If this were to reach the ears of the Heavenly Tao Pavilion, the guardians of the heavenly rankings, it would surely incite unparalleled astonishment. Once the refining was complete, Zhu Wujie slowly opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and murmured to himself, "Just how powerful am I?" He had once slain a third-rank martial arts expert at the Foundation establishment stage, yet now he had ascended to the Golden Elixir stage. Could it be that he could slay first-rank experts as easily as one would butcher a dog? According to his estimates, Foundation establishment cultivators could defeat innate masters in this realm. Was it possible that those in the Golden Elixir stage could vanquish terrestrial immortals, or even those below terrestrial immortals could be dispatched with ease? Yet, in this world, even second-rank Shi Shen masters were exceedingly rare. Let alone the first-rank celestial beings, he could count them on one hand. Zhu Wujie constantly reminded himself not to underestimate the heroes of the world, otherwise, he might find himself in dire straits. Perhaps he should seek out an old expert of the first rank to test his mettle. Instinctively, he shivered and shook his head. No, the path of cultivation must prioritize caution. I am but a golden elixir cultivator, not even a nascent soul yet. I shall wait until I achieve the transformation stage before daring to roam freely. Resolute in his decision, he vowed not to expose himself to the eyes of the world until he reached the transformation stage. He would continue to bide his time, relentlessly practicing the 9 Yang divine art and the great relocation technique, alongside the 8-9 profound arts and the mystical teleportation techniques that must be practiced daily, diligently, and without pause. Chapter 7 is Spare the lives of the prince's retinue. After a grueling 10-day journey, the marriage convoy finally approached the borders of the Tang Kingdom. The frontier was fortified with numerous beacon towers, and sentinels patrolled the area in intricate patterns. The iron cavalry galloped fiercely, trampling a wide buffer zone that spanned 10 miles. The sight of smoke signals, beacon fires, fortresses, and ruins met the eyes of the convoy, clad in resplendent red cloaks. Suddenly, the ceaseless sound of the swana ceased abruptly, leaving an unsettling silence. The ground trembled, and stones rolled down as countless beasts whimpered and fled in disarray. A thunderous wave seemed to roll towards them, heralded by a distant black line on the horizon. In that moment, someone's pupils widened in terror, trembling as they whispered, "The Xuanjia army." Renowned as the preeminent cavalry across the western regions, the Xuanjia army had built a formidable reputation, truly deserving of the title Invincible. Their illustrious fame was forged through the slaughter of countless foes. Zhu Wujie lifted the curtain of the flower sedan, and his gaze fell upon a sea of black armor. The soldiers and steeds, both clad in heavy armor, were a force to be reckoned with. The rugged wilderness swept beneath the weight of this black tide. As hills and mounds were ground to dust, the thunderous hooves filled the air with a deafening roar, causing the hearts of all present to tremble in fear. "Halt!" A voice, sharp and commanding, pierced the atmosphere. Instantly, the black line came to a sudden stop, with thousands of hooves aligning perfectly in unison. The ranks were impeccably disciplined, a testament to the exceptional leadership of the commander of the Xuanjia army. The marriage convoy exchanged anxious glances, their palms clammy with sweat. Would the Tang army truly trample them into a bloody pulp? The sound of hooves echoed as a valiant rider emerged from the black line. Drawing his sword with a resounding clang, he proclaimed, "The Xuanjia army of the Great Tang, on the orders of the Grand Princess, welcomes the son-in-law of the Ming Kingdom into our territory." At this declaration, all the black-armored soldiers unsheathed their weapons in unison. "The Xuanjia army of the Great Tang welcomes the son-in-law of the Ming Kingdom." Their resounding voices reverberated across the land, instilling a sense of awe that silenced the heavens and earth. As the ominous clouds, heavy with impending rain, burst forth with a thunderous clap, torrential rain began to pour down upon the cold, dark armor, yet the massive Xuanjia army remained eerily silent, their expressions indifferent as they regarded the marriage convoy. Xu Wujie, seated in the sedan, felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of the Xuanjia army. It was clear that their intentions were not benign. He paid no heed to the disheveled convoy, lifting the curtain and stepping out of the sedan. Beside the sedan stood a delicate young maiden, a vision of beauty. In her prime, she was Xu Wujie's personal maid, clad in green, while others had accompanying maids for their weddings. Xu Wujie, as a prince, naturally had his own. With a small dagger at his waist and an air of nonchalance, he smiled at the maid. "Fear not, let us see how your husband deals with these ruffians." Clad in a red wedding robe, he began to stride forward. Suddenly, a rider charged forth, sword drawn, and barked, "The son-in-law of the defeated nation must kneel thrice and bow 9 times before the Grand Princess of the Great Tang." The Xuanjia soldiers roared in agreement, "Kneel before the Grand Princess, thrice and 9 times." Thud, thud, thud. To his surprise, the marriage convoy complied, kneeling and bowing. However, Xu Wujie remained unfazed, continuing his advance. "Why do you not kneel?" A voice, cold and aloof, echoed through the air, as if a deity looked down upon mere mortals. The tone carried an air of reprimand and indignation. Xu Wujie raised his gaze from the center of the black line. The sound of hooves approached, revealing a gallant knight perched atop a grand steed, sword at the ready. He surveyed Xu Wujie with a chilling glare full of menace, as though ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Xu Wujie stood with his hands clasped behind his back, silent and still, momentarily dumbfounded. It dawned on him that this was the very girl he had rescued 10 days prior, the one who had offered herself to him. Though unspoken, her lack of resistance seemed to imply consent, yet the knight clearly did not recognize Xu Wujie, for he had concealed his aura, using techniques to mask his considerable strength. Li Yu, the knight, was oblivious to Xu Wujie's identity, merely finding his stance somewhat familiar, reminiscent of her father. How outrageous, how could she entertain such thoughts? She regarded the man before her, his demeanor exuding a carefree arrogance, unmistakably a rogue, and wondered how he could resemble her father. Indeed, they were worlds apart, one in the heavens and the other on earth, utterly incomparable. "How dare you?" a cold voice snapped from beside the knight. "The Grand Princess of the Great Tang is present. Kneel and pay your respects." Xu Wujie surveyed the scene, unperturbed by the thousands of Xuanjia soldiers surrounding him. He raised his head and declared, "Remember this, I am Xu Wujie, a prince of the Ming dynasty, and the son-in-law of your Tang kingdom. To see me is to see the princess herself. I am here, yet you dare not kneel?" A moment of stunned silence enveloped the crowd. To see the son-in-law is to see the princess? What absurd logic was this? How could a mere consort presume to command our respect? Someone scoffed derisively as Xu Wujie's gaze shifted to the source of the mockery, a valiant knight beside the Grand Princess, unfazed by Xu Wujie. "Get your worthless companions in line." Xu Wujie cast a fleeting glance at the knight, a practitioner of the post-heaven stage. With a mere punch, he could easily dispatch him. He regarded the knight coolly and replied, "Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda of 7 stories. I shall spare you this time, but should you dare speak insolently again, I will personally see to it that you lose your head." Seeking death. The knight, taken aback by Xu Wujie's retort, erupted in rage. Xu Wujie matched his fury, shouting, "No, it is you who will perish." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he unleashed a burst of energy, leaping across dozens of paces to confront the knight. With a resounding shout, he lifted the knight above his head and with a mighty crash, slammed him into the ground, rendering him unconscious. The surrounding Xuanjia soldiers were left in shock, the air thick with chaos. Xu Wujie bellowed, "Kneel." Instantly, a tremendous pressure radiated from him, releasing the full extent of his third-grade prowess. He had hidden his true strength, utilizing merely a fraction of his power, yet even that was sufficient to instill dread. Someone cried out in astonishment, "A master of the innate stage, he is indeed a master." It dawned on them why Captain Fong had been defeated in one blow. The new son-in-law possessed extraordinary strength. As many Xuanjia soldiers began to lower themselves to kneel, a cool, calm voice interjected, "Prince Xu, spare them." The voice, gentle yet firm, alleviated much of the tension. The Xuanjia soldiers sighed in relief. Xu Wujie glanced at the Grand Princess, who spoke in a softened tone, "We were disrespectful earlier. We apologize for offending the prince. Might I implore you, on my behalf, to spare their lives?" Chapter 8. Little Zhu gave your wife to someone else. What do you think? Zhu Wujie cast a deep glance at her. The opponent was at the peak of the third rank, comparable to the late stage of the third rank of the Diamond Realm. There remained a significant gap between him and the Golden Core Realm. However, he had no intention of revealing his true strength. A smile blossomed once again on his face. Your Highness, you are too polite. They are all fine sons of the Tang dynasty, how could you cause them any trouble? Saying this, he hurled the captain of the residence towards the Xuanjia army. The impact toppled dozens of elite soldiers before catching the unconscious captain. Yet, no one dared to underestimate the prince anymore. He had seized command in the heat of battle and subdued their captain with a single move, thereby demonstrating his prowess and earning their respect. Since Zhu Wujie was a son-in-law by marriage, the Li Tang had yet to inform him of the identity of the princess he had wed. Otherwise, upon their first meeting, he would certainly not have acted so violently and recklessly. At the very least, he ought to have shown some tenderness towards his new wife. After giving Zhu Wujie a profound look, the princess waved her hand, and the Xuanjia army parted to make way. Taking a deep breath, she spoke solemnly, let the marriage envoy enter the ranks. Zhu Wujie raised his head and strode boldly into the Xuanjia army, while the little girl in a green robe timidly followed behind, clutching a red wedding gift. Behind them, the marriage envoy group hesitated to enter the Xuanjia army's camp, only to be met with the princess's cold gaze, leave the marriage dowry and you may return. With that, she turned her horse and disappeared into the military formation. The envoy group, taken aback, exchanged glances, bewildered. Were they truly abandoning the princess to the enemy? In the end, they could only watch helplessly as the Xuanjia army thundered away. The official in charge of ceremonies changed his expression several times before gritting his teeth and saying, let us return to the Tang kingdom. His Majesty has decreed the presence of the foreign son-in-law in court. Foreign son-in-law, present yourself. In the capital of the Tang kingdom, amidst the stone-paved palace roads, the imposing royal city came into view. Clad in a red ceremonial robe, Zhu Wujie approached slowly beside him. The Tang princess, Li Yu, wore a cold expression as they both made their way to meet the emperor of the Tang kingdom. Flags stood tall along the jade-stone path, fluttering in the wind with a rustling sound. The palace guards stood sentinel every 10 paces, stoically upright, their weapons firmly planted in the ground. A show of authority, this was the emperor of the Tang kingdom asserting his dominance over Zhu Wujie, a display intended to intimidate. Zhu Wujie felt momentarily disoriented. In this Tang kingdom, he faced humiliation at every turn, his basic freedoms and dignity stripped away. Even his marriage partner regarded him as a stranger. Of course, they were indeed strangers, the most unfamiliar couple in the world. He recalled Li Yu's warning, the one you are marrying is indeed me. Remember, though we are husband and wife, we must not engage in any marital intimacy, nor may you lay a finger on me, otherwise, I shall. Zhu Wujie chuckled lightly, and what will you do? Li Yu shot him a glare, her tone brusque. Furthermore, in public, you must address me as Your Highness the Princess. She emphasized seriously, in the army, you must use my title. Title of a plant? Zhu Wujie paused, hesitatingly calling out Li Plant? Li Yu trembled with rage. Trembling, indeed the phrase a woman who lowers her gaze lest her toes be seen is a rare beauty aptly described Li Yu, yet, at this moment, her eyes blazed with fury as she lowered her voice, I am the general of the Xuanjia army. You shall call me General. Is that understood? Oh, General Madam. Zhu Wujie replied dismissively, seeing that her words fell on deaf ears. Li Yu chose not to dwell on such trivial matters any longer. Zhu Wujie cast a glance at the enchanting figure beside him, a beauty beyond compare. Yet beneath such a stunning facade, her words shattered any illusion of grace. He could not help but envision the longing in her eyes, yearning to offer herself. A morbid curiosity made him wonder how she would react upon discovering the truth in the future. He let out a snicker in the confines of the palace, his laughter echoing. Li Yu maintained her composure, her delicate features turning frosty. Be serious, we are in court, and behave yourself. If you keep staring, I shall gouge out your eyes. Throughout their journey, his various antics had thoroughly wounded her heart. Beyond possessing a handsome visage and marrying a fine woman, what else did he have? Li Yu thought indignantly, finding him utterly worthless. Zhu Wujie pouted, muttering, what's the big deal? It's not much different from my palace back in Ming. As they ascended the imperial steps, under the watchful eyes of eunuchs and officials, they slowly entered the Tai Chi Hall. Zhu Wujie, a tall northern man standing at 1.75 meters, exuded a robust aura with fair skin and a strikingly handsome face, truly a figure of remarkable appearance. Coupled with the innate essence he possessed, he did not exude any sense of weakness. Rather, he radiated a vigorous masculinity, brimming with youthful exuberance. Moreover, being of royal lineage, he naturally exhibited a noble demeanor that set him apart, striding with an air of confidence that suggested the presence of a ruler. Beside him, Li Yu, with her majestic demeanor and unparalleled beauty, had long held the top spot on the beauty rankings across various nations for a decade, standing alongside the most beautiful women from Song, Wei, Jin, Shu, and Chu, her beauty beyond question. Thus, to those observing, it seemed that Zhu Wujie and Princess Li Yu were a match made in heaven, a pair of extraordinary talents. Some gazes flickered with mockery and disappointment, while more faces displayed appreciation, accompanied by silent sighs, lamenting the unfortunate fate of a fine cabbage being ravaged by a castrated pig. Kneel. A resonant male voice echoed, drawing out a prolonged tone. The two knelt respectfully. Zhu Wujie secretly grumbled, feeling no shame in kneeling before his father-in-law. Observing Zhu Wujie's sincere demeanor, many relaxed their expressions. Even the Emperor of Tang nodded in approval. Though this son-in-law was a eunuch, his appearance alone was not inferior to anyone else. Your son pays respects to the Emperor. Foreign officials pay their respects to His Majesty. Without having performed the wedding ceremony, he could not yet be considered a true son-in-law, merely an external official. Be at ease. The Emperor of Tang's expression softened as he gently waved his hand. Today, the Tang Kingdom and the Ming Kingdom are to unite in marriage, a step towards peace between our two nations, and a consideration for the safety of the realm, a cause for great celebration. The Emperor of Tang generously expressed his praise. The officials bowed in unison. Your Majesty is wise. The Emperor of Tang was greatly pleased. Your Majesty, I beg to differ, a peculiar voice interjected, dripping with sarcasm. The sound of congratulatory remarks abruptly halted, replaced by angered glares. Some even drew their swords, ready for violence as Zhu Wujie and Li Yu stepped aside, sensing Zhu Wujie's confusion. Liu, with a cold expression, whispered softly, today is the Grand Court Assembly of the Tang Kingdom. Discussing the marriage is merely one aspect, the most crucial matter is the audience with the envoy of the Chang tribe. Zhu Wujie's eyes narrowed. The Chang were a powerful northern nation, boasting an army of 1 million, capable of annihilating several nations, including Tang, Ming, and Wei, should they march southward. Do you know what this is about? Zhu Wujie inquired softly. Li Yu feigned ignorance. The Emperor of Tang, his expression neutral, turned to address the envoy. What does the Chang envoy mean by this? Though the dragon has not yet stirred, its might remains formidable. The envoy, neither humble nor arrogant, bowed. Your subordinate believes that the Ming Kingdom's son-in-law is a eunuch and thus unworthy to be the husband of the Tang Kingdom's princess. Hence, I respectfully request that His Majesty the Emperor of Tang refuse the marriage alliance with the Ming Kingdom and instead wed the princess to our Chang Kingdom, as a gesture of goodwill between our nations. This move bears 3 advantages, which I shall elucidate for Your Majesty. Firstly, the Tang Kingdom stands as the foremost among the southern nations, while our Chang is the ruler of the north. Should our two nations unite in marriage, it would be a partnership of strength, rendering us invincible. When our Chang nation marches south, we shall combine our forces to sweep through the various nations, assisting Your Majesty in achieving a unified realm and securing a monumental legacy. Would this not be splendid? Upon hearing this, the court officials erupted in outrage, their expressions shifting as they vehemently denounced the envoy's words, yet, some narrowed their eyes, seemingly deep in thought. The officials fell silent as the Emperor's gaze shifted to Zhu Wujie, a light chuckle escaping his lips. What does my esteemed son-in-law think of this? Chapter 9. You audacious wretches dare to covet my wife? Have you grown weary of life? Prior to consulting Zhu Wujie, Emperor Tang had sought the opinions of his ministers. The chancellor remained composed, while the censors appeared invigorated, as if they had been infused with energy. By my word, these are not foes, they are clearly virtuous individuals. This is nothing short of blatant political gain. The censors' petitions serve as capital for their advancement in office. Your Majesty, I believe this is unwise. Such words are those of traitors and scoundrels, bringing calamity to the nation. They must not be taken to heart, one minister declared. The dog Rome are akin to wolves and leopards, we must not conspire with them. I implore Your Majesty to reconsider. I believe this matter might still be negotiable, a sharp-featured old censor interjected after careful consideration, surprisingly proposing an alliance with the dog Rome. This audacious suggestion stirred a hornet's nest, resulting in immediate physical reprimand from his colleagues. Fists and feet flew, accompanied by cries of distress. The old censor attempted to grasp the robes of his peers, but was met with unrelenting rejection. What does my esteemed son-in-law think? In the midst of the unfolding drama, Zhu Wujie remained engrossed, seemingly oblivious to the peril surrounding him. Upon hearing Emperor Tang's inquiry, he was momentarily taken aback. Who calls me? Zhu Wujie glanced around, puzzled. Liu's nostrils flared in irritation. This fellow acted as though he were not an outsider, showing no signs of restraint or decorum. It is your father-in-law summoning you. Li Yu emphasized, her tone weighty. Oh, I wonder what my esteemed father-in-law desires of me? Xu Wujie replied nonchalantly, raising his hand dismissively. In Ming, he often attended court, not only unfazed but thriving in such environments. A wry smile danced upon Emperor Tang's lips as he remarked, "The dog Rome proposed to relinquish your wife to them. What is your perspective on this?" This statement sent shockwaves through the court, eyes widening in disbelief. The emperor's tone and stance conveyed a strong bias. Liu appeared both embarrassed and incensed, her voice edged with reproach. "Father." After blinking in surprise, Xu Wujie cleared his throat, and with a fierce glare, he rebuked the dog Rome envoy. "You scoundrels dare to lay claim to my wife? Are you seeking death?" The room fell silent, astonished by his audacity. The dog Rome envoy, with a sinister glare, retorted, "You are but a mere eunuch. What right have you to wed the princess of Tang? Were I you, I would have long since taken my own life to spare the waste of resources." Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air. The dog Rome envoy writhed on the ground, his face swollen from a strike. The ministers gasped in astonishment at the swiftness of the action. Even Emperor Tang was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Xu Wujie. This individual possessed remarkable agility. How had he underestimated him? Not only the emperor but even the eldest princess, Liu, was momentarily stunned. With her nearly second-rank prowess, she discerned that Xu Wujie had not employed any cultivation, merely relying on his speed augmented by a bit of strength. Yet, even so, he had sent the fourth-ranked dog Rome envoy tumbling, catching him entirely off guard. Perhaps it was merely luck, she mused. After the altercation, Xu Wujie returned to Liu's side, striking a pose of borrowed authority. "With such a pitiful lot as yourselves, how dare you covet my wife's beauty? Have you not the sense to gaze upon your reflections and recognize your unworthiness? This envoy vows not to rest until I have your head." The envoy's defiance was short-lived, as he promptly fainted. Emperor Tang cleared his throat, adopting an air of authority. "Enough. Arrange for the dog Rome envoy to rest, he is clearly fatigued." The ministers inwardly scoffed, thinking, fatigued, more like he was struck unconscious by Xu Wujie. His Majesty departs to the palace. Court is dismissed. A sharp-eyed eunuch announced. After casting a lingering glance at Xu Wujie, Emperor Tang exited the court with measured grace. This young man harbored profound depths. Once outside, Xu Wujie donned a crimson ceremonial robe, strolling confidently along the royal path, mingling with various officials, radiating an undeniable brilliance. This drew the attention of onlookers, who frequently glanced his way. He conversed amiably with the elders, forging connections with the censors, even engaging the officials in lively discourse, his enthusiasm palpable. "Xu Wujie, come with me to wed." A commanding voice resonated, prompting the ministers to turn in unison, only to see it was the eldest princess, before they swiftly resumed their previous focus. Xu Wujie approached her, feigning indignation. "Isn't the wedding to take place at night? Why the rush? Have you lost your senses over a man?" Liu, flushed with embarrassment and fury, retorted, "You." She reached out as if to strike, prompting Xu Wujie to feign evasion. Witnessing this exchange, the ministers exchanged glances, their disdain palpable. They deemed him cowardly for fearing a woman. They hastily labeled Xu Wujie as a weakling, afraid of his wife. "You have jeopardized our relations with the dog Rome through your assault, jeopardizing my father's important affairs. He will certainly not spare you," Liu declared, taking a deep breath, her chest rising and falling. "But rest assured, in light of our marital bond, I shall plead for your clemency with my father. Henceforth, you will reside in the princess's palace while I remain stationed at the Xuanjia army camp. Unless a matter of life and death arises, we need not meet." Her gaze bore into Xu Wujie, each word deliberate. "But remember, do not provoke trouble, nor should you indulge in dalliances. Though you may lack the means, do not let your eyes wander where your hands stray, otherwise, I shall pluck out your eyes and break your legs." Seemingly grasping the resolute nature of Liu's words, Xu Wujie opened his mouth, his expression earnest. "Do you harbor feelings for another?" Liu paused, a figure of imposing stature flashing through her mind. The mysterious individual who had single-handedly vanquished numerous dog Rome assassins was forever etched in her heart. After a moment of silence, she replied, "There is one person I shall never forget in this lifetime." The person she spoke of was indeed her savior. In a rare moment of vulnerability, Liu confided, "He is the first to inspire a sense of submission within me. Moreover, he was the first for whom she would willingly utter the word father." She even contemplated surrendering herself entirely to him, forsaking all titles, pride, and honor, choosing instead to reside humbly by his side as a loyal companion. As she spoke, a blush adorned her face, revealing a rare shyness. Xu Wujie felt a pang of jealousy. How could someone have captured Liu's heart before him? Determined, he resolved that once he attained the first rank in cultivation, his first order of business would be to eliminate that scoundrel. "That man saved my life with but a single strike, slaying several third-rank dog Rome masters. There is no comparison between you two." Liu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Zhu Wujie. How dare he covet my wife? Zhu Wujie fumed inwardly, but upon hearing Li Yu's words, clarity struck him. Her dream man was none other than himself. The one who had saved her life with a single blow, defeating multiple third-rank adversaries, was indeed he. A sense of equilibrium washed over him, pride swelling within. Well then, considering this young lady's secret affection for me, I shall overlook her earlier affront. Now do you see how unworthy you are of that person? Li Yu remarked, her expression one of disgust and impatience. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and a venerable eunuch clad in ceremonial robes bowed respectfully before Zhu Wujie. Your Majesty has decreed that the prince consort must immediately proceed to the rear courtyard to receive the emperor's summons. Chapter 10. The sycophant's downfall left with nothing in the end. Li Yu instinctively let out a soft sound of surprise. Just as he was about to approach, he was unexpectedly halted by the old eunuch. The man smiled slightly and said, Your Highness, His Majesty has only summoned the prince consort. Liu's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, In the rear court, are you saying that my father has summoned him for a private audience? This was inconceivable. He was merely a son-in-law. What qualifications did he possess to be received by the emperor alone? Li Yu's expression was one of utter bewilderment. Gao Daban, could you be mistaken? The person in question was none other than Gao Lishur, the emperor's personal eunuch and the head eunuch of the inner court. A first-rank official. This man actually possessed first-rank status. As Zhu Wujie was equally perplexed. He swiftly hid behind Li Yu, clinging tightly to her waist, shaking his head vigorously. No, I want to return to my bride and celebrate our wedding. Don't drag me to my doom. Li Yu's charming face flushed crimson, as if kissed by the evening glow. She trembled with fury, her waist quivering uncontrollably. A fire ignited within her. She secretly marveled at her own wife's impressive assets. Gao Lishur's lips twitched, and after much persuasion, he finally managed to escort Zhu Wujie away. Upon arriving at the rear court, the Tang Emperor stood with hands clasped behind his back beside the lotus pond. From a distance, the water shimmered serenely, while closer inspection revealed koi frolicking, meandering beneath the pink lotus leaves. Your Majesty, Prince Consort Zhu has arrived, Gao Lishur reported respectfully before silently withdrawing. The Tang Emperor turned, fixing his gaze upon Zhu Wujie. Was it you who killed the canine rogue priest? Zhu Wujie trembled and his pupils constricted. He quickly feigned ignorance, appearing bewildered. What are you saying, Your Majesty? What priest? Are you referring to number 9? The Emperor glared at him, and seeing Zhu Wujie unwilling to reveal his strength, he ceased further inquiry. His gaze drifted into the distance as he spoke softly. I wish for you to command the Divine Strategy Army to protect the central palace. What are your thoughts? Command the troops? Absolutely not. Such a proposal was a grave imperial taboo. Which emperor would be foolish enough to entrust military power to a stranger he had just met? Zhu Wujie hastily waved his hands. Your Majesty, you jest. As an outsider, I am merely a man of leisure, lacking both wisdom and military talent. What merit do I possess to oversee the military affairs of the Tang dynasty? I implore Your Majesty to retract your words. The Tang Emperor's smile grew increasingly amiable, revealing a hint of appreciation and satisfaction. He was neither overly indulgent nor overly surprised, showing no signs of impropriety. A fine prospect indeed. If he proves reliable, perhaps he could be cultivated by Gao Daban. Merit tablet. Encountering the Tang Emperor's suspicion, narrowly avoiding a life-and-death crisis, awarded 500 merit points, granted the secretive art of Chimen Duanjia, enabling escape during times of peril. Zhu Wujie inwardly acknowledged that the old emperor was indeed testing him. Although this trial might not yield results, it would allow him to glean critical information through observation, fostering a sense of caution. Thankfully, he had restrained himself. For since you are unwilling to go to the barracks, then take up residence at the Xuandu Temple. The Tang Emperor's voice echoed once more in his ears. A decree was issued, appointing Prince Consort Zhu Wujie as the master of Xuandu Temple to safeguard our Tang dynasty, ensuring its everlasting prosperity. Eye in the shadows, Gao Lishur respectfully bowed, holding the resplendent imperial edict, his writing flowing like dragons and snakes, soon completing the document for the Tang Emperor's review, followed by the sealing of the stamp. Merit tablet. Attained the position of Taoist sect leader, rewarded 10,000 merit points, granted a one-time usage privilege of the Golden Cloud Crown, capable of withstanding a full strike from an earthly immortal. A look of joy crossed Zhu Wujie's face. Goodness, the master of Xuandu Temple is actually the foremost figure among all Taoist sects. No wonder he was awarded over 10,000 merit points. And that Golden Cloud Crown seems to be a treasure of some illustrious figure from the primordial era. Although it could only be used once, the ability to withstand a full strike from an earthly immortal was enough to leave Zhu Wujie ecstatic. He felt elated. Could it be that he was destined to be invincible in this world? The foreign official Zhu Wujie expressed his gratitude to His Majesty. Long live, long live, long live. While he indulged in fantasies, his demeanor remained perfectly composed, yet, such blatant flattery caught the Tang Emperor off guard. While the court officials offered their compliments, none were as overtly sincere, or rather, as candid as Zhu Wujie. He feigned nonchalance, casting a sidelong glance at Zhu Wujie, and gently admonished, "Where do these sycophantic words come from?" Enough with the flattery. After a pause, he continued softly, "Now that you have joined my Li family, you may henceforth address me as Father Emperor alongside Xiaoyu." Zhu Wujie's heart leaped with joy, understanding that he was formally accepted. He expressed his gratitude once more, yet he dared not act presumptuously, maintaining his decorum. Upon leaving the rear court and stepping out of the palace, he spotted Li Yu's carriage. A smile blossomed on Zhu Wujie's face, and just as he was about to approach, he noticed a young dandy with oiled hair and a painted face fawning over Li Yu's carriage. His sycophancy was utterly repulsive, akin to that of a lapdog. Tsk. A sycophant indeed, one who ends up with nothing in the end. Zhu Wujie sauntered closer, speaking with a hint of insinuation. "What a sight!" The young man glared and turned, and upon seeing Zhu Wujie, sneered repeatedly. "This young master has no interest in consorting with eunuchs." Zhu Wujie turned to Gao Lishur, feigning a look of grievance. "Gao Gonggang, who is this person that even looks down on eunuchs?" Gao Lishur replied with a blank expression, "The son of the chancellor. Naturally he feels entitled to disdain us." The incomplete, the chancellor, Fong Shenling, had a son known for his flirtations. Unfortunately, he was henpecked. Moreover, this Prince Fong seemed rather fond of wearing a green hat, willingly guarding the gate for that princess. Truly a peculiar fellow. Zhu Wujie had anticipated that he would retreat in the face of such disdain, but to his surprise, his expression darkened. "So, it is the chancellor's son. Even I, the esteemed head eunuch of the Tang dynasty, am beneath his notice. One might think the chancellor himself had come." Fong Lumao's face turned crimson with rage. Slap! Zhu Wujie had no time to waste on him. With a swift motion, he struck him to the ground. "Go play elsewhere. A coward without the guts to speak to me does not deserve my attention." With that, he proudly leaped onto Li Yu's carriage and departed, leaving Gao Lishur with an odd expression. Gao Lishur squinted his eyes, muttering to himself, "Interesting." Fong Lumao, holding his swollen face with one hand, grasped Gao Lishur's pant leg with the other, desperately explaining, "Gao Gonggang, I truly did not intend to look down on you just now." Gao Lishur glanced at the young eunuchs nearby and coldly commanded, "Strip him and hang him up so everyone can see this worthless coward." Yes, later, upon returning home, Fong Lumao unexpectedly received the favor of Gao Yang but soon discovered that he had become limp, instantly erupting in rage, thoroughly extinguishing any thoughts of allowing Fong Lumao to touch her. This incident left Fong Lumao harboring a lifelong hatred for Zhu Wujie, vowing to bring him down until his dying breath. "What did Father Emperor want with you?" Princess Luan inquired with a furrowed brow as she sat in her carriage. Zhu Wujie reclined comfortably, responding lazily, "Oh, nothing much." He inquired about my grandfather's recent condition and asked what kind of woman I prefer, telling me to find someone at my leisure. "Humph," Li Yu scoffed dismissively. After returning to the princess's residence, Li Yu instructed someone to take Zhu Wujie for a brief tour, then hurriedly made her way to the military camp. Watching her departing figure, Zhu Wujie stroked his chin in contemplation. This woman claims to be exceptionally gifted, yet you failed to notice the extraordinary nature of this young master. She does not seem all that remarkable after all. Perhaps it is best to remain low-key, especially in a foreign land. After standing for a while, he returned to the princess's palace. Sitting cross-legged, he silently recited the Vajra Sutra, resuming his cultivation. However, after half a day, progress was slow, and he was compelled to pause. After pondering for a moment, he finally realized that he lacked spiritual items to assist in his training. Remembering the merit points he had just acquired, he looked at the merit tablet with a glimmer of curiosity and shamelessly inquired, "Xiao Fengfeng, do you have any good items over there?" The merit tablet remained silent for a moment before a flash of light revealed an extensive list, all comprising rare heavenly and earthly treasures. Zhu Wujie inhaled sharply upon scanning the list. Chapter 11. Breaking through the mid-stage of the Golden Core, slaughtering third-rank Diamond Realm experts as if they were mere dogs. First, the 9 Transformation Immortal Pill, forged by the Supreme One, requires 1 billion merit points. Consuming it allows one to attain the Tao of Tai. Second, the Yaoqi Peach, exclusive to the Queen Mother of the West, demands 900 million merit points. Eating it enables one to achieve immortality. Third, the Ginseng Dao fruit, cultivated by the Ancestor of the Earth, costs 800 million merit points. A single piece grants eternal life. The preceding entries are largely irrelevant, as they merely reflect the eternal ebb and flow of countless billions. As he flipped to the final page, Zhu Wujie's gaze sharpened to the Imperial Flow Essence, the Supreme Yang Spirit of Heaven and Earth, requires 9,000 merit points. A fervent heat surged within him. This was precisely what he urgently needed. Bathing in this divine liquid would enhance his physical cultivation, complementing the 9 Yang divine art and the indestructible scripture. With a grand gesture, he declared, "Exchange it." A cacophony ensued, as if the celestial dew were descending, fervently refining Zhu Wujie's physique. He hastily closed his eyes, channeling the 9-yang divine art. Half an hour later, he let out a low growled break for me. Bang! The first layer of the 9-yang divine art broke through. Zhu Wujia's eyes shot open, a glimmer of brilliance flickering and vanishing. He murmured to himself, truly, this is a celestial treasure. It has allowed my physique to rival that of a third-rank diamond realm master. Onward! 2 hours later, the second layer of the 9-yang divine art broke through. Half a day later, the third layer of the 9-yang divine art break for me. Boom! Simultaneously, the indestructible scripture officially advanced to the second layer. A thunderous explosion reverberated across the skies of Tangdu, causing many second and third-rank diamond realm experts to look up in astonishment. Is this a first-rank master breaking through? First rank, this represents the foundational strength of a dynasty, often embodied by those who have cultivated for decades. In the royal palace's rear court, Gao Lishur stood solemnly beside the Emperor of Tang, speaking in a grave tone. It is not yet a first rank, but the force breaking through the void signifies that someone is on the verge of transcending to the second rank's finger mystic realm. The Emperor's gaze sharpened. Whose breakthrough is it? After closing his eyes to sense the aura, Gao Lishur revealed a look of uncertainty. This person's presence is exceedingly unfamiliar yet somewhat recognizable, though they do not belong to any of those known. The Emperor's pupils constricted, his fists clenched tightly. In this era devoid of first-rank masters, the number of second-rank finger mystic realm practitioners is a measure of a nation's strength. Each addition or subtraction could provoke significant upheaval, demanding utmost vigilance. The backgrounds, cultivation levels, and affiliations of these individuals had been meticulously recorded and listed in the court's annals. After a moment's silence, the Emperor expressionlessly uttered a single word: investigate. Swiftly, flickering lights ignited throughout the corners of Tangdu, casting shifting shadows on the faces of those gathered. The investigation revealed it to be from the direction of the royal houses. Could it be that Li Laosan has hidden more than anticipated? Should the plan be delayed? Someone slowly raised their head, revealing a face lined with wrinkles, and calmly stated, find him, kill him. A voice hesitated, old master, why not first try to win him over? The elder replied indifferently, those not of our kin will surely harbor ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions grew solemn, respectfully acknowledging his words. In the princess's residence, having just broken through to the third layer of the 9-yang divine art, Zhu Wujie slowly opened his eyes, extending his hands and savoring the sensation. He exclaimed in delight, have I truly entered the mid-stage of the golden core? Moreover, the breakthrough of the 9-yang divine art to the third layer had also elevated his cultivation level, officially making him a mid-stage golden core practitioner. This did not even account for the offensive treasure, the slaying immortal flying blade, and the defensive treasure, the golden cloud crown. With these two artifacts, he would dare to confront even terrestrial immortals. This also implied that, within the entire Tang state, aside from a few deeply concealed second-rank old masters and the elusive first-rank celestial phenomenon relics, nearly no one could challenge him. Slaughtering third-rank experts as one would dogs, this was Zhu Wujie's audacious capital. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Zhu Wujie's mouth. Li Xianyang, on our wedding night you denied me. In the future, should you grant me access, it will depend on my mood. Yesterday you looked down upon me, today, I shall make you feel unreachable. He believed in swift retribution. He would seek out Li Yu immediately to exact revenge, needing to obtain a taste of that little lady's blood. Just as he stepped out of the Xiandu temple, he encountered a graceful black-haired female Taoist with a poised figure. She stood holding a white whisk, exuding an air of aloof beauty reminiscent of a proud spirit. Upon hearing his footsteps, the Taoist turned around. Oh, the Guanyin visage, such a boon, no, such great virtue. Moreover, this woman's Guanyin physique was a naturally gifted body for cultivation. Through her appearance, one could perceive her essence. Those who bore the Guanyin visage often possessed the world's finest dual cultivation physique. Is this not the ultimate dream for men, to cultivate, ascend, and simultaneously engage in both? However, the head of the temple? Her voice was gentle, akin to a soft drizzle. It was very moist and nurturing. Zhu Wujie was momentarily taken aback, then realized he had just been appointed as the head of the Xiandu temple by the Emperor of Tang. Having ascended to the pinnacle of Taoist cultivation, they naturally came to pay their respects. Awakening from his reverie, Zhu Wujie responded with a smile, I am Zhu Wujie, my apologies for being preoccupied with mundane affairs and failing to visit the temple to greet the esteemed elders. I hope for your understanding. The Taoist returned a respectful gesture. You are too humble, head Da. I have come today to inquire if you would be available to attend the temple's sacrificial rites in 2 days' time? The sacrificial rites of the temple? Zhu Wujie felt a stir within. Seeing his confusion, the Taoist elaborated on the sacrificial matters of Xiandu temple. After the Taoist gracefully departed, Zhu Wujie fell into contemplation. The sacrificial rites of Xiandu temple were, of course, dedicated to honoring the Tao ancestor. Typically held during the early winter of the Chongyang festival or the height of summer, the timing and location varied, determined by the temple's esteemed elders, but why had they chosen the day after tomorrow? Xu Wujie stroked his chin, muttering, "Is this a show of authority?" In past years, the Taoist leader had been elected by the various Taoist sects, yet this time the court had broken tradition by appointing someone directly. Could this signify a shift in the court's attitude towards the Taoist sect? Moreover, as the secular representative of the Tiandu sect in Tang, Xiandu Temple had always kept a distance from state affairs, observing with detached interest. If the two sides were to fall out, could the court truly withstand the wrath of the Tiandu sect? It was possible that he, Xu Wujie, would be sacrificed to honor the Tao ancestor the day after tomorrow. Perhaps, it would be best to abstain from attending. This thought crossed his mind. Indeed, it must be a show of authority, akin to a banquet of hidden dangers. I shall not attend given the underlying schemes. I shall avoid the tumultuous gathering. Moreover, the position of head of the temple was thrust upon him by the emperor, not something he had seized for himself. The temple's sacrificial rites. Why should I concern myself with such matters? 2 days swiftly passed. Outside the city of Chang'an, within a bustling temple, the incense burned brightly, and crowds gathered. Before several hundred individuals clad in simple gray robes stood 4 or 5 Taoists in azure and violet robes, offering prayers and chants. They recited flattering verses in honor of the Tao ancestor. After completing a series of chants, they would burn each one. Once 40 to 50 prayers had been completed, the evening glow hung high in the sky. Finally, a Taoist in a purple gold robe turned around, proclaiming, "Ceremony concluded," dispersing. Everyone simultaneously congratulated, "May the Tao ancestor endure through countless eons, and may fortune and longevity be everlasting." Shortly thereafter, as all departed, the 5 Taoists in azure and violet robes gathered in the temple's rear courtyard. The incense wafted, enveloping them in a haze, obscuring their features. After a brief silence, someone slowly spoke, "The temple's sacrificial rites, yet the new head does not attend. What do you all think we should do?" Someone scoffed, "A mere son-in-law, what worth does he hold? Besides, our Xiandu temple serves the heavenly gate and greets the common people. When has it ever been his concern?" Chapter 12. Xu Wujie was humiliated. After a moment of contemplation, someone softly murmured, "Let him be strong, for the gentle breeze caresses the great ridge. Let him be domineering, yet I shall remain steadfast and unyielding." The other two remained unperturbed, seemingly indifferent. The foremost elder, however, bore a look of concealed concern and sighed helplessly, "I have been ensnared at the threshold of the first rank of celestial phenomena for many years. As long as I do not advance, our sect shall not ascend. It seems that the appointment of a puppet overseer is intended as a test. Therefore, we must not only treat this overseer with utmost respect but also serve him diligently." After a moment's hesitation, he added, "I have heard that those with imperfections possess twisted minds, born of demonic essence. They are certainly no virtuous individuals." Suddenly, the lowly disciple raised his head and declared, "At the very least, we must convey to him that we are not to be trifled with. Otherwise, if he dares to establish himself as overseer today, he will not hesitate to dismiss the positions of us all tomorrow." He spoke with profound significance. As the saying goes, if the name is not right, the words will not align. Once we lose the title of chief of the Xuandu temple, it could severely jeopardize our sect's grand plans for the next millennium. Upon hearing this, the others frowned in unison. "What does Zhang Tianchi think of us?" inquired the one in the leading position, his brow furrowed. The title of Tianchi, while seemingly an honor, also signifies the strength of this individual. After all, not everyone can ascend to the second rank of master by the age of 60. Zhang Tianchi's gaze was sharp to intimidate the new overseer. The others exchanged glances and murmured, "To shake the mountain and startle the tiger?" Indeed, the foremost figure, the Zijin Taoist, nodded slowly. Indeed. He softly called out, "Guanyin Nu, you shall make another trip." A gentle voice immediately echoed from outside the temple, "Disciples shall obey the decree." Days later, a thunderous roar erupted within the princess's palace. An assassination? Someone dares to attempt a murder within the princess's abode? The new groom raged furiously. All the servants and maidens trembled in fear, silenced like cicadas in winter. It turned out that he had intended to indulge one of the performers today, only to be met with a sudden and treacherous attack. Were it not for the luminous armor gifted by the princess that he wore, he might have met his end within the first month of his marriage. However, once this incident became known, the discussions throughout Chang'an City became rife, openly mocking this son-in-law of the Ming kingdom as a worthless figure who brings disgrace to the royal family. When these rumors reached Xu Wujie's ears, he was filled with indignation and replaced all the maidens by his side. Meanwhile, within the princess's palace, an extravagant and alluring melody resonated. Clap, clap, clap. Say it, speak. The woman, with a stubborn expression, turned her head away, her face filled with humiliation. She was none other than the Taoist maiden, Guanyin and at some point, she had shed her Taoist robes and donned the attire of a servant, becoming Zhu Wujie's personal maid. Zhu Wujie tossed a purple-red grape into his mouth and snorted, "If you don't want to eat, then don't." It turned out that this woman had infiltrated the princess's palace with the intent of capturing Zhu Wujie to bring him back to the Taoist temple. However, she unexpectedly fell into Zhu Wujie's ambush. Utilizing a peculiar technique, he captured her and fed her a medley of strange potions that sealed her cultivation, reducing her to the status of a mere maid. Who would have thought that a peak third-rank existence would suffer such a setback at the hands of a mortal son-in-law? "So, are you not going to disclose the purpose for which those old fellows sent you?" Zhu Wujie asked, playfully tilting Guanyin Nu's chin with his foot. "Release me, or you shall regret it." Guanyin Nu, stifling her humiliation, gritted her teeth and spat out a few words. Zhu Wujie pouted and shook his head, saying, "Even if you don't speak, I can guess you are merely afraid I might seize power, then strike you down, teaching my father-in-law a lesson, am I right? But you seem to have forgotten that even the great dog must eat its master. I am the Taoist leader personally appointed by the Emperor of Tang. If you harm me, it is akin to striking my father-in-law's face, is it not?" With every mention of father-in-law, he spoke as if it were a matter of fact. "Go out and ask anyone. Who in Chang'an does not know that the son-in-law of the Tang Kingdom's princess is a eunuch? You are but a pawn in the transaction between our two nations, a piece that can be sacrificed at any moment. Perhaps one day, should disputes arise between our nations again, the Emperor of Tang may very well summon you for execution." Zhu Wujie's expression darkened, as if he had been struck at a vulnerable point. His face flushed, he bellowed, "Silence, I am not a pawn, I am the lawful husband of the princess, her only man. Who dares to kill me?" In a corner outside, a figure clad in eunuch garb lowered his head to listen for a moment before silently retreating. After making his way through the halls, he knelt behind a man dressed in imperial robes within the palace's rear courtyard, recounting all that he had heard within the princess's palace. The man waved his hand, dismissing him, and murmured, "I shall see how long you intend to hide." His gaze shifted to a grand hall, revealing a fervent glimmer. Soon, very soon. Little did Zhu Wujie know that within all of Tang Kingdom, only two individuals were aware of his true strength, and they were the most powerful of all. Yet the one who should have known the most lay prostrate on the military desk outside the city. "What must I do to set you free?" Guanyin Nu lamented pitifully within the princess's palace. Zhu Wujie nonchalantly replied, "I have heard that your sect possesses a dual cultivation technique. If you are willing to cultivate with me, I shall release you." He chuckled, "Once we unite yin and yang, you shall become my woman, and I shall naturally let you go." This was clearly an unreasonable demand. However, Guanyin Nu calmly responded, "Very well, I accept your terms." Zhu Wujie was taken aback, chuckling in disbelief, "I, Zhu, do not partake in leftovers." Yet Guanyin Nu removed her servant's attire, revealing a shy countenance, "I am still a maiden." He was gambling, wagering that this Taoist maiden, proud and aloof, would not easily lower her guard. Guanyin Nu was also gambling, confident that Zhu Wujie would falter. Zhu Wujie was momentarily taken aback, and in that instant, she made her move. His expression changed dramatically as he bellowed, "You insolent wretch." He could not allow this person to uncover his secret. Otherwise, it would spell disaster. Guanyin Nu smiled. She had indeed guessed correctly. This groom was truly a eunuch. Her gaze sharpened. "Today, whether you submit or not, you will submit. Since this fellow is incapable, I will entice him with all my might, making it impossible for him to resist, ultimately leading him to a fiery demise." All of this stemmed from a Taoist technique known as the upside-down phoenix art. This technique is the authentic practice of replenishment. One side benefits while the other side suffers. Today, she intended to use this art to completely drain the life force of this eunuch. Zhu Wujie's face turned pale with terror and awe. Suddenly, the princess's palace was filled with blood-curdling screams, echoing with a horror that brought tears to the eyes of any who heard it. The guards rushed to rescue Zhu Wujie, but he held them back. Even the princess, Liu, was alarmed and returned to the palace. However, upon her arrival, she found Zhu Wujie lying dazed upon their marital bed, bloodied and in disarray. There were bite marks, bloodstains, wounds, and torn garments. All of this unmistakably indicated one grim reality: Zhu Wujie had been violated. A being devoid of humanity had faced such indignity, evoking a flicker of sympathy even from Princess Liu. She understood well that despite his lavish life in the Tang Kingdom, where he was well fed and cared for, a blade hung constantly over Zhu Wujie's neck, threatening to fall at any moment and sever his life as a hostage. Moreover, today, this dignified son-in-law of a kingdom had suffered such humiliation at the hands of a mere servant, revealing the immense psychological trauma he had endured. Liu sighed softly, waving her hand, help the groom clean up, and additionally, summon a few imperial physicians from the royal hospital. She paused, her tone firm. Remember, ensure that those skilled in treating psychological ailments are brought forth. Yes. The serving maid cast a sympathetic glance at Zhu Wujie. She had certainly noticed the crimson stain beneath Zhu Wujie's garments. It was evident that this blood must have belonged to him. Just how grievous must his injuries be for such a flow of blood resembling that of a maiden? Chapter 13. The late stage of the Golden Core Realm, comparable to the pinnacle of the first-rank celestial phenomenon, within the princess's residence, in a room designated for the son-in-law. Having completed the fusion with the Guanyin Dao body, the interplay of yin and yang birthed a wisp of purine celestial energy, earning 5,000 merit points, accompanied by a half-trillion fortune of progeny and descendants. Should this be fully utilized? A fortune of progeny and descendants, and only 500 billion. What if it were 1 trillion? Zhu Wujie mused inwardly. After all, it was merely a fortune, not an actual increase in progeny and descendants. It mattered little. With a nonchalant wave of his hand, he declared to use it. Beep, beep, beep. The merit monument emitted a series of alarms. Of the fortune of progeny and descendants has been deducted, and due to the vast number of offspring, an additional 20,000 merit points have been deducted. His Zhu Wujie let out a lamenting cry. He was in trouble. Regret coursed through him like poison. A month later, in a palace far away in the Wei Kingdom, a woman in court attire lay weakly on the bed. The imperial physician's eyes sparkled, his lips quivered as he exclaimed incoherently, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations, Your Majesty, the princess is with child, it's twins, no, quadruplets." He remained blissfully unaware that the face of the middle-aged man in yellow robes behind him had turned a sickly green. Truly, the princess is remarkable, capable of bearing an unprecedented set of quadruplets. This is the first time in the history of our dynasty. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the inner chamber. Who is it who has deceived me regarding my auspicious child? In the following days, the Wei Emperor executed dozens of internal guards and eunuchs to suppress the news of the Princess Xiaoyang's premarital pregnancy. Meanwhile, several Taoists clad in blue and purple robes from the Xiandu temple glared furiously at a female disciple. The disciple's abdomen was already noticeably round. The leading Taoist enunciated each word with gravity. "You mean to say you have been deceiving your master all along?" This disciple was none other than Guanyin Nu with a pained expression. Guanyin Nu replied, "Master, it is my fault. Please punish your disciple." The old Taoist's face was filled with sorrow. "I regret my earlier decisions. I regret them deeply." He raised his hand to strike Guanyin Nu on the head. "Brother, wait, master, do not." Guanyin Nu tightly closed her eyes, desperately protecting her abdomen. "Brother, this is your own grandchild. You must not harm it." In a moment of panic, Zheng Tianchi revealed an astonishing secret. The leading Taoist could hardly believe his ears. "What are you saying?" Zheng Tianchi replied with a wry smile at Guanyin Nu. "As the child born after your junior sister returned to the secular world, she is your worldly descendant. Initially, I was entrusted to bring her into your fold, fulfilling both master-disciple bonds and not betraying your junior sister's affections." The leading Taoist gazed at Guanyin Nu, murmuring to himself, "So this little mischief is still my granddaughter." Zhang Tianchi awkwardly added, "Brother, I fear there is more than one child in her womb." The leading Taoist instinctively asked, "How many?" Six. A profound silence ensued. Guanyin Nu possessed a unique constitution, and it was unexpected that she was also highly fertile. Moreover, she was carrying 6 at once. But soon, the old Taoist's expression turned fierce. "Speak, who is the father of the children in your belly?" Guanyin Nu hesitantly admitted, "It is the son-in-law, Zhu Wujie." The old Taoist's eyes widened in shock. He struck his chest in despair, wailing such calamity. Simultaneously, Zhu Wujie in the princess's residence also widened his eyes in shock. "Ding, the host has welcomed a blood relative into the world, receiving 100,000 merit points, a reward of 100 strands of innate energy, and an accompanying secret technique of the first-rank celestial phenomenon." Zhu Wujie was utterly dumbfounded. He had merely activated the fortune of progeny and descendants, yet reaped such immense rewards. This was an unimaginable windfall, 100,000 merit points, an extraordinary sum indeed, akin to the treatment bestowed upon earthbound deities. Warding, the fortune of progeny and descendants has been exhausted. Zhu Wujie sighed in relief. It was finally over. His gaze turned fervent as he mused, "Just 20 strands of innate energy could elevate me to the Golden Core realm. I wonder what 100 strands would achieve." He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming. "Innate energy, refine, boom." The entire princess's residence trembled. Even the spiritual energy surrounding Chang'an City surged forth in a frenzy, ultimately converging silently into Zhu Wujie's body. His cultivation soared in response. Soon, he reached the pinnacle of the early Golden Core stage. The early stage reached its zenith, and when there was no further to ascend, the excess would overflow. His internal spiritual energy rapidly coalesced, condensing and expanding. Suddenly, a golden Dan pill, as large as a walnut, began to hover within his dantians. The aura of the golden Dan pill radiated outward. Boom. It felt as though a city wall had been shattered, or a certain barrier had been breached. He forcefully surged into the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Theoretically, the strength of the middle stage of the Golden Core realm was sufficient to rival the mid-level of the first-rank celestial phenomenon in this world. Under 20, in the mid-level of celestial phenomenon, an unprecedented feat, never before seen on the continent. Moreover, with the innate energy expended, Zhu Wujie seemed to have exhausted his means, yet, a glimmer sparked in his eyes. He still possessed a wisp of purine celestial energy to refine him. Immediately, the purine celestial energy surged into him, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. The force of breaking through surged forth like a tidal wave, swiftly shattering the threshold of the late golden core stage. He ferociously charged into the late stage. At this moment, every gesture of Zhu Wujie exuded the strength to topple mountains. The power felt limitless and unending, but eventually, the momentum gradually subsided, slowly receding. Thud! It was as if he had collided with an impenetrable wall, solid as rock, towering and boundless. It was the bottleneck of the nascent soul stage. His breakthrough momentum was forcibly suppressed. Zhu Wujie slowly opened his eyes, revealing a look of bewilderment. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished. He had reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, a mere step away from the nascent soul realm. This realm is also referred to in this world as the pinnacle of the first-rank celestial phenomenon. He was utterly stunned. Has this young master become an ancestor? In this world, any being of the first rank is undeniably an ancestral figure. In the entire Tang Kingdom, there are barely a handful of first-rank grandmasters, yet, Zhu Wujie had silently ascended to the pinnacle of the celestial phenomenon. To speak of it would surely cause a stir, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Ding! Instantly, the entire city of Chang'an was roused by the sound of a bell. Everyone looked up in astonishment, revealing expressions of shock. Some could hardly believe it. Has the celestial phenomenon bell rung? The celestial phenomenon bell, as the name suggests, only sounds when a cultivator reaches the celestial phenomenon stage and senses a new aura. Under the influence of the merit monument, Zhu Wujie was only recognized by this celestial phenomenon bell after reaching the pinnacle of the celestial phenomenon. At the same time, this bell roused the dawn populace of the Tang Kingdom and astonished countless ancient beings throughout the realm. They emerged from their long-sealed chambers, gazing toward Chang'an. Some with blazing eyes declared, after 20 years, someone has once again ascended to the first-rank celestial phenomenon in Chang'an. In the Ming Kingdom, the founding ancestor Zhu Li looked up in shock. How is this possible? His expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, immediately issue an edict to summon all cabinet ministers for a meeting. No, I shall go to the cabinet myself. In Wei capital, the Wei emperor, infuriated, commanded. Summon the minister of war to see me at once. Additionally, go to the ancestral land and invite the two esteemed offerings, Wei Zhuang and Gun Ye, to discuss state affairs. Not only the Ming and Wei kingdoms, but also the Qin capital and Xianyang, the Song kingdom, and the Jin kingdom all exhibited signs of panic. Yet within Chang'an, there was a profound silence. Behind closed doors, however, currents of intrigue surged. With a creak, Zhu Wujie, having secluded himself for several months, pushed open the hall doors and stretched lazily. Yet, upon opening his eyes, he was left speechless. Chapter 14. The king dies for his country. The prince guards the gates. Our emperor of the Ming dynasty shall die wrapped in horsehide. Sweet Potato. Before the palace gate knelt a maid, his accompanying servant, Sweet Potato. In a state of panic, Sweet Potato exclaimed, "Young master, news has arrived from Yanjing that the Chen family is plotting treason. They have captured the crown prince and the crown princess and are forcing his majesty to abdicate. Please hurry back to the capital." Zhu Wujie's expression shifted dramatically. What? Just as he was about to hasten away, he abruptly halted. Turning resolutely, he declared in a deep voice, "Prepare the horses. I must go to the palace to pay my respects to my father-in-law." Within the palace, in the lotus pond of the rear garden, Emperor Tang stood proudly beside the jade railing, contemplating the intelligence report in his hand. He pondered, Li Shizhen, how could this be possible? After a moment's consideration, Gao Lishur respectfully replied, "It seems that the martial god sect intends to make a change. Every nation harbors the shadow of a cultivation sect, and Tang is no exception." While Emperor Tang appeared to be inquiring about the Ming state, he was, in fact, concerned about the formidable power lurking behind Tang. A soft patter of footsteps approached, and a young eunuch in azure robes whispered, "Your Majesty, Prince Zhu Wujie seeks an audience." The emperor folded the report and, without turning, commanded, "Admit him." Upon entering the hall, Zhu Wujie got straight to the point. "Father-in-law, may I borrow 3,000 soldiers?" The emperor, seemingly prepared for this, turned with a smile and inquired, "Oh? What will you offer in exchange?" Clearly, he had already surmised that Zhu Wujie was not to be underestimated, yet he remained unaware that the one who had just alarmed the heavens was indeed this son-in-law of the Ming state. Zhu Wujie, with no time for contemplation, replied earnestly, "I can assist your majesty in achieving your desires." The emperor paused, momentarily stunned, but then shook his head in disappointment, unwilling to say more. He evidently believed Zhu Wujie was speaking recklessly. However, Zhu Wujie was determined to astonish him further, boldly proclaiming, "To be candid, the Xuandu Temple is already within my grasp. With your Majesty's command, the Taoist sect of the Tang state can change hands in an instant." With that, he suddenly knelt, exclaiming, "I am at your Majesty's service." At these words, Gao Lishur tensed as if facing a formidable foe, standing alert by the emperor's side, his gaze intense. Meanwhile, the emperor's expression shifted to one of astonishment and delight. Is this truly the case? Understanding that it was time to reveal a portion of his strength to gain the emperor's trust, Zhu Wujie dispersed his cultivation and flicked his fingers. In an instant, blossoms erupted in the lotus pond, and water droplets formed into strands. Soon, the strands wove into a net, rapidly descending upon a pile of artificial rocks. With a resounding crack, the rocks were shattered into fragments, scattering in all directions. Gao Lishur's eyes widened as he quietly remarked, "To strike down foes within a mere inch truly reflects the realm of a third-grade diamond." Zhu Wujie revealed his power for the first time, having emerged as a third grade. He had preserved 99% of his strength. The emperor, endowed with the fortune of the nation and possessing exceptional insight, had long suspected Zhu Wujie was concealing his abilities. Upon witnessing this display, a relieved smile broke across his face. Indeed, a third-grade diamond. He laughed heartily. "Excellent, excellent. Truly worthy of being my son-in-law." He waved his hand, commanding, "Issue an edict to the Xuanjia army, instructing Princess Liu to escort the prince back to his homeland immediately to quell the rebellion and rescue his mother." Turning to Gao Lishur, he added with a smile, "De bien, let your men accompany him as well." Gao Lishur promptly bowed. In this land, no one is exempt from the emperor's protection. "Everyone in the Tang state is your Majesty's subject." Ha! As the silver vase shatters, water splashes forth, and the iron cavalry emerges with blades drawn out. On the second day of the second month, the dragon raises its head. Outside the capital of the Tang state, 5,000 Xuanjia soldiers stood ready, all donned in armor and wielding halberds. Before the 5 battalions stood a commanding figure, a young general clad in white robes, Princess Liu of the Tang state, who had wed Zhu Wujie. Her status was exalted, her power formidable, and her prowess remarkable, compounded by her potential for chaos. The city gates swung wide as a dozen light cavalrymen galloped in. At the forefront was a figure with a handsome visage, adorned with a golden lotus crown and draped in a dark cloak that billowed in the wind. Upon reaching the army's formation, he reined in his horse and called out several times. Had it not been for the concealment of his second-grade cultivation, anyone would have praised him as a hero of the age. Yet, in the eyes of this esteemed princess, the so-called charming and dashing demeanor was but a facade, leaving only the superficial charm to this man, who could barely be deemed more than a decorative pillow. The figure was Zhu Wujie. He exaggeratedly proclaimed, "Wife, wife, I have arrived." Liu cast him a cold glance and replied, "Then let us depart." Zhu Wujie, overwhelmed with emotion, wept profusely, his voice choked with sincerity. "Wife, I never imagined you would personally lead troops to rescue my parents. They will surely thank you in the afterlife." Liu's expression darkened as she scolded, "Close your ravenous mouth, they are not dead yet. Do you take pleasure in wishing them ill?" Zhu Wujie was taken aback, his smile fading, replaced by a newfound sincerity and gratitude. This wife, though cold and distant, not sharing intimate moments with him and even living apart, was still not overly harsh. After all, who could blame him for being a well-known castrated man? A soft laughter echoed beside him. "Your Highness, the Emperor has decreed that this mission shall be led by the prince, and I hope you will not make things difficult for the servants." Gao Lishur, after much contemplation, decided to summon this formidable figure to protect Liu. Zhu Wujie understood that this was to ensure her safety and to return the Xuanjia army to the Tang state unscathed. However, in Liu's eyes, it appeared as though Zhu Wujie was vying for favor, seeking to manipulate her father and deceive Gao Lishur and the Xuanjia army into aiding him in his battles. This man, his intentions were treacherous. Indeed, Liu's chest heaved with emotion as she forced a smile at Gao Lishur, saying, "De bien, rest assured, I will adapt to any situation." With a fierce glare directed at Zhu Wujie, she commanded, "All troops, march out." Boom! The 5,000 Xuanjia soldiers, still as a maiden, surged forth like thunder. In an instant, the warhorses neighed, and dust swirled, resembling a dragon rising from the earth, stirring up tumultuous sands. At that moment, the Xuanjia army was unleashed, and the city of Chang'an trembled with unrest. The journey took merely 10 days, and their return was swift. The army advanced fervently northward, penetrating deep into the heart of the Ming state. Wherever the Xuanjia army went, the rebels fled in fear, surrendering in droves. Within just 5 days, they arrived beneath the walls of Yanjing, the capital of the Ming. On this day, the loyal royal armies from various regions had yet to arrive, allowing the rebels to seize the palace and take the crown prince Xu Qi and his wife hostage. Yet, the figure of the founding ancestor was nowhere to be seen. Upon the towering city walls, Elder Chen had cast aside his usual obsequiousness, now exuding an air of confidence. He held Zhu Qi captive, bellowing to the Xuanjia army below, "Zhu family's young one, your parents' lives hang in the balance, those who surrender shall not be harmed." The once plump and disheveled Zhu Qi stood in a daze. Upon seeing Zhu Wujie leading the Tang's heavy cavalry to rescue him, he burst into tears, followed by a joyous laugh. "Oh, my son has come, I am immensely gratified. Today, I shall pass the throne to you. Henceforth, you shall be the new emperor of the Ming. The king dies for his country, the prince guards the gates. Our emperor of the Ming shall die wrapped in horsehide, fighting fiercely on the battlefield." How could he allow the rebels to humiliate him? As soon as the words left his mouth, he leaped forward, his body twisting as he plunged downward. Thud, his head struck the ground, blood splattering in all directions. In an instant, the scene fell into a dead silence. On the city gate tower, Elder Chen seethed with rage. "Shu the old thief, your death is insufficient, you deserve to be torn apart, 1,000 cuts." Shu Wujie stood frozen, utterly stunned, unable to move from his spot. Chapter 15 The Celestial Blade, Slaughtering Dogs. On the city gate tower, the Elder Chen was in a state of extreme agitation. "Old thief Shu, your death is insufficiently regrettable, you deserve to be torn asunder, subjected to 1,000 cuts and a myriad of tortures." Shu Wujie stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. On his way here, Gao Lishir had informed him of the news that the founding ancestor Zhu Li had fallen in battle against the canine barbarians. It was only when the Xuanjia army was on the brink of Yanjing city that Li Yu received intelligence indicating that after the death of the founding ancestor, the crown prince Xu Qiliang ascended the throne. Unexpectedly, the Chen clan suddenly rebelled, seizing military power and coercing the court officials to compel Xu Qiliang to abdicate. When Xu Qiliang refused, he was imprisoned. The new empress, Zhang, unwilling to be captured and humiliated, chose to hang herself. At that moment, witnessing the brave and patriotic sacrifice of the new emperor of the Ming nation, Zhu Qiliang, Zhu Wujie could not help but laugh, a sorrowful laugh. His form gradually began to rise. As Li Yu's eyes widened in shock and Gao Lishir maintained a solemn demeanor, the 5,000 Xuanzhou soldiers stood astounded. Zhu Wujie hovered in midair, a tremendous aura erupting forth. In this instant, he finally ceased to conceal himself, revealing his full cultivation. His power was akin to the pinnacle of the first-rank celestial phenomenon realm, utterly laid bare for all to see. The crowd gasped in astonishment, a cacophony of exclamations rising. Gao Lishir lowered his gaze, muttering to himself, "This youth has hidden his talents for many years. When he finally speaks, he astonishes the world. His first appearance in the world is at the first-rank celestial phenomenon realm. Truly, he is the Qilin of the Ming nation." Beside him, Li Yu was left speechless, her expression a mixture of shock and confusion. "He possesses cultivation," she mused. "And it surpasses that of the world's elite? Even stronger than I?" The silhouette of his majestic form began to merge with the proud figure in her mind, becoming one. It turned out that this man, whom she had long overlooked, humiliated, and treated with disdain, was indeed an extraordinary master. Moreover, he was the very savior whom Li Yu had yearned for in her heart. Concealing his prowess for so long did not imply that Zhu Wujie was merciful. When he bared his fangs, the entirety of the Ming nation would tremble under his wrath. He suddenly turned his gaze, fixing his stare upon the individuals atop the city wall. They retreated in unison, panic-stricken, shouting frantically. "Conspiring to rebel, usurping power, you all deserve death 1,000 times over. Regicide and treason, your entire clans shall be executed, rise." As his voice fell, all the blades, spears, swords, and halberds of the soldiers in the realm levitated into the air. Sword tips aimed at men, long spears pointed at men, great halberds thrust towards men, they all surged towards the traitors. Zhu Wujie's overwhelming aura surged forth as he bellowed a fall. Instantly, chaos ensued, and screams of anguish echoed throughout the Ming capital. With a resounding crash, under the might of Zhu Wujie's first-rank power, the towering castle walls crumbled. All the traitors met their demise, their heads pierced by swords, a sight that could shatter one's heart and chill the bones. Yet, none of this quelled Zhu Wujie's fury. Witnessing Zhu Qiliang's tragic death on the spot, the slaughter of all traitors within Yanjing city could not assuage his wrath. The Ming monarch, the innocent people, must be spared. With each step, he claimed 10 lives, leaving no trace behind. As Zhu Wujie rampaged through the city, a sigh echoed within. Zhu Wujie turned abruptly, his tone indifferent. "Who are you?" The figure clad in a dark Taoist robe stood with hands clasped behind him, speaking lightly. "I am Xianyi of the martial god sect." A cruel smile crept onto Zhu Wujie's lips. "A mere second-rank novice dares to issue commands before me?" With a flicker of his form, he vanished in an ethereal step. Simultaneously, a chilling voice suddenly rang in Xianyi's ear. "Celestial blade, slaughter the dogs." In an instant, a flash of blade light descended like a comet. Xianyi's countenance changed drastically as he roared, "You dare!" "I am puffed eye in the blink of an eye." His head rolled to the ground. A mere second rank could not withstand a single strike from Zhu Wujie. The first rank celestial phenomenon realm was indeed formidable. All the onlookers gasped in unison. Liu's exquisite eyes reflected a complex mix of admiration, fervor, grievance, and a hint of pride. This man, who had slain a second-rank opponent, was her partner. Although they had yet to share a bed, the implications were undeniable. You must think carefully. Can you bear the consequences of opposing my martial god sect? Someone shouted hoarsely. Zhu Wujie shot a cold glance. The martial god sect, is it? Rest assured, once my cultivation is complete, I will personally ascend Xintian Peak to demand accountability. He enunciated each word. I shall eradicate every last one of your martial god sect. The face of the man beside him turned pale, ready to issue threats and warnings. Zhu Wujie swept a dismissive glance and promptly beheaded him. A third-rank insect dares to speak recklessly, utterly deluded. Thus, within a mere 2 hours, Zhu Wujie annihilated 17 third-rank and 6 second-rank masters, including a long-standing ancient figure nearing the pinnacle of second rank. In the end, all the traitors were eradicated. In the Imperial Palace, Tai Chi Hall, Zhu Wujie, bloodied, strode in slowly. Thud. One by one, civil and military officials knelt, bowing their heads. Their voices trembled. We pay homage to your majesty. Minister of Revenue, Yu Qian, pays respects to the new emperor. Minister of Rights, Zhang Yi, greets your majesty. Junior Minister of Personnel, Xia Song, pays homage to the new emperor. Minister Wang Yangming. One after another, officials of the capital knelt and bowed to the new emperor. Ultimately, only a group of old and steadfast senior officials stood by, watching coldly. Beside them stood a figure clad in a bright yellow dragon robe, none other than the new emperor Zhu Xi, whom they had supported. They claimed to follow the last wishes of the founding ancestor, honoring him as the new emperor. However, when they presented the edict, Zhu Wujie, with a single stroke of his blade, cleaved the document in two. The old officials changed color. One elder, his gaze cold, stepped forward and reprimanded sharply. I am Yensong, a counselor of the imperial decree. The founding ancestor's last wishes for the crown prince Zhu Xi to be emperor. Do you intend to defy the ancestral will and usurp the throne? Elder Lu Baiwan, also a trustee of the founding ancestor's legacy, added, Fifth Prince, you truly intend to defy the founding ancestor's decree and usurp the throne? Zhu Xi then smiled coldly. My dear nephew, you have arrived too late. A chorus of condemnation and reprimands arose, as if to cast Zhu Wujie into the ranks of treasonous rebels. Zhu Wujie let out a cold laugh. Had it not been for the fact that many of those he had slain were their confidants, he might have almost believed in their so-called loyalty. Zhu Wujie bellowed, Silence, all of you. His voice, imbued with power, instantly silenced everyone. These individuals had not witnessed the battlefield and were unaware of Zhu Wujie's recent display of might, still believing him to be merely a hired thug. Some cast surreptitious glances at the two figures flanking Zhu Wujie, Gao Lishir and Princess Liu of the Tang dynasty. Some, filled with indignation, thought Zhu Wujie was merely exploiting the situation, using them as a faude of power. Zhu Wujie paid no heed to Zhu Xi and the others, striding directly towards the dragon throne, standing proudly atop the platform. He turned abruptly, his gaze bore down on Zhu Xi's second uncle. Tell me, who were the participants in this rebellion? Zhu Xi remained silent. Zhu Wujie immediately raised his hand and struck. Puff, blood sprayed forth as Zhu Xi fell to the ground, clutching his severed arm, howling, Shen Gulao, Lu Baiwan, and Yensong. The hall erupted in uproar and disbelief. Chapter 16 A Suppression of Rebellion, Surrender to the Virtuous Brother. They were utterly unprepared for the fact that the valiant and resolute Lord of Han would display such a cowardly fear of death. Some voices thundered with righteous indignation, condemning Zhu Wujie for regicide, while others scrambled in panic, desperate to escape the blood-stained Tai Chi Hall. Lu Baiwan and Yensong, among others, turned ashen, their faces resembling sheets of gold paper. The emperor's severed arm and physical mutilation signified he was no longer worthy of inheriting the imperial throne. What chilled their hearts further was Zhu Xi's complete lack of hesitation in betraying them. Lu Baiwan closed his eyes in despair. This child is unworthy of counsel. Yensong bellowed in fury, useless, like mud unable to support a wall. I must have been blind to have supported your rise. The hall erupted into chaos, filled with relentless curses. Zhu Wujie waved his hand. Take them out and execute them publicly. Xia Song let out a sinister chuckle as he dragged the limp Yensong outside. Yu Qian summoned two embroidered-clad guards, who apprehended Lu Baiwan and the others. The sound of piercing screams abruptly ceased, leaving everyone drenched in cold sweat, but this was not the end. Zhu Wujie's gaze roamed, landing on one of the embroidered guards. What is your name? The man hurriedly knelt and replied solemnly, I am Xin Lian, a humble embroidered guard. I pay my respects to your majesty. The news of the late Emperor Zhu Xi's abdication had spread throughout Yanjing. Zhu Wujie nodded and inquired, according to the laws of the Ming dynasty, what is the punishment for treason and usurpation? Xin Lian raised his head and answered loudly, according to our Ming laws, treason and usurpation warrant the execution of the 9 familial lines. All present trembled in fear, as silence enveloped the hall. Xu Wujie, with an impassive expression, added, and add to that a regicide, annihilate the 10 familial lines. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, I entrust this matter to you, can you handle it? Xinlian, brimming with excitement, straightened his chest and responded loudly, I am willing to brave fire and water for your majesty, not shying away from 1,000 deaths. Go then. As you command. Xu Wujie then asked, who else is willing to pledge loyalty to the Ming? The civil and military officials wavered, indecisive. Just then, with a thud, an elderly eunuch knelt, Yu Chengyan is willing to serve at your highness's side. Xu Wujie recognized him and his expression softened, there is no need for such formality, Uncle Yu, please rise. The influence of the eunuchs in the Ming court was not to be underestimated, and as a messenger for the late emperor, Yu Chengyan undoubtedly held considerable stature. Indeed, Yu Chengyan smiled ingratiatingly, Your Majesty, before the master departed, he entrusted the Guardian Dragon Villa to me, though its members are a mix of good and bad, they are all devotedly loyal. Xu Wujie's demeanor shifted, and he nodded, if Yu Dabin is trustworthy, then they are indeed of the Xu family. Bring them forth, I wish to see them. Yu Chengyan gratefully complied, calling forth several individuals and introducing them to Xu Wujie, Your Majesty, these are the Grand Protector Duan Tianya, the Second Protector Gui Haidao, the Third Protector Shangguan Haitang, and the Fourth Protector Qin Shifei from the Guardian Dragon Villa. Come, Tianya, step forward to pay your respects to His Highness. The four stepped forward and solemnly bowed, we pay our respects to Your Majesty. Xu Wujie laughed heartily, excellent, all loyal ministers of the Ming. Surveying the group, he noted Duan Tianya's lean frame and solemn countenance, exuding the demeanor of a great general, resonating with an aura of swordsmanship. Gui Haidao stood holding his sword, his expression indifferent, maintaining a distance from the others, clearly possessing a solitary nature yet regarding Yu Chengyan with reverence. Shangguan Haitang, uniquely among them as a woman, stood alongside the three, indicating her exceptional capabilities. As for Qin Shifei, he radiated an aura of wickedness. However, Xu Wujie's discerning gaze had already unraveled this man's secrets. He had mastered a body refinement technique, rendering him as sturdy as bronze and iron, impervious to harm. Though the four were of only 4th-tier strength, their combined might was sufficient to slay a 3rd-tier minor master. The Ming dynasty was indeed a realm teeming with hidden talents. After a moment's contemplation, Xu Wujie slowly proclaimed, from this day forth, the Guardian Dragon Villa shall be renamed the Guardian Dragon Guard, divided into 4 major divisions. Tianya as the Heavenly Guard, Ido as the Earthly Guard, Shangguan Haitang as the Mysterious Guard, and Shifei as the Yellow Guard. Each of these 4 guards shall hold the same rank as the commanders of the Embroidered Guards, positioned at the 6th tier, endowed with the rights to apprehend, investigate, and interrogate, with the authority to scrutinize officials below the 5th tier. Upon hearing this, the civil and military officials turned pale, their unrest palpable. The emergence of the Guardian Guard alongside the Embroidered Guards had significantly bolstered Xu Wujie's power, enhancing his control over the Ming dynasty. Of the four, brimming with excitement, bowed deeply in gratitude. Xu Wujie, with a cold smile, waved his hand, go forth and demonstrate your true capabilities, let no participant in the rebellion escape, I will ensure the Embroidered Guards cooperate with you. Yes. Within half a day's time, the rebellion was quelled. Xu Wujie unleashed a bloody onslaught. All involved in the insurrection were executed, and the officials and their families were consigned to the Ministry of Education. The male offenders were all executed by the wheel. The rebel leaders faced the annihilation of their 3 familial lines, while the soldiers were subjected to slow slicing. All martial sects associated with the martial god sect were razed to the ground by the Xuanjia army. The death toll exceeded 10,000. Outside Yanjing, rivers of blood flowed. Even the tardy royal forces were reprimanded and demoted. Notably, the last 3 princes were stripped of their titles by Xu Wujie for their failure to protect the nation, being complicit in allowing the rebels to run rampant. Moreover, a certain prince of Gaoyang, who held territory in Yunnan, audaciously challenged Xu Wujie, questioning the legitimacy of the late emperor's abdication, only to be executed publicly by Xu Wujie. Finally, Xu Wujie's gaze fell upon the trembling Zhu Xi, as he spoke each word with deliberate weight, to disobey the royal decree, to disregard kinship, and to sit idly by while the rebels ravaged Yanjing, even questioning the late emperor's final wishes, attempting to rally the elder statesman in conspiracy against the throne. Such acts of treachery cannot be tolerated in the Ming. Therefore, Lord Han, I shall grant your wish. With a sweeping gesture, he called out, where are the Embroidered Guards? Execute the family and obliterate the clan. The ambitious Xinlian promptly entered the hall, respectfully proclaiming, 30,000 Embroidered Guards await your Majesty's orders. Xu Wujie descended step by step from the Crimson Throne, causing Zhu Xi to retreat repeatedly. Xu Wujie, without a glance, coldly commanded, drag this scoundrel out and execute him publicly. The courtiers gasped in shock, their faces paling as Zhu Xi was a member of the royal family. Indeed, he was Xu Wujie's own uncle. Could the new emperor Zhu Wujie truly bear the infamy of fratricide? Blinded by rage, Zhu Wujie was indifferent to such concerns. You dare? Zhu Shi's eyes bulged as he roared, "You insolent child, I am your uncle. If you dare to kill me, your grandfather and father in the afterlife will never spare you." He shouted, "You little brat, you really dare to kill me? Ha ha ha, brother, do you see? Your good son is about to commit regicide today, ha ha, you truly raised a fine son." Zhu Wujie shot a cold glance at Xin Lian. "What are you waiting for?" Some courtiers attempted to restrain Xin Lian, while others exchanged furtive glances. However, Xin Lian, having risen from humble beginnings to the position of deputy commander of the embroidered guards thanks to Zhu Wujie's favor, was unwaveringly loyal. He resolutely pushed aside those who obstructed him, commanding, in accordance with His Majesty's decree, drag this treacherous minister out and behead him. Realizing Zhu Wujie's determination, Zhu Shi's countenance shifted drastically as he unleashed a torrent of curses. Yet ultimately, the executioner's blade fell, the curses ceased abruptly. A prince of the Zhu family met his end at the hands of his own kin. Meanwhile, Zhu Yunwen, who had been observing, was left utterly stunned, his expression dazed and spirit drained, as if possessed. He mumbled incoherently, clearly having lost his sanity. After the rebellion was quelled, affairs in Yanjing were promptly set in order. However, the imperial throne of the Ming was handed to another Zhu family member, Zhu Zhanji. The 17-year-old Zhu Zhanji appeared bewildered, repeatedly shaking his head. "Fifth brother, I do not want this throne." Though he had amassed considerable power and even held some military authority, he could not shake Zhu Wujie's absolute dominance. Zhu Wujie surveyed the room calmly. "Take it, it is yours." He paused, adding with a soft tone, "Moreover, this throne was always meant for you." Zhu Zhanji hesitated further, but upon seeing the resoluteness in Zhu Wujie's eyes, he gradually understood. Zhu Wujie smiled serenely. "Eldest brother is the legitimate heir, and the new emperor must be you. As for me, I am devoted to the path of transcendence, seeking the ethereal Tao and wishing to remain untainted by worldly strife." Zhu Zhanji, touched, clasped Zhu Wujie's hand. Little 5. Zhu Wujie waved his hand. "The matter of the rebellion ends here. You may now pay your respects to the new emperor." The courtiers bowed deeply. "We pay our respects to the new emperor." Following a hasty coronation ceremony, Zhu Zhanji, in his capacity as the new emperor, accompanied Zhu Wujie to enter the late emperor Zhu Ji and Zhangshi in the imperial mausoleum. Zhu Zhanji wept. "Ever since grandfather raised his banner, my parents have not known a day of peace. I once thought that after overthrowing Jiangwen, we could enjoy tranquility, but who would have expected such a calamity, preventing them from enjoying their twilight years?" Zhu Wujie remained silent. In this moment, he finally comprehended why Zhu Mu, Lady Li, was so resolute in sending him to Tang for a marriage alliance. She had long foreseen this calamity, fully aware of the immense threat posed by the martial god sect. If it were merely the Chen family, they need not worry, but with the martial god sect involved, they had to leave a contingency plan, and he, Zhu Wujie, was that very contingency. He instructed Zhu Zhanji to return and reassure the court while he remained behind. Once everyone departed, Zhu Wujie's lips curled into a bitter smile. "Mother, why must you be so foolish? Little 5 has returned, why seek to end your own life?" He poured out several cups of wine and turned to leave. Zhu Mu, Lady Li, was the one who had truly made him feel warmth. Chapter 17. The Xuanjia Army Salutation. The newly appointed national master of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Wujie, outside the city of Yanjing, the Xuanjia army stood solemnly in formation. The civil and military ministers of the Ming dynasty emerged from the city to respectfully see Zhu Wujie return to the Tang kingdom. Holding Zhu Zhanji's hand, Zhu Wujie spoke softly. "This is where you should stop." Zhu Zhanji, with a reluctant expression, implored, "Fifth brother, are you truly not staying in Yanjing?" Zhu Wujie smiled lightly, surveying the surroundings before replying with a half-smile, "If I remain, they will find it difficult to rest." The ministers chuckled awkwardly, and Zhu Zhanji felt a flush rise to his cheeks. After a pause, Zhu Wujie's gaze fell upon the last minister, Xin Lian, and he gently said, "Elder brother, this man has offended many at my behest, I hope you can spare him." A shadow seemed to flit across Zhu Zhanji's heart, but it quickly dissipated. With a soft sigh, he assured, "Rest assured, as long as I live, I will ensure he has no worries for the rest of his life." Zhu Wujie smiled with relief. "Then I shall feel at ease." Without any lingering attachment, he turned and departed. The 5,000 Xuanjia soldiers erupted into a thunderous cheer. "Xuanjia army salutes His Highness." After casting a deep glance at Princess Liu, Zhu Wujie nodded slightly to the Xuanjia army. "Thank you all for your hard work." Though his voice was soft, it resonated far and wide, akin to the sound of thunder, commanding great authority. The air crackled with power, demonstrating his first-rate prowess without reservation. At that moment, the new emperor Zhu Zhanji declared loudly, "We bid farewell to the national master." The civil and military ministers, stirred by the moment, bowed and echoed the farewell. Xu Wujie moved but did not turn back, tacitly acknowledging their sentiment. Thus, Xu Wujie, the national master of the Ming dynasty and the prince consort of the Tang kingdom, bore the weight of a burgeoning power and authority. Note: the host has completed the national salvation mission and has been bestowed with the top-tier defensive artifact, the Wind and Thunder Wings, capable of speed comparable to the nascent Soul Stage. He also received the supreme offensive artifact, the Golden Bamboobi Cloud Sword, a complete set of flying swords capable of slaying land deities. Additionally, he was gifted a top-grade Heavenly Spirit item, a petal from the 12th grade Golden Lotus, which can enhance the success rate of breaking through by 30%. Xu Wujie exhaled slowly, his eyes gleaming with determination. With this Golden Lotus in hand, his position among land deities was secure. As the Xuanjia army returned home, they cleared remnants of rebel forces along the way, also taking the opportunity to attack Gua, while simultaneously uprooting the Tang kingdom's sectarian influences. Urgent dispatches flew towards Chang'an like snowflakes. Within the imperial palace, the previously returned Gao Lishir was reporting the situation in the Ming dynasty to the Tang emperor, detailing everything meticulously without reservation. Along the way, the bonfire blazed brightly, illuminating Xu Wujie's handsome visage, enhancing his heroic demeanor. The Xuanjia army had long settled down, and apart from the sound of patrolling footsteps, the camp was eerily silent. Liu brushed aside a strand of hair, her gaze fixated on the flickering flames as she asked in a serious tone, "Why did you deceive me?" Xu Wujie was taken aback. "What?" Liu, grinding her teeth, glared fiercely at Xu Wujie. "Why did you deceive me? Clearly, it was you who saved me. Why didn't you tell me?" Xu Wujie shrugged. "You never asked." After a moment of silence, Liu's cheeks flushed as she murmured, "So, that means you're is fine?" Xu Wujie chuckled softly. Liu shot him a glare, her voice laced with irritation. "You take great pride in keeping everyone in the dark, don't you?" Xu Wujie reclined back, resting on the grass, and replied leisurely, "Those who understand me worry for my heart. Those who do not know me question my desires." Liu tilted her head, adopting a playful demeanor. "So what is it that you truly seek?" Xu Wujie fell silent for a moment. Possessing a merit point leaderboard, a celestial slaying flying knife, and numerous opportunities, he was hardly concerned with the trivialities of worldly fame and fortune. He spoke softly, "My aspirations lie beyond the mortal realm. The honor and disgrace of this world are but fleeting shadows, ephemeral and transient." His gaze intensified, his words resonating with conviction. "What I pursue is immortality, everlasting life, eternal existence. As time flows, I shall share the same lifespan as the heavens. Regardless of how the world changes, I shall remain undying and indestructible." Liu gazed at Xu Wujie's striking profile, momentarily entranced. Her lips curled slightly, but soon her expression transformed into one of awe and admiration. He was indeed magnificent, unique and unparalleled. "May I ask a favor of you?" After a brief silence, Liu's cheeks flushed with the hue of dusk, her voice barely above a whisper. Xu Wujie hesitated. "Here?" Liu shot him a look. "Do you think this is a joke?" She spoke earnestly. "Since you are a top-tier master, could you assist my father in eliminating a great threat?" Xu Wujie replied nonchalantly, "You need not mention it. I have already made my rounds to the martial god sect and the Xuandu temple." 2 days later, on the way back. "Your Highness, someone is blocking the road." During their discussion, a soldier suddenly reported. Liu raised an eyebrow. "You need to ask me about such trivial matters. What are you all doing?" The soldier looked awkward. "Your Highness, he claims to be sent by the Ming dynasty's eunuch Feng Bao, wishing to meet the prince consort." Xu Wujie's heart stirred. It was him. Feng Bao was the personal eunuch of the late Emperor Zhu Ji, and after the rebellion, he had vanished without a trace. Xu Wujie had thought he had fallen victim to the treacherous regime. "Bring him here." Moments later, a ragged old eunuch approached, trembling. Upon seeing Xu Wujie, he fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "Fifth Prince, I finally see you." Xu Wujie, moved by the sight, helped the old eunuch to his feet. "Feng Dabin, it's good to see you safe." Hearing this, the old man wept bitterly. "It was my failure to protect the master. I am useless." Xu Wujie did not stop him but offered gentle words of comfort. After a long while, Feng Bao finally ceased his weeping. He took out a brocade box from his robe and carefully handed it to Xu Wujie. "Your Highness, this is a divine object that the master instructed me to deliver to you before his departure." Xu Wujie opened the box to reveal a resplendent imperial seal, intricately carved with entwined dragons, exuding an air of majesty and mystery. The base bore the ancient inscription, "Commanded by heaven, may longevity and prosperity prevail." The Emperor's seal, the exclusive emblem of the Ming dynasty emperors throughout the ages, along with it was a will, indicating the intention to pass the throne to the fifth prince, Xu Wujie. The author of the will was none other than the founding emperor Zhu. He had directly bequeathed the throne to Zhu Wujie. Zhu Wujie fell into silence, perhaps from the moment of his marriage. That emperor had been plotting in secret. Unfortunately, the martial god sect had become overwhelmingly powerful, sweeping through the Ming dynasty with a force that caught the founding emperor off guard. Beside him, Li Yu's almond eyes sparkled as she softly remarked, "It is indeed the Ming imperial seal." Zhu Wujie turned to the old eunuch Feng Bao and said softly, "Feng Dabin, you have worked hard. Zhu Wujie thanks you on behalf of the Zhu family." Feng Bao replied with a smile, "Why does the young master say this? Am I not a member of the Zhu family?" Upon saying this, he appeared relieved, his spirit evidently rejuvenated. Zhu Wujie smiled, "Of course." He sighed inwardly, realizing the toll of the war had nearly claimed this man's life. He had clung to life merely to deliver the imperial seal and the founding emperor's will. "Feng Dabin, do you have any last wishes?" Feng Bao hesitated for a moment before candidly stating, "I have taken in a few adopted sons. If it pleases you, your highness, please provide them with a meal." Zhu Wujie nodded gently, glancing at Li Yu. She immediately instructed the nearby soldiers, "Go see if there are others outside. Bring them all in." The soldiers hurried off and soon returned with 3 individuals. Feng Bao pointed to a fisherman among them. "This is Gao Qiqiang, once the son of a fisherman. I took him in when he was young, recognizing his intelligence. He excels in dealing with all manner of people. This is Wang Yan, quite cultured. Your highness can keep him by your side for casual company. And this is Chao Huachun, a loyal and diligent man. You need only treat him as a servant, no need for pity." Zhu Wujie looked each of them over and spoke gently to Feng Bao, "I have noted them." Feng Bao's expression relaxed, and he sternly addressed the 3, "Remember, from now on, the 5th prince is your new master. Serve him as you would have served the late emperor. Should you betray him, I will ensure you face consequences in the afterlife." The 3 knelt before Feng Bao, weeping bitterly. Zhu Wujie could see that Feng Bao genuinely cared for them, and their gratitude was heartfelt. True-hearted individuals, no doubt, possessed good character. After a quarter of an hour, Feng Bao's murmuring and stern admonitions faded as he closed his eyes for the final time. Zhu Wujie paused briefly to bury him in a place of excellent feng shui before continuing on his journey home. In the Tang Kingdom, Chang'an City, the imperial guards were fully mobilized, banners fluttering in the wind. The clashing of armor rang out with vigor. The valiant General Li Jing of the loyal and brave Marquis, alongside the great generals Qin Xiong and Wei Qi Jingda, gathered to escort a venerable elder to the city gates. They exchanged low voices, occasionally shedding tears, only to comfort each other with hearty laughter. A few hundred meters behind, a group of young men stood in stark contrast, heads bowed in silence, evidently having been sternly reprimanded by the older generals. Nearby, the loudmouthed elder Chang was scolding a young cavalry officer, "You rascal, I told you to stay away from trouble, to respect your elders, and yet here you are, acting recklessly. Let me teach you a lesson." The young man, unfazed, sat on the ground defiantly. "But I'm your offspring. If I'm a rascal, what does that make you?" Suddenly, the sound of uproarious laughter erupted from a distance. Elder Chang became furious. "You little brat, do you think I dare to discipline you?" He raised his hand to strike. Enough, Elder Chang, come here, the princess and the prince consort have arrived." Outside the city, Wei Qi Jingda called out, prompting Elder Chang to hurry over. The young soldier, seizing the opportunity, sprang to his feet and kicked his companions. "Li Laosan, you were laughing the loudest just now, I heard you." Li Laosan, in his early 20s, was the youngest son of the military god Li Jing, still being scolded like a dog in the camp, protested, "I'm innocent, vice commander." The middle-aged officer named Wei Qi Xianzong exploded with rage, "Nonsense. I saw everything, you defied your superior. 20 strikes with the military staff are still pending. You'd better be careful, you've already accumulated 160 strikes, who knows when I might take action." Just then, a young soldier named Li Longji rushed in, "Vice Commander, 5,000 Xuanzhou soldiers are approaching from 10 miles southwest. Please give your orders." Vice Commander Wei Qi Xianzong immediately assumed an authoritative stance, raising his hand, "Let the guards form up to welcome our triumphant Xuanzhou soldiers." He added fiercely, "Remember, if anyone dares to let me down, I will not spare them. Whether you are a meritorious descendant or a royal relative, I will show no mercy. I will make sure to recoup my losses from you all." The royal descendant, Li Longji, shivered in response, "Yes." As the Xuanzhou army returned to the capital, the air was thick with the aura of battle. The thunderous sound of hooves resonated as 2 columns of armored cavalry approached, causing the earth to tremble, reminiscent of rolling thunder. In front of the Xuanzhou cavalry, 2 figures could be seen, one clad in black, the other in red. Chapter 18. Mei Yang, grant me a child, clad in a sleek black form. She exudes both grace and valor, embodying the spirit of a woman who stands equal to any man. Adorned in a flowing red robe with long hair cascading behind, she possesses a striking elegance, her wide sleeves billowing in the wind. Anyone who catches a glimpse cannot help but silently commend her. Her visage akin to a jade crown, her aura profound, truly a remarkable youth. At a tender age, he ascends to the esteemed realm of the first-grade celestial phenomena, and all comprehend that he is a rising star destined for greatness. Should he not meet an untimely demise, he shall illuminate the Tang dynasty for a century, a veritable pillar of the empire. The venerable General Li Jing gazes with a mix of nostalgia and admiration. The future belongs to them. Old Master Chang beams with delight, even more so for our Tang. Gao Lishur emphasizes, it is also the emperor's. The Tang emperor stands with sleeves gathered, smiling yet silent. Ah, the armored cavalry, 300 paces away, dismounts in unison, kneeling on one knee while bowing deeply. Your Majesty, we pay our respects. The Tang emperor's countenance brightens, laughter erupting. Welcome back, my Tang sons, victorious. His gaze then settles upon the foremost figure, the Princess Liu also dismounts. The armored troops. Liu pays homage to your Majesty. The Tang emperor nods with a smile, his eyes lifting to the red-robed figure. Stained with blood, the crimson robe signifies Joy. Li Jing stands solemnly, as if bracing for a formidable foe. Old Master Chang and Wei Qi to flank the emperor, their eyes sharp and focused on Zhu Wujie. It seems that should Zhu Wujie show any disrespect, they would strike with lethal intent. As Zhu Wujie maintains his composure, dismounting with grace, outside the city gate, Wei Qi Xianzong, Li Lao San, and others exhibit equally intense gazes, their breaths held as they fixate upon the red robe. After surveying the surroundings, Zhu Wujie's gaze ultimately lands upon the Tang emperor. After a moment of contemplation, he bends one knee, bowing slowly. Son-in-law Zhu Wujie pays respects to my esteemed father-in-law. Ah, the spirit of the 5,000 armored troops relaxes, a sense of pride enveloping them, and the morale of the army stabilizes. The guards also ease, their faces breaking into smiles. The youthful commanders beam with joy. With another first-grade celestial phenomena joining the ranks of the Tang, the stability of the empire is further assured. Li Jing, Wei Qi, and Old Chang reveal expressions of warmth and approbation. The Tang emperor, unable to contain his joy, steps forward to grasp Zhu Wujie's hand, laughing heartily. My virtuous son-in-law, the journey has been arduous. Come, let us return to the palace for respite. He turns, sweeping his hand with authority, proclaiming loudly, the armored troops have triumphed. Convey my decree, a 3-day feast, with ample wine and meat, and each soldier shall receive a bounty of 100 silver coins as a reward for their service. The armored troops respond with a resounding affirmation, raising their voices in gratitude. In Chang'an, where the economy is primarily based on coins, 100 taels of silver is sufficient to purchase a thus, 5,000 armored troops would amount to a staggering 500,000 taels of silver, enough to wage a war. This illustrates the Tang emperor's extravagant generosity. Yet, what he seeks to rally is not merely the 5,000 armored troops, but also that resplendent red robe. At the palace banquet, songs and dances abound, with both monarch and subjects sharing in the merriment, the atmosphere harmonious. After the feast, in the rear garden, the Tang emperor and Zhu Wujie engage in deep discourse, their knees nearly touching. Not only the Xuandu sect but also the martial god sect, the Yaoqi palace, and even the western heavenly realms pose significant challenges to the various courts. The Tang emperor pauses, his tone deliberate. They must be eradicated swiftly. Zhu Wujie's gaze sharpens, inquiring about the matter that weighs most heavily on his mind. Your Majesty, do you know how many possess the first-grade celestial phenomena in this world? The Tang emperor raises his eyes, his expression inscrutable, slowly articulating those with credible intelligence. Number nearly a handful, over 10 in total. 10 first-grade celestial phenomena implies that there exist 10 significant variables in the world. The Tang emperor reassures, fear not, those who truly oppose me are but a scant few. As Zhu Wujie feels a shift within, nodding in relief. Each nation surely possesses a first-grade celestial phenomena, a stabilizing force. The Tang emperor displays sincerity, and Zhu Wujie, in turn, does not withhold. If I exert my full strength, I could potentially neutralize 2 of the first grade. Ultimately, he retains a measure of secrecy, withholding several cards. Upon hearing this, the Tang emperor is filled with elation, laughing heartily. My son-in-law need not worry, our Tang has not achieved its supremacy by mere chance. As Zhu Wujie rises, clasping his hands. Then I shall await your Majesty's summons in peace. With the 5,000 armored troops securing the front, the Tang emperor is naturally inclined to return the favor. After Zhu Wujie departs, Gao Lishur approaches with a bow. The Tang emperor suddenly inquires, how is their relationship? Gao Lishur replies softly, Your Majesty, the princess and Zhu Fuma have yet to consummate their marriage. The Tang emperor furrows his brow slightly, pondering before responding. Inform Xiaoyu that next year the Zongjing temple will revise the family registry. She must act swiftly, for if she misses this opportunity, she will have to wait another decade for her offspring to be recorded. Gao Lishur blinks in understanding, a knowing smile forming. Having just settled the armored troops, Liu, upon hearing the imperial edict, appears momentarily bewildered, her eyes widening in surprise. Revise the family registry? Miss it, and it will be a decade. Suddenly, realization dawns upon her, her cheeks flushing. Father is urging her to hasten and bear children, yet, recalling how she had cast Zhu Wujie aside on their wedding night and established a prenuptial agreement, she feels a wave of distress. How could she have been so foolish as to desire separation? She summons a graceful maid Main Yang, hurry into the palace and report to father, saying that the lady known as Wu Main Yang is charming and demure, and I find her endearing. After receiving the instructions, she tightly grips the hem of her garment. Her opportunity has arrived. After waiting for years, she finally has a chance to enter the palace and meet the emperor. Alas, you should go to my husband and see if he is at the princess palace tonight. Wu Main Yang gasps, we're not going to the palace, Liu affirms with a hum. Wu Main Yang's expression turns sulky. Liu glances at her. What, do you wish to become my little maid? Wu Main Yang's face pales in an instant, collapsing to the ground. Your Highness, how could I dare to harbor such improper thoughts? Liu's eyes flash with mischief. Do you not wish to rise above others? Now I offer you an opportunity, it is up to you to seize it. Wu Main Yang, her thoughts laid bare, does not feel shame but rather shows a glimmer of desire. I beseech your Highness to grant me this chance. Liu leans closer to Wu Main Yang, whispering a few words, and Wu Main Yang's eyes widen in disbelief, stammering. Your Highness, is that appropriate? After all, he is indeed your Highness's person. Liu glares at her. Remember, you must bear him a robust child. Wu Main Yang, her expression dreamy, replies. I shall obey. At the Xuandu Temple, an unexpected guest arrives at the abbot's quarters. The priestess Guanyin Nu is nursing. Startled by the appearance of a strikingly handsome young man, she gasps in surprise. Upon recognizing him as the most familiar stranger, she relaxes slightly. However, upon seeing the child in her arms, her body tenses once more, her lips pursed in silence. Thus, her emotions oscillate between tension and relaxation. She turns her head away, a hint of complaint and grievance in her voice. Why have you come? The visitor is Zhu Wujie. After Guanyin Nu's prolonged absence, he sensed something amiss, prompting him to visit the Xuandu Temple to investigate. Zhu Wujie gazes at the 6 infants on the bed, his expression momentarily lost in thought. Without needing to probe, he senses the familiar essence of blood connection. They are all his progeny. He approaches slowly, looking at the cherubic face of the child nursing in Guanyin Nu's arms, his gaze softening as he gently asks, have they been named? Chapter 19. The melon ripens and falls. Wu Main enters the court. The Guanyin maid revealed a maternal glow, softly saying, I have been waiting for you. Zhu Wujie beamed with a smile, playfully pinching the chubby face of the little one, and then gazed at the drowsy infant on the bed. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke gently, what I seek in life is merely the path to immortality. How about we name it eternal prosperity? The Guanyin maid replied softly, as you wish. She glanced at the 5 children on the couch and shyly added, there are still 2 more. Zhu Wujie smiled faintly and embraced the slightly plump waist of the Guanyin maid. Guanyin. The Guanyin maid languidly replied, Zhu Wujie chuckled lightly, tracing her delicate nose with his finger. As for the remaining 2, one will bear your surname, with the name Guanyin, and the other will be called Jianu. The Guanyin maid, with the surname Huyen, was a remnant of a former dynasty. He then sequentially announced 6 names. The next generation of the Xu family will be named Xia, the eldest, Zhu Qixin, the second, Zhu Qidao, the third, Zhu Qiyong, the fourth, Zhu Qicheng, the fifth, Huyen Guanyin, and the 6th, Huyen Jianu. Excellent! A voice suddenly echoed from outside the master's chamber. The 5th and 6th will henceforth belong to my Huyen family. 5 elderly men dressed in azure-purple Taoist robes slowly stepped into the room. The Guanyin maid, in a panic, implored, Masters, I beseech you, for the sake of the children, spare his life, everything is of my own volition. Zhu Wujie showed no surprise, as if he had anticipated this. Several infants in the room had already awakened, some crying, some fussing, and others laughing or whimpering. The leading elder Taoist, ignoring the Guanyin maid, fixed his gaze on Zhu Wujie. Did you truly mean what you said, Your Highness? Zhu Wujie's expression remained composed. A gentleman's word is his bond. It cannot be taken lightly. After exchanging glances, the elders in azure-purple robes nodded in agreement, stepped back a few paces, and then bowed in unison to Zhu Wujie, head of the discipline court, Huyen Depan. Head of the Sutra Court, Li Yuanji, head of the Martial Arts Court, Yang Guang, head of the Transmission Court, Xiaoyan, head of the Propagation Court, Zheng Bairen. We pay our respects to the Master of the View. Thus, Zhu Wujie truly took command of the foremost Taoist temple, Xuandu Temple. Xuandu Temple subsequently spread the news far and wide, declaring the return of Master Zhu Wujie. He also sent a formal letter to the court, expressing his allegiance and willingness to serve the Tang Emperor. The following day, the Tang court congratulated Xuandu Temple and honored Master Zhu Wujie as the head of the Taoist sect, governing all Taoist practices. Congratulations to the host, you have acquired the auspices of the 3 teachings, earning 500,000 merit points, and received the supreme secret technique, Xian Huang Qi Capture Dragon Hand, capable of combating nascent soul-level beings. Wind and thunder wings, rise, whoosh, the sound of the wind swept by, as if lightning had struck, with a roaring sound. A fleeting shadow passed, and the figure was already 100 yards away. The speed of escape surpassed that of the late Golden Core stage, with such a formidable artifact. A few breaths later, Zhu Wujie returned to his original position, his demeanor radiant. Below the nascent soul, I am invincible. Above the nascent soul, it's a 1-for-1 exchange. He then tested the Jin Shu Fengyan sword. With a grand gesture, he commanded, Jin Shu Fengyan sword, emerge. Buzzing. A series of golden, 3-foot-long swords floated before him, all gleaming with sharpness. Killing second-tier foes was as easy as slaughtering dogs. Zhu Wujie even sensed that to slay a first-tier opponent would require only a third of the swords. If he unleashed the full set, he could cleave through the earthly immortals of martial arts. Yet, it was not enough, still insufficient. His current capabilities could merely contend with the earthly immortals, but he could not guarantee their suppression. He recalled that he had amassed a total of 800,000 merit points. He could exchange them for some heavenly and earthly spiritual items to attempt a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Master, there is a lady named Wu Meinyang seeking an audience outside the temple. The Guanyin maid had been preoccupied with the infants. Ever since giving birth to the sextuplets, her days were consumed either nursing the babies or traveling to do so. Fortunately, Xuandu Temple was thriving, and there was no shortage of funds for milk. Wu Meinyang or Zhu Wujie was taken aback, instinctively shaking his head. I do not know her. She claims to be a personal maid of the Princess Chang. Wait a moment, you said her name is Wu Meinyang? Zhu Wujie jolted with realization. Goodness gracious, the legendary Empress Wu Meinyang, quickly, invite her in. Shortly after, a voluptuous maid with a graceful demeanor entered, her eyes brimming with tears. I implore your highness to save me. Zhu Wujie hurriedly helped her to her feet, saying gently, please, rise quickly. Speak at your leisure. Wu Meinyang, tearful and blurred in vision, explained, the emperor wishes to expel the princess from the family tree due to her lack of offspring. Ah. Zhu Wujie gasped. Wu Meinyang's posture as she bent down to speak was provocative, her ample bosom exposed. A sight to behold. Your Highness, I must confess, the princess has a hidden difficulty, and thus she sent her maid to seek a certain item. She fidgeted nervously. Zhu Wujie had long been aware that Princess Liu was unable to conceive. Originally, one was a celestial eunuch, and the other was barren. An ideal match. However, ever since Zhu Wujie ascended to the first-tier celestial phenomenon stage, the princess realized that the notion of a celestial eunuch was entirely unfounded. After all, those who advance in cultivation to the profound realm could utilize their powers to heal internal ailments. Moreover, Zhu Wujie was now at the late Golden Core stage, comparable to the pinnacle of the first-tier celestial phenomenon stage, rendering the human notion of impotence utterly ridiculous. Hence, she deliberately concealed herself within the Xuanguan army camp. Perhaps she felt a tinge of shame. Zhu Wujie understood all too well. Therefore, he graciously assisted Wu Meinyang. Observing her closely, her skin was as smooth as cream, resembling pure white jade. With a broad forehead and a generous face, she bore an auspicious appearance. That night, Wu Meinyang spent the night at Xuandu Temple. It was not until 3 days later that she wobbled away. At the parting moment, she cast a lingering glance at Zhu Wujie, playfully scolding, it's all your fault. I had just broken the melon, and it was ill-advised to engage in vigorous activity, yet your celestial physique was too tempting. He felt somewhat ravenous. Congratulations, having united with the celestial physique, you have acquired a strand of true phoenix chi and earned 100,000 merit points. 800,000 merit points. Additionally, a strand of true phoenix chi, worth its weight in gold, sufficient to propel him into the mid-celestial phenomenon stage. He sat cross-legged, his gaze shimmering as he revealed an invisible light screen, displaying the celestial and earthly spiritual items on the merit point leaderboard. His eyes struggled to move away from the ultimate elixirs and spiritual fruits like the 9 transformations immortal pill and the Yaoqi peach ginseng Dao fruit, finally settling on a line of items further down the list. Innate purple essence, requires 800,000 merit points, allows a cultivator to break through to the nascent soul stage. The nascent soul stage is a realm of ancient refining practitioners, with power comparable to earthly immortals. Zhu Wujie's eyes sparkled with intensity, decisively waving his hand in exchange for it. Whoosh! A spatial fluctuation resonated. A sphere of light gradually materialized before him. Host, the innate purple essence has arrived, would you like to refine it immediately? A detached voice emanated from the merit point leaderboard. Zhu Wujie's gaze flickered. First refine the true phoenix chi, then break through to the peak of the golden core stage. He located the true phoenix chi stored within his body, commanding refine. A sound akin to a crane's call rang out. No, it was the song of a phoenix. The phoenix's low cry soared through the skies. The entire Xuandu temple began to radiate warmth, as if billowing flames were blazing in the air. All the disciples of the temple, in a state of panic, rushed out. The flame's intensity grew progressively higher, and soon even several second-tier heads could no longer endure. Upon exiting the temple, they learned that Zhu Wujie was cultivating, and they were taken aback, exclaiming, "What astonishing cultivation technique is the master employing, that it possesses such formidable power?" Chapter 20. Ascending to the nascent soul realm, capable of slaying earthly immortals, suddenly enlightened, Hu Yendepan exclaimed, "Oh no, my 6 beloved grandsons are still inside." The expressions of the others shifted dramatically, and they immediately expanded their aura shields, preparing to re-enter the temple to rescue them. However, to their surprise, Guanin's servant emerged, cradling a swaddled infant, and upon seeing the throng outside the temple, she froze in bewilderment. "Master, what is happening here?" she inquired, noticing the terrified faces of Hu Yendepan and the others. Remarkably, the flames seemed to avoid Guanin and her child, and the temple was filled with the sounds of a baby crying. Above the cries, a vision of phoenixes soaring together appeared, causing everyone to gasp in awe. Someone murmured, "The gathering of 100 birds around the phoenix signifies the presence of a maternal figure of unparalleled grace, but what does the assembly of 100 phoenixes portend?" Another, visibly excited, proclaimed, "The master possesses celestial powers, and her lineage is undoubtedly that of dragons and phoenixes among men." He reverently knelt, exclaiming, "May the master's celestial path endure eternally, and may the young one be graced with the elegance of a heavenly phoenix." Some discreetly raised their thumbs in approval for this newly appointed head disciple, who, without a hint of shame, excelled in flattery under the master's guidance. It was evident that being chosen by the master was not without merit. Soon, someone prostrated themselves and shouted, "Disciple Su Ming pays respects to the future Supreme One. Your Majesty, reborn from the flames, rides on the phoenix, truly the uncrowned emperor of the world. I, Qin Pingan, am immensely fortunate to witness your Majesty's miracles. It is indeed a blessing of a lifetime." Finally, someone came to realization, shaking off their reluctance, and bellowed, "I, Su Fingyan, kneel to pay homage to the future Supreme. Wishing your Highness eternal longevity, indestructibility, and existence through the ages." Guanin's servant, Su Qianan, found their praises increasingly absurd. Initially pleased, she soon sensed something amiss and rolled her eyes dramatically. With a feigned sternness, she declared, "Enough of this nonsense, return to your business." Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed through the air, akin to the sound of thunder heralding spring. The earth began to tremble, and the red bricks and green tiles quivered. The leaves of the saha tree shed layers of delicate shadows. Within a 10-mile radius, mosquitoes buzzed restlessly, and birds and beasts cried out in panic. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth gradually converged upon Xuandu Temple. Then, a swarm of energy descended, resembling a celestial gift from above. Someone exclaimed, "Look, it is the spiritual vortex cloud." This cloud, formed by the gathering of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, released droplets as large as crystals. Hu Yendepan's emotions were a tumultuous blend, his mind a cacophony of thoughts. He murmured, "All spirits bow in reverence, the resonance of heaven and earth." This scene was precisely what he had longed for over decades, the breakthrough into the elusive realm of earthly immortals. A middle-aged man clad in purple robes stood beside him, clasping his hands behind his back, and sighed, "So this is the celestial phenomenon accompanying the breakthrough to earthly immortals." Everyone inhaled sharply, and without hesitation, they knelt in worship. However, as they bowed, a gentle breeze brushed by them. "Step back, I am about to showcase my breakthrough," they heard a serious voice in their ears. Guanin's servant blinked, a knowing smile gracing her lips. She felt that such a husband was truly the most endearing, unlike those cold-hearted individuals who forsook kin for the sake of cultivation. Is the commotion from the Golden Core breakthrough truly this immense? It cannot be. Could it be due to my unparalleled talent? Zhu Wujie muttered in confusion. He had merely broken through a minor stage of the Golden Core, yet it had summoned such a heavenly spectacle. In truth, the breakthrough of the Golden Core should not be so grand. The key lay in Zhu Wujie's successive refinement of innate spiritual energy, the true chi of the heavenly phoenix, and various innate spiritual treasures, making his foundation far superior to that of ordinary earthly immortals. Moreover, the presence of top-tier artifacts such as the divine blade of slaying immortals and the wind and thunder wings undoubtedly further enriched his foundation. Zhu Wujie was undeniably the child of fortune in this realm. Suddenly, a collective gasp was heard, the heavenly tribulation. From within the billowing clouds, violent thunder seemed to brew, accompanied by a low, ominous growl that weighed heavily in the air, making it difficult to breathe. Yet, amidst this tension, a hearty laugh rang out. "A mere thunderstorm dares to obstruct my path to enlightenment? I summon the innate purple essence, let me refine it." Boom, it was as though an ocean surged forth. His aura soared, instantly breaking through to the Golden Core realm with a series of cracking sounds. The Golden Core shattered, and he stood reborn as an infant. Wah, wah, wah. A chubby, white infant appeared above his head, yawning. As the infant's aura expanded, it seemed to create a realm of its own. An invisible barrier spread out, dispersing the tribulation clouds, which then recoalesced as Zhu Wujia's form began to grow, transforming into a towering figure of 100 feet. The infant, sensing something, cast a glance at the heavenly tribulation, muttered a few words, and then transformed into a stream of light. Entering Zhu Wujia's colossal body buzz, he officially stepped into the nascent soul realm. Simultaneously, his skin turned a deep azure, and his once black hair transformed into a shimmering purple gold, embodying the technique of heavenly law and earthly principles. He merged with the supreme artifact, the golden cloud crown. His massive form stood proudly amidst the cosmos, surrounded by swirling flames. As celestial phoenixes danced gracefully around him, thunder rumbled, and torrential rain poured down, quickly accumulating into lakes. In this moment, he stood as an indomitable force, shaking the very heavens. The giant roared to the skies, "Disperse!" With a crack of thunder, lightning and spiritual rain danced together, their energies intertwining, creating a fearsome aura that gripped the soul. As Zhu Wujia looked up, and in the center of the thunderstorm, a chilling eye-like entity emerged. Initially narrow, it rapidly expanded into a gaping maw, nearly 10 feet wide. A cold, thunderous eye hovered in the air, gazing down at the giant below. In that instant, the world fell silent. The red and white lightning clouds, the deep black abyss of the heavenly eye, and the fearsome giant with azure skin and purple hair formed an astonishingly terrifying scene. The battle between human cultivators and the heavenly path had officially begun. Yet, this trial came abruptly and concluded just as swiftly with the giant's furious roar. A blade of light sliced through the sky, the golden sword severed the thunderous eye, and tendrils of lightning were consumed by the giant in one mighty gulp. With another punch, he shattered the tumultuous storm clouds. The will of the heavenly path came to an abrupt end. This was the first clash between the heavenly path and the human race, yet it would not be the last. Congratulations, host. You have triumphed over the heavenly might and ascended to the nascent soul realm. You are rewarded with 800,000 merit points and the divine artifact, the god-slaying spear, capable of slaying earthly immortals. Zhu Wujia opened his eyes wide, his face alight with ecstatic joy. He laughed heartily, as if liberated. From this day forth, the roles of offense and defense have changed. With a chilling smile, he declared, "Enemies can be slain, and I shall do so." With the god-slaying spear in hand, Zhu Wujia would undoubtedly become an invincible force among his peers. Chapter 21 The blood array pierces Chang'an, thousands of charming cherry blossoms bloom. Congratulations to the Master of the View for significant advancement in cultivation. Ever since casting a disdainful glance at the world, he has become invincible. Wishing the Master of the View eternal longevity and the unification of the martial world. Long live the Master of the View, long live, long live. After these words were spoken, Huyen de Pan cast a stern glance at the disciple, and as Zhu Wujia descended, he approached him. Zhu Wujia surveyed his surroundings, noticing the reverence in the eyes of those around him. The head of the martial arts academy, Yang Guang, was ambitious. With the Master of the View ascending to the first rank, it is indeed a momentous occasion for our Xian Du Guan after a century. Might we invite the leaders of various sects to gather here for a discussion? Zhang Bairen, the head of the Hong Fa Institute, hesitated. Isn't that rather excessive? However, Huyen de Pan interjected with a sharp reprimand. The Master of the View has his own plans. There is no need for your unnecessary commentary. Zhu Wujia chuckled inwardly, choosing not to expose their thoughts. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. Since the imperial court has honored our Xian Du Guan as the foremost Taoist sect, I shall naturally assume the responsibilities of the sect leader. With a grand flourish of his sleeve, he proclaimed, "In the name of the Taoist head, I hereby announce to all Taoist sects that on the 15th of next month, they are to come to Xian Du Guan for a ceremonial visit." His gaze deepened to discuss the suppression of the 10 great sacrificial priests of the canines. The expressions of several heads shifted, for to rashly engage in war with the canines was a feat that even the 9 great celestial sects lacked the courage to undertake. The Master of the View displayed remarkable audacity. Their spirits soared, and they clasped their fists, declaring in unison, "We shall faithfully adhere to the Master of the View's decree." "Master of the View, His Majesty summons you." An obsequious eunuch in a python robe chimed in after Zhu Wujia and the others had concluded their discussions. Zhu Wujia turned and asked, "May I inquire about your name, young sir?" The young eunuch replied with a smile, "My humble name is Gao Yao, currently serving His Majesty as a brush and ink assistant." Zhu Wujia's expression shifted slightly, touched by the presence of a high-ranking eunuch. "It is indeed an honor for Zhu Wujia to meet you." Just as they finished exchanging pleasantries, hurried footsteps echoed from behind. Zhu Wujia turned to see Guanyin Nu carrying both Guanyin and Jianu, her children. She bit her lip, seemingly reluctant to part. Gao Yao, maintaining composure, averted his gaze, for what should remain unknown must remain unknown. Zhu Wujia noticed the worry in Guanyin Nu's eyes and smiled reassuringly. "Do not fret." With that, he departed with an air of nonchalance, as a soft voice trailed behind, "The children and I will await your return." Zhu Wujie left calmly, and after a moment, a gentle hum echoed back. Guanyin Nu felt a weight lifted from her shoulders. Hu Yen de Pan, filled with compassion, hurriedly embraced his little grandson and entered the temple. Zhu Wujie arrived at the imperial palace's rear garden, where he noticed an additional presence beside the emperor, Princess Liu. Zhu Wujie bowed to Emperor Tang. I, Zhu Wujie, pay my respects to your majesty. The emperor smiled, offering support as he congratulated and encouraged Zhu Wujie on his breakthrough. Before getting straight to the point, recently, there have been unusual movements at the Canine Sacred Mountain, as reported by the Astrological Bureau. It appears they harbor intentions to invade Chang'an. He paused, continuing in a measured tone, thus, I wish to request that you send someone to the Canine territory to investigate the veracity of this matter. Though Zhu Wujie felt puzzled, he considered the matter of supplying troops to his homeland and thus would not decline. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Your Majesty, might you wait for a month? Liyu's fair complexion shifted slightly, casting repeated glances at Zhu Wujie. Emperor Tang expressed surprise. Is there something amiss? Liyu was astonished that her father had not flown into a rage. Gradually, her emotions became a mix of relief and conflict. Her husband had revealed his true strength, prompting even her father to treat him with utmost seriousness. Just moments earlier, she had been urged by Emperor Tang to bear children. Zhu Wujie, unfazed by the emperor's favor, discussed the announcement for the Taoist sects to come for the ceremony next month. The emperor's expression turned solemn. This matter is of great significance. It should take precedence. The investigation into the Canine Sacred Mountain can wait until later. Liu cast sidelong glances, puzzled by her father's unusual leniency toward Zhu Wujie. Could it be that he held some secret? At that moment, her curiosity and desire for knowledge about Zhu Wujie surged. Zhu Wujie regarded the emperor's favor with indifference, considering it only natural. After reaching the golden core stage, he could dispatch those of the first rank with ease. Furthermore, armed with the god-slaying spear, he would dare to hunt even terrestrial immortals. Thus, he was unconcerned with the opinions of a mortal emperor. He waved his hand dismissively. Your Majesty, rest assured, after the various sects have attended the ceremony, I shall personally visit the canines and eradicate those wolves and tigers. The emperor cautioned, son-in-law, do not underestimate the situation. After all, the canines are populated with skilled individuals, and they have the backing of the little western heaven, making their strength formidable. Zhu Wujie beamed, confidently replying, Your Majesty, have no worries. As long as terrestrial immortals do not intervene, there is no one in this world who can contend with me. He retained 80% of his strength. In fact, with the god-slaying spear, the slaying immortal sword, and the golden bamboo cloud sword at his disposal, he could suppress all celestial phenomena. He even felt capable of holding his own against terrestrial immortals. The emperor trembled slightly, seemingly incredulous. For some reason, a hint of forced smile lingered on his face. On their way out of the palace, Zhu Wujie took the liberty of entering the royal carriage with Liu. Liu, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, protested, What are you doing? Zhu Wujie, unabashed, replied, I'm just hitching a ride, not getting in. Liu's face flushed with heat, resembling a flame. Gazing at Zhu Wujie, who had stepped onto the threshold of the royal carriage, she hesitated for a moment, her lips biting softly. Actually, I cannot. After uttering those words, Liu slumped into the carriage, quietly awaiting Zhu Wujie's wrath. However, Zhu Wujie remained unfazed, tossing her a vial of elixir. I know, here, take it. Liu, astonished, asked, You knew all along? Zhu Wujie turned to her, speaking earnestly. Regardless of the circumstances, you are my legitimate wife. We are one. If you suffer, I cannot turn a blind eye, for my conscience would condemn me. This elixir, known as the nurturing spirit pill, could aid in treating fertility issues. He smiled. You need not worry about infertility any longer. Liu stared at Zhu Wujie, nearly in tears, and emotionally exclaimed, Husband. Zhu Wujie gently replied, Wife. Soon, the curtains gradually descended, and within the royal carriage, soft murmurs and tender calls could be heard. The blood array pierced through Chang'an, and thousands of enchanting cherry blossoms bloomed. Congratulations to the host for merging with the Nine Heavens Xianxia divine body, nurturing a strand of Nine Heavens Xianxia energy, which, when refined, could mend the deficiencies of the heavenly Tao, rewarding 1,000,000 merits, and bestowing the heavenly grade secret technique, the infanticide technique, which, when combined with the god-slaying spear, could instantly slay those at the nascent soul stage. To instantaneously slay those at the nascent soul stage was akin to executing terrestrial immortals in one swift stroke. Zhu Wujie sighed, such a plethora of powerful trump cards is indeed a burden. He lamented, I ask you, who in this world can stand against me? Who would dare to challenge me? As the princess's royal carriage passed the residence of the minister, Fang Luma was overjoyed. Just as he was about to descend the steps to curry favor, a sudden cry of pain reached his ears, accompanied by a man's relieved laughter. Fong Luma felt as if struck by lightning, watching the princess's carriage tremble with an unusual intensity. His face turned pale, devoid of color, and he stumbled back to his small courtyard. However, upon entering, he heard a soaring, melodious voice that he completely broke down. With a knife in hand. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, he struck down, severing two heads that could hardly believe their fate. In their eyes lingered a mixture of terror and confusion, especially that of Princess Gao Yang, who, until her last breath, could not comprehend why a man named Fong would dare to strike. The U.S. royal carriage arrived at the princess's residence but remained stationary for an extended period. For 3 whole days, all her needs were attended to within the carriage. The bluestone slabs had been smoothed by the carriage wheels. Outside the courtyard, a group of maids and eunuchs stood blushing, awaiting her service. Chapter 22. The Master of the Temple, supreme in power, unifying the ages. 3 days later, Zhu Wujie returned to Xuandu Temple, feeling refreshed and invigorated. In the master's chamber, he engaged in seclusion, refining a strand of the ethereal energy from the 9 heavens. Aside from Guanyin Nu tending to the child within the room, no other matters occupied his attention. Days melded into one another, and before long, over half a month had passed. The once tranquil Xuandu Temple began to resonate with a cacophony of laughter and the sounds of games, as various sects engaged in combat and sparring. Weapons of all kinds were on display, and the crowd was a mix of characters, both skilled and unskilled. Most were of the 3rd or 4th rank, with a few second-rank individuals being swiftly ushered into the back courtyard by several esteemed elders. How is it that we have been waiting for over half a month, yet the master has not come forth to greet us? Could it be that we, the various sects, are deemed unworthy? One individual remarked coldly, his eyes glinting with malice. Guanyin Nu cast a sweeping glance, and that person smirked evilly, licking his lips with an aggressive gaze. She suppressed her distaste and replied icily, "The master is currently in deep meditation and is indisposed for the time being. If any of you have pressing matters, the esteemed elders will address them." The man's expression darkened. Esteemed elders? He rose abruptly, exclaiming, "Everyone present here is either a sect leader or a master. Who among them holds a rank higher than an elder? Do they have the right to converse with us?" At that moment, Guanyin Nu's demeanor shifted from charming to fiercely resolute. She fixed her cold gaze on him, asking, "And what do you propose we do?" He chuckled sinisterly, "What do I wish?" In an instant, he appeared behind Guanyin Nu, reaching out to embrace her waist. However, his expression changed abruptly as he thrust his palm to the right. Bang! Both retreated simultaneously. The newcomer was none other than Huyen de Pan. He frowned and said, "It is said that you, Taoist friend Jun, are honorable and straightforward. Why then do you resort to lewdness in front of so many? This certainly undermines the principles of righteousness." The young man, known as Jun Moxie, was the newly appointed leader of the Moxie Sword sect, his strength at the early 2nd rank. Jun Moxie smirked, "Huyen master, your master truly keeps me on edge after waiting so long. He hasn't even offered us a cup of tea. Is he treating us with contempt?" Huyen de Pan and the others exchanged glances, perhaps still under the impression that the new master was an ineffectual, ordinary son-in-law. The head of the martial arts academy, Yang Guang, scoffed coldly, "Sect leader Jun, if you were a person of great virtue, Xuandu Temple would naturally respect you. However, you should never offend us, let alone disrespect the master's wife. Today, I shall personally experience your skills." Jun Moxie did not come to Xuandu Temple merely for pleasantries. He sought to disrupt their gathering and humiliate the new master, intending to crush their arrogance. Unbeknownst to him, this very act would lead to the downfall of the Moxie Sword sect. He arrogantly waved his hand, "Come at me together." Huyen de Pan was incensed, "You insolent brat, you are courting death. Young ones, cease your arrogance." Thunderous clashes ensued, and soon the battle reached its conclusion. Huyen de Pan and his companions were left in disbelief. "This is impossible." Once the spiritual light dissipated, Jun Moxie laughed heartily, "Is there anyone else? Could it be that Xuandu Temple has no one left? If that is the case, let it be known that in the future, Xuandu Temple shall practice the techniques of the Moxie Sword sect, lest they occupy the latrine without relieving themselves. The title of the foremost sect in the world should rightfully belong to us." The expressions of other sect leaders varied. Some were astonished, others shocked, and yet others were horrified. They gazed greedily at the purple gold twin swords in Jun Moxie's hands, which exuded an aura comparable to that of a half-step 1st rank, capable of slaying any 2nd rank existence. The twin swords, one purple and one gold, measured about 3 feet 3 inches in length and weighed over 200 pounds. The combined might of these swords could cleave through 1st-rank beings. Particularly, the head of the Classics Institute, Li Yuanji, had lost an arm to a single strike. His complexion was pale, and his aura diminished, indicating he had sustained severe injuries. "Is that the legendary Ganjiang and Moxie swords?" someone murmured in disbelief. "That is impossible. Is that not the treasured artifact of the great artifact sect? How could it possibly end up in the hands of someone named June? Some, contemplating the implications, broke out in cold sweat. Just as the atmosphere shifted, with everyone in a state of uncertainty, a soft voice resonated throughout Xuandu Temple. What are you, to presume to command the world's sex? The words were gentle yet echoed loudly within and beyond the temple, causing a momentary silence. All heads turned upward. A figure clad in dark robes, adorned with a golden crown, swept towards June Moxie. With a flourish, June Moxie laughed heartily, brandishing the purple-gold twin swords. He unleashed two brilliant arcs of light that resembled dazzling fire dragons. Swish, it was as if a blade had sliced through the heavens. The purple-gold brilliance shattered inch by inch. Of the blade's light raced towards June Moxie, who was struck with terror and retreated hastily. Bang, as if struck by lightning, June Moxie spat out blood. Clang, the blade's energy pierced through him, shattering his internal organs. You! June Moxie could scarcely believe his fate. You dared to kill me? As his words fell, his head tilted, and he breathed his last. June Moxie, the leader of the Moxie Sword sect, was no more. Guizhu Wujie cast a dismissive glance. Insect-like creatures dare to act recklessly within my Xuandu temple, unaware of their impending doom. Mere vermin! The crowd gasped, taken aback. What, a single strike to slay a first-rank celestial being? Who is this person? Gasp! Could it be the legendary one? Someone stammered. Above the first rank, this is the true might of a terrestrial immortal. Huyen Depan, Yang Guang, and Xiaoyan exchanged excited glances, exclaiming fervently, Master! All disciples of Xuandu Temple shook off their previous frustrations, their blood surging with renewed vigor and enthusiasm. Initially, they had perceived the master as a weak and easily bullied son-in-law. However, upon witnessing Zhu Wujie's subjugation of the five esteemed elders, they began to awaken to the truth. The master was indeed no ordinary person. Soon after, when the master's breakthrough invoked celestial phenomena, their realization dawned. The master was a celestial being. Today, the master shattered their understanding once more, slaying a first-rank being as easily as one might slaughter a dog, treating celestial phenomena as mere insects. Huyen Depan, Yang Guang, and the others stepped forward to pay their respects. Zhu Wujie glanced at Zhang Bairan. Who struck you? Ensure they pay for it. Zhang Bairan eased his furrowed brow, feeling a sense of vindication. Yet, upon seeing June Moxie's lifeless form, he awkwardly chuckled. Master, that rogue has already been dealt with by you. He then raised his voice, proclaiming, Master is mighty, his divine skills unparalleled, uniting the ages. Zhu Wujie's expression remained indifferent, but the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Isn't that the slogan of the Sun and Moon sect? However, it did sound rather appealing. Clearing his throat, he surveyed the room. Everyone averted their gaze, not daring to meet his eyes as Zhu Wujie spoke solemnly. Immediately, in the name of my sect, let it be proclaimed throughout the land that the Moxie Sword sect has disregarded the principles of the martial world, recklessly engaging in slaughter, and has offended our sect's dignity. They are to be expelled from the ranks of the righteous and cast into the realm of evil, where all shall seek their demise. His fierce gaze swept the room. Does anyone have any objections? The head of the Hongfang Institute, Zhang Bairan, assumed this was the master advocating for him. Overwhelmed with emotion, he immediately supported the decree, shouting, Whatever the master decrees is the law of our sect. The Hongfang Institute fully supports the master's orders. Li Yuanji, Yang Guang, Xiaoyan, and others quickly followed suit, affirming their allegiance. Huyen Depan stepped forward, glaring intently. Xuandu Temple stands firmly behind all the master's decrees. Let it be ordered that the Moxie Sword sect be exterminated by all sections. Anyone who dares to defy the master shall be deemed a rogue of the evil sect, and we will pursue them to the ends of the earth. The expressions of the sect leaders and elders turned ashen. Chapter 23. The Supreme Master of the Taoist sect, Zhu Wujie, I, the Heavenly Talisman sect, offer my support. The 100 Flowers Pavilion offers its support. The Golden Gate Temple offers its support. The Cold Heaven sect offers its support. The Joey sect offers its support. A person with an unpleasant expression hesitated and said, The Maggia Sword sect is a prestigious orthodox sect. Although the actions of the Lord sect master just now were inappropriate, they do not warrant a death sentence, do they? Zhu Wujie suddenly turned his head, casting a cold glance. Who are you? The man's expression shifted slightly, and just as he was about to explain, someone nearby spoke darkly. You're reporting to the Lord sect master. This person, who recognizes a thief as his father, is named Chen Yang, the deputy master of the Immortal Garment sect. I suspect he is an undercover agent of the demonic path, and I implore the Lord sect master to investigate him rigorously. In an instant, Zhu Wujie flashed forward, swiftly seizing the neck of the deputy master of the Immortal Garment sect as if capturing a chick. The speed was so astonishing that it caught everyone off guard. Chen Yang's face turned crimson as he desperately pleaded for mercy. Lord sect master, spare me. I was merely concerned that you would unjustly slay the innocent. causing panic among the various sects of the world. Many people's expressions changed dramatically, and chaos ensued. Xu Wujie spoke coldly, spreading heretical words to confuse the populace deserves 1,000 deaths. He forcefully reiterated the Majia sword sect is a force of the demonic path, and it is a target for all to eradicate. Who is in favor, and who is against? In unison, all sects bowed their heads, we are in favor. At this, the situation was firmly established. Xu Wujie's expression softened. With a snap, he effortlessly broke Chen Yang's neck, silencing his pleas. The Immortal Garment sect, having allied with the demonic entities, is immediately expelled. Everyone fell silent as if frozen in fear. Hu Yen Depan then bellowed, the Immortal Garment sect is located on the border of our Ming kingdom at Xianmei Peak and must have allied with the dog-like barbarians. Convey my decree from the Xuandu Temple. The Ming Sang sect of Shimeng Mountain and the Qingsong sect shall mobilize to eradicate the Immortal Garment sect. He scanned the room. Have these sects sent representatives? A young man clad in a dark cloak clasped his fists. I am Zhang Yan of the Ming Sung sect, and we are willing to obey the Lord Sect Master's decree to eradicate the Immortal Garment sect. Shimeng Mountain will comply. Someone, trembling, asked, reporting to the Lord Sect Master, the Qingsong sect has not yet arrived. Xu Wujie waved his hand. The spoils from exterminating the traitorous sect will be distributed as follows. 10% shall be submitted to the Taoist sect as public property, while the remaining 90% shall belong to you. At this proclamation, everyone's eyes gleamed as if a Pandora's box had been opened. Someone licked their lips and boldly proclaimed, reporting to the Lord Sect Master, our Heavenly Escape sect is willing to assist you in suppressing the Majia sword sect, cleansing the demons and restoring the righteous path to a bright realm. The others soon awakened to this realization, clamoring eagerly, the Heavenly Talisman sect also wishes to aid the Lord Sect Master in slaying the demonic outsiders. A melodious female voice floated in, the 100 Flowers Pavilion is willing to serve the Lord Sect Master with tea and water. The Joey sect and the Cold Heaven sect expressed their willingness as well. Hu Yen Depan and the other four stood proudly behind Xu Wujie, their chests puffed out with vigor. Hu Yen Depan's eyes flickered with inspiration as he took a step back and called out, reporting to the Lord Sect Master, I have a request. As the nominal master and actual father of Guanin's servant, Xu Wujie granted him the basic respect he deserved. His expression softened, speak freely, chief of discipline. Hu Yen Depan declared loudly, since the Lord Sect Master holds the power of the Taoist sect, you are the true steward of the Tao. Thus, I earnestly request that you ascend to the position of Supreme Master, governing the Taoist sect of the world. Whatever the Supreme Master decrees shall be the highest edict of the Tao. Anyone who defies it shall be an enemy of our mighty Tao. Everyone's expression shifted slightly. The title of Supreme Master, wielding authority over the entire Taoist sect, was far more significant than that of the Xuandu Temple's master. Moreover, the status and power would surpass that of the leaders of various sections. He would be the legitimate first person in the world. Everyone hesitated, for who would wish for an additional authority over their heads? However, at that moment, the young man from the Ming Sang sect, Zhang Yan, suddenly had a flash of insight. His lips moved as he conferred with those beside him, then stepped forward first. He bowed to Xu Wujie. Our Ming Sang sect, along with the Hongyu sect of Shimeng Mountain and other southwestern sects, supports this proposal. They all shouted in unison, we pay our respects to the Supreme Master. The Cold Heaven sect and Joey sect gritted their teeth and stamped their feet. After all, Xu Wujie already held power over them. They were indifferent to an additional title. After all, the lifespan of a terrestrial immortal can reach 1,000 years. This meant that their generation, along with the subsequent ones, would have to submit to this young Lord Master. The three southern sects, the Cold Heaven sect, Joey sect, and others, expressed their support. Soon, the remaining sects followed suit, bowing deeply. We are willing to obey the Taoist sect's decree and pay our respects to the Supreme Master. Xu Wujie was filled with joy, a smile blooming on his face. At this moment, the entire Taoist sect lay within his grasp. A total of 36 orthodox forces declared their allegiance as Xu Wujie's authority reached its zenith in history, imposing and resplendent. Congratulations to the host for ascending to the position of Supreme Master of the Taoist sect, commanding a faction of power. You are rewarded with 2 million merits and granted the top-tier secret technique, the 18 palms of the dragon subduing. When fully unleashed, it can slay terrestrial immortals. Xu Wujie felt immense joy. Just from merits alone, he had amassed nearly 4 million. His confidence was extraordinarily robust. After surveying the room, Xu Wujie spoke solemnly. Since ancient times, the Tao and the demonic cannot coexist, especially with the demonic forces led by the martial god sect, which first annihilated our Ming dynasty and then sent barbarian dogs to plague the Tang dynasty. Their nature is exceedingly vile, and their actions are incredibly rampant. If they are not eradicated, I, Xu, cannot find peace in sleep or food. He paused, scanning the room, seeing the various sect leaders with differing expressions, yet stable and not openly turning against him. He continued, therefore, I wish to establish a new office at the Xuandu Temple, named the Demon Suppression Office, to suppress the demons of the world. At this declaration, some faces paled, uncertain. The martial god sect is one of the 9 great celestial sects, and its past masters have all possessed the strength of the first-tier celestial phenomenon realm. The sect is filled with experts, particularly the leaders of each hall, who are undoubtedly second-tier masters. They are an indisputable superpower. To oppose such a superpower is akin to madness. However, today, Zhu Wujie openly challenged the martial god sect. Some were utterly astonished, while others, after a change in complexion, knelt down without hesitation. Disciple Su Qian is willing to serve the Lord Sect Master, to be at your beck and call. I, Su Fengnian, am also willing. I, Qin Pingyan, feel the same. Zhu Wujie secretly praised them for their consistent support. They truly were individuals of great potential. Although they were all 4th-tier experts comparable to the 8th or 9th levels of qi refinement, what he feared the least was a lack of cultivation. He smiled gently. Very well, the Demon Suppression Office shall have 5 chief officers, responsible for capturing, interrogating, and exterminating the demons. You 3 shall take up these roles. After a moment's contemplation, he slightly altered the 18 palms of the dragon subduing and the heavenly escape technique before tossing them to the 3. These 2 techniques are the demon suppressing palms and the spirit escape technique. I bestow them upon you 3, cultivate diligently to contribute to the Demon Suppression Office. Su Qian and the others received the 2 techniques with excitement, gasping in awe. This is a first-tier secret technique? Su Fengnian, equally incredulous, exclaimed, Lord Sect Master, this technique is comparable to our Xuandu Temple's foundational technique, the 9 Heavens Xuandu formula. Can we truly practice it? Qin Pingyan suddenly burst into tears. Having practiced for 30 years, I never dared to hope for the 2nd-tier realm. Today, I finally see the dawn of breaking through. He cried out passionately, I, Qin Pingyan, am willing to devote my life to the Lord Sect Master. Should I betray this oath, I will face divine retribution, and my death shall not absolve my sins. Chapter 24 of the Establishment of the Demon Suppression Prison, Judging the Taoist Sects of the World. Upon witnessing the manic antics of the 3 individuals, a mix of laughter and tears, the onlookers could not help but feel their curiosity piqued, their hearts tingling with anticipation. Even prominent figures such as Huyan Depan, Yang Guang, Li Yuanji, and Zhang Banian found themselves consumed by a restless desire to seize the 2 volumes of first-grade secret arts, not to mention the members of other sections. Zhu Wujie observed the reactions of everyone present, taking mental notes. He lightly waved a hand towards Su Qian and the others, casually stating, there is no need for such formalities. With a hint of profound meaning, he continued, these are merely 2 ordinary techniques. Should you achieve great merit in the future, I shall bestow upon you substantial rewards. He even hinted that the secrets and techniques surpassing the 1st grade could be granted as well. The 3 individuals rejoiced, raising their voices in unison, we shall obey. After bowing, they were ushered behind Zhu Wujie, standing tall and proud, their expressions radiating a sense of honor. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Good heavens! The master is willing to grant the techniques for ascending to the 1st grade. The thought of reaching the celestial phenomenon realm made their hearts race with excitement. Zhu Wujie then turned his gaze to the assembled sect members, offering a faint smile. Anyone who joins my Demon Suppression Division shall not only have free access to the 2 first-grade secret arts but also countless elixirs, techniques for breakthroughs, and top-secret treasures. There is nothing you cannot obtain, only what you cannot imagine. Suddenly, a voice rang out, I, Zhang Yin of the Ming Sang sect, am willing to join the Demon Suppression Division and serve the Master. Zhu Wujie's eyes sharpened. Excellent. Fellow Zhang, with your peak 3rd-grade strength, you shall serve as the deputy head of our inspection division, fully responsible for the personnel here in the absence of a superior. With a grand gesture, he tossed forth a glimmering light. This is the 1st-grade spell, 1 chi captures all. With this technique, you can battle beyond your level. He added with significant weight, should you achieve great merit in the future, there will be additional rewards. The crowd erupted in shock once more. Another 1st-grade secret art, just how many 1st-grade techniques does this newly appointed master possess? Some individuals' eyes gleamed with fervor. I, Yuan, currently the deputy master of the Sun and Moon sect, am willing to serve the master. I, Huang Yi of the Floating Smoke Pavilion, pledge my life to the master and hope for your kind consideration. Zhu Wujie welcomed all comers, exchanging merits and points with the system for techniques, treasures, and elixirs while eagerly winning hearts and gathering followers. Within a mere half hour, over 30 sects saw more than half of their elite join the Demon Suppression Division. With a sweeping gesture, Zhu Wujie proclaimed from this day forth, the Demon Suppression Division shall be upgraded to the Demon Suppression Prison, with 5 major divisions under its command. The Capture Division, led by Huyen Guanyin and Deputy Huang Yi, with the First Enforcer Su Qian. The Inspection Division, led by Zhang Banian, with Deputy Zhang Yan and First Enforcer Su Qian. The Execution Division, led by Xiao Fan, with Deputy Fang Yuan and First Enforcer Chen Pingan, as well as the Demon Subduing Division and the Comfort Division, led by Li Yuanji and Yang Guang, with real power held by the deputies. Additionally, he appointed a chief great benefactor, Hong Shu, and a high-ranking envoy, Gao Qiqiang. Hong Shu, though lacking in strength, held significant authority as Zhu Wujia's trusted aide, while Gao Qiqiang, who had once made a living selling fish, had rapidly risen through the ranks after aligning with Zhu Wujia. The assembly felt a chill, realizing that these three were indeed the favored individuals close to the master. The prime minister's doors were frequented by third-grade officials, and the master, who governed the Taoist sects, commanded respect. As a result, none dared to disregard the three. Ultimately, the experts who aligned with the demon suppression prison included 4 third-grade and 9 fourth-grade practitioners, along with 20 top-tier postnatal warriors, all taking up crucial positions within the prison. Zhu Wujie surveyed the scene, filled with talent and elite fighters, and declared with grandeur, "Everyone, the newly established demon suppression prison requires a show of strength and a display of our banner. The Changrong shall serve as the battleground for our demonstration of might. For every 4th-grade Changrong killed, a 3rd-grade technique or treasure shall be awarded. Chosen it will. For every 3rd-grade Changrong slain, a 2nd-grade secret art or treasure shall be granted." A voice shouted in urgency, "Master, may I ask if our external members can exchange enemies for treasures?" The others shared anxious expressions, equally concerned. Zhu Wujie laughed heartily, "As long as you are from the Central Plains, feel free to slay foes. No, it is not limited to regional sects. As long as you can bring me the head of a Changrong expert, if you dare to kill, I shall gladly accept." The crowd erupted in excitement, filled with joy. Even the several leaders of the Xuandu sect looked over, their faces flushed with enthusiasm. Zhu Wujie's voice paused, and with a slight smile, he added, "If anyone can slay one of the top 10 sacrificial priests, I shall bestow upon them a boundary-breaking elixir, fully assisting them in entering the 1st-grade realm. A gentleman's word is his bond. I shall honor my promise without regret." An uproar ensued. The offer to fully assist in breaking into the 1st grade was an irresistible temptation for all. Someone immediately shouted, "Kill the Changrong, annihilate the national enemy." Zhang Yan and other experts of the demon suppression prison echoed, "Kill the Changrong, annihilate the national enemy." Zhu Wujie, feeling satisfied, waved his hand grandly. "Go forth, establish your merits. I shall await your good news here at Xuandu." Whoosh, as his words fell, individuals shot out towards the north, where the Tang Kingdom lay just 100 miles from the Changrong. For ordinary people, this journey could take 10 days and nights, but for those with 3rd or 4th grade innate strength, it would merely take a few hours. Having just disseminated the secret arts and treasures, who could resist the call? The members of the demon suppression prison remained behind, eager to hear Zhu Wujie's instructions. As Zhang Yan, Fang Yuan, Huang Yi, and the others felt a stirring in their hearts and respectfully awaited guidance. Zhu Wujie, however, turned and returned to the main hall of the Taoist temple. Suddenly, waves of thrilling energy began to manifest, causing the onlookers to gasp in astonishment, their curiosity piqued. After a moment, Zhu Wujie waved his hand, casting out 5 elixir vials, which landed in the hands of Huyen Depan, Zhang Banian, Xiao Yan, Li Yuanji, and Yang Guang. Zhu Wujie spoke softly, "The vial in your hand, Chief of Discipline, contains the Great Restoration Pill, capable of replenishing your vitality. Consuming it grants a 60% chance to break through the celestial phenomenon realm." Huyen Depan stood in a daze, staring at the vial in his hand, speechless. Zhu Wujie, unperturbed, turned to Zhang Banian and said softly, "The elixir in your hand is called the Xin Yang Pill. I am aware of the dangers you faced while upholding the dignity of Xuandu, so this pill can help you restore your Tao foundation. Li, in your possession is the Crossing Calamity Pill. As you manage the Sutra Recitation Institute and have read extensively from various scriptures, you may suffer from heart demons. This pill will assist you in dispelling illusions and exterminating such demons, thus paving your way to break through the 1st grade. As for you, Xiao, the elixir you hold is the Power-Enhancing Pill. As head of the Transmission Institute, your frequent efforts to assist the disciples have led to stagnation in your cultivation for years. This pill can boost your power by 30 years, sufficient for a breakthrough. Yang, having spent years in combat, has accumulated a substantial amount of malevolent energy, and the Ming-Qing Spirit Pill you hold will help dispel this negativity and nurture your mind. After 3 months of refinement, you will be ready to attempt your breakthrough." Once Zhu Wujie had finished giving instructions, the 5 heads of departments clutched their elixirs tightly, yet remained silent. After sharing a glance, they silently bowed to Zhu Wujie before turning to enter the temple. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired 5 strands of innate fortune, receiving 500,000 merit points and increasing your cultivation luck by 50-fold. Chapter 25. Why has the king of the north not come to welcome me? Zhu Wujie, with a profound understanding in his heart, realized that he had truly subdued the 5 great masters. With these 5 individuals stationed at the Zhenma prison of Xuandu Temple, its stability was as solid as a mountain. The heartfelt allegiance of the 5 masters was naturally observed by others, particularly those within the Zhenma prison, whose cohesion had reached new heights. This newly appointed leader of the Taoist sect, possessing cultivation above the first rank, was generous with elixirs, magical treasures, and secret techniques, truly a grand benefactor. Who would not admire such a leader? Seeing that his objectives had been achieved, Zhu Wujie surveyed the surroundings and, with a slight smile, addressed the crowd. Esteemed colleagues, this is a splendid opportunity to establish our achievements. Once we vanquish the formidable Dogrong, ample rewards shall await you. As long as you possess merit, ambition, and desire, do not speak of mere second rank, even the first rank shall be within your grasp. Go forth, feast upon the blood of the Dogrong, forge your legacies, and seize your futures. I keenly await your endeavors. The crowd, flushed with excitement and fervor, could hardly contain their eagerness to capture a few Dogrong prisoners to present to Zhu Wujie. They shouted in unison to slay the Dogrong, achieve great feats. Subsequently, they rushed northward, intent on annihilating the Dogrong. Zhu Wujie's gaze sparkled with anticipation as he murmured to a certain direction. O martial god sect member, do hasten your arrival. My sword of celestial slaying is already parched for action. With a deep, contemplative smile, he unfurled his sleeves and soared into Xuandu Temple, retreating into seclusion once more. During this retreat, he first refined the 5 strands of fortune, thus enhancing his chances of acquiring opportunities. He then procured over 10 varieties of elixirs suitable for the nascent soul stage, such as Peiying pills, Huaying pills, and Shen water, expending a total of 200,000 merits. Additionally, he amassed a significant collection of renowned secret techniques and magical treasures, parting with another 300,000 merits. He murmured to himself, I hope that the merits spent will return to me in kind. Thereafter, he embarked on a 6-month journey of seclusion. However, prior to his retreat, he penned a letter and called out, Sweet potato. A graceful figure approached, her eyes like paintings, imbued with the depths of autumn waters. She spoke softly. Master Zhu Wujie felt a stir in his heart but suppressed his fervor, responding gently, Please deliver this letter to the palace. How it is handled shall be at His Majesty's discretion. He added, Be swift in your return. A Sweet potato smiled lightly. Understood. Yet, nearly 5 months later, Zhu Wujie emerged from his seclusion, exuding an imposing and vigorous aura, akin to that of a late-stage nascent soul. For outside the Xuandu Temple, a eunuch clad in a python robe awaited with a sword in hand. Zhu Wujie greeted him amiably. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Master Gao? The eunuch bowed deeply. His Majesty has decreed that His Highness the Duke of the Long Princess travel to the northern borders. The title of Duke indicated that he was summoned under the pretense of family matters. Zhu Wujie's gaze sharpened. Has the King of the North reached his limit? After a moment of contemplation, Gao whispered, It seems he harbors other intentions. Zhu Wujie understood. Backed by the Tang dynasty, with no worries about resources, and seeing the Dogrong's growing inclination towards defection, the king had developed unwarranted ambitions. He nodded lightly. Please inform His Majesty that I shall set forth to the northern borders at once. Gao's face brightened with joy. Then I shall wish the Duke a triumphant return in advance. Furthermore, His Majesty has commanded the bestowal of a special sword upon the Duke, capable of slaying treacherous lords above and traitorous ministers below, granting the Duke full authority over matters in the northern territories. Zhu Wujie, unfazed by honor or disgrace, instructed the imposing Huyen Depan behind him to receive the special sword. Please see Master Gao off. Zhu Wujie casually commanded, and the ethereal Guanyin servant approached to extend her hand. Gao, taken aback by the unexpected honor, maintained his composure. After a moment, Guanyin remarked with a hint of reproach, Why must you venture out again? Zhu Wujie chuckled softly. Our emperor cannot abide idleness in others. After reassuring a few young attendants, he called upon Huyen Depan and others from Xuandu Temple. I shall require the assistance of Masters Huyen and Shao for this journey. Huyen Depan and the others promptly responded. Yes, with Zhu Wujie's support, the 5 great masters collectively broke through to the first rank, becoming formidable grandmasters whose presence loomed over the world. However, Xuandu Temple kept this under wraps, quietly amassing wealth. In the northern city of Yanbei, within the general's camp, a middle-aged commander paced back and forth anxiously. With a creak, a bald man hurriedly entered. He spoke in hushed tones, It is confirmed. It is indeed that person from Xuandu Temple, that son-in-law. The middle-aged commander's expression turned peculiar. The bald man inhaled deeply. He is more than just a son-in-law, he is a second-rank expert. Moreover, the Tang Emperor has sent him here, which must have its reasons. We cannot afford to be careless. Report, a soldier outside shouted. There is someone claiming to be the Duke of the Long Princess seeking an audience at the general's residence. The middle-aged commander's face changed. Why has he arrived so soon? Does that general sure think this 100-mile journey can be completed in a few days? A disembodied voice echoed from outside, accompanied by startled shouts from the soldiers. After a chorus of groans and wails, a remarkably handsome young man entered the Yanbei military tent. The newcomer was none other than Zhu Wujie. Just as Gao had departed, Zhu Wujie arrived at the Yanbei military camp, followed closely by Huyen Depan, who bore the special sword. The middle-aged commander, whose true name was Shi Siming, frowned in displeasure. "Are you that son-in-law?" The bald man, reading the situation, immediately shouted, "Who dares to intrude upon our general's camp? Take him away!" Zhu Wujie's gaze turned icy, seeking death. Xiao roared, suddenly springing forth and delivering a punch-bang. The bald man, taken by surprise, was unable to defend himself in time. Naturally, a second-rank powerhouse like Xiao could easily overpower anyone present in Yanbei City. A peak third-rank expert stood no chance. The bald man let out a wretched scream, flying backward, collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. "You are the Master Xiao Yan of Xuandu Temple?" he stammered, terror-stricken. He had not anticipated that the timid son-in-law could summon the venerable masters of Xuandu Temple. Shi Siming's brow twitched anxiously as he inhaled deeply. "Stop!" Zhu Wujie remained indifferent, ignoring him entirely. Xiao Yan swung his fist again, directly reducing the bald man to a state of near death. Shi Siming, both astonished and furious, demanded, "Who are you?" Zhu Wujie strode forward with poise, calmly stating, "Did I not mention, I am Zhu Wujie, the son-in-law of the long Princess Li Yufu, and the newly appointed general of Yanbei City." "This is impossible," Shi Siming exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. "I have received no orders. How dare you impersonate an imperial envoy?" Zhu Wujie smirked. "Impersonate an imperial envoy?" He glanced at Huyen Depan, who stepped forward, unsheathing the special sword with a resounding clang. The blade gleamed with a chilling light, causing Shi Siming's pupils to constrict. Huyen Depan bellowed, "His Majesty has decreed that the master of Xuandu Temple, Duke Zhu Wujie, take charge of the Yanbei territories, with full authority to handle all military matters." Shi Siming finally grasped the gravity of the situation. However, Zhu Wujie's next words plunged him into despair. "Once the sword is drawn, it cannot return unbloodied." As the words left his lips, with a swift motion, Zhu Wujie seized the sword and swiftly severed the bald man's head from his body. Blood splattered 3 feet high, staining the white walls. Shi Siming, paralyzed by fear, felt as if struck by lightning. Zhu Wujie's cold gaze rose, enigmatic and unfathomable. "A General Shi, His Majesty has graciously bestowed this special sword, capable of slaying treacherous lords and rebellious generals. Would you care to test its sharpness?" At that moment, the various commanders of the Yanbei military gathered outside the tent. Upon lifting the tent flap, they were met with a scene that left them utterly stunned. Shi Siming fell to one knee. "This humble officer, Shi Siming, pays respects to His Highness the Duke." The commander stood in shock. Zhu Wujie, however, did not even glance at him. After wiping the blood from the sword, he spoke coolly. "In the military camp, you shall address me by my title. Under the eaves, one must bow their head." Shi Siming, filled with resentment yet compelled to show greater respect, replied, "Yes, I, your humble servant, pay respects to the general." Afterward, he turned to the arriving commanders, bellowing, "Why are you all standing there? Hurry and pay respects to the new general." They all snapped to attention, bowing in unison. "We pay our respects to the general." Zhu Wujie advanced with his sword, and they promptly parted to clear a path. Huyen Depan, as if just awakening, glared and shouted, "Why has the king of the north not come to welcome the imperial envoy?" Chapter 26. The Northern King in Lushan betrays his country, executing his 9 plans. Shi Siming's heart settled. It appeared that the true objective of this imperial envoy lay with the esteemed figure of Yanbei City in Lushan, the only noble of a different surname in the Great Tang. Shi Siming clasped his fists and spoke solemnly, "General, it seems that Prince An may yet be unaware of your arrival in the Northern Territory." Zhu Wujie waved his sword of authority dismissively and remarked, "Let it be known that this general commands Prince An Lushan to present himself forthwith." Doubt flickered within Shi Siming. What scheme was this man concocting? Did he truly intend to slay the noble of a different surname? It must be known that all military forces in the northern frontier were nominally under the command of that very noble. Could Zhu Wujie genuinely dare to oppose him? After exchanging glances with several commanders of the Yanbei army, he quickly averted his gaze. Fortunately, these commanders still looked to him for guidance. Huyen Depan's gaze darkened. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and relay the message." Instantly, someone scrambled out of the command tent. Zhu Wujie, naturally, took the helm, standing with his sword planted, eyes closed in contemplation. After casting a glance at the headless corpse of the bald man, a shadow of gloom crossed Shi Siming's eyes, yet he remained silent. He was no fool. This Tang dynasty son-in-law's audacity must stem from some form of support. Merely relying on 2 second-tier martial artists could hardly command the vast Yanbei army. Moments later, the messenger returned, his face pallid with fear, reporting to the great general and esteemed commanders, "The prince has responded that he does not recognize any so-called imperial envoy. If there are pressing matters, he demands an immediate visit to the princely residence." After a moment's hesitation, he added in a hushed tone, "Moreover, due to the envoy's offensive words, he insists on thrice kneeling and 9 prostrations to atone for the offense." Shi Siming raised an eyebrow, Feigning surprise, why does the prince refuse to meet the envoy? Could it be? His words trailed off. Clang. Zhu Wujie sprang to his feet, his eyes flashing like lightning as he surveyed the room, slowly declaring, "Let it be known that Prince Lushan has conspired with foreign enemies to assassinate the envoy and has gathered forces to plot treason against the state. The evidence is irrefutable, and his crimes are unforgivable. The Yanbei army is ordered to break camp immediately and march towards Yanbei city to quell the rebellion and eliminate the traitors." His voice rang clear and resolute, causing the commanders present to change color. "Oh, this is unwise, General. We implore you to retract your command. You must not do this." Zhu Wujie's gaze shifted, his tone ominous. "To defy the emperor's decree, to oppose the imperial order, do you wish to test the sharpness of this sort of authority?" At once, the commanders turned pale, rendered speechless. Huyan Depan, exuding second-tier energy, bellowed, "Who dares to act with such impudence?" Several commanders cast furtive glances at Siming, hesitating to comply with the orders. Zhu Wujie's eyes narrowed dangerously. Siming felt a shiver run down his spine, as if a great beast had fixed its gaze upon him. He trembled involuntarily. Without hesitation, he declared, "What the general says is entirely true. I, a humble officer, second the motion." He then clasped his fists and bowed deeply to Zhu Wujie. The other commanders, witnessing this, quickly understood that even General Shi had capitulated. Regardless of their reluctance, they dared not speak against him and followed suit in bowing. Zhu Wujie cast a dispassionate glance at them. The chief commander of the vanguard, Zhu Yang, who questioned the imperial order and defied military commands, shall receive a demerit, to be reported to the capital. The remaining commanders' expression shifted slightly, words caught in their throats, yet they ultimately dared not voice their objections. The commander who had initially hesitated turned pale, his slightly corpulent form trembling. He bent lower, humbled. "However, considering your loyalty to the crown, I shall temporarily exempt you from punishment. You may redeem yourself through merit." The chief commander of the vanguard, Zhu Yang, immediately prostrated himself on the ground. He had completely submitted. "I, a humble officer, thank the general for his mercy and vow to assist in quelling the rebellion and vanquishing the enemies, serving the country with utmost loyalty." "Rise," Zhu Wujie intoned lightly. Half an hour later, the Yanbei army stirred into action. Thunderous sounds echoed across the land as the iron hooves of the army shook the earth. The air was filled with the sounds of horses and men, a display of might. The command was given, the entire army was to march towards Yanbei city to eradicate the traitors and quell the rebellion. "Those who defy the order shall be executed." Shouts of fury reverberated throughout the army. Over a dozen captains had their heads severed and displayed. The headless bodies were hung at the gate, serving as a stark warning. The entire army stood in solemn respect, each person feeling a bead of sweat trickle down their spine. Good heavens! Is that not the captain who boasted that even the emperor would dismount upon arriving at Yanbei? And that one, he is the deputy commander of the assault camp, Qin Su. The remaining individuals were all those who typically relied on the royal residence for protection, bullying and reprimanding others at will. Yet today, all had been executed as an example. Some murmured, "What madness has our general succumbed to, daring to slay the direct descendants of the royal residence?" Others chuckled, feigning an air of mystery. "Do you not understand? A transformation is imminent in Yanbei." The army of iron steeds surged like a torrential flood towards Yanbei city. As the foremost bastion against the Chang invaders, Yanbei city boasted towering walls, solid as a fortress. Not to mention that even with an additional 100,000 men, breaching this city would remain a daunting task. On the journey, Siming earnestly advised Zhu Wujie, hoping to dissuade him from his intent to breach the city and capture the prince. Yet Zhu Wujie remained indifferent, eyes closed in meditation. Siming retreated awkwardly, but clandestinely instructed the soldiers to alert Yanbei city in advance. Several commanders conspired with him in this underhanded scheme. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and whispered, "Master, shall we intercept them?" Zhu Wujie waved his hand dismissively. "They are but a troop of clowns, not worthy of concern." Xiao Yan acquiesced for them. The difference between killing 100 men and one was negligible. On the path to transcendence, one must tread upon the corpses of countless individuals, and to Zhu Wujie and his ilk, Siming and his companions were merely dust that could be brushed away without a second thought. The army soon arrived at the foot of Yanbei city, towering high. The city walls soared approximately 50 zhang in height, spanning over 10 li from east to west. The watchtowers, battlements, cannons, and magical formations interlinked seamlessly. Coupled with a contingent of 10,000 elite soldiers clad in armor and armed with halberds, bows drawn and arrows ready, their defenses were impeccable. The defenders were resolute, confident that should the Yanbei army dare to assault the city, they would ensure that every last one of them would be buried outside its walls. "Who goes there?" a voice boomed from atop the walls. Siming rode forward and called out, "The Yanbei army, newly appointed General Zhu Wujie, acting on the emperor's command to take charge of Yanbei. We demand that the northern king come forth to receive the imperial envoy." The man atop the wall scoffed. A nonsense. A mere hostage dares to masquerade as the emperor's envoy, truly absurd. Moreover, even if you were the emperor's envoy, once you enter Yenbei, you must yield like a dragon coiling or a tiger crouching. Sure Simon, under the guise of counsel, was in fact fanning the flames. You must think carefully. The envoy has deemed you rebels. Should you persist in your obstinacy, it will not be merely a matter of redeeming your sins, but rather the annihilation of your 9 clans. Chapter 27. Xu Wuji's capriciousness. The execution of An Lushan and the promotion of Guozi. On the city walls, a man wore a countenance of fury, and with a resounding clang, he drew his precious sword. The emperor is foolish and tyrannical, the imperial envoy deceives both above and below, and treacherous ministers run rampant without restraint. Only I, the king of the north, possess the wisdom and might of a truly extraordinary ruler. If you are wise, surrender promptly, otherwise, should the prince's wrath be stirred, there shall be no chance of survival. General Sher Simon, enraged, retorted, preposterous. Preposterous, is the king of the north truly plotting rebellion? Such audacity is staggering. He turned his horse and bellowed, attack the city, let this general besiege the city. The defending troops on the city walls were thrown into a panic, the atmosphere shifting instantly. Xu Wuji cast a dispassionate glance at Sher Simon, who, feeling guilty, recoiled and dared not meet his gaze, yet Xu Wuji merely smiled lightly, unfazed. General Sher, today I shall demonstrate to you that certain schemes and plots are ultimately beneath notice. Strength is the true guarantee that suppresses all. Without the power to crush one's enemies, any alleged strategy is but an empty phrase. As his words fell, he levitated effortlessly into the air. With a few steps in the void, he approached Yenbei City. The defenders atop the walls were thrown into a frenzy. Loose arrows, quick, loose arrows, shoot him down. In an instant, a hail of arrows was unleashed, akin to a torrential downpour. Every heart raced to the throat. Even Sher Simon found himself secretly praying, shoot him down, shoot him down. However, in the next moment, all eyes widened in disbelief. Jaws agape as Xu Wuji raised a hand and gently pressed down. Suddenly, the sky seemed to freeze. All arrows halted midair, motionless as if they were lifeless. With a flick of his sleeve, the arrows cascaded down like a rain of projectiles. Gasped. Everyone inhaled sharply. A thought struck Sher Simon. Celestial phenomenon. This individual is a master of celestial phenomena. Simultaneously, he was bewildered. The rumors stated this son-in-law from the Ming kingdom was a mere wastrel. How could he suddenly possess strength on par with a master of celestial phenomena? Could it be he had been concealing his capabilities, while Sher Simon was lost in thought? Yet another uproar arose. To his horror, he discovered a sword had appeared beside Xu Wuji, a flying sword. The long sword radiated a golden brilliance, akin to the blazing sun, impossible to gaze upon directly. A formidable sword aura was unleashed. Before the multitude, Xu Wuji pointed suddenly towards Yenbei City. Go! Whoosh! The sword aura whistled through the air, piercing into the city walls. The defenders exhaled in relief, revealing relaxed postures. All was well, they were unharmed. Yet soon after, someone's expression changed drastically, screaming, jump the wall! Upon uttering this, numerous individuals sensed the impending doom and leapt directly from the walls. Some broke limbs in their haste, yet they cared not. Others muttered indifferently, pretentious sorcery. Then, with a resounding bang, a deafening explosion erupted. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, accompanied by wails, roars, and frenzied cries that filled the air. All the Yenbei troops stood dumbfounded, gazing in disbelief at the obliterated city walls. Bricks and tiles tumbled down, the city gate missing a significant portion, revealing a gaping hole 10 jang wide. The defending troops disbanded instantaneously, fleeing in all directions. As the Yenbei soldiers looked upon Xu Wuji with a mix of reverence and astonishment, he descended gracefully. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, enter the city and capture the traitorous king. Yes. At that moment, all the Yenbei troops were thoroughly convinced. Humans are inherently drawn to the strong. They were no exception. Half a day later, Xu Wuji strode into the king of the north's residence with great ferocity. Ahead stood a corpulent man clad in a yellow robe, flanked by 2 distinct formations of civil and military officials. Xu Wuji, do you truly intend to rebel? The rotund figure initiated the confrontation, his gaze piercing and unyielding. Xu Wuji did not even glance at him, simply raising a hand to deliver a slap smack. The hefty figure was sent flying, emitting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Xu Wuji coolly remarked, is my name one you are permitted to utter? The rotund individual was none other than An Lushan, the unchallenged sovereign of Yenbei, a king without a crown. Ultimately, he found himself a prisoner beneath Xu Wuji, yet he howled like a rabid dog. I am the only foreign royal of the Tang dynasty. How dare you treat me thus? How dare you? Another 50 slaps. Hu Yen Depan strode towards An Lushan. Suddenly, an elderly monk in a resplendent robe emerged, sighing as he addressed Hu Yen Depan, Master Hu Yen, you have crossed the line. Hu Yin Depan scoffed, "An old bald donkey who cannot discern reality, you are outdated." Without further ado, he raised his hand to deliver a palm strike. The monk's expression changed, disbelief etched on his features as he exclaimed, "Have you reached the first grade?" Bang! Without answering, Hu Yin Depan struck him back. After 3 strikes, the monk was gravely injured and on the brink of death, murmuring, "It's over, all over. The grand plans of the Buddhist sect have been utterly thwarted." Hu Yin Depan remained deaf to his words, striking down once more. The monk's head shattered like a watermelon, blood splattering the scene. All present were astonished, the hall falling into a profound silence. First grade. So it turned out that this son-in-law's subordinate was of the first grade. How could they possibly fight against that? If even his subordinate was of the first grade, could Zhu Wuji's strength be lowly? And Lushan finally grasped the reality, an anguished smile spreading across his face. "First grade, and do not die in vain. I never expected the Tang Emperor to send a first grade to confront me. Though defeated, I shall still hold my head high." Zhu Wuji waved his hand, and the imperial sword descended, embedding itself before in Lushan's corpulent form. He chuckled softly. "Dare I ask, can the king still embark on the road?" The generals of An's faction glared with indignation. "A soldier may be killed but must not be humiliated." An Lushan chuckled softly. 20 years of blood and carnage, a lifetime of drifting and suffering, ultimately yielding nothing but bloodshed. The imperial ambitions are but a hollow dream. Alas, it seems I, was never destined to enjoy the fortune of the world. With a swift motion, he drew the sword across his neck, crimson blood flowing slowly as his eyes dimmed. Deep within, there lay a fierce sense of regret and resentment, yet he felt no remorse. Perhaps from the moment he chose this path, he knew this day would inevitably come. Zhu Wuji averted his gaze, slowly stating, "The leader of the traitors has been vanquished. The remaining rebels," others felt their hearts seize, staring intently at Zhu Wuji. "The remaining rebels shall be judged according to their crimes." Some collapsed entirely to the ground, dragged away by the Yanbei soldiers. Others knelt, pleading for mercy. Many erupted in curses, hurling insults and obscenities, their words laden with humiliation. Zhu Wuji paid them no heed. After dealing with An Lushan's rebellion, he proceeded to the front hall. His gaze fell upon Siming. After a brief silence, to the astonishment of all the generals, he slowly removed his armor. "I bear guilt, and I implore the imperial envoy to punish me." Siming's deep voice caused all the generals to change color. Zhu Wuji regarded him with indifference, scrutinizing him for a moment before slowly speaking. "Former Grand General of Yanbei, Siming, has aided tyranny and collaborated with traitors, bringing calamity to the nation. According to the law, he must be executed." An uproar erupted within the hall, yet Siming remained motionless, prostrating himself on the ground. His body trembled, but he dared not resist, awaiting Zhu Wuji's judgment. "However, given your contributions in quelling the rebellion, I shall spare your life." Zhu Wuji uttered this sentence, easing the expressions of the generals. Yet while the death penalty may be averted, the living punishment is inescapable. He is to be permanently stripped of his title as Grand General of Yanbei and escorted back to the capital. Everyone held their breath once more, their gazes flickering with a hint of unrest. "The position of Grand General of Yanbei shall temporarily be held by the Vice General, Guazi." So decreed, all the generals turned their heads in unison to the individual at the end of the line. Chapter 28. Empress Dowager Xiao. "Oh no, this dear blood is poisonous." The man, with a face of simplicity and honesty, appeared momentarily stunned. Upon hearing these words, he was at a loss for a response, only regaining his senses when his former colleagues bowed to him. Trembling, he stammered, "I report to your highness." "Oh no, to the general. I am but a humble servant with no achievements, my status is lowly, and my reputation is yet to be established. How could I possibly bear such a heavy responsibility? I implore you, General, to rescind your command." Zhu Wuji cast a faint glance at him, saying, "This is an imperial decree. How could I possibly alter it at my whim?" Nevertheless, Guazi deeply remembered the phrase that the prince consort would handle all matters in Yanbei. This was no mere imperial decree. It was evident that Zhu Wuji had set his sights on Guo. In that moment, Guazi felt akin to a steed encountering a worthy rider. "Furthermore, when I say you can, then you surely can." Without hesitation, he knelt down, proclaiming, "I humbly thank your highness for your recognition." Zhu Wuji nodded in satisfaction, a hint of warmth appearing on his face. He was destined to transcend boundaries, yet his numerous offspring were not. In this lifetime, he would inevitably engage with the literati and martial officials of the Li, Tang, and Shuming nations. His actions today might just grant them a glimmer of hope. What Zhu Wuji was unaware of was that this extraordinary promotion would indirectly forge an unparalleled military deity. In the decades to come, the name Guazi would resonate across nations, becoming a source of dread for kings. This also played a crucial role in the schemes of Zhu Wuji's descendants, who aspired to usurp authority. Zhu Wuji then addressed the assembled generals, What is there to hesitate about? Pay your respects. Witnessing Zhu Wujie's support for Guozi, the generals immediately resigned themselves. We have seen the general. Guozi inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the tumult of emotions within him, and solemnly stated, "Gentlemen, there is no need for formalities." Thus, the Yanbei army officially completed its transition from old to new. Siming quietly retreated into the shadows. 3 days later, after a handover with Guozi, Zhu Wujie took his leave. Guozi, nearly choked with emotion, asked, "Your Highness, why the hurried departure?" Zhu Wujie patted his shoulder, replying, "With the Chang marauders at the borders, how can I face the countless suffering people of the Central Plains if I do not personally journey to their sacred mountains?" Guozi, in shock, stammered, "Your Highness, you intend to venture into the heart of the Chang?" He then anxiously added, "Your Highness, the Chang are filled with skilled warriors. You, with your precious body, must not take such risks." Zhu Wujie smiled proudly. "In this vast world, there is no place I, Zhu Wujie, cannot go." Behind him, Huyen Depan and others also shared in this confidence. Guozi suddenly realized that the man before him was a master of the first rank in the celestial realm. Even if he found himself amidst the enemy camp, he would harbor no fear. He then bowed low, saying, "Then I shall wish your Highness success in slaying the enemy chieftain and returning victorious." Zhu Wujie laughed heartily. There was something uniquely gratifying about the compliments of such an honest and straightforward person. After departing the Yanbei military camp, several phrases unexpectedly echoed in Zhu Wujie's mind. "Congratulations, host, for successfully quelling the rebellion and rescuing countless lives from the brink of disaster. You have been rewarded with 500,000 merits in the first 3 layers of the illusory level spirit refinement technique, which can enhance your spiritual consciousness and transform thought into lethal force." Upon comprehending the first 3 layers of the spirit refinement technique, Zhu Wujie's smile grew increasingly radiant. He mused to himself that the spirit refinement technique was indeed a treasure of the illusory level, its value far surpassing that of the transformation technique. Merely mastering it to perfection would allow one to manifest countless spirits, rivaling even the essence infant practitioners, a feat worthy of pride above all others. Zhu Wujie was confident that with this secret art in his possession, he now possessed the foundation and courage to fight beyond his current level. From this day forth, slaying essence transformation foes would no longer be a mere dream. 10 days later, in the heart of the Chang territory, outside the capital, a weary Zhu Wujie slowly removed his veil, revealing a weathered visage. He murmured, "I have finally arrived." Huyen Depan and the others appeared equally fatigued, their expressions weary. Xiaoyan forced himself to maintain his spirits. "Master, according to intelligence reports, the current ruler of the Chang is in his youth, while all significant power within the court is held by Empress Dowager Xiao. If we wish to annihilate the Chang, we need only slay that old woman." However, upon hearing this, Zhu Wujie's lips curled into a peculiar smile. "Why must we kill this beauty?" Xiaoyan was taken aback, momentarily at a loss, before glancing at the intelligence in his hands. Indeed, it stated that Empress Dowager Xiao had reached 30 years of age. Was she not old? Zhu Wujie corrected him. Anyone under 35 should be referred to as a young matron. Xiaoyan's mind momentarily faltered. Huyen Depan nodded in agreement. Master's discerning eye is truly remarkable. The objective of Zhu Wujie's journey was to strike deep into the heart of the desert, traversing the Qilian Mountains and Lishurian Mountains, ensuring the northern borders would no longer suffer from the Chang. However, this did not preclude Zhu Wujie from seeking a bit of fortune. He quietly instructed, "You two, create some commotion to draw the Chang's elite away." Huyen Depan and Xiaoyan clasped their fists respectfully. "Master, take care." Zhu Wujie nodded, activating his celestial escape technique and vanishing in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyan's gaze flickered, murmuring, "Master's powers are unfathomable. He has already approached the realm of transformation, far beyond our capabilities." Huyen Depan replied calmly, "Isn't that a good thing?" Xiaoyan lowered his voice, "Brother, let us not forget that when Master was in the Ming Kingdom, he slew the young master of the martial god sect." Huyen Depan turned to look at him. "What? Do you have other thoughts, junior brother?" Xiaoyan smiled indifferently. "Now that Master is gaining renown, what thoughts could I possibly have? I merely wish to advise you to plan ahead." After a moment of silence, Huyen Depan spoke slowly. "Had this been in the past, I might have been tempted, but now, it is too late." With that, he turned and departed. Xiaoyan was astonished, quickly coming to a realization. His expression shifted several times before he bitterly shook his head. "My Xuandu Temple's foundation has been utterly defeated by those few youngsters." Moments later, Zhu Wujie's figure gradually reappeared, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression indifferent. He muttered to himself, "Opportunities are fleeting, there shall be no second chance." As Huyen Depan traversed the desert, he sensed something, turning to gaze deeply in the direction of the Chang capital. He felt a profound sense of relief. his entire being lightened. In the Chang capital, at the altar of sacrifices, 10 high priests sat in meditation inside the tower. A stunningly beautiful woman knelt, her body bowed low. She murmured, "I, Sha Yan, beseech the heavens for eternal life, grant me everlasting youth, forever maintaining my vitality. Celestial beings, I vow to honor you for generations, only asking for your blessing upon my success." With that, she carefully produced a jade vial from her bosom, filled to the brim with the blood of a white deer. It was rumored among the Chang people that consuming this blood would preserve one's youth and grant immortality. As Xiao Yanyan uncorked the vial and tilted her head to drink, she inadvertently caught sight of Zhu Wujie perched above on the beam. His expression bore an enigmatic smile, rich with meaning. From this angle, he could behold an endless vista. As she swallowed, Xiao Yanyan choked unexpectedly. Cough, cough, cough. She suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs, her cheeks flushed, as if struggling for breath. Zhu Wujie, feeling helpless, descended and wrapped his arms around her slender waist, gently patting her back. He muttered, choking on a sip of blood, "Now that's quite something." Xiao Yanyan's face turned crimson with shame and anger. Just as she was about to scream, her expression changed drastically. Turning pale, she bent at the waist, revealing a stunning curve. "Oh no, this dear blood is poisonous." In a fit of rage and shock, she turned her gaze toward the new high priest Yi Wudao outside the door, exclaiming, "How could you harbor such treacherous ambitions? How despicable!" Chapter 29. Can I have you? She seemed to awaken to a realization, softly cursing, "To think you could seize me with your cunning schemes, not a chance." It appeared that the Empress had forgotten someone. Zhu Wujie embraced Xiao Yanyan, whose beauty was as striking as an orchid. Although Xiao Yanyan held the esteemed title of Empress Dowager, she was barely 35, in the prime of her life, a time when desires ran wild. Upon seeing the handsome man beside her, how could she refrain from consuming him whole? A searing passion coursed within her, yet she had no time to indulge it, resolutely suppressing her innate allure. She feigned calmness, asking, "What do you desire?" Zhu Wujie chuckled lightly, "The sacred artifact of the Chang." A flicker of indignation crossed Xiao Yanyan's face. "Impossible, even if you were to kill me, I would never relinquish the sacred artifact to you." Zhu Wujie's expression turned peculiar. "It is merely an external possession. Why hoard it so? Is it not worth more than your life?" Xiao Yanyan bit her lip in frustration, hissing, "For women, some things are more precious than life itself." Zhu Wujie, unperturbed, replied coldly, "You must think this through. Sacrificing your life for an object seems rather unwise. I am not one to cherish delicate flowers." Suddenly, a loud banging echoed from outside the shrine. "Your Highness, how are you?" The voice was youthful, laden with urgency. Yet, Xiao Yanyan's expression soured with fury. "This treacherous scoundrel seeks to take advantage of my plight. I shall not grant him his wish." She immediately reprimanded, "Audacious, in this sacred place, how dare you make such a racket? Yi Wudao, do you wish to defile the celestial shrine?" Noticing Xiao Yanyan's resolute demeanor and clear mind, the voices outside fell silent. She inhaled deeply, stifling her inner yearnings in fervor. Biting her tongue to maintain her clarity, she inquired, "Is High Commander Gao present?" A deep, muddled voice responded from outside, replying, "To your Highness, this old minister is here." "High Commander Gao, relay my decree. In this sacred place, no one is permitted to intrude. Those who defy this order shall be executed without mercy." She threatened meaningfully, "High Commander Gao, I trust you do not wish to witness the wrath of the celestial realm?" Outside, there seemed to be a moment of scheming and hesitation. Ultimately, amidst several reprimands, the reluctant Yi Wudao was dragged away, leaving only High Commander Gao at the entrance. He bowed deeply, assuring, "Rest assured, Your Highness, in this sacred space, I shall not allow anyone to defile it." "That is well." Xiao Yanyan's expression softened as she sank to the ground. Zhu Wujie noticed something was amiss and murmured, "Is the potency of this dear blood so strong? Quickly, help me into the inner hall." Xiao Yanyan gazed at his handsome face, her tone tinged with urgency. Zhu Wujie, without suspicion, lifted Xiao Yanyan into his arms. As they entered the inner hall, a sudden rush of air escaped him. He was thoroughly astonished. This is bad, he had been subdued. A wave of potent blood energy enveloped them both. It was the dear blood. Within that blood lay a mysterious force that entranced both Zhu Wujie and Xiao Yanyan. It was an aphrodisiac. In her eyes, emotions of shame, anger, greed, and fervor intertwined. She murmured to herself, and soon, her beautiful gaze was utterly lost. After a full 10 hours, as the torrential rain began to cease, Zhu Wujie's lips curled upward. The celestial fox's allure truly lives up to its reputation. Congratulations to the host. A union with the celestial fox's allure has birthed a trace of celestial fox demon energy, granting the Nine-Tails Ascendant technique, along with an additional 600,000 merits. Note: the host's initial union with a national empress grants 1/3 of national fortune, bestowing 100 strands of great fortune and enhancing fortune by 300 times, with a 30% chance of breaking through the divine transformation realm. Note: the host's tribulations including human calamities, heavenly tribulations, and heart demon tribulations are imminent. Please be prepared. 3 distinct voices echoed in Zhu Wujia's mind, and he glanced down at the beauty in his arms, revealing a hint of tenderness as he softly declared, "From this day forth, you shall belong solely to me." Xiao Yanyan languidly rose, turning her face to respond. "Do you think you are worthy of having me as your woman for life? Am I not worthy?" Zhu Wujia replied with a smile, "Very well, let me show you just how worthy I am." Xiao Yanyan gasped in surprise. In stark contrast to the solemn and austere ambience of the celestial shrine, the interplay of sound and silence created a striking juxtaposition. After a prolonged silence, a languid voice broke through. "Yanyan, where do you hide your treasures?" Xiao Yanyan, blushing, smiled shyly. "You may take the treasure." After a moment, Zhu Wujie marveled at the sight. It turned out that on Xiao Yanyan's butterfly wings hung a small bell. As Zhu Wujie observed her and gently moved aside the butterfly, he extended 2 fingers to delicately grasp the bell artifact. Xiao Yanyan closed her eyes in enjoyment. "Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Eastern Sovereign Bell, awarded with 1 million merits and 100 strands of innate celestial spirit energy." After indulging for half a day, Xiao Yanyan sighed softly, cradling Zhu Wujie's head, whispering, "My dear rival, you are truly my prince descended from the heavens." Zhu Wujie chuckled, "Am I not a prince?" Xiao Yanyan playfully pouted. In the solemn and grand sacrificial hall, the sound of ritual music once again filled the air. Zhu Wujie lingered in the Chang for a full fortnight before returning to the Tang Kingdom. As they parted, the two exchanged bittersweet farewells, reluctant to let go. "Brother Zhu, when will you come again?" Xiao Yanyan nestled against Zhu Wujie's chest, her eyes glistening with tears. Zhu Wujie lifted her chin, grinning mischievously. "I shall return one day." Xiao Yanyan shot him a sidelong glance, watching Zhu Wujie's figure fade into the distance. Gradually, she reined in her tender expression, murmuring to herself, "As long as you are in the Tang Kingdom, I shall not venture south." Zhu Wujie's retreating figure paused momentarily. After a brief hesitation, he tossed a long sword back. The exquisite artifact, Spring Thunder, slanted down before Xiao Yanyan. In her ear, Zhu Wujie's gentle voice echoed, "This is called Spring Thunder. When it sounds again in spring, I shall return." Xiao Yanyan's gaze became dreamy as she stared intently. Half a day later, a stone of longing was erected here. Every full moon night, Xiao Yanyan would come to gaze upon it, until a month later, when Spring Thunder resounded, she found herself with child, feeling the stirrings of life within. "Your Highness, congratulations! You are with child," the Chang royal physician exclaimed excitedly. The voice quickly fell silent. The old Chen Yu had passed away many years ago. Whose child could the Empress Dowager be carrying? Xiao Yanyan's expression remained impassive as she waved her hand dismissively. "Take it away, execute it." The royal physician cried out in terror, "Your Highness, spare me, spare me!" With a sickening thud, a scream pierced the air before silence enveloped them. Xiao Yanyan caressed her abdomen, revealing a flicker of maternal tenderness as she spoke softly, "My little rival, I carry your child." Months later, within the palace of the Chang Empress Dowager, 3 wet nurses were added to the household. Yet, the heavy milk supply remained insufficient. Xiao Yanyan waved her hand, "Bring 10 more." She gazed at the quintuplets on the embroidered couch, a mix of exasperation and fondness washing over her. That fellow truly had a remarkable talent for procreation. Chapter 30. Huang Yi, I am willing to do anything for the master of the observatory, Your Majesty. The individual from Xuandu Temple has returned from the dog rong. Within the halls of Changdal Palace, Emperor Tang was diligently inscribing. Upon hearing this news, a long-lost smile graced his weary cheeks. "Truly, he is my excellent son-in-law. Convey an edict to the Ministry of Rites, praising Prince Xu." Gao Lishur hesitated for a moment before mustering the courage to speak. Furthermore, the master of the observatory has sent a letter. As a servant, I dare not act independently, only Your Majesty can decide. The emperor, taken aback, responded, "Oh." He took the letter and, after a brief glance, his expression gradually became solemn, eventually turning impassive. After a pause, he closed his eyes and reopened them. He handed the letter to the eunuch at his side and, after releasing a heavy sigh, softly instructed, "Summon the chancellors to the palace for a discussion." The inner minister, upon receiving the letter, quickly scanned it. His eyelids trembled violently, and his brow furrowed deeply. After a barely perceptible sigh, he resumed a lowly demeanor. The emperor seemed oblivious. The following day, a decree spread throughout the realm of the crown prince Chengxian, lacking virtue yet long residing in the eastern palace, has committed acts of rebellion with delight, indulging in pleasures, favoring entertainers and courtesans, neglecting state affairs, leading to the degradation of governance, causing unbearable suffering for the military and civilians, with the people's grievances rising to the heavens. Thus, after careful consideration and discussion with the chancellors and officials, I have resolved to depose him from his position as crown prince, demoting him to commoner status, and ordering his immediate removal from the eastern palace. In an instant, the realm was in turmoil, with discussion swirling. Crown Prince Li Chengqian's unjust deposition shocked both court and populace, inciting public uproar, yet, only a select few knew that the emperor's decision stemmed from the crown prince having offended Liu, which displeased the master of the observatory. Many supporters of the crown prince were frantic, pacing with anxiety and desperation. They sought various means, even approaching the current prime minister. However, those in the higher echelons of the Tang court remained tight-lipped. Eventually, someone learned from an unnamed elder Chang that the crown prince had previously dispatched assassins to attack the master of the observatory. The court was thrown into disarray, with astonishment echoing throughout. Countless individuals lamented, shaking their heads in disbelief. They remarked, "One's own folly leads to demise, and he deserves it. The master of the observatory harbors no grievances against you. By what right did you seek his life? Moreover, he was merely an unwelcome son-in-law, utterly defenseless. As a hostage in a foreign land, living on the edge of survival, he was pitiable enough. Yet, you, Li Chengqian, as a lofty crown prince, could not even spare such a person. Is there no room for compassion in your heart?" Thus, the crown princess' downfall was deemed just. At Xuandu Temple, in the rear courtyard, Hongshu walked with faltering steps, her silver-white teeth lightly biting her crimson lips, alluringly tempting. Her scarlet robe clung tightly to her waist, perfectly accentuating her graceful figure. She glided gracefully towards Zhu Wujie, who was meditating with closed eyes, softly announcing, "Master, the crown prince has been deposed." Zhu Wujie slowly opened his eyes, glancing at Hongshu and drawing her into his embrace. He gently bit her earlobe, inhaling her fragrant scent, murmuring, "When will the cycle of vengeance cease? If Li Chengqian is willing to acknowledge his faults and amend his ways, then your master shall exhibit magnanimity." Hongshu covered her mouth and chuckled, playfully responding, "Indeed, master, your heart is as vast as the ocean. Sparing him a life may even earn his gratitude." Zhu Wujie burst into hearty laughter. "He would likely wish for my dismemberment instead." Hongshu playfully glared at him. "You know well enough, having offended him so gravely, one must remain cautious, lest he attempts another assassination." Zhu Wujie hoisted Hongshu into his arms, chuckling softly, "Do not allow those insignificant matters to mar our good spirits. Come, let us go inside. Tonight we shall feast on stir-fried sweet potatoes. How vexing! I report to the master of the observatory, I have returned to fulfill my duties. A battle-scarred Su Qianan finally returned, holding the severed heads of 2 dogrong masters. Zhu Wujie, upon discovering they were both third-tier experts, laughed heartily. 7 and has slain 2 dogrong masters, he shall be rewarded." With a flourish of his hand, he presented a pill vial. "This is a cleansing elixir, which will aid you in breaking through to the second tier." He patted Su Qianan's shoulder, speaking with great significance, "Deputy Minister Zhang is ultimately an outsider. I can only feel secure when the inspection office is in the hands of our own." Su Qianan's heart surged with emotion, his eyes shining brightly. He was utterly convinced and bowed deeply. 7 and thanks the master of the observatory for the recognition. I shall face any danger without hesitation." Zhu Wujie smiled with satisfaction, urging him to rest well and prepare for the breakthrough. Subsequently, the members of the demon suppression prison returned one after another. Huang Yi, the deputy minister of the capture office, returned after slaying a second-tier dogrong, ready to report to the master of the observatory. Zhu Wujie was moved, stepping forward to support Huang Yi's bloodied waist. Though Huang Yi was only a late third-tier expert, her ability to slay a beginning second-tier master was enough to astonish the various sections. Most importantly, she had returned alive, demonstrating her remarkable willpower. She was a promising talent, worthy of cultivation, especially given her background in the floating smoke tower, a place of vice, yet she managed to preserve her purity, showcasing her formidable capabilities. Her strength, cunning, and determination were beyond question. Zhu Wujie immediately produced a healing elixir, gently saying, "Deputy Minister Huang, you have worked hard, please sit and tend to your injuries." However, Huang Yi lowered her head in shame. "Master, I am incompetent. I allowed the first officer of the capture office, Su Fingnian, to be captured by a mysterious dogrong master, his whereabouts unknown, his life uncertain. I beseech the master to punish me." Zhu Wujie's pupils contracted. Su Fingnian captured by the dogrong, his fate unknown. This individual had been among the first to pledge allegiance to him and was a key figure for Zhu Wujie's future cultivation plans. To think that he had met with misfortune before even achieving success is truly regrettable. Instead of assigning blame, he consoled her. The path of cultivation is inherently fraught with peril. If he cannot survive this trial, it is simply fate. Do not take it to heart. I shall not hold you responsible. The deceased are beyond consolation. Winning over this woman is of utmost importance. Furthermore, should Xiao Yanyan discover that Su Fengnian was under his command, she might show leniency and spare his life. Zhu Wujie's intuition was correct. Su Fengnian was not dead. In fact, he had been promoted, becoming the chief eunuch of the dogrong, overseeing 5 small children for Xiao Yanyan. The only regret was that he had lost a small item, a misfortune among fortunes. Upon seeing that Zhu Wujie bore no resentment, Huang Yi felt a wave of relief wash over her. After a formal bow, she prepared to withdraw. Wait. A sudden apprehension gripped her heart. Could it be that the master had changed his mind? She turned around with a forced smile. May I ask if the master has any further instructions? Zhu Wujie waved his hand, tossing out a brocade box, smiling. Deputy Minister Huang Yi, having slain a second-tier dog roam master at the third-tier level, has greatly enhanced the reputation of our demon suppression prison. You shall be rewarded, and richly so. This item is called the Frostblade, which, when combined with the top-tier secret technique, the Frostblade technique, can subdue a second-tier master. Huang Yi was left speechless. And that was not all. Zhu Wujie tossed out another pill vial, gently stating, this pill is called the Vitality Pill. Though its name seems unremarkable, it is a top-grade elixir for restoring magical energy, which will aid you in regaining your strength at the late third-tier level. His tone was gentle, and he kindly added, in this capture office, the Guanyin Nu is officially the director. She is burdened with worldly matters and cannot attend to everything. Once you break through to the second tier, this office will require you to take the lead. Huang Yi stared at Zhu Wujie's face, momentarily speechless. In the floating smoke tower, though she was a top performer, she spent her days engaging in the demeaning act of selling smiles, often subjected to unwanted advances, a humiliation known only to her. Yet since arriving at the demon suppression prison, she had first experienced warmth and trust, even a hint of affection. She admitted that she was utterly captivated. At this moment, she was willing to prostrate herself before this young master of the observatory, ready to do anything, serving him without regrets. She had resolved to follow the master of the observatory wholeheartedly from this day forth. As for the floating smoke tower, she would not return, even if the powerful owner came seeking her out. She would never go back. Chapter 31, bestowing treasures to win hearts and capturing the world with one blade. After Huang Yi departed, Xinqing Division's Xiao Fan and Deputy Chief Fang Yuan arrived together, accompanied by the first executor, Qin Ping'an. Remarkably, Chen was unscathed, having not only captured a bloodied head but also brought along a young girl. Xiao Fan and Fang Yuan, as second-tier experts, had combined their strengths to slay a canine roam second-tier initial stage Jixin realm expert. Moreover, the Jixin master appeared to be on the brink of death, nearing the end of his life. It was evident that they had resorted to underhanded tactics, yet, Zhu Wujie bore no displeasure on his face. Instead, he spoke with gentle words, offering commendations. He bestowed upon them a vial of top-grade breaking barrier elixir, which could assist them in opening meridians and breaking through realms, and hinted that he had further instructions for them. Naturally, they were both immensely satisfied. However, their hearts remained unsettled. As long as they did not fully pledge their allegiance, Zhu Wujie would withhold the truly precious elixirs. Finally, Zhu Wujie's gaze fell upon Qin Ping'an. With a clang, he declared, for your meritorious service in slaying the enemy, I bestow upon you the superior grade magical treasure, the Ant Sword. With this sword in hand, you may slay deities above and nobles below. With a flourish, Zhu Wujie produced a shimmering silver sword and presented it to Qin Ping'an. Ecstatic, Chen accepted it with a bow, exclaiming, I humbly thank you, sect master. As a disciple of Xuandu Temple, he addressed Zhu Wujie in this manner, both out of familiarity and to draw a clear line between himself and outsiders of the demon suppression prison, signifying that he was indeed Zhu Wujie's true direct subordinate. Zhu Wujie's gaze deepened as he softly instructed, take this sword to the Shenghua army and meet with the Grand Princess. Tell her. After whispering a few commands, Qin Ping'an, suppressing his shock and trepidation, confirmed them repeatedly before hastily departing. Subsequently, experts from the Demon Suppression Division and the Comfort Division returned one after another. Although the leadership of the two divisions was nominally held by Xuandu Temple's original Jingyan Institute's head Li Yuanji and the Martial Arts Institute's head Yang Guang, real power resided with the deputy chiefs. The Demon Suppression Division, being the core of the Demon Suppression Prison, necessitated that this position be entrusted to a person of formidable strength and unwavering loyalty. Zhu Wujie had long since earmarked this individual. Duan Tianya, yet, without a solid foundation already established, hastily promoting him might lead to dissent. After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Wujie softly uttered, Haitang. Shangguan Haitang, like Duan Tianya, was one of the 4 adopted sons and daughters of Yu Cheng'en. She was a staunch ally of Zhu Wujie. Ever since Zhu Wujie left the Ming Kingdom, both Yu Cheng'en and Xin Lian had, unsurprisingly, faced exclusion and suppression. While their lives were not in danger, their circumstances were undeniably harsh. Upon deliberation, the two decided to venture to the Tang Kingdom's Xuandu Temple to seek Zhu Wujie's aid. At this juncture, Zhu Wujie was in the midst of establishing the Demon Suppression Prison, and with manpower stretched thin, he was naturally overjoyed to see Xin Lian and the others, feeling greatly relieved. Thus, his forces now comprised 2 guards, 1 prison, and 1 temple. The 2 guards were the Hulong Guard and the Shui Guard, while the prison was the Demon Suppression Prison, and the temple was Xuandu Temple. Furthermore, there were also peripheral forces such as the Sun and Moon sect, the Ming Song sect, the Tian Han sect, and the Jiuyu sect. His followers were numerous, and his wings were steadily expanding. Suddenly, a figure of imposing elegance stood silently before him. Zhu Wujie produced a tome and a brocade box, gently stating, "This technique is called the Snowflower Sword Technique, ranked at the first tier. This sword technique encompasses skills such as sword energy differentiation and sword separation. 2 strands of sword energy can slay a third-tier Diamond Realm opponent, while 4 strands can kill a second-tier Jixian Realm adversary. 10 strands can vanquish a first-tier Tianxiang Realm foe." He paused, then continued, "Should you manage to differentiate an unprecedented 16 strands of sword energy, you may slay terrestrial immortals and ascend to the pinnacle of the contemporary realm." Shangwan Haitong's eyes sparkled with fervor and desire. Zhu Wujie chuckled, "As for the item within the box, it is a sword yet to be named. That decision lies with you." Shangwan Haitang pressed the box, which clicked open with a soft sound, revealing a crimson sword, as red as blood, embodying the spirit of the proud snow plum, noble and solitary. The blade was adorned with a vivid engraving of a phoenix soaring, lifelike and enchanting. Holding the sword felt like a phoenix undergoing rebirth through blood. A glimmer of joy crossed her face. After a moment of contemplation, she uttered 2 words: "A phoenix blood." She earnestly declared, "This sword shall be named Phoenix Blood." Zhu Wujie, taken aback, burst into laughter. "This sword is indeed meant for you. Its original name is Phoenix Blood, and it stands as a counterpart to the Dragon's Soul Blade." With the bestowed treasures in hand, Shangwan Haitang inquired, "What further instructions do you have, master?" Zhu Wujie, with hands clasped behind his back, gazed into the distance and slowly spoke, "I wish for you to venture to the Wei Kingdom and protect a certain individual for me." He raised his hands, sketching the air, and instantly delineated the visage of an extraordinarily beautiful woman. "Do you recognize this person?" Shangwan Haitong's gaze flickered, as she softly replied, "This lady is Zhao Yu, a third-tier expert, and the daughter of the Wei Kingdom's Jiayang prince." Zhu Wujie's eyes glimmered with contemplation as he muttered to himself, "So it is her." After a moment's hesitation, he produced a dozen vials of spirit pills and precious medicines, handing them to Shangwan Haitang, saying, "Ensure their safety." Her safety, not just hers. Shangwan Haitang understood implicitly, accepted the elixirs, bowed deeply, and departed silently. "Oh, and please summon Wangan and Tianya, along with the others, to come here." "Yes." Soon, the 4 arrived together. Wangan bowed to Zhu Wujie, saying, "Master." Chen Shifei, with a carefree demeanor, grinned, "Your Highness, your cultivation has advanced yet again, reaching new heights, truly a paragon for us all." Gue Haidao stood with his sword, expressionless. Duan Tianya, ever the worldly one, respectfully clasped his fists and said, "Your Highness." Their varied forms of address reflected not only their differing temperaments but also their distinct affiliations. The Hulong Guard and Xiui Guard were independent of each other yet engaged in rivalry, a dynamic Zhu Wujie had intentionally fostered. Stagnation serves no purpose, only through competition can the potential of subordinates be ignited. Zhu Wujie first tossed a short knife to Gue Haidao, gently instructing, "Yidao, take this knife to the Ming Kingdom and inquire about the northern king Li Jindong." Gue Haidao accepted the short knife, running his fingers along its sharp edges, remarking, "Xiudong." The knife, named Xiudong, was of the second tier and capable of battling against Jixian. Zhu Wujie stood with his hands clasped behind him, nonchalantly stating, "Spring thunder has been given to Xiao Yanyan, and Xiudong is now bestowed upon you." His gaze turned cold. The king of Liaodong, Li Jindong, has colluded with the canine Rome, allowing enemies to invade. His crimes warrant death 1,000 times over. He glanced at Gue Haidao with a third-tier body and a second-tier treasured blade. "Do you dare to battle against Jixian?" Gue Haidao's eyes shone brightly as he gripped the knife and clasped his fists, resolutely declaring, "I shall not disappoint your Highness's trust." Zhu Wujie then turned to Wangan, speaking softly, "Wang Daban, I wish for you to infiltrate the Little Western Heaven. Are you willing to proceed?" The Little Western Heaven, along with the Martial God sect and Tiandu sect, were superpowers, suspected of harboring terrestrial immortals. Wangan's body trembled. He did not answer immediately but hesitated, saying, "Your Highness, I am but a flawed body. Can I truly evade those bald donkeys?" Zhu Wujie produced a tome. "This technique is called the concealment technique, which will aid you in passing unnoticed, ensuring your safety." Wangan immediately bowed, "So that is how it is. This old servant is willing to serve your Highness unto death." Zhu Wujie then produced another technique, smiling. "This technique is called the silk unraveling technique, created by a eunuch. With it, he once defeated a Tianxiang expert with Jixian, achieving remarkable success and standing above all others." Wangan displayed an expression of disbelief. The eunuch's creation seemed tailor-made for him, his face lit up with joy and excitement. I thank your highness for bestowing this technique, I shall not fail in my duties. Zhu Wujie patted Wang Yin's shoulder, sighing, you are all my trusted aides. I cannot afford to lose a single one of you. Remember, if you encounter peril, prioritize your own safety above all else, do not take unnecessary risks. Yes. Wang Yin appeared deeply moved. After issuing orders to Wang Yin, Zhu Wujie allowed him to withdraw and prepare. Lastly, he turned his attention to Duan Tianya, Chapter 32. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, is it not inevitable that you shall meet your demise? Duan Tianya, at the pinnacle of the third tier, stands equally matched with Li Yu. Yet, his true prowess is comparable to that of the second tier. For this heavenly guard, Zhu Wujie harbors high expectations. His gaze intense, he spoke each word deliberately. Tianya, do you dare to take a risk? Duan Tianya lifted his eyes. Please, your highness, guide me. As Zhu Wujie's eyes glimmered with depth as he slowly articulated, the Tiandu sect is situated by the eastern sea, where lies a city named Wudi City. Within this city resides a centenarian, the gatekeeper of the Tiandu sect. You shall go and inquire at the gate, asking this gatekeeper for whom he has guarded all these years. He turned to gaze intently at Duan Tianya, enunciating each word carefully. Do you dare? Duan Tianya's expression shifted slightly as he solemnly replied, the lord of Wudi City, Wang Xianji, is he still alive? Zhu Wujie spoke with a calm demeanor. The world claims Wang Xianji has vanished for many years, yet I know he has been hiding within the city for 2 decades, ostensibly guarding the gate while in truth evading debts. His gaze turned cold. The debts owed to my central plains. It was I, in the past, who sent him to guard Wudi City, and now he gazes indifferently upon my central plains. What reasoning lies behind this? Duan Tianya's heart surged with excitement, eager for the challenge. The lord of Wudi City, Wang Xianji, had reached the celestial phenomenon realm 2 decades prior, and after training all these years, he was surely on the brink of achieving the realm of the terrestrial immortal. This path is fraught with peril, yet it presents his greatest opportunity for breakthrough. Seeing his unwavering spirit, Zhu Wujie smiled with satisfaction, tossing a long knife into the air. The blade resonated with a roar akin to dragons and tigers, its aura formidable, surpassing any first-tier artifact. This knife, known as Dragon Soul, is a counterpart to the Phoenix Blood Sword. Together, they can sever the celestial phenomenon. Zhu Wujie, with a knowing smile, remarked, I am aware of your affection for Haitang. This Dragon Soul sword is intended for you, as it complements the Phoenix Blood Sword in her possession. Duan Tianya felt a momentary pause in his heart, touched by the gesture. He bowed his head and vowed solemnly, I shall, with utmost resolve, confront the lord of Wudi City and demand clarity on why he disregards the interests of the Central Plains and aids tyranny. Zhu Wujie nodded in approval. Go forth, and remember, you must return alive. Yes. Lastly, there was Qin Shifei. Observing Qin Shifei's nonchalant demeanor, Zhu Wujie felt a slight headache. He found it quite challenging to arrange matters for this individual. Perhaps he could accompany him in training, but that would not suffice, for he could not remain idle. A thought struck him. Since he cannot be idle, let him venture out. He glanced at Qin Shifei and slowly spoke. Shifei, your golden body bears significant ties to the Buddhist realm of the Little Western Heaven. Should you seek to break through, you may find opportunities there. However, Qin Shifei shook his head vigorously. No, that place is too monotonous, devoid of even a single woman. I, Chen, have no desire to go there. Zhu Wujie sighed inwardly. This fellow was as slippery as an eel. After a moment of contemplation, he thought of someone. The mistress of Daxiping in the state of Zhao, Xianyuan Qingfeng. She had trained in martial arts since the age of 6, dedicating 16 years to martial studies, and had stepped into the innate realm at the age of 22, becoming a top-tier third-grade master. In merely 5 years, she had successively defeated the young masters of Zhao, establishing herself as the undisputed first among the youth. Recently, rumors had circulated that she was poised to challenge the second-tier expert Su Shao, determined to use this stepping stone to ascend into the second tier. Zhu Wujie looked at Qin Shifei, guiding him gently. There exists a peerless beauty in Zhao, one who believes herself unmatched and has even boasted about trampling all men underfoot. Qin Shifei's ears perked up, and upon Zhu Wujie's pause, he eagerly inquired. What happened next? Zhu Wujie continued. She indeed trampled all the men of Zhao underfoot. Qin Shifei's expression grew peculiar. Your Highness, you cannot be referring to that martial lunatic Xianyuan Qingfeng, can you? Martial lunatic Xianyuan Qingfeng, the title suits her well. He chuckled. Do you have confidence in winning her over? Qin Shifei scratched his head. To be frank, Your Highness, I have crossed blades with that lunatic before. Her martial talent is indeed astonishing. Zhu Wujie, intrigued, asked who emerged victorious. Qin Shifei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, stammering, it was too close to call. Too close to call. Zhu Wujie chose not to press the matter further, producing a volume of scripture. If you were to possess this technique, would you still stand a chance? Qin Shifei took it in astonishment, exclaiming of the 6-character golden body, this technique is identical to mine. No, wait, its subsequent realms are even more profound than mine. Your Highness, where did you acquire this technique? he pleaded pitifully as Zhu Wujie smiled without a word. Chen Shifei's eyes sparkled with inspiration, declaring with righteous fervor, "To alleviate the worries of your highness is an immense honor for Chen Shifei. I cannot refuse such an opportunity. I accept this arrangement." Zhu Wujie, smiling, responded, "In that case, the daxuping of Zhao is entrusted to you." Chen Shifei immediately pounded his chest, assuring, "Rest easy, your highness, I will handle this matter with utmost diligence." Without waiting for Zhu Wujie to respond, he dashed off in a hurry, evidently having been pent up for too long. After arranging various matters, Zhu Wujie stretched and mused, "This splendid season is truly an opportune time for slaying demons and vanquishing evil." He waved his sleeve, turning to embark on a journey of seclusion. This time, he aimed to break through to the transformation realm. He murmured to himself, "It is time to refine the 12th grade golden lotus." With the wind and thunder wings and the golden bamboo cloud sword, he was already invincible in the celestial phenomenon realm. With the god-slaying spear and the immortal-slaying flying dagger, Zhu Wujie could slay terrestrial immortals. Should he achieve further breakthroughs, he would be capable of facing the transformation phase directly. His eyes sparkled with ambition as he muttered, "A promising future awaits, boundless prospects lie ahead, truly describing someone like me." Months later, Wu Mainyang approached gracefully. Her figure had grown increasingly voluptuous, and there was a maternal softness in her demeanor. With eyes brimming with affection, she bit her lip as she entered the guest chamber. She did not emerge for a full 10 days. Upon her return, her complexion radiated with vitality, her skin delicate, exuding an even more resplendent aura. After returning, she immediately penned a letter to the Grand Commander Qiushenji of the Divine Strategy Army. Upon receiving the letter sealed with the princess's emblem, Qiushenji's expression shifted dramatically. He paced restlessly throughout the night, his mood fluctuating. Each time he contemplated turning away, his gaze remained fixated on the vial of elixir depicted in the letter. He had long ascended to the second tier, just a step away from the first tier of the celestial phenomenon realm, yet this small step had ensnared him for 20 years. A lifetime holds countless 20-year spans, but today, the opportunity to break through to the first tier lay before him. To refuse would offend the princess. To accept would dim his political prospects but elevate him to the first tier. The choice was glaringly clear. A sinister smile crept upon his lips. He was merely a useless prince. What was there to fear? Moreover, the guest master desires your death. Is there any path to survival? 2 days later, he led a group to besiege a certain abandoned royal mansion, delivering a white silk to the recently toppled crown prince. 5 days later, Grand Commander Qiushenji tendered his resignation to the Emperor of Tang. Despite the emperor's repeated entreaties, he could not quell Qiushenji's desire to retreat, thus reluctantly acquiescing. On that day, Qiushenji visited the Xuandu Temple, intent on joining the demon suppression prison. Zhu Wujie welcomed him with enthusiasm, bestowing upon him the position of chief of the comfort department, shocking all. While some within the comfort department remained unconvinced, their doubts were quelled when Qiushenji revealed his peak second-tier prowess, leaving them speechless. Little did they know, that very night, this peak second-tier master, with Zhu Wujie's assistance, successfully ascended to the first tier of the celestial phenomenon realm, becoming the 6th individual in Xuandu Temple to reach this height, following figures such as Huyen de Pan and Xiao Yan. From that moment on, Qiushenji devoted himself to the path, unwaveringly loyal, becoming the foremost chief of the demon suppression prison. Of course, to compensate the Emperor of Tang, Zhu Wujie deliberately exchanged 2,000 merits for a 5th-grade substitute death talisman. He instructed Hongshu to deliver the talisman to the emperor as a gesture of goodwill. In the guest master's chamber, Zhu Wujie's mind abruptly rang with a warning. "Host, beware, a great enemy approaches, a formidable foe approaches. Survive this calamity, and you shall undergo a phoenix-like rebirth. Fail, and you shall perish, your path extinguished." Zhu Wujie stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance, murmuring, "You have finally arrived." A sinister smile crept upon his lips. "I, Zhu, have awaited you for quite some time." Chapter 33 The Arrival of the Earthly Immortal, the Tang Emperor's Wrath Against He Liang. Your Majesty, on a certain deep night during the hour of the rat, Gao Lishur awakened the Tang Emperor, who had been slumped over his writing desk. He noticed that before retiring, the Emperor had seemingly been composing an elegiac poem, which read, "Refreshing air floats above the crimson palace, autumn light dims within the purple halls, the cold steps see the orchids wilt, in the chamber, the frigid trees shed their parasol leaves." Gao Lishur's heart was heavy with conflicting emotions. He was aware that the emperor often praised the crown prince, Li Chengxian, referring to him as "my family's parasol tree," yet now, with the parasol fallen and the person lost, everything had turned to illusion. The Tang emperor did not lift his head but replied in a muffled tone, "What is it?" Gao Lishur gathered his thoughts and spoke distinctly, "There is a rebellion." The emperor abruptly sat upright, his dragon brows furrowing. "Who is it?" "The chancellor of the Longsun family." Gao Lishur appeared shocked and incredulous. The emperor was momentarily stunned, murmuring to himself, "Why would he do this?" Gao Lishur opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. The Longsun family was the emperor's brother-in-law and the maternal uncle of Crown Prince Li Chengqian, a true scion of the royal family. It was unimaginable that he would rebel, unless he had been coerced. The emperor's gaze sharpened. Could it be the Tiandu faction? At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the palace, accompanied by the clanking of armored. Yao Lishi's complexion changed. Who dares to cause a ruckus? With a resounding crash, the palace doors were flung open. A gaunt, limping figure slowly entered. He appeared to be weeping yet laughing, his face resembling that of a specter. "Of father, your esteemed crown prince has come to see you." Gao Lishi, filled with uncertainty, shifted his gaze to the imposing figure behind the limping one. As for Yi Liang, who stood behind Higuei, he ignored him entirely. Gao Lishi spoke hoarsely. "So it is you, Higuei." The imposing figure stepped into the light, revealing a rugged visage strikingly similar to that of Yi Liang from years past. The newcomer was none other than Higuei, the leader of the Wushan sect, one of the 9 great super clans. The Tang Emperor was taken aback, pulling Gao Lishi back, urgently whispering, "You must leave at once and summon the observer." Gao Lishi feigned indifference, forcing a bitter smile. "Your Majesty, how can a master escape if his servant perishes?" The emperor cast a glance at him, his expression softening, and sighed, "I have brought trouble upon you, my great companion." Gao Lishi encouraged him, "Your Majesty need not worry, the observer possesses profound and unfathomable abilities. Upon sensing this foul aura, he will surely come to your aid." The emperor's demeanor remained calm, yet he no longer referred to him as his son-in-law. He gazed at the limping figure, his expression complex, and softly said, "Shen have you come to collect a debt from your father, Li Chengqian, possessing the body of another?" Wore an odd expression, chuckling sinisterly, neither confirming nor denying. "Where is that son-in-law Zhu Wujie? Bring him here at once, I shall flay him alive." The emperor's countenance shifted slightly, but he soon exhaled in relief. This child was indeed not his own. Regaining his composure, he declared, "In my Tang nation, there is no such son-in-law you speak of, only the Taoist master Zhu Wujie." He continued solemnly, "Moreover, who are you to dare usurp my son's corpse?" The one who had occupied Li Chengqian's body was none other than Yi Liang, the former young lord of the Wushan sect, who had been obliterated by Zhu Wujie's palm. Moreover, he had summoned Higuei down the mountain to exact vengeance upon Zhu Wujie, to assuage the hatred from his past demise. As long as Zhu Wujie lived, Yi Liang would find no peace. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through. The emperor's pupils constricted, and in the next moment, there was a flash, bang. Gao Lishi was hurled backward, crashing violently into a pillar. "Your Majesty, flee." Even someone as formidable as Gao Lishi could not withstand a single blow from the adversary. Yi Liang chuckled malevolently. "A parting for 3 days should lead to a fresh perspective. I am eager to see how that son-in-law intends to kill me now." The emperor's gaze turned steely, remaining composed. He turned towards the dragon throne and bowed deeply. "I beseech the ancestral spirit to manifest and vanquish this fiend." With a swish, a radiant golden light abruptly surged. Yi Liang's complexion paled in terror. Then, in the blink of an eye, he was enveloped and forced back by the imposing figure. This retreat spanned 10 miles, taking him beyond the palace and outside the city of Chang'an. Then, a hazy figure gradually materialized, yet remained ethereal and elusive. It seemed to murmur, "I am not his adversary. I await the arrival of the purple chi from the east." In an instant, it whirled away. Subsequently, the ground of Chang'an trembled violently, as if deities were roaring in fury and celestial beings were chastising, but ultimately, with the impact of a fist, everything settled into silence. The celestial beings were defeated. Higuei, the Wushan sect leader, returned once more, victorious. The emperor's expression was one of horror, his mouth agape as he stammered, "The realm of the earthly immortal. Is this the might of the earthly immortal?" Higuei cast aside Yi Liang, his face devoid of emotion, and spoke slowly of the world as ignorant and arrogant, mere ants. He approached the emperor, his gaze lowered as he looked down upon him, as if scrutinizing a mere insect. The emperor, feeling the weight of this humiliation, was consumed by rage. He shouted vehemently, "Your rebellious ministers and treacherous sons deserve to be eradicated." Higuei remained silent. Meanwhile, Yi Liang, emboldened by his newfound power, laughed maniacally. "Summer insects cannot discuss ice. You are but a frog at the bottom of a well, unaware that there are greater skies beyond." At that moment, a phrase spoken earlier by the guardian of the Tang nation echoed in the emperor's mind. "I await the arrival of the purple chi from the east." And to the east of Chang'an, there was only one person, Li's family's son-in-law, the master of Xuandu Temple, and the Taoist priest Zhu Wujie, whom he had personally appointed. Only Zhu Wujie could subdue this fiend. Just then, Higuei slowly extended a hand towards the emperor. Instantly, the surrounding copper pillars shattered into dust, and the palace collapsed into ruins. Beneath this single strike, even a first-rank celestial being would meet their demise, let alone the second-rank emperor. However, this would have been the case under normal circumstances. Higuei let out a soft exclamation. Indeed, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The emperor had resolutely crushed a radiant yellow talisman in his grasp, the 5th-rank death substitution talisman gifted by Zhu Wujie, which he had worn at all times. Bang! The talisman shattered into fragments and the emperor vanished. When he reappeared, he was already outside the city of Chang'an. He Liang let out a deep, sinister laugh, planning to escape. No chance. He swiftly darted up. Suddenly, a faint voice rang in his ears. To slay one's father is an act of great treason. It deserves execution. With a whoosh, a blade flashed into existence. He Liang, occupying the body of the former crown prince Li Qingqian, froze in place, his eyes wide with fear and disbelief. His very being was cleaved in twain from the remnants of Li Qingqian's body. A sphere of light erupted, revealing a twisted visage, filled with horror and dread. This was the spirit of He Liang. The emperor, still shaken but composed, acted decisively even amidst the looming threat. With a swift motion, he brought down his blade, shattering the lingering soul. With a piercing scream, He Liang was utterly obliterated, unable to be reborn. Simultaneously, the heavens resonated, as if an extraordinary phenomenon was unfolding. Above the city of Chang'an, two figures of earthly immortals stood opposed, one large and one small. The giant to the west was clad in golden armor, towering at 100 feet, exuding an imposing and majestic aura. The figure to the east appeared human, yet was draped in azure and violet, with a crimson glow atop his head. Boundless and vast Zhu Wujie, the golden giant spoke with solemnity. The smaller figure to the east was indeed Zhu Wujie in his true form, adorned with a golden crown and wielding a divine spear. He gazed disdainfully at the golden giant. With a booming laugh, he declared, "He Zhongzhu, you have kept Zhu waiting for quite some time." Chapter 34 of The Observer slays an earthly immortal. He Gui, the esteemed leader of the martial god sect, stands as a veritable earthly immortal. Amongst a host of ancient fiends, his prowess is unparalleled, having once achieved the astonishing feat of subduing ordinary earthly immortals. Thus, he regards Zhu Wujie with utter disdain. With a stoic expression, He Gui intones, "Demonic beings are not but mere jesters, daring to provoke the divine might of my martial god sect time and again. Today, I shall grant you reincarnation." As his words resonate, the heavens and earth erupt in extraordinary phenomena. A vast expanse of golden light transforms into cascading waves that sweep forth, obscuring the sun and enveloping all in its boundless embrace. The golden tide surges relentlessly, covering every corner of the cosmos. Below, the mighty Gao Lishur limps towards the retreating Empress Tang, activating the city's protective array to withstand the celestial onslaught. As the golden waves threaten to engulf Zhu Wujie, he remains unfazed, merely raising his god-slaying spear and thrusting it slowly forward. In response, the colossal golden figure shifts in hue, the celestial waves coming to a standstill. Following a cacophony of thunderous roars, the golden tide shatters and collapses, dissipating into nothingness. Onlookers below gaze in astonishment, their expressions a blend of bewilderment and disbelief. Unbeknownst to these mortals, 50 miles from Chang'an, a towering peak crumbles without warning, and a narrow rift of 20 zhang in diameter abruptly appears, cleaving a wide river in twain, severing its flow. The golden giant, momentarily shaken, rumbles, merely a trivial trick, easily vanquished. He raises a fist, drawing back to gather strength, and then unleashes a tremendous blow. Instantly, the winds and clouds spiral violently, thunder roaring as the earth trembles, all spirits wailing in terror. In Chang'an, the skies are clear and serene, yet in the eastern expanse, Zhu Wujie's form has vanished. 100 miles away, he has been propelled by the force of a single punch. Such is the overwhelming might of an earthly immortal. The golden giant bellows with laughter. "Child, do you have any tricks left? Unleash them." Zhu Wujie reappears, having utilized his teleportation ability. He gazes up at the giant, a serene smile playing on his lips. "I merely wish to indulge you. You take this far too seriously." With a flourish of his sleeve, numerous beams of crimson golden light surge skyward, transforming into ethereal pillars that encircle the golden giant. These are the golden bamboo cloud swords, 36 in total. His eyes gleaming with brilliance, he declares, "Great gung sword formation, arise." A resounding hum fills the air as streams of golden light flash, morphing into blades that intertwine amidst the giant's changing visage. Soon, the giant's enraged roars echo, laced with fury and fear. "What manner of treasure is this? How can it harm my golden form? This is impossible, cursed child. Once I breach your formation, I shall rend your flesh apart, 1,000 times over." Zhu Wujie ascends higher, striding to match the heavens. His gaze, cold and piercing, surveys the 100 zhang giant within the great gung sword formation, and he slowly presses down with his hand. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupts. The giant, as if struck by an immeasurable weight, finds his hair disheveled as he bellows in defiance, "This cannot be. I am the sect leader of the martial god sect, a supreme earthly immortal. How can a mere ant harm me?" Zhu Wujie chuckles softly. "You are but a mortal, yet you dare to claim supremacy." Suddenly, he presses down forcefully, commanding, "Subdue." The sword formation unleashes its might once more, a colossal surge of sword energy sweeping across the battlefield. The golden giant is mercilessly ravaged, cut down by sword after sword. After unleashing over 1,500 strikes, the giant's aura plummets, his form shrinking until he becomes a bloodied figure, marred by countless sword scars. Higue's visage contorts in despair, eyes filled with venomous rage as he roars, "I refuse to accept this. The illustrious leader of a sect, an invincible earthly immortal, has fallen here." His unwillingness to concede fuels his wrath. "If I must perish, I shall take you with me." With a fierce and resolute expression, he strikes his own head. A luminous figure emerges from within him, while his corporeal form begins to swell rapidly, a colossal aura threatening to engulf the heavens and earth. He intends to self-destruct. Zhu Wujie's pupils constrict as he sneers, "I shall not grant you this wish." He swiftly gestures, forming a complex incantation, and unleashes infant annihilation technique. The spell lands upon Higue, who trembles violently before his swelling aura halts abruptly, gradually dissipating as if vitality is forcibly erased, leaving behind a lifeless husk. Simultaneously, Zhu Wujie thrusts his god-slaying spear forth, piercing through the chest of the luminous figure. As the frantic and maddened expression begins to solidify, the figure's eyes brim with resentment and unfulfilled desires as he stutters, I hate this." His voice suddenly falters, and thus, the martial god sect leader Higue meets his demise beyond the walls of Chang'an. At that moment, the heavens weep crimson rain, all spectators stand frozen in terror, only to be jolted awake as the blood rain begins to fall. They collectively gasp in disbelief. "The earthly immortal has perished? How can this be?" they exclaim. "Heavens above, the observer has slain an immortal, a living immortal." Some murmur, "The observer is invincible, long live the observer, may the path of immortality flourish, lasting as long as the heavens." He laughs maniacally, and the entire city erupts in a frenzy of celebration. The observer has slain an earthly immortal. Simultaneously, spies, assassins, and disciples from various sects hidden within the city go mad with panic. They rush back to their secret chambers, seizing communication artifacts, shouting in haste to Tangdu. "Quickly, urgently report above, the observer Zhu Wujie has attained the earthly immortal realm. No, he has just slain an immortal, your majesty, it is of utmost urgency, the observer has vanquished the leader of the martial god sect. This matter is indisputable, absolutely true, I would stake my life and my 9 generations on it. Please send someone to Tang country to befriend the observer, no, the true master. To report to your highness, all assassination plans are to be cancelled." "Yes, all of them. Why, you ask, how can you expect us, mere third-grade ants, to assassinate an earthly immortal? I may be low in cultivation, but I am not a fool, my mind is not muddled. To report to the sect leader, the observer Zhu Wujie has entered the realm of earthly immortals. No, he has just attained this level and has slain one of the same rank." Who was the victim? It was Higue of the martial god sect, Higue. Some astute individuals, quick-witted, immediately prostrate themselves, exclaiming loudly congratulations to the true master for slaying evil and protecting the nation. "We are willing to be the vanguard in obliterating the martial god sect." Those nearby awaken to the fervor. "We are willing to be the vanguard, to obliterate the martial god sect." The battle of earthly immortals captures the attention of countless individuals, including forces from the Xuandu Temple's demon suppression prison and the Tianhan sect, all of whom are aware of Zhu Wujie's extraordinary feat. Their expressions are stunned, silence enveloping them for a prolonged moment. Soon, the Xuandu Temple's demon suppression prison and other sects descend into euphoric celebration. Slaying a mere celestial phenomenon cultivator is one thing, but vanquishing an earthly immortal is an entirely different realm of achievement. If previously, Zhu Wujie had merely subdued the various sects, most had acquiesced outwardly while remaining unconvinced internally, for the celestial phenomenon realm is not truly invincible, there are still ancient earthly immortal beings in existence. However, after Zhu Wujie has slain an earthly immortal, everything has changed. A monumental transformation unfolds. At the very least, centered around the Tang country, the realms of Qin, Wei, Song, Jin, and even the Dogrong shall bow beneath Zhu Wujie's feet. The true sovereign of the mortal realm, unparalleled in might. Chapter 35 of the Divine Grade 12-Petal Golden Lotus, Wang Xianji, the observer inquires, "Whom are you guarding the door for?" Upon returning to Xuandu Temple, he finds Guanin's servant nursing a child. Zhu Wujie pinches the chubby face of the infant, eliciting a playful scolding from Guanin's servant. He smiles silently. After bestowing kisses upon the 6 Shu offspring, he instructs Guanin's servant to prevent anyone from entering to pay their respects. As he settles back into the room, a familiar voice resonates in his mind. "Congratulations, host, you have slain a terrestrial deity, earning 5 million merit points and receiving the true treasure, the Emperor's Sword, capable of slaying late-stage nascent souls, along with 100 petals of the 12-petal Golden Lotus. Furthermore, having exceeded the threshold of the great life and death tribulation, you are awarded the supreme underworld treasure, the Judge's Pen, which can annihilate deities. As your cultivation is at the mid-nascent soul stage, consuming the 12-petal Golden Lotus grants you a 60% chance to attain the divine transformation. Would you like to redeem it?" "Zhu Wujie, how many petals does the 12-petal Golden Lotus have?" Merit board a total of 360 petals, the host currently possesses 101 petals. To redeem the remaining 259 petals, 10 million merit points are required. Shu Wujie feels a stirring in his heart, including the previous 4 million, he has amassed 9 million merit points. He still requires 1 million merit points. Just then, the host directed the slaying of external foes, with 5 comparable to Golden Elixir practitioners, 12 akin to Foundation Establishment cultivators, and 37 resembling Qi Refinement cultivators, rewarding 50,000 merit points. Additionally, the host has resolved a national crisis, saving indigenous beings from calamity, earning 1 million merit points. Congratulations, host, you now have sufficient merit points to redeem the remaining petals of the 12-petal Golden Lotus. Would you like to proceed? Shu Wujie is elated. Truly, his assistance is invaluable. Just as he needed support, it arrives. He cannot believe he is receiving double benefits. This merit system is delightful. Without hesitation, he declares to exchange. Immediately redeem the remaining 12-petal Golden Lotus. Ding! 10 million merit points consumed, 259 12-petal Golden Lotus petals purchased, the divine items have been delivered, please check. With a rustle, a brocade box materializes before Shu Wujie, adorned with a sealing talisman for the first time. Its aura is astonishing, rivaling that of a magical artifact. The use of a magical artifact's talisman for sealing underscores the rarity of this divine object. Taking a deep breath, he gently removes the talisman and stores it carefully. On the path of cultivation, one must practice frugality. Extravagance is unwarranted. Upon opening the brocade box, his eyes are instantly dazzled. 259 petals of the red gold lotus lay quietly within. Each emanates an astonishing aura, akin to the purest and finest of treasures. Their grade is divine. No, it is more than divine. Shu Wujie is left in awe. He takes a deep breath and retrieves the 101 petals of the 12-petal Golden Lotus he had previously obtained. To his astonishment, the 100 petals swiftly converge with the 259, swirling together to form 33 complete golden lotus flowers. Each one blooms resplendently, resembling sacred artifacts. Merit board 33 12-petal sacred lotuses, representing the 33 heavens, also symbolizing 33 small worlds. Congratulations, host, you officially possess the right to reside in the 33 heavens. Each additional golden lotus represents an entrance, allowing you to enter for cultivation and contend with myriad beings across the realms. Shu Wujie rejoices. Could this connect to the Azure Lotus Heaven and the Underworld Heaven? Perhaps even to the journey to the West and the Primordial World? Merit board, due to the host's insufficient strength, access to other small worlds is currently restricted. Shu Wujie's expression darkens at once. He rolls his eyes. Then what is the point of saying such things? Merit board. Additionally, a warning, there are formidable beings from beyond the heavens who can detect the host through the Golden Lotus. Please endeavor to break through to the divine transformation realm swiftly to prevent untimely demise. Shu Wujie's expression shifts slightly. He quickly inquires, formidable beings from beyond the heavens, how powerful are they? Merit board, suspected to be above the divine transformation stage. Hiss. Shu Wujie inhales sharply, cold sweat immediately breaking out. He feels as though a thorn pricks his back, as if sitting on needles. A cultivate, breakthrough. I must cultivate and break through. I need to reach the divine transformation stage as soon as possible to gain a modicum of self-preservation. Damn it, is it so alarming just to purchase a few lotus flowers? Why provoke beings beyond the divine transformation stage? As he mutters and curses, Shu Wujie grabs a petal of the 12-petal lotus and puts it in his mouth. Buzzed it is as if the sound of a bowstring being drawn resonates, more like an invisible brainwave, swiftly passing through Shu Wujie's entire being. Stiffens. He stares wide-eyed, seemingly in disbelief. He quickly closes his eyes, and after a quarter of an hour, he opens them again, revealing a look of ecstatic joy. He bursts into wild laughter. 30%, a single petal has increased my cultivation by 30%. Unprecedented, this is nothing short of a miracle. Suddenly, he turns his gaze to the remaining petals in the box, his eyes gleaming with greed and fervor. Without hesitation, he grabs a handful and shoves them into his mouth. Buzzing, the sound of tides echoes within him. The flood surges, a torrent bursting forth. Waves undulate, crashing and roaring. Thud. With a resounding thud, Shu Wujie's body shudders. He opens his eyes and exclaims with vigor, peak of the late nascent soul stage. The earlier sound was the collision of his magical power ascending to the pinnacle of the late stage, breaking through the bottleneck. Continue, press on. He had just refined 30 petals of the Golden Lotus, propelling him to the utmost limit of the nascent soul realm. There are no more realms to advance, yet, he has not fully digested the 12-petal Golden Lotus. Soon, Shu Wujie begins to convulse violently. His aura seems unstable, but quickly, after breaching a certain threshold, he surges forward, breaking through. Mid-nascent soul, breakthrough, he grits his teeth, seizing the golden lotus petals and swallowing them whole, as if consuming them without thought, refining them all. Finally, his gaze flickers, and he mutters to himself, yes, there is also the fortune aura, the innate celestial spirit aura, the nine heavens profound mist aura, and the phoenix aura, among others. With their assistance, breaking through to the divine transformation realm is not a mere fantasy. Oh, and one more thing, little Merit, is there a method for crafting puppets? Merit board, immortal grade technique, the immortal puppet technique, requires 50 million merit points. Zhu Wujie exclaims of 50 million? Why don't you go rob a bank? After a brief silence, the merit board responds, the first tier of the immortal puppet technique costs 2 million merit points. Zhu Wujie's eyes brighten. This price is not unacceptable. Time flows, and years turn nigh in the blink of an eye. 3 years have passed. So much has transpired during these 3 years. For instance, outside the East Sea Martial Emperor city, there was a reckless young man who dared to challenge the old city lord, Wang Xianji. Initially, the old monster Wang ignored him. However, the young man proved too formidable, incapacitating Wang's disciple, Lu Huang, with a single blade. He even shattered the signboard of Martial Emperor city. He stood atop the city walls, taunting the experts of various sections. Ultimately, he got his wish and was slapped 10 miles away. The spectators sighed in relief, thinking they had finally rid themselves of that annoying fellow. Meanwhile, Martial Emperor City remembered this young man's name, Duan Tianya, yet, not long after, Duan Tianya returned, brandishing his crimson long knife, once again launching an assault on Martial Emperor City. In full view of the crowd, he posed the question, Wang Xianji, my master asks you, who exactly are you guarding the door for? Do you remember? If not, then go back and think it over. Chapter 36. The princess adapts to hardship. Zhu Wujie achieves the divine transformation. If you cannot recall, then retreat and contemplate clearly. All who heard these words were taken aback, their faces betraying disbelief. Who, indeed, possessed such audacity, who would dare to speak in such a manner to the formidable Wang Leigui, undefeated across the realm? Even his disciple, Lu Huang, upon hearing such words, immediately vowed to confront the provocateur outside the city. From the rise of the Xiandu Temple to its burgeoning fame, and ultimately to its renown across the land, the Jinmo prison displayed formidable strength, instilling fear in dozens of nations surrounding the Tang Kingdom. Particularly, the Qingrong tribe, having suffered losses of over 30 innate masters, hastily sought to beg for mercy from the Tang court, announcing their submission and willingness to become a vassal state. Simultaneously, the new emperor of the Ming Kingdom extended his well wishes for the longevity of the national master, presenting a substantial gift. At this juncture, the various nations of the Central Plains genuinely acknowledged the title of the master of the teachings. Furthermore, Zhu Wujie's prestige reached its zenith within that year. Wherever the title of Master of the Teachings was mentioned, all bowed their heads in reverence, trembling in awe. My lord, the princess has arrived. A year later, the eldest princess, Liu, cradled a pair of dragon and phoenix twins, making her inaugural visit to the Xiandu Temple. The Guanyin servant, accompanied by her 6 children, came to pay respects. She stood with poise, beckoning the 6 exquisitely chiseled children, maintaining a demeanor of modesty throughout. Liu's gaze was complex as she feigned indifference, inquiring, where is my husband? Since Zhu Wujie assumed leadership of the Xiandu Temple, he had not returned to the princess's residence. Liu, too, flitted between the princess's palace and the Xinjia army's stronghold. After giving birth at the princess's palace, she hurried to oversee the army, resulting in their eldest son, Zhu Qizhen, growing up with an indomitable spirit, while their daughter, the princess of Nanling, Zhu Qiyu, remained naive and innocent. Yet, Liu, hailing from royal lineage, enforced strict discipline, raising both children to be of pure character and clever disposition. The Guanyin servant, observing Zhu Qizhen and Zhu Qiyu, appeared indulgent, softly stating, the master is still in seclusion. If the princess has urgent matters, I can relay your message. Liu pursed her lips in silence before finally responding, no need. She glanced at the Guanyin servant and her 6 children, a mix of complexity and envy brewing within her. These 6 children were all her husband's, yet they bore no relation to her. A twinge of jealousy surfaced. They were far happier than her own children. Suppressing her sorrow, Liu pushed Zhu Qizhen and Zhu Qiyu aside, saying, the Qingrong are invading. His Majesty has dispatched me to oversee Yanbei. I cannot attend to them for the time being. May I ask the great offering to care for them for a while? The Guanyin servant looked up at Liu and replied softly, rest assured, princess. I will treat them as my own. Liu nodded, affirming, I trust you. With that, she turned to leave, never having entered the master's chamber. Mother, I want to go too. Zhu Qiyu and Zhu Qizhen shouted in unison. Liu turned back, casting them a stern look, behave yourselves. Zhu Qizhen, with a stubborn expression, seemed defiant as Zhu Qiyu timidly added, Mother, I'm scared. Liu's heartache to Zhu Wujie had not been by her side during their births, and even after, he had only glanced at them a handful of times. Their relationship was devoid of genuine affection, lacking any poignant love story, only estrangement and coldness. Despite Liyu's attempts to draw closer, Zhu Wujie had consistently disregarded her. In that moment, Liyu felt a pang of regret and remorse. What if, at the time of their marriage, she had not been so distant? Would their circumstances have been different? If she had lowered her pride and embraced humility, might they have harmonized? Had she regarded Zhu Wujie as a true husband, would he have seen her as his one and only? If only on their wedding night she had not been so willful, perhaps their relationship would not have turned out this way. She cast a glance towards the master's chamber, a myriad of emotions swirling within her: guilt, regret, sorrow, and loss. Throughout it all, Zhu Wujie had never emerged to acknowledge her presence. Bracing herself against the tide of grievance and desolation, she turned to leave. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted. Boom! In an instant, the winds howled, the earth trembled, and thunder cracked. Everyone inside and outside the Xiandu temple felt the tremors. Some cried out in panic, "Oh no, the earth dragon is turning!" However, Huyen de Pan and others fixed their gaze on the master's chamber, raising their hands and commanding, "Do not panic. The master is breaking through." Everyone was astounded, collectively gasping. The master's cultivation breakthrough had resulted in such a remarkable phenomenon. Could it be? Some mouths gaped in astonishment, trembling hands pointing skyward. Others followed suit, their faces a portrait of horror. The sky was engulfed in a mass of tribulation clouds, an expanse that stretched for miles, casting a shadow over the region. Xu Qiyu's face paled in terror, her small countenance ashen, and she burst into tears. Meanwhile, the Guanyin servant and her companion shrank their necks but displayed little fear as Xu Qiyan approached Xu Qiyu, taking her small hand, and earnestly reassured her, "Eighth sister, do not be afraid. It is just father enhancing his cultivation and breaking through." Little Xu Qiyan, ever the clever one, felt a jolt of electricity surge through him, his hair standing on end, his little eyes darted about. He stifled his fear, his voice trembling as he asked, "Is it truly father?" Xu Qiyan, Xu Qiyu, and the Guanyin servant nodded earnestly, their little hands pointing to the clouds above, feigning seriousness. Of course, father's power has grown immensely. Every few days, thunderclouds gather. Mother says that heaven cannot abide father growing stronger and is doing all it can to impede him. Xu Qiyu gazed at her father with admiration, exclaiming, "Father is so powerful. Even the Lord of Heaven fears him." "Mother, I want to be like father when I grow up." Liyu forced a smile, replying, "Very well, you are doing great, you are." Swiftly, 6 first-grade auras stood guard outside the Xiandu temple, namely Huyen de Pan, Xiaoyan, and Xiaoshenji. Xu Qiyan clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering. His royal grandfather had once said that all masters in the world were uncontrollable subjects, and father was the greatest among them. If only he could persuade father to heed the court's counsel, perhaps his royal grandfather would pass the throne to him. "I must convince father. Furthermore, these first-grade masters must heed the court. Across the realm, all lands belong to the king. Along the shores, all subjects are the king's." Yes, indeed, that is how it should be. Unbeknownst to all, within him, a royal aura was brewing. The 12-grade golden lotus had been fully refined, the aura of fortune fused entirely, and the remaining celestial energies activated, his powers reaching perfection. The breakthrough to the divine transformation was imminent. In the master's chamber, Zhu Wujie's gaze radiated brilliance. He proclaimed loudly, "Disperse." A small primordial infant emerged above his head. At his command, it displayed a pained expression, its body beginning to fragment. Boom! In an instant, divine light scattered, dissolving into the surroundings. This was the essential essence of the primordial infant. Once dispersed, his cultivation would be irrevocably lost. Yet, Zhu Wujie remained unperturbed, calmly uttering, "Converge." Buzz. All the divine light of the primordial infant rolled back, beginning to coalesce once more. This time, the primordial infant appeared even more imposing, standing tall at 10 zhang. Transforming the infant into a deity was an exceedingly perilous step. But just then, a sound akin to a bowstring twanging resonated. It was as if a myriad of colors enveloped the divine body, gradually solidifying, stabilizing his realm. Zhu Wujie rejoiced, "Fortune." This was the aura of fortune aiding him in his breakthrough, solidifying his position. With such assistance, Zhu Wujie's breakthrough to the divine transformation faced no further obstacles. Everything fell into place seamlessly. Chapter 37. At the reward of the binding immortal rope and the refining divine technique, the human tribulation of the earthly immortals. In a state of hazy distraction, Zhu Wujie's soul wandered far beyond, fleeing thousands of miles away. He traversed mountains and rivers, crossed desolate deserts and vast oceans. He beheld towering peaks and listened to the calls of deer and the footsteps of eagles, even climbing steep cliffs alongside goats and galloping across boundless grasslands with wild horses. He lingered in the mundane world, witnessing the tumultuous flames of war in the western Qin state, where the Xiqiang invaded the borders, leaving the common folk displaced in mourning the loss of loved ones and heart-wrenching cries. He heard the joyous music and dance echoing within the imperial palace, filled with the sounds of celebration. he observed the fierce struggles between cultivators and warriors, where casualties were grievous, victories indecisive, and life-and-death battles left devastation in their wake. He also witnessed a fierce battle between two nations, where iron cavalry surged, bodies floated by the millions, blood flowed like rivers, painting a horrific picture of hell on earth. Of course, he also glimpsed a certain eunuch, eyes closed in meditation, reciting scriptures with a trace of compassion emanating from him. He saw a wounded swordsman, on the brink of death, limbs severed and veins destroyed, his ornate winter blade shattered in two, as if emitting a mournful wail. He observed a stubborn young man outside the city walls of the Eastern Sea, repeatedly struck down by a centenarian. Furthermore, in the palace of a princess in the Wei state, he saw several connected infants babbling and frolicking. As if enlightened, he found himself suspended in the heavens, eyes closed in tranquil contemplation. A majestic aura of the heavenly Tao enveloped him, shrouding Zhu Wujie in a mist of ethereal energy. It seemed as if faint whispers caressed his ears, accompanied by a cascade of colorful rays, illuminating his spiritual essence, rendering it increasingly sacred and formidable. The divine body was complete. Zhu Wujie had officially stepped into the pinnacle of the mortal realm, the transformation of spirit. Congratulations to the host for entering the realm of transformation of spirit, earning 3 million merits, and receiving a virtual grade true treasure, the binding immortal rope, along with an indestructible body cultivation method, and an additional reward of the 4th and 5th layers of the refining divine technique. Zhu Wujie let out a slow sigh of relief. 3 million merits, what a significant fortune. Moreover, the virtual grade true treasure, the binding immortal rope, was capable of ensnaring beings even beyond the transformation of spirit. The indestructible body and the refining divine technique were invaluable assets for future ascensions in battle, not to be underestimated. After briefly reviewing the indestructible body technique, he could not help but exclaim in admiration. This method could indeed be cultivated to the level of true immortal. It was akin to discovering a treasure. Additionally, he had been diligently practicing the refining divine technique, albeit only mastering the first layer thus far. However, the techniques within, such as the divine stabbing blade and the separation technique, were rare top-tier secret arts, both lethal strikes and methods of creating clones. Having comprehended the treasures and techniques granted by the merit list, he then focused intently on refining his cultivation and magical power. His gaze flickered, and with a grand gesture, the corpse of Higuei, the sect master of the martial god sect, materialized before him. From the merit list, I wish to exchange for the immortal puppet technique. Ding! 2 million merits deducted. The first layer of the immortal puppet technique has been acquired. Please check your rewards immediately. A mysterious rune surged into the back of Zhu Wujie's mind. He closed his eyes for half the night, and when he opened them again, he waved his hands in a series of intricate gestures, forcefully pressing down on Higuei's corpse. A series of mysterious immortal talismans were infused into the corpse puppet. He meticulously inscribed tens of thousands of talismans all over Higuei's body, covering it completely. After 3 full days, Zhu Wujie finally ceased, his face weary. Meanwhile, Higuei's corpse had undergone a dramatic transformation, now shining with a golden brilliance, intricately engraved with numerous complex immortal runes. Its aura rivaled that of an earthly immortal. A true, peerless martial god. A smile finally crept onto Zhu Wujie's lips. From now on, you shall be known as He Martial God. He Martial God remained silent, seemingly in agreement, standing before Zhu Wujie without a word. Upon entering the transformation of spirit realm, one shares a lifespan with heaven and earth, shining alongside the sun and moon. In this state, one enjoys a longevity of 10,000 years, truly embodying immortality and invincibility. Buzz to buzz to buzz. At the moment Zhu Wujie stepped into the transformation of spirit stage, nations seemed to sense a shift. A joyous chorus arose from all corners. The emperors of various states looked up in astonishment, their faces revealing shock and disbelief. Many ancient beings of the first rank suddenly soared into the skies, bewildered, murmuring, "Is this the divine sovereign?" In the martial world, those who have transcended the 4 innate realms are called earthly immortals. This step is revered as that of the divine sovereign. The world rejoiced, and all spirits bowed in submission. Everyone understood that someone had entered the realm of earthly immortals. Yet, in truth, Zhu Wujie was even more terrifying than an earthly immortal. Even in his nascent soul stage, he could subdue earthly immortals, and now having entered the transformation of spirit, he could suppress any earthly immortal with ease. He had truly achieved global invincibility. Even the martial god sect's leader, Wang Xianji, and the Tiandu sect's master arrived, yet Zhu Wujie felt no fear. After Zhu Wujie attained the transformation of spirit, an elderly man with white hair appeared atop the martial emperor's city. This martial emperor, who had dominated the world for 20 years, finally emerged from his stronghold. He journeyed westward, heading directly for the Xiandu temple. Before departing, he left behind his final words and passed the position of martial emperor to Lu Huang. However, Lu Huang soon faced defeat at the hands of a figure wielding the dragon's soul blade, plunging the entire city into chaos. On this day, a young Taoist, riding backward, emerged from the Tiandu sect, clutching a small yellow book, engrossed in its contents. A golden-skinned monk also emerged from the little western heaven, known as Dang Xin. It was said that his master once warned, "The day you descend the mountain is when you must be most cautious." Caution descended the mountain, shaking little western heaven. From a certain tombstone in the Sichuan sword pavilion, an aged swordsman clad in sword armor emerged. On the banks of the Wu River, a towering swordsman stepped forth from a tomb that had lain silent for millennia, brandishing a domineering blade that dragged along the ground. Wherever he went, people were struck with awe, falling to their knees in tears. These extraordinary powerhouses shared a singular purpose: to fiercely march toward the Taoist temple outside the capital of the Tang state. Heroes from all over the world converged, and earthly immortals gathered. They were both men and calamities. They were Zhu Wujie's tribulations. Boom! Outside the Xiandu temple, amidst the vast sky, the clouds of tribulation swirled ominously. Dark clouds loomed over the city, threatening to unleash their fury. The entire city of Chang'an was shrouded in this ominous cloud of tribulation. Panic and chaos ensued as everyone cried out in terror. Oppression, suffocation, fear, and even despair engulfed the populace. Sizzle, the divine punishment. Can the temple master withstand it? Some shook their heads in silence. At this rate, it could obliterate any earthly immortal. The temple master is merely of the first rank. He will likely perish beneath the thunderous tribulation. Ultimately lacking in depth, incapable of bearing great responsibilities, destined to perish under the thunderous trial. Many could not tolerate Zhu Wujie's arrogant demeanor, wishing for his utter annihilation. Among them were many scions of the court. Youngsters, witnessing Zhu Wujie's burgeoning power and his success in winning the heart of a fair maiden, felt an imbalance within. This sentiment was not scarce. They could not bear to see Zhu Wujie thrive and hoped for his downfall. Even many court officials displayed glimmers of delight and anticipation in their eyes. Strike him down, that rebellious traitor harming the nation. Even the Tang Emperor's eyes flickered with a hint of hope. If Zhu Wujie truly perishes beneath the thunderous tribulation, how splendid it would be. Swish! As a figure soared into the sky, the miles of tribulation clouds were pierced by Zhu Wujie, creating a gaping hole. A colossal, multicolored beam of light descended through the clouds, enveloping Zhu Wujie in its radiant glow, as if a deity had descended to the mortal realm, radiating an overwhelming celestial majesty that was blinding. It is the temple master. Xu Zhenren has appeared. We are saved. With the appearance of the true master, nothing is insurmountable, just a trivial cloud of tribulation. The true master can dispel it with a wave of his hand. Some widened their eyes in disbelief. Impossible. Others gasped, how can this be? How can he be unscathed? He is astonishingly powerful. Some silently cursed their own miscalculations, their eyes darting. Many court officials whispered among themselves, instructing their subordinates to be discreet. They quickly ordered the cessation of any unsavory dealings, lest they be implicated. Zhu Wujie paid no mind to these petty individuals. At this moment, he donned a golden cloud crown, draped in a purple gold robe, standing with his spear, surveying the heavens with disdain. With a lift of his brow, he brandished his spear and bellowed, "A mere trifling heavenly Tao dares to obstruct my path, disperse." As soon as his voice fell, the tribulation clouds trembled. A thunderous roar echoed, as if lightning were brewing. Crackling sounds erupted as dozens of golden bolts of lightning descended swiftly toward Zhu Wujie's crown. Break for me! Zhu Wujie laughed heartily. The god-slaying spear thrust upward, emanating an inexhaustible pressure. All the crackling lightning fizzled out at the tip of the spear. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Wujie launched the god-slaying spear with a mighty throw. The spear sliced through the clouds of tribulation, severing a significant portion of it in an instant. In that moment, the winds and clouds shifted, the tribulation clouds rolled back, and the thunder roared in fury. Zhu Wujie surged forward, stepping with force. With a resounding boom, he leaped into the heart of the clouds of tribulation. Then, a cacophony of furious shouts and laughter echoed throughout. Countless onlookers below gasped in awe, their spirits uplifted. To plunge into the pool of lightning, to dance with the tribulation, to slay enemies on all sides, bathing in thunder. Truly, the temple master was a genuine hero. This was the heartfelt admiration and respect of the disciples of the Xiandu temple. The temple master's cultivation reached the heavens and the earth. Even celestial beings posed no threat to him. A true model for our generation. One disciple of the Taoist sect sighed deeply, filled with admiration. My husband is magnificent. Long live father. Father is incredible. We go, father, little you cheers for you. Zhu Wujie's children were exceedingly reassured, waving their tiny fists, rallying for their father's triumph. Chapter 38. Wang Xianji's two sleeves of green serpents determine life and death. Armored figure wields heavenly inquiry to slay the sect master. The battle amidst the calamity clouds raged on for a full 2 days. During this time, there were moments of gentle rain and radiant golden light. Even a few bolts of lightning struck down, claiming the life of an unfortunate third-tier cultivator. In these 2 days, the city of Chang'an saw the arrival of many unfamiliar figures: a white-haired elder, an armored swordsman, a young Taoist riding a bull, and a tall woman clad in white with bare feet. However, the barefoot woman did not seek out the celestial being above, but rather the white-haired elder. She approached the elder and earnestly spoke. "Taoist Wang, my master requests your presence." "I shall not go," the elder replied, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the heavens, not even turning his head. After a moment of contemplation, the barefoot woman said slowly, "The small world cannot bear so many transformation stage cultivators. Your unauthorized stay has already defied the natural order. Should you persist in your folly, you risk dire consequences." The elder, however, paid her no heed. It was the armored elder who exhibited a curious expression, questioning, "Have the temple's people always meddled so much?" The young Taoist on the bull grinned widely, revealing his pearly white teeth. "Indeed, these damned beautiful ladies can be quite bothersome." The contrasting images of the white-haired elder and the tall woman in white, alongside the armored swordsman, drew quite a bit of attention. The elder turned to the young Taoist. "Huang, I hear that Igui perished at the hands of this youth?" The Taoist, engrossed in his yellowing book, huffed in annoyance. "Why do you ask this?" The elder continued, "If I am not mistaken, this youth's path is inextricably linked to your Taoist lineage, a true prodigy. He can slay transformation stage cultivators with his nascent soul, which is nothing short of astonishing." The armored swordsman scoffed coldly. "Among those we have slain, who has not been a genius?" He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing upward at the celestial beings with an air of condescension. Having lived for 9 lifetimes, he deemed himself worthy of looking down upon the masses. Initially, many who reveled in the misfortune of others had quelled their thoughts. However, upon the appearance of the white-haired elder, the tall woman in white, and the armored swordsman, their interest reignited. One individual, with eyes gleaming with anticipation, whispered, "He is finished, that Jew is utterly done for." Beside him, a young man chuckled softly, "For land deities are enough for Zhu Wujie to drink a pot's worth." This young man was the elder brother of the infamous hat-wearing Wang. Ever since Wang had beheaded Princess Gao Yang and her lover, the relationship between the Wang and Li families had plunged to an icy abyss. Despite Wang's repeated apologies and willingness to forfeit his entire fortune and all titles in exchange for the survival of the Wang clan, it did little to quell the emperor's furious wrath. In the end, it was only through retirement that the matter was brushed aside. Wang, without a doubt, was sentenced to a gruesome death. I in the death row at this moment. Wang laughed maniacally. "If my Wang family suffers, so shall your Li family. And that wretched Li Yu, no matter how formidable that useless son-in-law of yours is, today he shall still meet his demise at the hands of the celestial beings. Ha ha, they all must die, all must accompany me in death." On the towers of Chang'an, the esteemed ministers of the Tang dynasty gazed upward. Someone murmured, "A single family dominating is certainly not a good thing." Li Jing, the elder Chang, General Qin, and the dark-faced Wei Qi each displayed varied expressions. Seeing Zhu Wujie in peril, besieged by several land deities, some revealed delight, while others lowered their heads, smirking. Still, a few exhibited tension and concern, but the underlying glee in their eyes betrayed them. Even the emperor, standing at the forefront in his dragon robe, wore a complex expression, his emotions a tangled web. He hoped for Zhu Wujie's prowess yet feared his ascendance, for such a rise could overshadow his own reign. Not if the two were to meet, would he, as emperor, be compelled to bow to his own son-in-law? That would render him the greatest laughingstock. Thus, he wished for Zhu Wujie's defeat but not for his death, leading to an intricate web of conflicting emotions within him. "Here they come," someone exclaimed. He felt a secret thrill of this time. Zhu Wujie must perish, with several land deities surrounding him. How could he possibly escape? Once Zhu Wujie fell, Li Yu would be his to command. The Tang Emperor's gaze flickered as he glanced towards the direction of Xuandu Temple and the demon suppression prison. The incident involving Qiushengji slaying the prince had become a deeply embedded thorn in his heart. Yet, due to Zhu Wujie's presence, he had been unable to execute Qiushengji. This only fueled his wrath. However, as an emperor, and a particularly astute one at that, he concealed his emotions well, never betraying a hint of his thoughts. Aside from his personal eunuch Gao Lisher, who had an inkling, no one else knew that the one who most desired Zhu Wujie's demise was none other than his own father-in-law. How ironic and absurd, yet, until Zhu Wujie fell from grace, he must continue to endure, to remain hidden, and to reveal no traces. Otherwise, the entire Tang dynasty would plunge into an abyss. But today, at this very moment, he finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope, a ray of light piercing through the clouds. That Zhubrat would surely perish today. With a resounding boom, an intense light flashed across the sky. All calamity clouds dissipated instantly, revealing a pristine expanse, clear and cloudless. A figure radiating with purple and gold light slowly descended as Zhu Wujie closed his eyes briefly and then opened them wide. his gaze electrifying and piercing, akin to divine sight. He scanned the entirety of Chang'an, pausing briefly on the white-haired elder, the armored swordsman, the young Taoist on the bull, and the barefoot woman. He nodded in acknowledgement. "Greetings to you all." The young Taoist, flustered, sheepishly tucked away his book and earnestly said, "Little friend, let us agree that during this discussion, no lethal measures shall be taken." The white-haired elder smiled dismissively. "To probe into my secrets like a child is hardly the conduct of a master." The armored swordsman coldly retorted, "One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. If you wish to attain the Tao, you must first pass through my sword gate." The barefoot woman spoke seriously. "The course of heaven is constant, and all things are predestined. If you are willing to sever your cultivation, my temple may spare your life." From afar, a Buddhist chant echoed, "I, the Buddha, am compassionate. If you lay down your weapons, I shall guide you to enlightenment and strive for your ascendance to paradise." Shu Wujie chuckled. With a flourish, he unsheathed the sword of immortals and brandished the god-slaying spear. Beside him, 36 golden bamboo swords appeared, all first-class treasures. Slaying first-class beings was akin to slaughtering dogs. Should the sword formation be unleashed, even land deities would taste defeat. He laughed heartily. "Enough with the pleasantries. To obstruct one's path to the Tao is akin to killing one's parents. Since you have come, we shall not rest until one of us is dead. Step forth, and let us fight." His voice thundered, reverberating across the land. The white-haired elder's eyes widened, as if brilliant divine light burst forth. Just as he was about to strike, an urgent voice called out beside him, "Ancestor, wait, do not act." The elder turned, startled, to see Gao Lishur. The elder waved dismissively, "That was merely a favor from years past, it has long been repaid. We have no further ties." Gao Lishur fell to his knees, weeping. A disciple of Xuandu Temple stared blankly at the young Taoist on the bull, murmuring to himself, "Enlightened at 3, foundation laid at 10, golden elixir at 15, nascent soul at 20, transformation at 30. The great master of the Tao, Hong Xiang. Why would this venerable ancestor of the Tao, having cultivated for 80 years, seek to obstruct the master's path to enlightenment?" Beside Huyen Depan, Huyen Guanyin looked incredulously at the barefoot woman. "It is said that deep within the South Sea lies a temple of Guanyin, housing the divine emissary that maintains the order of heaven. Are they not all clad in white and barefoot? Could she be?" Huyen Depan, with an expression of indifference, replied, "Whoever she may be, slaying the master of Xuandu Temple makes her an enemy of our Tao." With a flick of his sleeve, he proclaimed sternly, "Send forth a decree from Xuandu Temple. The Guanyin Temple of the South Sea obstructs the master's path to enlightenment, harboring ulterior motives and malicious intent. Henceforth, we shall sever all ties with them. No one from the South Sea shall tread upon the lands of the Central Plains. Those who oppose our Tao shall face annihilation." The disciples of the Ming dynasty, upon hearing this, were furious, vowing to seek justice for their national master, permanently banishing the priests of the South Sea Guanyin Temple. Even Wei Kingdom expressed displeasure towards the South Sea. Thus, the Guanyin Temple, which had looked down upon the world for 30 years, was utterly isolated overseas. I am the high heavens, the flames of war were about to ignite. As the white-haired elder soared into the sky, he bellowed, "Wufu Wang Xianji seeks counsel from the master of Xuandu Temple." Shu Wujie grinned, his voice booming, "Old cur, if we were to battle one-on-one, I would slay you as easily as a dog." Wang Xianji laughed heartily, unperturbed. His sleeves billowed, as if a tremendous force were brewing within. He boldly declared, "This is a renowned technique of a master of the sword. Should you withstand it, I shall return home immediately. A single strike shall determine victory or defeat." This was Wang Xianji's audacity, as well as his confidence, but it also reflected his disdain for Zhu Wujie. Zhu Wujie chuckled, beckoning with his hand, "Come, but do run slowly." Wang Xianji's sleeves trembled, as if thunder rumbled within. With a roar, his sleeves erupted. The sound of dragons echoed as he forcefully swung, unleashing 200-foot azure dragons that charged toward Zhu Wujie. 2 sleeves of green serpents, slaying the celestial beings. Wang Xianji's expression turned ferocious as he shouted. The azure dragons surged forward, sweeping up rivers and lakes into their wake, summoning whirlwinds and dust storms that soared into the sky. Shu Wujie found himself in a life-and-death crisis. Yet, this was not the end. The moment Wang Xianji struck, the armored swordsman slowly drew a bloodied, rusted sword from his back. The swordsman's gaze was lifeless, his expression cold, his voice hoarse. "This sword is named Heavenly Inquiry. Once a treasure of the ancestral dragon, it has slain 3 land deities who defied fate. Today, I come to claim your life." Chapter 39. The Eastern Emperor's Bell imprisons and slays Wang Xianji, while the golden bamboo becloud sword furiously strikes down the white-clad nun. As the rusted sword was drawn, a tremor coursed through all living beings and lifeless objects within a radius of 10,000 miles. Suddenly, they became utterly still, radiating an astonishing sword intent. This epitomized the highest realm of the sword path. All things are but swords, mountains, stones, grass, wood, water, fire, and all beasts and living creatures may serve as swords. When this sword was unleashed, Zhu Wujie felt a prickling sensation, his heart ringing with alarms, as the specter of death resurfaced ominously. The cow-riding young Taoist was not idle either. With a swift glance, he produced a peachwood sword. The sword's hilt was adorned with purple jade and yellow ribbons, while the scabbard bore the inscription Pure Yang Cave Profound. It was the genuine Taoist heirloom sword, the treasured weapon of El Zhu. However, his strike seemed to veer off course, missing its mark by an astonishing distance. It collided with the rusted long sword instead. The armored swordsman, caught between fury and astonishment, exclaimed, "You foul-nosed little Taoist, what do you intend to do?" The cow-riding Taoist, taken aback, covered his face and cried out, "Ah, my apologies. It's my first time using it, rather awkward, please forgive me." The barefooted woman in white maintained a solemn expression, yet her aura grew ever more ethereal, exuding a celestial spirit. She seemed to float as if descending from the heavens, adorned with a lotus crown and delicately holding a sheep-fat vial. She gently brushed a broken willow branch towards Zhu Wujie, reminiscent of a spring breeze. Yet, Zhu Wujie, touched by the willow's sweep, felt a chilling dread as an eerie force penetrated his being. Even the golden aura of the crown could not shield him from that malevolent presence, which proved to be insidious and inescapable. The old monk then produced a golden bowl, muttering incantations. The bowl gradually expanded to a size of 10 zhang. With a push of his hand, he commanded, "Go." The golden bowl hovered above Zhu Wujie's head, inverted and radiating beams of golden light, as if intending to envelop him within, akin to trapping a turtle in a jar. As the others revealed their hidden cards, Zhu Wujie took a deep breath. Departing from his usual demeanor, he secured the golden crown and with a flourish of his sleeve proclaimed, "Arise." A full 108 golden bamboo cloud swords whistled forth, scattering across the landscape. Thus, they formed an immense sword formation, encircling the monk, the barefooted woman, and Wang Xinji. Intent on capturing them all, of the sword formation blocked the golden bowl and also shielded against the bizarre and sinister winds emitted by the white-clad nun. He cast a glance at the cow-riding Taoist, who feigned ignorance while obstructing the armored swordsman. Zhu Wujie's eyes flickered, yet he chose not to elaborate. The young Taoist seemed to sense something, winking at Zhu Wujie. "Brother Zhu, let me clarify. Our arrival today is indeed a matter of destiny. However, it shan't be for naught. We ought to fell at least one terrestrial deity." With that, he brandished the peachwood sword and called out to the armored swordsman, "Demon, receive a strike from this poor Taoist." The armored swordsman, seething with rage, could no longer contain his wrath, revealing, "Foul Taoist, you dare betray the Taoist Lord? The sect shall exact a price for your treachery." The mention of the Taoist Lord deepened Zhu Wujie's gaze. So, this was all by the Lord's design. One day, he would confront that Lord and inquire whether his sword was indeed sharp. In the heat of battle, he remained focused, shifting his gaze to Wang Xianji. He boomed with laughter, "Old cur, since you seek death, I shall grant your wish." With that, he grasped the god-slaying spear and hurled it towards two towering azure dragons. The spear emanated a powerful aura, eradicating the dragons inch by inch. The dragons surged forward, and the god-slaying spear shattered entirely. In the end, both entities met their demise. The instant of their annihilation, a ripple of residual force surged forth. With a resounding crash, a towering peak outside Chang'an crumbled piece by piece. Wang Xianji laughed heartily, suddenly appearing before Zhu Wujie, and swung his fist down. Zhu Wujie's robe billowed, resonating with the force of the blow. He endured the punch, plummeting into the plain, creating a massive pit 20 zhang deep. The fissures extended for miles. Wang Xianji's face bore a sneer as he scoffed, "If this is your only skill, you might as well return to the west early." Zhu Wujie grinned, raising a finger, "Old cur, aren't you going to check behind you?" Wang Xianji's expression shifted, and upon turning, he was met with a sight that caused his countenance to pale. He go, with an expressionless visage, let out a chuckle before delivering a powerful punch to Wang Xianji's back. A crack echoed, reminiscent of bones fracturing. Wang Xianji was grievously wounded. Yet it did not end there, as Zhu Wujie uttered a single word, "Fall." A colossal golden copper bell, towering as high as 2 men, appeared above Wang Xianji's head, descending upon him. It was the Eastern Emperor's bell. In an instant, it enveloped him within. Just before it descended, a golden cord, resembling a spiritual serpent, shot forth like lightning, ensnaring Wang Xianji tightly. Higo's gaze flickered as he charged towards the bell with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, it sounded as though someone within was howling in fury, yet to no avail. After a relentless barrage of over 100 strikes, the voice within the Eastern Emperor's bell abruptly ceased. Zhu Wujie then turned his attention to the white-clad nun, who held the sheep-fat vial, seemingly preparing to cast another spell. Zhu Wujie waved his sleeve and uttered 2 words, "Sword, come." Instantly, the 108 golden bamboo becloud swords quivered in unison, converging into a monumental sword at the blade, 100 zhang long, towered towards the barefooted nun. His eyes flared as his hair billowed. Wielding the sword, he roared, "Slice!" The heavens themselves seemed to cleave in twain beneath the weight of this colossal sword. It carved a massive chasm in the sky, exuding an overwhelming pressure that rolled forth, as if to reshape the very fabric of existence. The white-clad nun's visage paled under the might of this pressure, her eyes reflecting genuine terror. For the first time, a colossal heavenly sword, forged from 108 top-tier treasures, was more than capable of slaying any being, including terrestrial deities. The nun's voice grew hoarse, her form crumbling inch by inch. At last, when this immense sword descended, the white-clad nun had vanished without a trace, yet, below on the plain, a gaping chasm several hundred zhang long had formed. All present were struck with horror, utterly stunned. The observing cultivators stood agape, rendered completely speechless. Someone murmured, "This is the might of a terrestrial deity. To obliterate the heavens and earth, to shift mountains and drain seas, is but a trifle. Yet, that accursed beautiful nun still lives?" Xu Wujie's gaze shifted to a small hilltop, where the white-clad nun trembled, her eyes filled with fear and dread, as if confronted by a specter. Xu Wujie smirked and shook his head, easily defeated. The white-clad nun, both embarrassed and enraged, turned her gaze towards the horizon and declared fiercely, "If you do not strike soon, what are you waiting for?" Xu Wujie narrowed his eyes, glancing towards the heavens. There, a burly figure was slowly approaching. This man stood nearly a zhang tall, wielding a massive double-edged sword that dragged upon the ground. He had once founded a nation, defeated 18 lords, vanquished countless cultivators, and wielded a dominating blade to slay a terrestrial deity. He had once looked down upon the world, reigning over an era, and today, this legend had come to hunt Xu Wujie. "Who is this newcomer?" Xu Wujie's voice rang clear, echoing across the land. The man's eyes sparkled, his speech cryptic, as he slowly proclaimed, "I am the overlord of Western Shu, Xiang Yu." Chapter 40. The handmaiden Eve vows to serve the master for 3,000 years. Xu Wujie chuckled, a wild laughter escaping his lips. He pointed his gun and exclaimed with a booming voice, "What of the conqueror of the West? Even the second king of the realm, Xianji, has fallen before me. You, a mere warrior, are insignificant." The conqueror raised his hand, his gaze piercing and intense. His words flowed with increasing fluency as he murmured to himself, "I have vanquished all demons across the world, slain the scoundrels of every corner. I have, as a warrior, challenged the heavens, standing shoulder to shoulder with demigods. I have cleaved the Ancestor with my blade and pointed my sword at the firmament. Today, I shall, with my battered form, defy you, the scourge of this chaotic realm." He brandished his sword and began to charge forward, gradually embodying the might of a stampede. He roared with fury, "Today, though I may perish, I remain the conqueror of the West." The sound reverberated, shaking the four corners, rippling across the 5 lakes, and causing a multitude of beasts to prostrate themselves in fear. All present stood in astonishment, staring at this man. Xu Wujie's expression grew complicated. With his keen insight, he could see that this man had long since fallen, yet, within the remains lingered a trace of spirit, as if yearning to battle the Ancestor once more. Clearly, the opponent had regarded Xu Wujie as a rival. Xu Wujie, feeling a sense of enlightenment, laughed heartily. "Xiang Wang, you truly are the indomitable hero, worthy of the title conqueror of the West. I, Xu Wujie, commend you." However, his smile faded, and his brow furrowed. "Yet you are no match for me." No sooner had the words left his lips than he launched himself forward with a thunderous leap, hurtling towards the conqueror of the West with the force of a raging river, surging and overwhelming. With a resounding crash, the heavens and the earth echoed a deafening collision. In an instant, Xu Wujie floated indifferently in midair, looking down upon his adversary. His fists trembled, blood flowing ceaselessly. Below, the conqueror of the West knelt half-bent, his sword shattered, his life extinguished. Xu Wujie's expression remained impassive as he murmured, "There are few in this world capable of wounding me. And you, Xiang Wang, barely qualify." With a grand gesture, he commanded, "Give him a grand burial." The people of Xuandu Temple and the demon suppression prison stood in solemn acknowledgement. Xu Wujie finally turned his gaze to the barefooted woman in white, slowly articulating, "Will you choose to die by your own hand, or shall I escort you to your end?" The barefooted woman, both furious and vexed, her eyes flickering, bit her lip in unwillingness. After a moment, she performed an astonishing act, kneeling before Xu Wujie, prostrating herself. Handmaiden Eve pays her respects to the master. She lifted her head, revealing an unusual expression, and spoke clearly. "Furthermore, all the Qi cultivators of the South Siguanin Temple pledge to serve you as their master for 3,000 years. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, excitement electrifying the air. The members of Xuandu Temple exchanged incredulous glances. Just moments prior, they had declared the expulsion of the South Siguanin Temple, and now they were allies. Various sect representatives turned their gazes toward Huyen de Pan. Hudian Depan could only chuckle wryly, rubbing his nose, and said helplessly, "What can we do? Our master possesses such charisma that even the sacred land of the South Sea has come to pay homage from afar." Everyone nodded in agreement, deeply convinced. Shu Wujie's expression turned peculiar. "Served for 3,000 years, have you lost your wits from my blows?" Eve smiled shyly. "To speak candidly, a prophecy was delivered in the temple, stating that the one destined by heaven is a demon, and I believe my master is that very demon who defies fate." Shu Wujie, half smirking, teased, "If you cannot win, you join. The Guanyin temple has indeed calculated well, the Dharma is boundless." Suddenly, the sound of a Buddhist chant resounded, as if a golden bowl shattered through a formation of 108 golden bamboo swords. After spinning in the air, it charged directly at Zhu Wujie. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, glancing at Eve. "Didn't you say you would pledge to me? Now, let us see how you perform." Eva's delicate face stiffened, gritting her teeth. She hurled a bottle of sheep fat from her hand. From within the bottle, willow branches emerged, gently touching the monk. The monk staggered, as if struck by a heavy blow, collapsing to the ground, coughing up blood, staining his white garments. He looked up in disbelief. "Why does a disciple of the Buddha strike at a humble monk?" Eve retorted, "Who is your disciple? Listen well, from this day forth, I am the handmaiden under the master of Xuandu Temple. Do not dare to act recklessly before my master." The monk, bewildered, ultimately met a bitter end. Shu Wujie raised an eyebrow. Upon the monk's death, he radiated golden light, as if producing relics. Zhu Wujie's gaze shifted to a figure below. Wang Yan. This time, Wang Yan was responsible for the monk's provisions during his descent from the mountain. Shu Wujie, feigning ignorance, spoke coolly. "The monk has gone to pay his respects to the Buddha. Will you not take the remains of your sect leader away?" Wang Yan, with a complex expression, gazed deeply at Zhu Wujie, bowing in reverence. "I shall inform the little western heaven of today's events." Shu Wujie sneered, "In no matter. When soldiers come, I shall meet them. When water comes, I shall dam it. Do you think I fear that group of old bald donkeys?" He flicked his sleeve, capturing the golden bowl suspended in the air, speaking calmly. "Moreover, this golden bowl shall serve as the price and compensation for the little western heaven's actions against me." Wang Yan silently bowed, carefully securing the relic of the monk, then hoisting the corpse to return westward. Many among the crowd exchanged furtive glances, quietly following behind. However, these individuals would thereafter vanish without a trace, as if evaporated from existence. Months later, in a desolate land of yellow sand, their remains were discovered, all dismembered and flayed. The crowd gasped in horror, a cacophony of shock ringing out. Meanwhile, after Eve dispatched the monk, she respectfully returned to Zhu Wujie's side, resembling a gentle and demure handmaiden. Yet, at that moment, no one dared to underestimate the nun of the South Sea Temple. Whoosh! At that moment, a flying sword narrowly grazed Zhu Wujie's head. He had anticipated this, turning swiftly to extend a colossal hand, the grasp of the celestial and yellow essence, capturing the flying sword, a one great treasure sword known as Tianwen. He lifted his gaze, looking toward the armored swordsman. The young Taoist riding a cow seized the opportunity to retreat, swiftly vanishing into the distance. He waved his hand. "Brother, from now on, the affairs of the mortal realm shall be entrusted to you. I, the Taoist, have no interest in these mundane matters and shall take my leave. Rest assured, the Tiandu sect will trouble you no more." Shu Wujie nodded lightly. "Once all matters are settled, I shall return to share a drink with my friend Hong." The shy young Taoist, known as Hong Shixiang, smiled. "No need for wine. If you are sincere, just bring a few exclusive manuals." Shu Wujie chuckled, agreed. He then turned to the armored swordsman, speaking slowly. "I have never sought trouble with the sword pavilion since my debut. I wonder why you have chosen to strike at me?" The armored swordsman, voice raspy, replied, "The will of heaven must not descend privately upon the mortal realm, disrupting the order of humanity." Shu Wujie's heart stirred. Could it be that the will of heaven referred to the system, this cheating mechanism? It was highly probable. However, he would never admit to such a thing. He coldly smirked. To impose charges, what excuse is there to lack? He summoned all his cultivation, bellowing, "Come, let me see just how much of a sword immortal you truly are." The armored swordsman, empty-handed, assumed a sword-wielding posture, uttering two words: "Sword, come." Chapter 41. Slaying the three earthly immortals and obtaining the illusory-level secret art of deception, with a swift motion, the Tianwen sword, held captive by Zhu Wujie, vanished without a trace, the art of sword evasion. A chill coursed through Zhu Wujie's heart as he gradually reined in his disdain, adopting a solemn demeanor. Sword 1, rolling dragon wall. The sword energy surged forth like a roaring dragon. Sword 2, twin lotus blossoms. Point 2, vividly lifelike lotus flowers seemed to bloom beside Zhu Wujie. The sword energy birthed the flowers, striking lethality from the void. Sword 3, sword chi approaches. Wherever it traveled, there lay sword energy. Swords 4, 5, 6, and 7, time flows like water, time trickled away, carrying with it 3,000 strands of black silk and the visage of a handsome man. This sword could sever lifespans. But this was not the end. Sword 8, fallen peach blossoms of flowers blossomed upon the lotus, their cores hidden within delicate pinks and vibrant reds, dripping with allure, like a profusion of peach blossoms in full bloom, they adorned the vast azure sky. Everywhere was sword energy, everything could become a sword, white clouds, thunder and lightning, the garments and hair of peach blossoms, even one's breath could transform into invisible sword energy. This was the unparalleled sword technique of the Sword Pavilion's ancestor, Sword 9 Huang. In the realm of swordsmanship, he forged a unique path, casting aside the legacy of the old and new sword gods, establishing a new monument in the way of the sword. This was the pride and strength of the Sword Pavilion, Sword 9, 6000 Li. In the end, the armored swordsman's eyes glazed over as he muttered softly, seemingly reminiscing about a young and handsome figure. After unleashing these 9 sword energies, his gaze dimmed, devoid of any vitality, yet he had fulfilled his promise to the Tao of Heaven. After a long while, amidst the brilliant embrace of 72 golden treasures, Zhu Wujie slowly stepped forward. His gaze fell upon the head-bowed armored swordsman, revealing a sense of respect. This was a master of the sword path, and moreover, a true hero. Earlier, during his clash with Wang Xianji, the Western Shu overlord, and the barefooted woman in white, the adversaries had not taken advantage of his vulnerabilities, a testament to the gentlemanly conduct of this man. Zhu Wujie spoke softly a farewell, with a flourish of his sleeve, a grand burial. The members of Xuandu Temple and the Demon Suppression Prison echoed in unison. Finally, Zhu Wujie's gaze settled upon the Tianwen sword. In a calm voice, he inquired, "Do you wish to submit?" The Tianwen sword trembled incessantly, steadfast in its refusal to bow. Instead, it quivered even more violently at the demise of its master, its will to resist growing stronger. Since it was unwilling to submit, let it accompany its master in death. Zhu Wujie coldly waved his hand. The Tianwen emitted a mournful cry before dimming, its aura plummeting, losing all its spiritual brilliance. Thus, one of the legendary 10 great swords, the Tianwen, was utterly destroyed. With a soft rustle, the now defunct Tianwen sword lay at the side of the armored swordsman, its presence faded. Merit Board: congratulations to the host for slaying 3 earthly immortals, earning 9 million merits, and receiving the illusory level secret art of deception, capable of misleading the Tao of Heaven and swapping pillars. Additionally awarded an enhanced version of the divine refining art, which, when perfected, can eradicate the will of the Tao of Heaven. A faint smile finally graced Zhu Wujie's face. Having just entered the transformation stage, he had already slain a monk. Following that, he extinguished the life of the Western Shu overlord, and ultimately took down the armored swordsman. 3 earthly immortals had fallen one after the other at Zhu Wujie's hands. Including the martial god Sect Sigue, a total of 4 earthly immortals met their end by Zhu Wujie. The onlookers were rendered speechless, their faces awash with astonishment. The Xuandu Temple in Chang'an, as well as the entirety of the Tang Kingdom, erupted in fervor at that moment. The master of the teaching is invincible, the master of the temple's might is unparalleled. Gazing down upon the world, destined for immortality, the master of the teaching showcases divine prowess. It is a blessing for our sect. We, the Tao sect of Wei, pledge our allegiance to the master of the teaching. The same applies to the Chen, Jin, Song, Qing, and Qin kingdoms. Zhu Wujie's gaze then shifted to the long-silent Donghuang bell. Suddenly, he broke into a smile. A Taoist Wang, why do you not reveal yourself? What are you waiting for? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, murmuring in confusion. What? That ancient being isn't dead yet? You've labeled the city Lord Wang as an ancient being. How could he die so easily? Everyone has a few trump cards. After all, with a resonant clang, the long-dormant Donghuang bell soared upward, and from within emerged a towering figure, none other than Wang Xianji. With a fierce exhalation, he whooshed behind him, struck with his fist, his cold gaze piercing with a chilling light, capturing souls. Wang Xianji had anticipated this, turning swiftly to deliver a punch. Bang! He whooshed and was sent flying hundreds of zhang away as Zhu Wujie gently gestured, a yellow shadow darting forth like a spiritual serpent, seemingly intent on ensnaring Wang Xianji once more. Yet, with a flicker of his gaze, Wang Xianji shouted. Evasion! Instantly, he vanished without a trace amidst the swirling winds. Zhu Wujie's pupils constricted a retreat. He quickly withdrew several zhang with Eva. With a thunderous crash, a palm strike descended from the heavens, crashing down where Zhu Wujie had just stood. Kill! Zhu Wujie bellowed. With a thought, he whooshed and Eva swiftly converged, surrounding Wang Xianji. Wang Xianji laughed heartily. Did you not say killing me is like slaughtering dogs? Why then resort to overwhelming numbers? Zhu Wujie smirked. A fool would forego assistance. With a grand sweep of his hand onward, beat him, 3 against 1, yet they remained locked in a stalemate, causing Zhu Wujie to inwardly marvel. It appears the world still underestimates the old monster Wang. Suddenly, his gaze flickered, spotting the blood-soaked Duan Tianya below. He laughed sinisterly. Old Wang, you've truly drawn the short straw by provoking me. All your disciples have been wiped out by my subordinates. Are you not furious? Wang Xianji, unfazed, replied calmly. Life and death are predestined, wealth and nobility are in the hands of heaven. They have been under Wang's protection for many years. It is time they faced this tribulation. Then, his gaze sharpened, fixing on Zhu Wujie with intensity. The Tao of Heaven has revealed to Wang that you are its earthly representative, the child of heavenly fortune. Once I slay you, I shall sever the connection between the mortal realm and the Tao of Heaven. From henceforth, the mortal realm shall belong to mortals, and the heavens to the heavens. He then turned his gaze towards Eva, a profound smile gracing his lips. It is widely known that the temple closest to the Tao of Heaven is the Nanhai Guanyin Temple. The reason this woman kneels and worships you is that you embody the essence of the Tao of Heaven. However, the Nanhai Guanyin Temple has always harbored ulterior motives, seeking to disrupt the Tao of Heaven. You dare to accept such treacherous beings? Do you not fear backlash? Eva's complexion shifted, as if her greatest secret had been laid bare. Upon hearing the words backlash from the Tao of Heaven, her beautiful face flushed crimson, burning with intensity. She exclaimed angrily, "Madman, cease your nonsensical babble." Zhu Wujie, momentarily taken aback, found himself inexplicably pleased, responding with glee. If I am indeed favored by the Tao of Heaven, then ascending to another realm will be as effortless as breathing. Yet, Wang Xianji erupted into laughter. Iju master, do you not understand? The Tao of Heaven's fondness for you is precisely because it seeks to confine you eternally within this realm. In the future, not only will you be unable to ascend to another realm, but every action and word of yours will draw the Tao of Heaven's scrutiny, like a marionette in the hands of its puppeteer. Do you truly find such an existence worthwhile? Zhu Wujie's gaze flickered, shaking his head with a smile. You are not a fish. How could you know the joys of a fish? You are not me, so how can you comprehend the means of Zhu? Chapter 42 of the complete downfall of the Lord of Martial Emperor City. Zhu Wujie inherits the fortune of heaven and earth. With the secretive techniques of the void level, Zhu Wujie is confident he can deceive the heavenly Tao and ascend to another realm. Wang Xianji perceives the confidence in Zhu Wujie's eyes but shakes his head and scoffs, saying, youthful arrogance, unaware of the vastness of the heavens and earth. Very well, since you refuse to turn back until you hit the southern wall, I shall accompany you. His gaze suddenly sharpens. However, to pass through this barrier of mine today, these few individuals before me are likely not up to the task. With that, he leaps into the air, unleashing the full extent of his cultivation, as if a torrent of boundless vitality bursts forth. In an instant, he sends He Wuxian flying. With another swift movement, he appears before Xianghua, suddenly delivering a punch of the very air crackles ominously. This punch is capable of obliterating terrestrial immortals. Xianghua pales in fear, hastily retreating. Without hesitation, Zhu Wujie shouts, heavenly escape step. With a whoosh, he positions himself behind Xianghua, swiftly pulling her to safety, taking the brunt of Wang Xianji's punch himself. Only through direct contact can one truly comprehend the terror of this martial emperor, who has dominated the martial world for 2 decades. Zhu Wujie's palm glimmers as the god-slaying spear silently materializes. He thrusts it forward with great force. Boom! The spear tip collides with the fist, producing a deafening sound and showering sparks like golden fireworks. This spectacle causes countless spectators to gasp in astonishment. They had not anticipated the martial emperor's prowess to be so formidable. Even more exhilarating is the realization that despite such strength, Zhu Wujie remains undaunted. Where their forces meet, a dark line emerges, a sign of the fabric of space beginning to tear. Wang Xianji laughs heartily. Young Zhu, it appears you are not as impressive as you believe. With such meager skills, do you truly think you can triumph over the heavenly Tao? Such delusions. Zhu Wujie's gaze remains indifferent, with a hint of pity lurking deep within his eyes. First layer of the God refining technique, the shock of the mind. He parts his lips, silently uttering a single word, ha. Wang Xianji's smile abruptly freezes. His robust form trembles. In the depths of his eyes, a flicker of fear and astonishment is revealed. Second layer, the dividing spirit technique. Wang Xianji suddenly bleeds from his 7 orifices, dark liquid. The onlookers gasp in shock, some exclaim, this is soul blood. Wang Xianji has been injured, and it is a wound to his very soul. Such injuries to the soul are akin to wounds to the path itself. Once the soul is harmed, unless one possesses a rare herb like the 12-petal purple gold lotus, healing is impossible. Third, fourth, and fifth layers of the God refining technique, shock of the mind. Wang Xianji The situation crumbles in an instant, yet, Zhu Wujie does not pursue relentlessly, simply hovering in the air, coldly observing his foe's descent. Thud, Wang Xianji's body crashes into the ground, creating a large crater. Silence. A deathly stillness, then, an uproar ensues. Gasps of disbelief and exclamations of awe fill the air, alongside shouts of adulation. Even more resounding are the cries of long live the emperor. Furthermore, the Tang emperor, along with his civil and military officials, stands upon the walls of Chang'an, watching intently. The atmosphere feels somewhat strange and awkward. The Tang Emperor's expression remains unperturbed, even hinting at a smile. A laughable situation. Would he feel jealousy? Certainly not. At least, not openly. Instead, he displays a reassuring smile, laughing heartily. Good, good, good. My son-in-law from the Li family is truly remarkable, not only alleviating the nation's worries by eliminating the dog-like enemies but also vanquishing all future threats outside Chang'an. Proclaim my decree at once. I shall reward my son-in-law generously. After speaking, the Tang Emperor turns to Princess Liu and Zhu Qizhan, expressing his gratitude. Little Yu, you have found a good husband for me, a guardian deity for our great Tang. After a moment's contemplation, he declares with conviction, no more waiting. Immediately draft a decree to appoint Zhu Wujie, the master of Xuandu Temple, as the national master of our Tang. His voice resonates powerfully. The words of the national master are akin to the imperial edict. All civil and military officials change color, instinctively wishing to object. However, upon witnessing the goodwill from the practitioners of Xuandu Temple and Tianhan sect, they seem to comprehend and immediately bow in unison, exclaiming, Your Majesty is wise, we concur. At the edge of the crater, Zhu Wujie descends slowly. Wang Xianji lies quietly within the pit, his eyes vacant as he gazes upward. Zhu Wujie also looks up, standing with his hands clasped behind him. The azure sky is exceptionally clear today, with wisps of white clouds occasionally dispersing and gathering. The crowd remains silent. After a moment, Wang Xianji's lifeless eyes flicker, turning towards Zhu Wujie. His voice is hoarse as he speaks. The 9 great heavenly sects have been rendered powerless, the martial god is no more. Xuandu lies in tranquility, yet the Valley of Oblivion and the Azure Phoenix Palace harbor malicious intent, seeking to sacrifice the 100 nations as a guide for the extraterrestrial demons. Should you emerge from your seclusion, you must annihilate them, the rest pose no threat. Zhu Wujie furrows his brow slightly. At that moment, a voice echoes in his mind. The extraterrestrial demons have heard the news and will descend upon this world in 50 years. Prepare yourself, host. Zhu Wujie's heart sinks, his brow furrowing deeply. So there truly are extraterrestrial demons. To be frank, the reason I am invincible in this world is due to the will of the heavenly Tao. After my demise, the fortune of the heavenly Tao will transfer to you. I hope the master prioritizes the welfare of the common people across the 100 nations. Wang Xianji, drawing strength from an unknown source, suddenly grasped Zhu Wujie's sleeve, as if clutching the last straw in a desperate situation. After a moment of silence, Zhu Wujie slowly speaks, with me here, not to mention the extraterrestrial scum, even the heavenly Tao shall not act recklessly. Wang Xianji's fierce gaze gradually softens, revealing a hint of relief. Surprisingly, his spirit seems to be returning, akin to a flicker of light after darkness. His speech becomes progressively clearer as he slowly sits up, looking at Zhu Wujie. I possess a set of boxing techniques and a method for cultivating energy that I wish to impart to the world. Would you be willing to accept? Zhu Wujie contemplates for a moment before beckoning to someone within the Xuandu Temple, whispering a few words. Shortly after, the Guanyin maid, Liu, and the 3 women, including Wu Meinyang, hurriedly arrive, each carrying a child, escorted by Huyen Depan and other protectors. Wu Meinyang, overwhelmed with joy, instinctively calls out a husband. Then, realizing her slip, she casts a timid glance at Liu. Liu feigns ignorance, gazing adoringly at Zhu Wujie. The Guanyin maid quietly inquires, Master, do you have any instructions? Zhu Wujie waves his hand, bestow the teachings, old Wang. Wang Xianji's lips twitch violently. A dignified terrestrial immortal, openly favoring someone before the public. Do you not fear being mocked by the world? He is helpless. He had intended to find a successor before his demise, yet, Zhu Wujie is so shameless, hoarding everything for himself. Zhu Wujie looks puzzled. You are a defeated foe of mine, everything you possess is my spoils of war. Why should I pass it on to someone else? He gestures to himself, do I appear to be that magnanimous? Wang Xianji is infuriated. Wu Meinyang, brimming with ambition, hands her child to Wang Xianji, smilingly asking, Elder, do you see any talent in my child? Wang Xianji glances casually, about to divert his gaze. Yet, he suddenly freezes. He exclaims, a heavenly fox body? He surveys the area again, exclaiming repeatedly, the Xianxia Dao, this is the Guanyin Lotus Dao, good heavens, this is the heavenly Dao body. He abruptly turns to Zhu Wujie, disbelief etched on his face. Young man, such a rare and unparalleled cultivation physique has all incarnated in your family. Could it be that you are truly the favored child of the heavenly Dao? Chapter 43 I, Liu, am your Zhu Wujie, death is your specter, you shall not think of abandoning us 3. Zhu Wujie waved his sleeve lightly, responding with a soft admonition. A mere Taoist fetal constitution, what significance does it hold? He smiled broadly, saying, if in your next life you awaken your innate wisdom, perhaps you might witness the day when my Zhu family's descendants reign over the world. He stood with his hands clasped behind him, speaking in a contemplative tone. Indeed, it may even be said that even the heavenly Tao shall bear my surname. Zhu. Wang Xianji fell utterly silent. His expression was complex as he sighed deeply. After a moment of deliberation, he resolved to impart his renowned martial arts, the 18 stops of heaven and the overbearing fist, to Zhu Wujie's 5 sons and 4 daughters. In addition, he allocated a share of his own fortune to them. He insisted that Zhu Wujie guarantee that the remaining 90% of his fortune must be shared with other like-minded individuals across the realm. After a prolonged contemplation, Zhu Wujie slowly nodded. He inclined his head, stating, should they choose their own masters, I shall not interfere. Wang Xianji, with a sense of relief, closed his eyes. Before his passing, he remarked appreciatively, a fellow Taoist Jew, you are indeed worthy of being the leader of the Taoist sect, you truly possess a heart that embraces the world, as vast as the ocean. In that moment, as Wang Xianji's breath ceased entirely, a great mass of milky white mist rose gracefully. Liu, Wu Meiyang, and the Guanyin servant exchanged glances filled with complexity. Li Jing, Xiaoxinji, and Huyan Depan revealed expressions of astonishment. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, and Zhu Wujie struck with lightning speed. With a deft motion, he executed the Shenhuang Qi capturing hand, simultaneously waving his hand to summon a full 108 resplendent bamboo swords, surrounding the area. The aura was completely confined within the sword formation. Then, with a fierce grip, he seized all of Wang Xianji's 90% fortune into his grasp. In an instant, an intangible soul body emerged from Wang Xianji's corpse, bearing a striking resemblance to him. It was, unmistakably, his spiritual essence. His features contorted as he let out a roar. Zhu, you are fickle and untrustworthy, you are no true son. Zhu Wujie laughed heartily. Old Wang, you have toyed with my subordinates for years, and I have yet to settle that score with you, yet you dare to ask for mercy? Hana Ve, he flicked his fingers, sending a wisp of milky white mist into Duan Tianya's body. The latter rejoiced, immediately bowing deeply to Zhu Wujie. Thank you, esteemed observer. Subsequently, he extended this favor to the 6 one-star celestial realm masters, including Huyan Depan and Xiaoxinji, as well as other disciples of Xuandu Temple and experts from the demon suppression prison, ensuring that everyone received their share. This spectacle left all the external disciples utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape with envy. This was the power of the heavenly Tao's fortune bestowed upon the current martial emperor, a boon that countless prodigies could scarcely dream of acquiring. Naturally, Zhang Yan of the Ming Song sect, Tian Han of the Cold sect, and the Nine Peak sect, all subordinate forces of Xuandu Temple, received a share as well. Zhang Yan and others were filled with excitement, prostrating themselves on the ground and collectively exclaiming, thank you, esteemed master, for your generous gift. To generously bestow upon others, thus winning their hearts. A venture with nothing but benefits, why not embrace it? Ultimately, Zhu Wujie distributed a total of 40%, with the remaining 50%, his gaze shifted to Liu, Wu Meiyang, and the Guanyin servant. He flicked his fingers, bestowing each of them a share of 10%. In the end, he retained only 20%. The recipients of this remaining fortune were none other than Empress Xiao Yanyan of the Qing tribe and Princess Xiaoyang of the Wei kingdom. Zhu Wujie had always treated all factions equally, maintaining a fair balance. As a result, everyone felt elated. Wang Xianji, unable to contain his fury, exclaimed, O Zhu, you shall face retribution, even in death, I shall not spare you. Zhu Wujie retorted, did I not share with others, did I monopolize, are they not heroes of the world? Wang Xianji was momentarily speechless. Finally, he sighed deeply before dissipating into the void. Alas, I hope you will lead this realm to its pinnacle in the future. Zhu Wujie waved his hand dismissively. Those who are already dead should not be of concern, this is not your burden to bear. Merit list, congratulations, you have captured 100 strands of this realm's heavenly Tao laws, becoming the child of heavenly fortune, and have received 10 million merits, redeemable for the true treasure of fortune, the 9 provinces cauldron. Additionally, you are awarded the secret technique of the void level, the moon crossing star guiding technique. The moon crossing star guiding technique, a mere guiding method, and yet it can be deemed a secret technique of the void level? Zhu Wujie pondered, filled with confusion. However, upon reviewing the moon crossing star guiding technique, he was thoroughly astonished. This technique could actually refine celestial bodies, seize the core of stars, discern the coordinates of the cosmos, and use this as guidance to venture into other small worlds. Zhu Wujie's expression shifted to one of excitement, nearly bordering on mania. Coupled with the merit list's intentional mention of redeeming the 9 provinces cauldron, he finally understood the merit list was paving a path for him, creating a route to other small worlds. The 9 provinces cauldron was indeed the strongest means to counter this realm's heavenly Tao, preventing its backlash. The moon crossing star guiding technique served as the key. Everything was in readiness. Only the eastern wind was missing. His eyes sparkled as he gazed towards the heavens, suddenly laughing heartily. What of the heavenly Tao? This cage cannot confine me, Zhu. My lord, just now, my father announced your appointment as the national master of our Tang kingdom. Liu twirled a strand of hair, deliberately approaching to find a topic. Zhu Wujie's heart stirred, his expression softened as he gently nodded. Your Majesty is thoughtful. If it were said that his ascension to the Yuanying stage, possessing power comparable to a 1-star celestial realm master, could incite the Tang Emperor's suspicion and wariness, then since he entered the transformation stage and slew several earthly immortals, the Tang Emperor's considerations had shifted from defense and suspicion to contemplating how to humble himself. He was already invincible in the world. Should he wish to overthrow the Tang Kingdom's regime, it would be child's play, merely a matter of a single sentence. Thus, at this moment, the most pressing concern for the Tang Emperor was to cling tightly to Zhu Wujie. If he were to think a little deeper, leveraging Zhu Wujie's recent victories over earthly immortals, he might, under the guise of borrowed power, wage war against other nations. Perhaps he could unify the realms and achieve a monumental legacy. Yet, after much deliberation, the Tang Emperor ultimately refrained, for without the approval of the esteemed master Zhu Wujie, he, the Emperor of the Li Tang, dared not rashly mobilize troops. He feared as Zhu Wujie cast a glance at Liu, speaking with unusual gentleness. "What do you think?" Liu turned, bewildered, as if in confusion. After Zhu Wujie fixed his gaze upon her for a moment, he turned and departed. In that instant, it felt as if Liu's heart was being pierced, on the verge of losing the most significant person in her life. Zhu Qixin, sensing something, turned pale and tugged at Liu's sleeve, anxiously whispering, "Mother, father is leaving, quickly, hold on to him, we cannot let him abandon us." Liu, as if awakening from a dream, rushed forward, grasping Zhu Wujie's arm, speaking each word with gravity. "Zhu, I am your rightful empress, recognized as the daughter-in-law of the Zhu family. You cannot abandon me." Wu Meiniang lowered her head, gazing at the swaddled infant in her arms, tears of intense unwillingness brimming in her eyes. Even the Guanyin servant displayed a hint of sorrow. They all felt regret for not being Zhu Wujie's legitimate empress. Zhu Wujie regarded Liu with indifference, stating nonchalantly, "I, Zhu, am not subject to coercion or intimidation by any person, faction, or existence." "Mother," Zhu Qixin whispered, reminding her. Liu bit her lip fiercely, her gaze fixed on Zhu Wujie. "There is a saying among the common folk, marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog. Since I, Liu, have married you, then in life, I am yours, and in death, I shall die by your side. Wherever you go, I shall follow. You cannot abandon us." Chapter 44. A visit to the demon suppression abyss of Xuandu Temple to greet the master's wife. As she uttered the final words, she could no longer contain herself, her voice quavering with emotion, and a single tear escaped from the corner of her eye. Zhu Wujie gazed at her intently, his heart heaving a soft sigh. He was, after all, not made of stone. In the presence of his only legitimate wife, he found it impossible to turn a blind eye. Moreover, he could discern that Liu's heartfelt confession stemmed from the depths of her soul, yet ultimately, he refrained from making an immediate decision. After all, a legitimate wife was not a mere concubine, nor a servant. She held an equal status to him. A slight misstep could disturb the harmony of the household. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he spoke gently. "If you are willing to accompany me, are you prepared to abandon all titles, honors, and possessions, to follow me with nothing?" Liu was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat at a loss. She was a princess, the princess of the Tang Kingdom, all her honors and status derived from this princely title. How could she truly renounce it? Zhu Wujie turned away with an air of indifference. "Zhu!" Suddenly, Liu called out to him. Zhu Wujie turned around, his expression tinged with impatience. He had never held much affection for this arrogant woman, and tolerating her for a moment had already been an act of leniency. How could he permit her to provoke him time and again in front of others? With a flick of his sleeve, he commanded to speak. Liu's gaze was resolute as she produced a seal and declared emphatically, "Today, I, Liu, renounce my identity as the princess of the Tang Kingdom and take my vows at Xuandu Temple, no longer involving myself in royal matters. From this day forth, I relinquish my position as the Grand General of the Xiankai army, fully entrusting it to the court." She continued with a stubborn determination. A daughter follows her father until marriage, and once married, she follows her husband. "Wherever you, Zhu Wujie, may go, I, Liu, shall follow." Zhu Wujie stared at her in astonishment, seemingly taken aback. After a brief silence, he chuckled softly. "I never expected that there would be someone willing to forsake everything for me in this world." He regarded Liu with a profound gaze and nodded. "You are indeed the rightful wife of Zhu." Quietly, he summoned a portion of celestial energy and infused it into Liu's being. Liu's eyes sparkled with delight, though her joy was not merely for the celestial energy. What thrilled her was that Zhu Wujie no longer regarded her as an outsider. From this moment onward, she was no longer the Grand Princess Liu of the Tang. She was now the wife of the master of Xuandu Temple. At this moment, everyone seemed to grasp the significance. Led by the likes of Huyan Depan and Xiaoyan, the disciples of Xuandu Temple bowed in unison to Liu. "We pay our respects to the mistress." Following suit, the Dragon Guard, led by Duan Tianya and Hai Tangyidao, approached Liu to pay their respects. The Dragon Guard pays their respects to the mistress. Subsequently, officials such as Huang Yi from the Arrest Office, Zhang Yan and Fang Yuan from the Supervision Office, and Xiao Shenji from the Comfort Office all bowed deeply to Liu, speaking in unison. "We, the humble servants, pay our respects to the mistress." Soon after, the various sects, including the Ming Song faction of the Sun and Moon sect and the Juyaizong of the Tianhan sect, also came forward to pay their respects to Liu. In that instant, Liu's face radiated with every smile, exuding charm and grace, a vision of unparalleled beauty. She was, after all, the top of the Rouge ranking, and with her pregnancy, she appeared even more radiant, akin to a ripened red cherry. The complex emotions of Guanyin Nu and Wu Meinyang were tinged with bitter sweetness, yet they understood that this moment of glory belonged solely to Liu. Zhu Wujie surveyed the surroundings and spoke gently. Everyone, with the great enemy vanquished, you may all return. To Huyen Depan, Huang Yi, Fang Yuan, and others, I instruct you to transport the bodies of the deceased to the back mountain of Xuandu Temple for a proper burial. They solemnly clasped their fists in acknowledgement. We shall faithfully obey the Master's decree. Upon finishing, Zhu Wujie unleashed a wave of formidable power, sending Wu Meinyang, Guanyin Nu, and Liu, along with her children, soaring towards Xuandu Temple. Now, he no longer needed to feign politeness with the Tang Emperor, nor did he have to concern himself with anyone's opinions. After Zhu Wujie departed, spies from various nations and sects swarmed into Chang'an of the Tang Kingdom, with numerous second-tier grandmasters and first-tier celestial phenomenon realm experts sweeping the battlegrounds around Xuandu Temple like a tempest, hoping to uncover some trace of evidence. Unfortunately, every clue had been meticulously erased by the demon suppression abyss and the disciples of Xuandu Temple, for they feared leaving behind any hints that might expose the Master's vulnerabilities. The consequences of this battle were far-reaching. First and foremost, the Xiongnu lowered their heads in submission, marking their retreat from the northern borders by relinquishing the decades-long claim to Jubiai City. They submitted to the Tang, acknowledging the Tang Emperor as the Heavenly Khan, vowing to guard the realm for generations to come. Although this proclamation was laden with embellishments, it was made solely in deference to Zhu Wujie. Nevertheless, the Tang Emperor was still greatly pleased. The nations of Wei, Jin, Song, and Qin all sent their congratulations to the Tang Emperor, offering letters of allegiance, expressing their desire to honor the Tang as the sovereign and revering the Tang Emperor as the human emperor. Thus, the Tang dynasty had truly reached its pinnacle. The Tang Emperor understood that all of this was due to Liu's genuine integration into Zhu Wujie's family, and more importantly, because of his esteemed son-in-law, Zhu Wujie. The only regret was that since Zhu Wujie had slain the three continental deities, he had not made an appearance. No matter how the Tang Emperor hinted, it yielded no results. Within less than a decade, the Tang Kingdom ascended to become the strongest nation in the world. Following closely was the Ming Kingdom. Let us not forget, Zhu Wujie was indeed a legitimate member of the Zhu family and the rightful national master of the Ming Kingdom. Furthermore, the capital of the Ming still retained a national master's residence, transformed from the original princess residence, patrolled by armored guards, its defenses as formidable as a royal stronghold. Even though Zhu Wujie had not occupied the nation since his marriage, it remained pristine and well-preserved. On the blink of an eye, a decade had passed. So much had transpired in those 10 years. The battle at Xuandu Temple became widely known, causing a tremendous uproar. Soon after, the most notorious holy maiden of the martial god sect was escorted down the mountain. Chen Rongyu, the holy maiden of the martial god sect. For this matter, Zhu Wujie especially emerged from seclusion to meet her. To Zhu Wujie's surprise, she was captured by Su Qianan, the chief inspector of the supervision office. It turned out that this individual had unraveled the threads of intrigue, discovering that Chen Rongyu harbored animosity toward Zhu Wujie. He had ventured to the martial god sect, systematically eliminating its remnants before finally apprehending her. Su Qianan respectfully reported, I respectfully inform the master that I was able to capture this demoness thanks to the demon suppression palm and celestial escape step bestowed by the master. I have come to present her for the Master's judgment. After offering some words of encouragement, Zhu Wujie pondered for a moment and said to Chief Inspector Su Qianan, having vanquished the heroes and built a remarkable achievement, your merits are comparable to those of a second-tier expert in the celestial realm. You shall be promoted to Deputy Chief, ranking second, to assist Chief Zhang Yan. Su Qianan was overjoyed and bowed in gratitude. I thank the master. After his promotion, he distanced himself from Feng Yan and Chen Ping, no longer on the same level as them. He happily withdrew once the scene cleared. Zhu Wujie finally turned his attention to Chen Rongyu. Chapter 45 Chen Rongyu, your demise is of no consequence. You have descended to such depths, and you deserve it. Today, she is devoid of any pride or confidence. Though she remains silent, Zhu Wujie can still discern the panic, fear, and rage from the turmoil in her eyes. With a gentle sigh and a shake of his head, he remarks, years have passed, yet you have not grown an inch. I am profoundly disappointed. As the only individual who has ever caused him to lose face in this world, he places immense significance on this meeting. It is worth noting that even the emperor of the first nation, the Tang, must now schedule an appointment to meet him. How much more so for Chen Rongyu, who has become a mere stray dog. Chen Rongyu forces herself to maintain composure, refusing to succumb to despair, and feigns strength as she coldly retorts, I admit I misjudged you initially, but if you were in my position, facing the pampering in favor of the supreme martial sex leader, would you not be tempted? She speaks shamelessly, almost as if taking pride in her position. Xu Wujie responds nonchalantly, I would not. A breath catches in Chen Rongyu's throat, a mix of shame and anger flooding her. Xu Wujie pauses before continuing, as a woman, one must uphold one's purity and fidelity, rather than treating oneself as worthless, a broken vessel. In light of our betrothal, you first entangled yourself with the young Lord He Liang of the Supreme Martial Sect, disregarding the dignity of both families to engage in infidelity and bear a child. This has already brought disgrace upon the Chun family. Subsequently, you shamelessly pursued He Liang's father, He Gui, exhibiting such a lack of decency that it is astonishing. A woman of your caliber is even inferior to a courtesan. I cannot fathom how old Master Chen, a venerable official for 3 generations, could produce such a disreputable offspring. Courtesans at least have the sense to maintain their facade, yet you display no pretense, instead reveling in your disgrace as if your debauchery were of any value. The truth is, you are merely a pile of rotting flesh, unworthy of a glance, even from a dog. What if you were to become the woman of both father and son? Do they truly regard you as a person? You are merely a vessel for their unrestrained desires, never once considered a wife. Thus, your current plight is entirely self-inflicted, a consequence of your own actions, and you deserve every bit of it. Each word, each sentence, falls like a heavy stone upon Chen Rongyu's chest. With every utterance, her face pales further. Each proclamation serves as a judgment upon her, a scourge of her past humiliations, a reminder of her endless humiliation and degradation. Chen Rongyu forces a smile, tinged with despair. Zhu, I acknowledge my regrets. But what of it? Would you welcome back this tarnished flower, this withered remnant? Her words are laced with a poignant vulnerability, tears glistening in her eyes. Were it anyone else, they might be moved by such a pitiful display. Yet for Xu Wujie, there is no inclination to embrace her. He steps back, a look of disdain upon his face. I do not favor second-hand goods, nor third-hand, and I have no habit of collecting refuse. He casts a glance at her, continuing, as a remnant of an evil sect, I ought to eradicate you, but in consideration of our past, I shall spare your life for now. Depart and save yourself, do not linger in my domain, lest you find your head severed by them and brought to me as a trophy. Chen Rongyu's smile is one of desolation. A lifetime of humiliation has earned her a mere second-tier status, lesser even than a mere servant. It is laughable, absurd. Had she known this would be her fate, she would not have humiliated herself by serving that repugnant pair. If there were a pill for regret, she would swallow it first. Alas, it is far too late. Xu Wujie remains unmoved by her lamentations, her regrets, crocodile tears. Who would dare to believe them? Rest assured, I, Chen Rongyu, shall not seek your forgiveness. She fixes her gaze upon Xu Wujie, her voice hoarse, a bitter smile gracing her lips. But do not forget, I am still your nominal wife. Indeed, I have wronged you, yet who does not have the right to strive for assent? Am I not entitled to the same? You resent being manipulated by fate, yet am I not also subject to the same whims? You speak of the Chen family as 3 generations of officials, yet is our family's fate not dictated by your Zhu family's word? I refuse to let the Chen family live in constant fear and trepidation. I will not spend my life bowing my head and catering to the whims of others. Therefore, I shall strive, I shall resist. She bursts into wild laughter. What is flesh but flesh? Who cannot sell their flesh? If He Liang desires it, he may take it. If He Gui desires it, I can offer that as well. As long as it allows me to cultivate, as long as it frees the Chen family from this helpless predicament, as long as it grants me control over my destiny, I will do whatever it takes. She gazes at Xu Wujie, a low chuckle escaping her lips. But in such a scenario, you could not provide me with any of this. Back then, you were but a useless man, incapable of even attracting a woman. How could you offer me anything? I suspect you would tremble in fear for days at even a glance from the emperor. Tell me, which woman would dare to marry such a man? Thus, I chose He Liang. No matter how inadequate he may be, he is still of the 3rd tier, and at the very least, he is the young lord of the Supreme Martial Sect, with a celestial father. But you, back then, what did you possess apart from an uncertain princely title? Xu Wujie falls silent, wordless. The first woman in name remains a lingering ache in his heart, even etched into his very being. He had harbored an abundance of anger and resentment towards Chen Rongyu, yet in this moment, he begins to understand. Everyone is ensnared by their fate, everyone is engaged in a struggle against destiny. Xu Wujie struggles, as does Hongshu, Liu, and all those like the majestic King Hu Yan, the immortal Xin Ji, and the Guanyin of the South China Sea. Indeed, this includes the woman before him, who is no exception. Xu Wujie murmurs to himself, even the lowliest of ants strive to survive, how much more so a human? Just then, as if having vented all her feelings, Chen Rongyu suddenly smiles softly. Very well, if you look down upon this broken shell of a woman, what use is it to linger? She fixes her gaze upon Zhu Wujie, enunciating each word carefully. Zhu Wujie, remember, I have fallen to this state because of you. Even in death, I will ensure you remember me. With that, she sharpens her fingertip, and with a swift motion, she slashes deeply across her delicate neck. Blood erupts, painting a tragic tableau of beauty, sorrow, regret, and desolation. She clutches her throat, gasping twice, her gaze towards Zhu Wujie filled with a mix of expectation, fear, and complexity, tinged with regret for unfulfilled desires and the ache of missed encounters. With a thud, Chen Rongyu collapses to the ground. She struggles to lift her hand towards Zhu Wujie, her eyes seemingly pleading, yet throughout it all, Zhu Wujie stands aloof, arms crossed, an observer to her demise. After a long moment, the light in Chen Rongyu's eyes begins to fade. The spark of life gradually ebbs away, leaving only the remnants of what was once a beautiful soul, now transformed into a cold corpse. Zhu Wujie steps forward slowly, speaking to himself, if only we had seen this day sooner, why endure such trials at the start? He removes a light garment, casting it over Chen Rongyu's body, as if gently brushing away the scars of the past. It feels as though he is casually erasing the final vestiges of his inner turmoil. His heart achieves a sense of completeness, free from any further blemishes. Chapter 46. Jiayang, my wife, what place do you leave for me, Zhu? Moreover, over the past decade, aside from the matter concerning the holy maiden of the martial god sect, the most talked about event among the populace has undoubtedly been the marriage proposal for Princess Xiaoyang of the Great Wei. However, it was not long before the Wei kingdom was reprimanded by a decree from the Xuandu temple. Jiayang is my concubine. What place do you leave for me, Zhu, in your quest for her suitors? Upon the issuance of this decree, the imperial family of the Great Wei was thrown into a state of panic and unease. They had not anticipated that such an absurd act would invoke the wrath of the Grandmaster of Xuandu Temple, especially upon learning that the 6 extraordinary children born from Princess Xiaoyang's premarital pregnancy were, in fact, the offspring of the Grandmaster himself. Everyone was filled with both excitement and trepidation, exhilaration and anxiety. It was no wonder, the prodigious talents of those 6 children were evident, and it was no surprise that they displayed innate gifts before reaching their first birthday. Subsequently, all fingers pointed towards one individual, Crown Prince Zhao Hai of the Great Wei, yet, the very culprit, the Crown Prince, was so frightened that he died on the spot. Emperor Zhao Zhang of Wei even faced the Xuandu Temple without his crown for 3 days in penance for his transgressions. The following day, the civil and military officials, led by the Prime Minister, pressured the Emperor, Your Majesty, we implore you to abdicate in favor of a worthier successor. Indeed, to appease the Grandmaster's anger, the Emperor had no choice but to step down. Helpless, Ji Woming, after 3 days of atonement, finally issued the decree of abdication. He passed the throne to the second prince, Zhaoying. Once the new Emperor Zhaoying ascended the throne, he immediately sent a letter of gratitude to Xuandu Temple, expressing sincere words and a humble demeanor. He even conveyed his willingness to honor the Grandmaster for generations to come, establishing a longevity tablet. The first decree he issued was to appoint Princess Xiaoyang as the national teacher of the Wei Kingdom. Her 6 children were subsequently granted titles such as Prince, Minister, Lord Yan, and Senior Teacher, among other high positions. All the officials unanimously supported this. Simultaneously, there was a lesser-known decree to appoint the national teacher's personal guard, Shangguan Haitang, as the chief steward of the national teacher's residence, giving her full authority over its affairs. Thereafter, the Wei Kingdom fell into a prolonged period of waiting. It was not until half a year later that a belated decree arrived at the national teacher's residence. Take good care of your health, we shall meet again another day. During this time, Princess Xiaoyang was left in a state of bewilderment while nursing her child. From the initial joy and anxiety of becoming pregnant before marriage, to the fear and unease upon the royal family's discovery, and then the despair and darkness of being imprisoned by the Emperor of Wei, culminating in the confusion brought on by the decree. In truth, Zhao Yu had learned of Zhu Wujie's existence even before Li Yu, and she was among the first to realize that Zhu Wujie was merely pretending to be a fool. Yet, at that time, he possessed only third-grade strength. How could he withstand the wrath of the vast Great Wei? Most critically, he was unaware of her pregnancy at that time, thus, she was in despair. However, as news of Zhu Wujie continued to reach her, she found a glimmer of solace. It was only when a personal decree from Zhu Wujie finally arrived at the Wei Palace, amidst the kingdom's anxiety, that Zhao Yu first revealed a hint of a smile. He, after all, knew of her existence. Moreover, he remembered her and was willing to acknowledge her child. With this, she felt utterly content. Even later, the close protection from Shangguan Haitang filled Zhao Yu with both surprise and joy, as a sweet sensation suddenly swelled in her heart. He, indeed, cared for her so deeply. In that moment, she would have gladly laid down her life for Zhu Wujie. She murmured to herself, with you in my life, I have no regrets in death. And as Zhu Wujie's comforting letter reached the national teacher's residence, personally opened by Shangguan Haitang, Zhao Yu displayed a bashful and anxious demeanor reminiscent of a young girl. Soon after, the emperor and his ministers became aware of the situation. At this point, the entire Wei kingdom collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, the celestial masters lingering in Wei's capital quietly withdrew, leaving only Huang Yi and Hong Shu behind. Huang Yi, the newly appointed deputy director of the demon suppression prison, stood at the second rank of the Zhixian realm. Hong Shu, the chief offering of the demon suppression prison, was also the personal maid of the grandmaster. The arrival of these two indicated Zhu Wujie's significant regard for Princess Xiaoyang. After all, Hong Shu possessed no cultivation whatsoever, yet this precious individual was dispatched to Wei's capital to comfort Zhao Yu, undeniably showcasing Zhu Wujie's care and affection for her. In the Grandmaster's chamber, Zhu Wujie sat cross-legged, his mind racing through the intricacies of the concealment and deception refinement technique and the lunar passage star refinement art. Initially, he grew increasingly familiar with the lunar passage star refinement art, which left him in awe. This method, based on celestial bodies and guided by the radiance of the sun and moon, could craft a starship capable of traversing the void, comparable to a virtual-grade Taoist treasure. Above the magical artifact was the true treasure, and the virtual-grade Taoist treasure stood prominently above the true treasure. Should he successfully forge such a Taoist treasure, soaring through the heavens would no longer be a dream. He then issued a task to the Demon Suppression Prison, Xuandu Temple, and Tianhan Sect, seeking to collect celestial meteorites from beyond the stars. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tang immediately approached Li Yu, stating that the court could provide assistance. Once Li Yu informed Zhu Wujie and received his consent, he agreed to. Furthermore, Zhu Wujie presented 3 magical artifacts to Li Yu for the first time: a sword named Asking Heaven, originally wielded by the infamous Wang Laoguai, which, after my refinement, could slay first-grade beings. An armor called Wushan, crafted from the battle gear of an armored swordsman, capable of withstanding the full force of a heavenly attack, to be given to your father for protection, and this whisk, a tribute from that nun in the South Sea, which you may present to your father as well. Li Yu nodded gently, whispering, "Thank you, my husband." Without turning his head, Zhu Wujie casually replied, "As husband and wife are one, your gift naturally represents mine." He glanced at Li Yu, revealing his first warm smile. Moreover, he is, after all, my father-in-law. One family does not speak in separate terms. After vanquishing several land immortals, he had become much more amiable and approachable, exuding an air of celestial grace in his every gesture. Those of lower status felt prideful, while those of higher status were cordial. Liu smiled radiantly. "Very well." She then exited the chamber, entrusting the 3 magical artifacts to the emperor's personal eunuch, Gao Lishur. She softly said, "Please convey these 3 magical artifacts to my father," stating they are a token of Wujie's intentions. As Li Yu's position grew more stable, the Tang kingdom became increasingly solid as a mountain. Gao Lishur's smile grew warmer and more respectful. "This servant obeys your command." After taking the 3 magical artifacts, he hurried away to report back. Subsequently, the Wei Kingdom, Jin Kingdom, and Qing Kingdom successively dispatched envoys expressing their willingness to assist the Grandmaster in the search for celestial meteorites. Zhu Wujie pondered briefly before granting approval. His adversaries were no longer the mere earthly emperors. Even the martial god sect, Tiandu sect, and Xiaxishan were no longer worthy of his consideration. His gaze had turned towards the vast sea of stars, aiming for the impending arrival of the extraterrestrial demons. If the lunar passage star refinement art was his reliance for navigating the starry skies, then the concealment and deception refinement technique served as his means to combat the heavenly laws of this realm. As for the formidable foe, Zhu Wujie placed his hopes for survival upon the spirit refinement technique. He murmured to himself, "Very well, let me see what celestial powers these 2 virtual-grade secret arts truly possess." With that, he plunged into a lengthy period of seclusion lasting 50 years. Chapter 47: 1,000 miles of swift aid to rescue the Empress Dowager. Chief Eunuch Su Fingnian welcomes the arrival. After a decade of seclusion, Zhu Wujie emerges once more, stirred by a letter of distress, a plea for help from the Changrong. The sender is none other than Su Fingnian. The Empress is besieged within the palace, urgently requesting the Master's swift assistance. Zhu Wujie's eyes narrow, revealing a brilliance akin to a celestial phenomenon, exuding an overwhelming aura that stirs all present. This presence unmistakably belongs to the realm of terrestrial immortals. The Master has emerged from seclusion, and his fury is palpable. Their hearts tremble with fear, bewildered by the unfolding events. Shortly thereafter, a shooting star streaks across the sky, heading northward. Soon, the news spreads far and wide of the Master's beloved, Xia Yanyan, has been coerced by the young chieftain of the Changrong, intent on exterminating the Master's progeny and the ruling Empress Dowager, Xiao Taiho. Ah, who would have thought that the enchanting Xiao Taiho is also the Master's woman? The Master's might is truly awe-inspiring. One individual gazes with admiration. The Master is indeed a paragon among us, with descendants scattered across various nations. His wife is either a princess or a powerful empress. Another's countenance darkens, revealing discontent. Were it not for her exalted status, how could she ever be worthy of the Master? A valid point. The words of my comrade ring true soon, formidable auras arise, unmistakably belonging to the likes of Xuandu Guanes Huyen de Pan, Zhang Yan, Duan Tianya, and Fang Yuan, all at the pinnacle of the first rank of celestial phenomena. Notably, Duan Tianya and Gue Haidao, having endured days of relentless training under Wang Xianji, with Zhu Wuji's medicinal aid, have swiftly advanced from the second to the first rank of celestial phenomena. They are indeed the fastest to progress under Zhu Wuji's command. A total of 9 individuals at the first rank of celestial phenomena shine like a resplendent sun, casting a radiant light that makes the nations tremble. Particularly, the Emperor of Tang stands in a daze, gazing up at the 9 unmatched auras in the sky. The complex emotions of the formidable Gao Lisher by his side reflect a tumult of thoughts. If the 9 celestial beings above are likened to the rising sun, then he, Gao Lisher, is but a fading sunset, an insurmountable disparity indeed. Let us follow the master and rally to his aid. Huyen de Pan declares solemnly. The others nod in agreement. 1 Terrestrial immortal and 9 first-rank celestial phenomena are more than enough to suppress any dissent or defiance. As the long rainbow fades into the sunset, Zhu Wujie pursues the stars and moon, reaching the outskirts of the Changrong capital in less than half a day. There, the clangor of armor and the tumult of battle resonate, a storm of shouts and cries fills the air. Without hesitation, he employs his mystical arts of the 1,000-mile eye and the listening wind ear. The cacophony of wails, clashing weapons, and the sounds of fire and anguish flood his senses. The horrific scenes akin to a hellish inferno appear before Zhu Wujie's eyes. It is clear that this palace coup has been meticulously planned, for all the ministers and officials outside the palace seem indifferent, merely spectators to the chaos. The ambition of wolves is laid bare. Zhu Wujie's gaze turns icy as he utters a single phrase: "You all deserve death." At that moment, only a handful of guards remain to protect the Empress Dowager's chambers, while over 1,000 surround the palace. The golden blades are adorned with yellow and purple, unmistakably the elite guards of the chieftain. The leader, a master of the first rank of celestial phenomena, stands in confrontation with Su Fengyan. Meanwhile, several second-rank adept warriors rush towards the Empress Dowager, Xiao Yanyan. Though Xiao Yanyan possesses commendable strength, with a combat prowess at the second rank, she is overwhelmed by the need to protect her 3 children while fending off the attackers. In her desperate struggle, she sustains several injuries. Within half a day, her body bears 13 wounds. Drenched in blood and frenzied with despair, Zhu Wujie weeps, consumed by sorrow. He despises himself for not having known sooner, allowing Xiao Yanyan to suffer such grievous harm. Upon locating her and her children, he no longer hesitates, leaping forward with determination. With a thunderous crash, he descends into the underground palace, crushing dozens of the elite guards beneath him. The scene descends into chaos, leaving all present in shock. Zhu Wujie's aura fully erupts, radiating golden light that envelopes the entire area. 36 golden bamboo swords, shaped like bee swarms, sweep. For a full quarter of an hour, the carnage ensues unabated. Those 36 first-rank artifacts can subdue even terrestrial immortals. What hope do a mere few thousand guards have against such might? The ground is littered with mangled bodies, not a single corpse left intact. The young man clad in imperial robes is grotesquely skewered, nailed to the palace gates, his face frozen in a final expression of fear, regret, and disbelief. Had he known that the Empress Dowager had such formidable support, he would never have heeded the treacherous whispers that led to this rebellion. Alas, it is too late. Changrong's fate is sealed. Su Fengyan, overwhelmed with joy, weeps, "Master, you have finally arrived." Zhu Wujie strides directly towards the bloodied Xiao Yanyan, cradling her in his arms. She gazes at him, lost in a daze, her fingers caressing his handsome face as she murmurs, "Am I dreaming? Is it truly you, or am I destined to die? Why else would I suddenly dream of you, my adversary?" She laments, "But alas, if I perish, who will care for my children?" Xiao Yanyan has no offspring with the former chieftain, and the old man passed away shortly after taking her as his wife. The rebellious young chieftain, born of the previous chieftain and his wife, harbors no affection for Xiao Yanyan. Rather, he resents her for usurping power. Thus, this insurrection arose. Zhu Wujie, filled with guilt, holds Xiao Yanyan tightly. "I am sorry for my tardiness." Xiao Yanyan's body stiffens, yet she seems to sense the warmth emanating from him. Her bloodshot eyes gradually clear, and she suddenly pushes Zhu Wujie away. With a resounding slap, she strikes his face. The pain of that blow deepens his remorse, for in that moment, he comprehends the extent of Xiao Yanyan's suffering and indignities. Indeed, as a widow for many years, she had silently given birth to 3 children. The identity of their father remains a mystery to the tribes of Changrong, even to the chieftain himself, who was kept in the dark. Shock and fury ripple through the crowd. Xiao Yanyan, after striking Zhu Wujie, awakens to her reality. She then collapses back into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably, beating her fists against his chest. Why did you take so long to come? Do you know how many times I nearly lost my life for those children? Zhu Wujie clings to her tightly, whispering gently near her ear, I know you have suffered. Now, let everything rest upon my shoulders. The once imposing and authoritative Xiao Yanyan now resembles a frightened young girl, nestled against Zhu Wujie, unwilling to let go. Su Fingyan rushes forward, kneeling beside Zhu Wujie, his voice choked with emotion. Master, I have finally seen you. Zhu Wujie glances at him, his expression momentarily faltering. With a hint of helplessness, he squeezes Xiao Yanyan gently before turning to Su Fingyan, his tone unexpectedly soft. Su, my dear steward, you have endured much hardship. Chapter 48. The 5 million merits for the rebirth and healing pill. For the sake of Empress Xiao, it was worth the sacrifice. Su Fingyan was momentarily taken aback, and tears began to cascade down his cheeks as he said, My lord, this servant, oh no, this subordinate, is entirely willing. Yet, who would believe such words? After all, it was a matter of relinquishing the most precious part of himself, as a man, who could truly acquiesce to such a fate. Father, Dad. At that moment, 3 childish voices called out, awakening Zhu Wujie from his reverie. He looked down to see 3 little ones clad in fur, their faces brimming with curiosity. Xiao Yanyan declared proudly, This is the eldest, Zhu Qihu, the second, Xiao Lang, and the youngest, Zhu Jiao. I aspire to raise them into the mightiest men on the grasslands, strong as tigers and wolves, broad of chest and stature, as grand as the heavens, capable of standing tall and firm. The 3 boys, their faces serious, nodded earnestly, Mother, we shall. We too wish to become great heroes like our father. Indeed, great heroes. Zhu Wujie hesitated, great heroes? Xiao Yanyan scoffed lightly, You have not come to see me for so long, I almost thought you had perished. However, to leave them with a glimmer of hope, I merely said you were guarding the borders. Zhu Wujie sighed softly, reaching out to stroke the heads of the 3 children, his voice gentle, A tiger father begets no son of a dog. My sons will surely stand tall in the future. Yes. The 3 children nodded excitedly as Zhu Wujie gazed at Xiao Yanyan, You have taught them well, I find great comfort in that. Xiao Yanyan, with a proud demeanor, raised her delicate neck high. Zhu Wujie laughed heartily, lifting Xiao Yanyan into his embrace as they entered the palace. A deep voice resonated, Fingyan, I must attend to the empress's injuries, you watch over these 3 little ones. Su Fingyan bowed in acquiescence, his face alight with joy. It was indeed a privilege to be favored by his lord. As he had renounced the pleasures of marriage and fatherhood, his future prosperity and glory rested solely on the Zhu family. Xiao Lang's small face was etched with worry. Mother has sustained such serious injuries, she will be all right, won't she? Zhu Diao's expression tightened as he turned away. Su Daban, summoned the Shualan Guard, the Shuadia Guard, and the Manghu Guard. We seek vengeance. The 3 guards were personal troops established by Xiao Yanyan for her children, solely belonging to them. Today, due to the suddenness of the events, the 3 guards had not reacted in time and were blocked at the palace gate, embroiled in battle with the city defense forces and tribal alliance troops. Su Fingyan hesitated, his strength was barely 10%, unable to withstand even a 3rd-rank adversary. To venture out rashly would risk the safety of these 3 young masters. Suddenly, a spear and 2 vials of elixirs flew out from the palace. The spear, named Godslaying, had once felled terrestrial immortals. Now, it was at your disposal. The elixirs were healing and restorative pills, 1st-grade elixirs. Swallow them swiftly, heal, and then you may go. Furthermore, 9 1st-grade celestial realm experts will soon arrive to assist you in quelling the rebellion. Su Fingyan was overwhelmed with emotion. In truth, he had long been exhausted. If he did not receive timely treatment after this battle, his cultivation would be irrevocably ruined. Yet, with this elixir, not only would the immediate danger be averted, but his realm might even ascend. Perhaps he might glimpse that seemingly insurmountable threshold in his lifetime. He immediately knelt, prostrating himself on the ground, weeping profusely. This servant is eternally grateful to my lord. The 3 little ones were not surprised but displayed expressions of excitement. Their father was indeed extraordinarily powerful, and 9 1st-grade celestial realm experts, how formidable they must be. Silly, Su Daban is already a 1st grade, surely, those 9 will be equally as strong. Su Fingyan smiled shyly, but as he gazed outside the palace, his expression morphed into one of ruthlessness and ferocity. Soon, the entire city of the Dog Realm erupted into a shocking massacre. According to incomplete statistics from various nations, this coup, instigated by the minor chieftain of the Dog Realm, with covert assistance from civil and military officials, resulted in the deaths of a staggering 100,000 people. Of course, among those, fewer than 2,000 belonged to Empress Xiao's faction. The remaining 98,000 were loyal to the minor chieftain and various officials, including remnants of the Western Heavenly Martial God sect and those from Yaojingpool. Do not move. Let me tend to your wounds first. Xu Wujie carefully tore away Xiao Yanyan's blood-soaked garments. The gaping, jagged wounds met his eyes. Though not fatal, if left untreated, Xiao Yanyan would certainly bleed out. Thus, immediate treatment was imperative. As Xu Wujie connected with the merit tablet, frantically searching for a healing elixir. Soon, a small line of text caught his eye. The rebirth and healing pill, 5 million merits. 5 million merits for a single ordinary pill. No, there was an additional note, crafted by a renowned alchemist from beyond the realm. A mortal who consumes it may return from death, while a cultivator may gain a century's worth of cultivation. A century's worth of cultivation, nearly equivalent to first-grade celestial realm prowess. It was worth the exchange. Without hesitation, Xu Wujie opted for the pill. Ding, host has exchanged for 10 rebirth and healing pills, deducting 5 million merits. Please collect. The void trembled, as if ripples were spreading. Amid Xiao Yanyan's astonishment, Xu Wujie produced a vial of elixirs, speaking softly, "This is the rebirth and healing pill. It will greatly aid your recovery." However, Xiao Yanyan frowned. "Will it leave scars?" Xu Wujie chuckled, "Rest assured, I have already considered this. There will be no scars." Satisfied, Xiao Yanyan consumed the pill. Soon, an unbearable itch spread through her wounds. She slightly closed her eyes, letting out a soft hum, seemingly fighting against the sensation. Suddenly, her wounds healed at a visible pace, scabbing and shedding without leaving a trace. In the blink of an eye, her injuries vanished without a shadow. Xiao Yanyan's eyes widened in disbelief. What miraculous elixir is this? Even the finest physicians in the capital could not achieve such results. Xu Wujie laughed heartily. "Of course, this is my unique secret." Were it not for the lingering odor of blood on her garments, Xiao Yanyan might have thought her earlier injuries a mere illusion. "Is it truly this simple?" she questioned incredulously, her eyes wide in astonishment. Xu Wujie, hearing her exclaim, laughed heartily, wrapping his arms around her waist. "So, what do you think? Is your husband not remarkable?" Xiao Yanyan, newly married, had grown even more voluptuous than before, her form more curvaceous. With a flirtatious glance, she discarded her blood-stained robe, yet did not rush to don her finery. She murmured, "You despicable scoundrel, you promised to return the day after you left, with the thunder of spring. Yet, I waited for 10 long years. 10 years have passed, and still, you did not come. Not if it were not for that little white-eyed wolf's rebellion, would you have continued to ignore us three?" As she spoke, a hint of reproach mingled with grievance and a trace of fear and trepidation surfaced. She understood Xu Wujie's formidable strength. Even terrestrial immortals could fall by his hand. Even if he was not invincible, he was nearly so, yet, she dared not recklessly acknowledge him, fearing his displeasure. Fortunately, upon hearing of her peril, he rushed to her side. "At least you have some conscience, not abandoning us to fend for ourselves." Xu Wujie raised an eyebrow. "What do you wish for?" Xiao Yanyan turned her body away. "Humph, otherwise, I shall haunt you as a ghost. After taking everything, you wish to forget." There is no such easy bargain in this world. As Xu Wujie, helpless, could only turn her body back to face him, teasing her like a playful rabbit. Elicited a roll of her eyes and a soft huff. Xu Wujie once more pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly, and softly said, "These years, I have been so busy, ceaselessly on the move, I truly ought to rest properly." Xiao Yanyan, filled with joy, suggested, "How about you stay in the Golden Tent Royal Court from now on?" Chapter 49. The extraterrestrial demon approaches, planting the divine seed of the great Tao. "You shall be the Chanyu, and I shall be your cherished consort." Xu Wujie smiled wryly and shook his head. "It is not that I am unwilling, but rather that a formidable enemy lurks, ever seeking my life." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yanyan sprang to her feet. Her eyes blazed with murderous intent. "Who dares to threaten you? I shall lead 100,000 warriors to obliterate his realm." Xu Wujie jested. "With just those two formidable weapons of yours?" Xiao Yanyan's delicate face flushed crimson, transforming into a fiery hue. She nestled once more in Xu Wujie's embrace, playfully pounding her fists against his chest. She inquired, perplexed, "Who could possibly pose such a threat to you? Could it be that old bald monk from the Little Western Heaven, or the ancient witch from Yaoqi?" Xu Wujie's gaze grew solemn, as if penetrating through layers of space to reach a mysterious realm beyond. He spoke slowly. "It is an extraterrestrial demon." Xiao Yanyan gasped in shock. "An extraterrestrial demon? How can that be?" For reasons unknown, Xu Wujie, usually reluctant to confide in others, felt no reservations while with Xiao Yanyan. Perhaps it was because she was willing to forsake everything to be with him. This decisiveness and fortitude captivated Xu Wujie, leading him to regard Xiao Yanyan as his true confidant. He lifted her chin gently, his voice soft. "These days, I have wronged you, causing you distress. Rest assured, whether in the past or in the future, you shall never suffer at my hands." Suddenly, mist swirled, fragrant and ethereal. At times, the sounds of phoenixes and cranes echoed, while at others, solitary wild geese and sparrows took flight together. The setting sun painted the flawless white expanse with a rosy hue. Beneath the surging waves, fish and dragons leapt, creating rippling patterns upon the water's surface. Amidst the towering mountains, a valiant cavalry was besieging a city with fervor. The two sides clashed fiercely, resulting in chaos and rivers of blood. Ultimately, it was the faction wielding the long spears that narrowly triumphed, grinding their adversaries into the ground with brutal force. The defeated seemed to unleash their fury, shouting as they rose. They sought to fight for survival, struggling desperately in their final moments, yet, the victor merely snorted, "How dare you act so recklessly on my territory? Are you tired of living? Kneel and sing your submission." The opposing side, defiant and unyielding, stood tall. With a resounding slap, the victor demanded, "Do you submit?" "I, the servant, submit." Just then, a voice echoed from outside the hall. "Master, there is news regarding the extraterrestrial meteorite." After repeated suppressions, Zhu Wujie finally decided to spare the young empress. Initially, upon hearing the palace gate's sound, he lazily replied, "Understood," but then he suddenly realized. "What did you say? They found the extraterrestrial meteorite? Where?" He sprang to his feet, rushing to open the palace doors. Huang Yi, witnessing this, felt her cheeks flush and softly called, "Master." Zhu Wujie instinctively grasped her hand. "Where is the meteorite?" He was completely oblivious to the awkwardness, eager to learn the meteorite's whereabouts. Huang Yi continuously reassured herself internally, "It's nothing, it's nothing. The master does not see her as an outsider." "Husband, you've startled her." Xiao Yanyan's light laughter came from behind. Zhu Wujie suddenly realized, feeling embarrassed, and after donning his garments, spoke gently, "No need to rush, take your time." Huang Yi's face turned red, and after a soft cough, she replied, returning to the master, "News from the Wei state indicates that there are 2 extraterrestrial meteorites in the royal treasury, each as large as a table. Additionally, the Ming Emperor has contributed 10 meteorites, each only the size of a bowl. The remaining nations have also brought forth good news, collectively amounting to approximately 200 pounds of extraterrestrial meteorite." A smile blossomed on Zhu Wujie's face as he exclaimed, "Excellent, well done." With a wave of his hand, he produced a batch of low-grade magical artifacts. "Distribute these among the nations that have found the extraterrestrial meteorites as a token of gratitude." Huang Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet she quickly suppressed it. This was a gift from the master. She could not overreach. Zhu Wujie's gaze flickered as he retrieved a pill from his sleeve, softly stating, "This is a barrier-breaking pill, a top-tier elixir that can aid you in surpassing the first-grade threshold." After speaking, he performed his signature gesture, patting Huang Yi's delicate shoulder as a sign of encouragement. Huang Yi trembled slightly, a hint of indescribable emotions flickering in her eyes. Zhu Wujie remained oblivious to the fact that this subordinate had developed an inexplicable admiration for him, one that bordered on worship. As long as Zhu Wujie issued any command, Huang Yi would exert herself to fulfill it, willing to ascend mountains of blades or plunge into seas of fire for him. Indeed, during this expedition to the Changrong, Huang Yi had run 9 horses to exhaustion and nearly suffered twice the fatigue in her legs, yet, she felt no pain. Rather, she was filled with yearning, a yearning to be valued by Zhu Wujie, to be cherished by him, and even more so, to be entrusted with significant responsibilities. Although Qiu Xin and Duan Tianya were among Zhu Wujie's most formidable subordinates, they were not the most loyal. Only she, Huang Yi, truly idolized Zhu Wujie. She received the barrier-breaking pill with both hands, her eyes shining brightly, seemingly ablaze with fervor. She struggled to suppress her inner moans and fervor, prostrating herself. "I, the servant, am willing to serve my master unto death." She emphasized, "I am willing to serve my master at any time, in any place, and for anything." Zhu Wujie paused momentarily, reflecting that this young lady was quite remarkable. Regardless of circumstances, such a display was not something everyone could achieve. After all, obsequiousness and sycophancy are of different grades. He nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand. "Go now, attend to your own matters. Once you progress to the first-grade celestial realm, I shall have more important tasks for you." Huang Yi lifted her head, flashing a charming smile. "Understood." After Huang Yi departed, Xiao Yanyan looked on with a knowing smile, saying with double entendre, "Husband, your ability to train individuals is truly unparalleled." Zhu Wujie chuckled lightly. "This girl has faced many hardships in the past. After my guidance, she has soared to great heights." Xiao Yanyan replied with a hint of envy. "Indeed, reaching the first-grade celestial realm is no small feat. Few in this world can attain such a level, and only with your remarkable ability to transform the mundane into the extraordinary can one rise so swiftly." Zhu Wujie laughed heartily. "My dear wife, you flatter me too much." At that moment, the long-awaited voice of the Merit Monument resounded once more. "Attention, the host currently possesses 12 bloodline descendants, with their fortune reaching its peak, and their associated luck has reached its limit. A reward of 5 million merits is granted, along with the bestowal of the virtual level formation, the small Jotian star array, which can be combined with true treasures to rival the combat strength of the Void Return realm. Attention, the maximum combat power limit of this small world is the Void Return level. Breaking the limit will result in the host being transported to the outer realms. Attention, the extraterrestrial demon will arrive in 36 years. Please be cautious, host. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wujie's spirit grew serious. The romantic atmosphere dissipated instantly. However, he did not immediately push Xiao Yanyan away, instead speaking gently. A great enemy approaches, and I must prepare thoroughly. I cannot stay with you for long. Xiao Yanyan responded obediently, her face reflecting satisfaction and fatigue. She cradled Zhu Wujie's handsome face, murmuring, do visit us often in the future, don't just wear your trousers and vanish. Zhu Wujie laughed lightly. The true man aims for the world, how can he be ensnared by romantic entanglements? As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly changed his tone. But if it is the path of life, one can only become more resolute in adversity. Come, let us contribute to humanity. You truly are my little adversary. Congratulations, host, for completing the act of saving the nation and planting the innate seeds of the great Tao, which can give birth to the divine embryo of the great Tao, rewarding 5 million merits and bestowing the art of planting luck. Chapter 50. Master, please spare me. I promise to heed your words from now on. The notion of planting the seed of the innate Tao, the divine fetus of the Tao, a peculiar expression crossed Zhu Wujie's face. He never anticipated that this body had advanced to such a degree, having transformed into an innate Tao body. His eyes sparkled as he gazed upon the city of the dog roan, murmuring to himself, swim freely, my children, for you are the innate Tao fetus. Your father eagerly anticipates your growth. As for the 5 million merits, he was no longer fazed by it. He had accumulated nearly 30 million merits, and after deducting the 2 million spent on the purchase of the 12th grade golden lotus, 5 million for the life-restoring and flesh-replenishing elixir, and another 2 million for various pills and magical treasures, he was left with exactly 10 million merits. 10 million merits, neither an excessive nor a meager amount, yet, for someone like Zhu Wujie, who squandered wealth with abandon, it hardly constituted a significant sum. Therefore, he had the following tasks ahead of him. First, to devise ways to earn several million merits. Second, to wholeheartedly enhance his combat prowess to fend off the impending invasion of the extraterrestrial demons. Third, to seize fortune and vanquish the heavenly Tao to ascend beyond the realms. The first and third tasks might even intertwine. For minor merits, what avenues do I have to overcome the extraterrestrial demons? After suppressing the rebellion of the dog Rome, Zhu Wujie departed with his companions. On the journey back, he fell into contemplation. A hint, the host wishes to combat the celestial demons, and after a martial artist attains enlightenment, they can slay them using the power of the heavenly Tao, or through supreme divine abilities such as the spirit refinement technique, the immortal slaying technique, or the demon slaying thunder, among others. He was familiar with the spirit refinement technique, but the immortal slaying technique was a complementary secret art to the immortal slaying flying blade. He had never mastered this method. Firstly, he faced a bottleneck in controlling the immortal slaying flying blade. He always sensed an insurmountable barrier between himself and the blade, preventing him from wielding it with ease and precision. Moreover, the host could also set up a grand formation to obliterate the celestial demons. To slay with a grand formation? Zhu Wujie halted in his tracks. Suddenly, a magnificent formation diagram materialized in his mind, merely the tip of the iceberg. His gaze flickered, his expression shifting between astonishment, horror, trepidation, and a whirlwind of emotions. After a long pause, he closed and reopened his eyes, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. His eyes gleamed with brilliance, the little Zhou Tian God-slaying sword formation. What the merit monument had transmitted to him was indeed a fragment of a sword formation diagram. Utilizing the nations as a chessboard and terrestrial immortals as pieces, he would contend with the heavenly Tao for. Subsequently, he would harness the boundless murderous aura of the heavenly Tao to vanquish the malevolent entities. However, the merit monument revealed that this formation was not without cost. It required a full 30 million merits. 30 million merits to exchange for a fragment of the formation diagram. It seemed an unwise bargain, yet, upon seeing the fragment of the slaying formation divulged by the merit monument, Zhu Wujie felt a vague sense of importance. The value of this fragment of the immortal slaying sword formation surpassed all the treasures he possessed. His gaze flickered with thought. In principle, to arrange this little Zhou Tian God-slaying sword formation, one would need a primordial sacred artifact. However, if Zhu Wujie could find substitutes, he could also set up a miniature killing formation. If Zhu Wujie's intuition served him correctly, this sword formation was likely a replica of the most formidable killing formation throughout time. Even as a mere imitation, it could effectively slay that extraterrestrial demon of the Void Return realm. Nevertheless, to set up this killing formation, at least 15 top-tier true treasures were required. Zhu Wujie calculated. Currently, he possessed only 4 true treasures of the Emperor's sword, the Judge's pen, the immortal slaying blade, and the God-slaying spear. However, the 108 golden bamboo cloud swords could rival 2 true treasures, making a total of only 6. He still lacked 9 treasures. Even if he exchanged all the remaining 10 million merits in the merit monument, he would only acquire 5 true treasures, still falling short by 4. Where could he possibly find such an abundance of true treasures? He squinted, lifted his gaze, and peered into the distance. Suddenly, he halted, addressing Huyen de Pankio, Shinji, and Duan Tianya. He instructed, "We shall not return just yet." Huyen de Pan and the others exchanged glances, surprised but not daring to defy him, and thus they respectfully acquiesced. Xu Wujie then led his 9 companions toward the east sea. Duan Tianya's expression grew serious. He seemed to have guessed Xu Wujie's intended destination in the direction of the East Sea. The martial emperor's city had become a mere shell of its former self, unable to withstand the blow from the sect leader. After much contemplation, he discerned that only 3 places would truly attract the sect leader's attention. First, the Tiandu sect located on the Panglai Spirit Island. Second, the temple situated in the deepest waters of the South Sea. Third, the kingdom uniquely belonging to the Buddhist sect in the farthest reaches of the western regions. Upon observing Xu Wujie's direction, the barefooted Eva approached. "Is the sect leader intending to visit my Guanyin temple?" Xu Wujie had no desire to investigate the South Sea, yet upon hearing Eva's words, his eyes flickered, and he chuckled lightly. "What? Do you wish to send word ahead?" Eva looked pitiable. "Master, all mistakes are mine. I beseech you to spare the temple. There is no one left there, only an old matron." Xu Wujie was taken aback. "So, the Guanyin temple in the South Sea has been passed down in a singular line?" Eva's eyes darted, hesitating to reveal the truth. Xu Wujie's expression darkened as he swiftly seized Eva. He instructed the others, "Rest for a moment, I shall return shortly." Huyen de Pan and the others bowed in agreement as Xu Wujie dragged Eva to a secluded mountaintop, where a towering peak obstructed the view of the others. He threw Eva to the ground, coldly demanding, "Speak, what are you concealing?" Eva stammered, "Master, it is not my intention to withhold. It is the temple's ancestral edict that forbids revealing its existence to outsiders, including the location of its practices and personnel." Xu Wujie's eyes narrowed as he replied, "Am I not allowed to inform my own master?" Eva shook her head. "Unless one is a direct descendant of the temple or a designated disciple or partner, otherwise, no one is permitted to disclose such information." Xu Wujie's expression softened. "I see." Shortly thereafter, Eva exclaimed, "Master, what are you doing?" "No, Master. The following has been omitted for brevity." Half an hour later, Eva rose, filled with resentment and embarrassment. "Master, what was that for?" Xu Wujie chuckled lightly. "Now, will you speak?" Eva hesitated, her eyes filled with depth. With a soft sigh, she bitterly smiled. "Very well. To be frank, my temple." Moments later, Xu Wujie and Eva returned to the group. Eva lowered her head, gazing at her bare toes. Xu Wujie appeared refreshed, his brows unfurrowed and devoid of any worry. Instead, he bore a look of resolute determination and fervor. It turned out that within the Guanyin temple of the South Sea resided a fragment of the heavenly Taoist will. No wonder the terrestrial immortals held such trepidation toward the temple. The master Eva mentioned was indeed the embodiment of that heavenly Taoist will. Chapter 51, Capturing Eve, nurturing the primordial chi, refining the laws, ascending to the mid-stage of transformation. The embodiment of the heavenly Tao does not condense into a humanoid form, nor does it possess any so-called true manifestation. It merely resides within a statue, which is the statue of the serpent god with a human head. The massacre that transpired a decade ago was instigated by the will of the heavenly Tao encapsulated within that statue. However, this is not the most critical matter. The crux lies in the fact that the will of the heavenly Tao within that statue has, after forcibly mobilizing the Tiandu sect to pressure Wang Xianji into awakening the armored elder and resurrecting the king of Western Chu, fallen to its lowest point in recorded history. Its strength barely remains at 1/10 of its former self, almost equivalent to the peak of an earthly immortal. In other words, under the full force of Xu Wujie, he could suppress that will of the heavenly Tao. This, indeed, is the most significant secret gleaned from Eve. Such a revelation, if disclosed, would be enough to astonish the world and stir a great tumult among the nations of the Central Plains. Simultaneously, the voice of the merit tablet echoed in his mind once more. "Congratulations, host, for merging with the primordial Guanyin Tao body, planting the seed of the primordial Tao body, and successfully nurturing a trace of the primordial Saint Mother Qi. You are rewarded with 15 million merits and additionally granted the Yin-Yang Void-Breaking Seal, which, upon reaching full mastery, can slay experts of the returning Void Realm. Congratulations, host, for unraveling the mysteries of heaven and earth, understanding the operational laws of the heavenly Tao, and capturing 100 strands of the heavenly Taoist laws. You are rewarded with 10 million merits and additionally granted a strand of law power. Please check." Suddenly, it felt as if an enormous weight had descended upon him. Bang! Xu Wujie was thrust into the ground, creating a large pit. This unexpected event startled Huyen de Pan and the others. "Master, the sect leader." The 9 first-rank figures descended, eager to retrieve Xu Wujie. However, upon contact, their expressions changed drastically, their hands recoiled as if shocked by electricity. Exchanging glances, they discerned the uncertainty reflected in each other's eyes. "What is this? Hiss, it's so hot, could it be that the master has gone mad?" At that moment, with his eyes tightly shut, Zhu Wujie uttered two words, "Protect the law." Upon hearing this, everyone straightened, responding affirmatively. Zhu Wujie placed He Wuxian beside the pit, maintaining a distance from Huyen Depan and Duan Tianya, closest to Zhu Wujie. His upper body radiated an intense heat, while the lower half was as cold as ice, creating a stark contrast within him. His spiritual body sat cross-legged in his dantian, fervently receiving the enlightenment from the heavenly Tao laws. In an instant, boundless mysteries of the universe surged into his mind: the primordial laws of life and death, yin and yang, the celestial phoenix, water and fire, and various other elemental energies coalesced within his dantian. Accompanied by profound insights, they washed over Zhu Wujie's body simultaneously. As the temperature continued to rise, his aura grew at a visibly rapid pace, initially at the early stage of transformation, then advancing to the greater success of the early stage, and ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the early stage of transformation. Bang na it was as if a thunderclap had erupted. The surroundings shifted dramatically, spiritual energy swirling violently, converging upon Zhu Wujie like a tempest. The scene left all present in awe. A breakthrough, another breakthrough. Just 10 years had passed since the sect leader had previously broken through to the earthly immortal realm, and now, he was achieving yet another breakthrough. The sect leader's talent for cultivation was indeed terrifying, almost beyond comprehension. In this moment, even the aloof Eve could not help but be entranced. Originally, she had fully entrusted herself to Zhu Wujie, albeit with some reluctance, as she believed she could achieve the same as merely an earthly immortal in time. However, witnessing Zhu Wujie's astonishing talent, she finally felt an overwhelming sense of respect. No wonder the master of the heavenly Tao had repeatedly emphasized that this individual was the greatest variable in the world. He had desperately sought to gather numerous earthly immortals to eliminate him, yet ultimately failed, resulting in Zhu Wujie's fortuitous rise in power. Eve silently mused, the master of the heavenly Tao has indeed miscalculated. The rumbling continued, waves crashing incessantly. The sounds of the breakthrough persisted for half a day before gradually subsiding. Within the pit, Zhu Wujie's mind resonated once more with a voice: "Congratulations, host, for completing the enlightenment of the heavenly Tao laws, ascending to the mid-stage of transformation." Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered above, heralding yet another lightning tribulation. Huyen Depan and the others turned pale, shock overwhelming them. How could the sect leader face this lightning tribulation as if it were a mere daily occurrence? Zhu Wujie's expression grew serious as he slowly rose and waved his hand, commanding, "Everyone, step back." They retreated as if granted a pardon, fleeing from the area. The merit tablet chimed: the host may conceal his aura using the spirit gathering technique to avoid this lightning tribulation. Zhu Wujie rejoiced. Who would wish to endure such a tribulation? Without hesitation, he activated the spirit gathering technique, reciting incantations. A warm reminder appeared: the upgraded version of the spirit gathering technique, the hidden spirit art, can conceal one's cultivation level, effective only against beings of the returning void realm, requiring 8 million merits. Zhu Wujie was taken aback, inwardly cursing the small merits for taking advantage of his predicament. However, observing that even after fully activating the spirit gathering technique, his aura was still sensed by the heavenly calamity, he resignedly stated, "Change, I wish to exchange for the hidden spirit art." Ding, 8 million merits deducted, the hidden spirit art delivered. Please sign for receipt immediately. A profound and enigmatic technique surged into his mind. He focused intently, urgently reciting it.buzz.an. Invisible radiance seemed to ripple across his form, obscuring all traces of his spiritual essence. Above, the thunderclouds roiled, rumbling ominously. After brewing for a while, they could not sense Zhu Wujie's aura and, in frustration, finally dissipated. Master, sect leader, lord. As the lightning tribulation receded, Huyen Depan and the others swiftly approached, their gazes a mix of concern, joy, and above all, admiration and respect. Breaking through to the earthly immortal realm was as effortless as drinking water. In this moment, even the typically aloof Duan Tianya could not help but exclaim, the sect leader's talents are extraordinary. We shall find it difficult to catch up in our lifetimes. Zhang Bining's gaze burned with intensity. The sect leader possesses vast powers, his cultivation unfathomable, having long since ascended to the realm of transcendent beings. Every action of his can evoke celestial phenomena. He truly is favored by the heavenly Tao, and I am in awe. Look at how he can turn the dire into the fortunate and the black into white. What might seem a perilous affair is spun into a tale of divine favor. Such emotional intelligence. Who would dare claim these old Taoists lack an understanding of worldly affairs? Even Zhu Wujie chuckled heartily. Enough with the flattery. He paused, waved his hand dismissively, and said lightly, "It is merely a lightning tribulation." I have faced such trials before, another one poses no concern, it is merely a stepping stone for my breakthrough. Xiaoshenji's gaze was complex as he praised, the sect leader's courage is commendable. Facing the heavenly tribulation appears as effortless as drinking water, who in the world can match the sect leader's nonchalance, truly, a paragon for us all. Xu Wujie beamed, radiating warmth like spring sunshine. After a round of pleasantries, he resumed his journey. This time, he chose to sit upon He Wuxian's shoulder, closing his eyes to recuperate. However, the direction of their travel was towards the Tiandu sect. He closed his eyes inwardly, achieving a breakthrough to the mid-stage of transformation, officially establishing himself as a formidable presence in this realm. Moreover, upon reaching the mid-stage, the long-stagnant celestial slaying flying knife began to stir, as if a terrifying entity within it was on the verge of awakening. It seemed that with a mere thought, Zhu Wujie could summon it forth. After inquiring with the merit tablet, Zhu Wujie finally comprehended the true terror of the celestial slaying flying knife. Chapter 52 Exchange for 108 celestial slaying flying daggers. I, Zhu Wujie, pay a visit to the Tiandu sect. To my astonishment, it is not merely one dagger, but a staggering total of 3,600. At present, possessing just a single dagger grants me the capability to slay beings at the nascent soul and transformation stage. How terrifying it would be if all 3,600 were to be exchanged. It is only at this moment that I comprehend why this item ranks among the top 10 of the celestial artifacts. A true treasure of the heavenly Tao. Additionally, the spiritual body residing within my dantian appears to have taken on a green hue. Indeed, it has turned green, not as in wearing a green hat, but rather, its entire form is now green. However, upon closer inspection, I realize it is merely the manifestation of the laws of the heavenly Tao. These laws, being formless and colorless, acquire distinct attributes upon descending into the mortal realm and merging with the practitioner's spiritual energy. The attribute belonging to me, Zhu Wujie, is the law of life, which signifies longevity. Estimating my lifespan, upon entering the transformation stage, I would possess nearly 10,000 years. With the assistance of the heavenly Tao laws, I have forcefully ascended to the mid-stage, effectively doubling my lifespan to 20,000 years. With such longevity, I could afford to toy with that extraterrestrial demon, yet, this is merely idle talk. I pondered. The merit monument suggests that the strength of that extraterrestrial demon is approximately at the mid-returning void stage, sufficient to crush my current self. The probability of my demise remains alarmingly high. A glimmer of determination flashed in my eyes. The Xiao Zhou Tian slaughtering sword array cannot be delayed. The good news is that I have accumulated a merit of 35 million. This allows me to exchange for additional trump cards. Shifting my focus to the merit monument, my gaze steadily descends, bypassing the countless celestial treasures till I halt at a particular line. 100 celestial slaying flying daggers require 25 million merits. This shall suffice. Exchange, ding, 25 million merits have been deducted, and 107 celestial slaying flying daggers have been delivered. Please check, host. Note, given that the host has previously exchanged for 1 celestial slaying flying dagger, an additional 7 daggers have been granted with the current exchange, enabling the construction of the Xiao Zhou Tian star array, capable of slaying beings below the mid-returning void stage. With a flourish, Zhu Wujie waved his sleeve, and an astonishing aura briefly manifested. Huyan de Pankyu and Duan Tianya remained utterly unaware, while Xia cast him a suspicious glance as Zhu Wujie concealed his elation, his heart overflowing with joy. Little merit, I truly adore you. Who would have thought you could be so considerate? 108 celestial slaying flying daggers, coupled with 108 golden bamboo cloud swords, would grant Zhu Wujie the means to triumph over the strong, casting a proud gaze upon the returning void realm. Should I acquire a few true treasures and set up the great Zhou Tian slaying immortal sword array, I would be confident in ensuring that extraterrestrial demon would never return, buried for eternity. However, my goal is not merely to fend off enemies, but to capture them alive. My gaze burned with fervor. I had learned from the merit monument that the value of a returning void demon is in the hundreds of millions. My heart ignited with an unquenchable flame, one that even a heavenly tribulation would struggle to extinguish. Once I seize that extraterrestrial demon, I shall turn the tables entirely, no longer confined to the trivialities of mere millions or tens of millions, but soaring into the realm of billions. Outside Wudi City, Zhu Wujie and his companions floated in the air, gazing at the mottled sword shadows upon the city walls, as well as the myriad of sword marks etched across them, leaving everyone in deep contemplation. The outlaws within Wudi City had long since vanished, fleeing in haste. Most of the various swords upon the city walls, aside from those forcibly taken by certain masters, had been collected by Duan Tianya and returned to the magic suppression prison's treasury. The city had returned to its ordinary state, its former prestige now a distant memory. Huyan de Pan's eyes were filled with complexity. Who would have imagined that the lord of Wudi City, who had reigned for 20 years, would suddenly fall? Xia Yan calmly remarked, to the operation of the heavenly Tao follows its own set of rules. When the sect master intervenes, his fate is sealed. Zhu Wujie turned to Duan Tianya. Tianya, are there any promising talents within the city? Duan Tianya's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately understood, replying, "There is a child named Zhu Dilong with commendable talent, suitable to inherit the legacy of Elder Wang." Xu Wujie nodded gently. "Bring him to Xuandu Temple in the future. He shall be your disciple." Duan Tianya expressed his excitement, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, sect master, for your generosity." Others cast envious glances, for those in the cultivation world had long severed worldly attachments, and the bond between master and disciple was of utmost importance. If someone were to inherit a legacy, it would ensure the continuity of the great Tao, preventing its extinction. Furthermore, should one reach the stage of earth immortality, there would still be opportunities for reincarnation and recultivation. Xu Wujie smiled at the crowd. "If any of you have favored disciples, feel free to take them under your wing. If Xuandu Temple is to flourish, it shall be through each of you." The crowd erupted in joy, offering their thanks. "Thank you, sect master, for your generosity. Ha 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 ha. The great Tao resides within me. I am the great Tao." Out on the shores of the eastern sea, amidst swirling clouds and mists, an unexpected guest arrived upon a cluster of islands. Suddenly, a faint voice resonated from the heights of the clouds. "I, Zhu Wujie of Xuandu Temple, have come today with my disciples to pay a visit to the Tiandu sect." Instantly, the lake on the island, previously filled with cranes soaring and ducks frolicking, erupted into chaos. The once resounding celestial music of the sect fell silent. All gazes turned upward in alarm, faces filled with dread. Zhu Wujie, the master of Xuandu Temple, was a name that had spread throughout the major sections. This notorious figure, known for his penchant for slaying gods, had unexpectedly visited the Tiandu sect, plunging everyone into a state of panic, as if doomsday had arrived. At that moment, a resigned youthful voice rang out. "Master, I have failed to offer a proper welcome. Please, come inside. Little ones, hurry, hurry, quickly bring forth the exceptional tea I have cherished for many years." A naive young girl, tasked with serving tea, instinctively replied, "Master, the exquisite tea you treasured was consumed years ago. There is none left." The disciples of Tiandu sect, initially anxious, found solace upon hearing the voice of their master. It appeared the Xuandu Temple master was a friend of theirs. However, the next utterance from the tea-serving girl instantly dashed their hopes. "Oh, my little ancestor, at such a critical moment of life and death, please do not throw a tantrum." In midair, Zhu Wujie stroked his chin, deep in thought. "What is it, Hong? Are you not welcoming this esteemed presence?" Swoosh, a rosy-cheeked young Taoist flew up from below, none other than the cow-riding Hong Shishang. He wore a broad smile, exuding exaggerated honor. "Oh my, what a rare guest! Who would have thought that our remote Tiandu sect could host the esteemed master? Truly, it is a moment of great glory. Come, come, please enter." Chapter 53, The Celestial Seal is in Hand. Hong Shishang declared, "The mountain shall be sealed from this day forth. For a century, we shall remain unwavering." Huyen Depan and the others gazed incredulously at this once mighty leader of the Taoist sect, who now appeared so subservient. For a moment, they were taken aback. Could this truly be Hong Shishang, the venerable ancestor of the Tiandu sect, the legendary Taoist known for his profound mastery of the way? It felt somewhat incongruous. However, Zhu Wujie waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it, Hong. We shan't intrude any further. We have come today with a request." Hong Shishang scrutinized the group. Though they were merely of the first rank in the celestial phenomenon realm, their combined might could indeed pose a challenge. Especially under the leadership of Zhu Wujie, the infamous slayer. This was not a benevolent visit. After a moment of contemplation, Hong Shishang forced a smile. "Please, Master Zhu, speak your mind. If I can assist, I shall do so with utmost effort." Zhu Wujie smiled amiably. "I shall not beat around the bush. I have heard that the Tiandu sect possesses a treasured artifact known as the Celestial Seal. Might I borrow it for a few days?" Upon hearing this, Hong Shishang's expression stiffened. "Borrow a treasure? The Celestial Seal, no less." How could Zhu Wujie have the audacity to utter such words? Why not simply seize it outright? Yet, instead of voicing his indignation, he replied, "Master, please do not jest. The Tiandu sect is a humble establishment. We possess few treasures, let alone a prized artifact like the Celestial Seal. I have never even heard of it." Zhu Wujie's smile began. "Friend Hong, you must choose your words carefully. One must never speak lightly, lest it bring calamity upon your sect." A bitter expression crossed Hong Shishang's face, quickly replaced by a facade of calm. His handsome features contorted with increasing despair. Just as he was about to speak, Zhu Wujie interjected, "If it were anyone else, I would simply take what I wanted without such pretense. The reason I show you respect, friend Hong, is due to the favor you bestowed upon me on that fateful day." With a wry smile, he continued, "After all, had you not intervened and held back Jinju of the Sword Pavilion for a quarter of an hour, this was no mere gratitude, but rather a veiled threat." Hong Shishang's countenance shifted, his eyelids twitching. He felt compelled to protest, but when he met Zhu Wujie's penetrating gaze, his resolve faltered. Intent to kill, this man harbored murderous intent. A chilling aura enveloped Hong Xixiang, rendering him breathless. His expression fluctuated several times before he finally sighed deeply. Very well, but let it be clear, my friend, it must be returned after use. Hong Xixiang pleaded, his demeanor pitiable. Xu Wujie initially intended to dismiss him, but upon witnessing the sincerity in Hong Xixiang's eyes, he reconsidered. Very well, I shall leave a line of goodwill for future encounters. After a moment of contemplation, he produced a brocade box from his robe and tossed it to Hong Xixiang. This is the Lingjin Xiancha talisman, refined from primordial essence, capable of withstanding 10 strikes from peak earthly deities. Consider it compensation for borrowing your sect's treasure. Hong Xixiang blinked in surprise and nodded. Without further ado, he loosened his belt. Zhu Wujie's expression darkened. What are you doing, friend Hong? The barefoot figure with a pure gaze blinked innocently. Hong Xixiang, feeling aggrieved, explained, I am retrieving the treasure for you. He then produced a seal the size of a longan from his trousers and handed it to Zhu Wujie. Here. Zhu Wujie's brows furrowed as an unpleasant odor wafted forth. Is this truly the celestial seal? He remarked with disdain. Hong Xixiang chuckled awkwardly. To be honest, though the name is grand, its true power only manifests when connected to the flow of fate. Otherwise, it is merely an ordinary seal, incapable of even striking a blow. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the primordial human emperor seal, rewarding you with 500,000 merits. The primordial human emperor seal? Zhu Wujie's eyelids twitched. This artifact was the primordial human emperor seal. Could it be connected to the human emperor's sword? He promptly inquired of the merit tablet. Little merit, how does one utilize this item? Friendly reminder. The host may purchase the celestial level secret technique, Ziki Donglai Ju, to refine and control this object. It feeds on national, Dao, and heavenly fortunes, providing sustenance to the artifact's master. Refining national fortune for personal gain? Zhu Wujie's eyes sparkled with excitement, a droplet of saliva escaping the corner of his mouth. With the assistance of the Zhozhou Ding and the human emperor seal, it seemed he had discovered a path to ascendancy as a celestial being. He was nearly driven to delirium with joy. Indeed, it appeared he had made the right choice in visiting the Tiandu sect. Zhu Wujie retrieved a cloth and meticulously wiped down the celestial seal, using his spiritual energy to dispel the fire. He smiled at Hong Xixiang. Are you not inviting us in for a seat? Hong Xixiang's visage changed dramatically. Having already borrowed the Tiandu sect's prized artifact before even entering the mountain, he feared that if they ventured further, they might not be able to safeguard the other 2 treasures. He shook his handsome head fervently, forcing a smile on. Oh, no, Master Zhu, your responsibilities are vast, and your dedication to the welfare of the world leaves little time for lingering in our humble abode. I shall not detain you further. Xu Wujie pouted. Boring. He then clasped his hands behind his back and, accompanied by his entourage, ambled away. As Hong Xixiang let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow, he was grateful to have seen this bandit off. Suddenly, a rushing wind filled his ears. Little Taoist, you haven't hidden any other treasures, have you? Xu Wujie appeared beside Hong Xixiang, having made a sudden return. Startled, Hong Xixiang nearly cried, waving his hands frantically. No, truly, there is nothing else. The Tiandu sect has only a meager collection. The celestial seal is the greatest achievement of generations past. We lack the means to acquire any other treasures. Xu Wujie muttered, I never said only treasures. Elixirs, spiritual herbs, manuals, anything will do. None, absolutely none. Hong Xixiang declared firmly. Even if we did, I doubt you would be interested in such lowly items. Xu Wujie sighed in disappointment, realizing he could press no further without risking a fallout. He waved his hand. Very well, I shall return another day. Hong Xixiang's lips twitched. After Zhu Wujie's figure disappeared into the horizon, he swiftly dove underground. Soon, his anxious roar echoed. Activate the protective mountain array. Announce immediately that we are sealing the mountain and will not receive guests. Someone trembled, breathless. Ancestor, how long will the seal last? Hong Xixiang, exasperated, snapped. 50 years, no, 100 years, yes, 100 years. We shall remain unwavering for a century, whoever wavers shall meet their end. A chorus of agreement followed. Deep within the Tiandu sect, Hong Xixiang clutched a small peachwood sword, its blade glowing crimson with a faint spiritual energy. Yet, upon closer inspection, the sword seemed out of place, as if it did not belong to this world. This sword was none other than the legendary Tiandu sword, wielded by the founding ancestor of the Tiandu sect. It had once slain celestial beings and instilled fear throughout the abyss. Suddenly, Hong Xixiang felt a stirring within him. His eyes gleamed, and a smile crept upon his lips. While it may be trivial to provoke the Tiandu sect, should anyone dare to challenge the temple deep in the South Sea, Zhu, you shall find yourself in dire straits. With a glimmer of anticipation, he thought, "Little brat, I await your visit. When the time comes, I shall relish in your predicament, humph." Chapter 54 Arrival at the Guanyin Temple in the South China Sea. Zhu Wujie slays his wife to attain enlightenment, en route to the South Sea. Eve lightly bit her delicate lips. The Tiandu sect possesses three true treasures, namely the Tiandu seal, the Tiandu sword, and the Tiandu banner. When united, these treasures can contend with celestial beings on land. Why does the sect leader not borrow them all? Zhu Wujie's gaze remained calm as he replied, "Even borrowing one nearly led to conflict. If we were to borrow all, that fellow named Hong might very well dare to leave us all behind." Xiaoshenji's eyes flickered. The Tiandu sect has a legacy spanning millennia, its depth unfathomable. The information regarding these three treasures is merely the tip of the iceberg. There must be many secrets yet to be revealed. Huyen Depan nodded in agreement. As the foremost sect of the Taoist tradition in times past, it is only natural that they possess a few formidable techniques. It is best to avoid cornering them. He then offered a timely compliment. The sect leader's meticulous approach leaves no room for error, allowing the Tiandu sect to save face and retain some leeway. They are unlikely to act like trapped beasts. Zhu Wujie smiled as he looked at Eve. "During our journey to the South Sea, you must not stray, for we are destined to become one family." Eve's cheeks flushed, the tall woman suddenly appearing bashful, prompting knowing smiles from the others. Indeed, the sect leader's ability to command has reached new heights, subduing even this South Sea envoy, making future conquests of the four seas seem effortless. The Guanyin Temple is situated in the deepest part of the South China Sea, shrouded in mist, surrounded by a cluster of islands. Without Eve's guidance, Zhu Wujie and his companions would have found it challenging to locate. Upon finally arriving at the temple, they stood in awe, mouths agape and eyes wide, unable to fathom the sight before them. Duan Tianyai gasped, "Is this the Milky Way flowing upwards?" Xiaoshenji sighed, "To witness such a magnificent scene in this lifetime is truly worth the journey." Zhang Banian and the others expressed their admiration. This can only be described as divine craftsmanship. Even the well-traveled Huyen Depan could not help but exclaim, utilizing the Milky Way as a passage, flowing against its current. Transforming islands into embellishments, with mist serving as a bridge, and suspended peaks as steps, descending from the heavens, with the vast ocean as a chasm, truly, the work of a supernatural hand. Undoubtedly, this place, being closest to the will of the Tao, is as profound and mysterious as its reputation suggests. Zhu Wujie stood with his hands clasped behind his back, squinting at the scene before him. The swirling clouds and mists entwined around the towering peaks, as if a long river flowed against the sky. Above, the ethereal palaces flickered in and out of view. In the center of the majestic palace stood a towering statue of a creature with a human head and a serpent's body, suspended in midair, gazing deeply with soulful eyes. One glance was enough to make one dizzy and disoriented. This was the Guanyin Temple of the South Sea, the very embodiment of the will of the Tao, regarded as a holy place by the world. Alas, today, this virgin land was about to welcome a most unwelcome intrusion, the greatest challenge the temple had faced thus far. With a gentle smile, Eve gestured, "Please, my master." Zhu Wujie's gaze shifted subtly as he said softly, "Eve." Zhu Wujie regarded her deeply, saying nothing as he advanced towards the statue. Suddenly, a startling change occurred, as if a waterspout had erupted from the lake, aiming to swallow Zhu Wujie whole. He remained unmoved. Even the mighty He Wuxian did not intervene. Just as Huyen Depan and the others were about to act, Xiaoshenji laughed heartily. "Do not move, let this beast test the sword in my hand." With a ringing sound, he drew his sword and struck down with a swift motion. A splatter of blood stained the lake as the creature fell. Having fought across the lands for many years, Xiaoshenji recognized the sea beast at a glance. An octopus beast, though it measured 100 feet, its strength was merely at the peak of the second rank, yet still formidable. Huyen Depan's expression turned grim. If the outer defenses are this fierce, one can only wonder how strong the defenses deeper within may be. Gue Hai Idao's eyes sparkled with determination. This place is perfect for honing one's blade. Among all present, he was the only one not at the first rank of the celestial realm. Including Zhu Wujie, the group of 11 finally reached the base of the statue. It was only when they stood before the sculpture that Zhu Wujie halted, his gaze turned, narrowing his eyes. The others steeled themselves, sensing a looming threat. Before them stood a woman, coldly observing them from the statue's base. "Intruders in the sacred temple must be executed," she commanded, her voice frigid. With that, she leaped, disappearing into the nostrils of the statue in the blink of an eye. Instantly, the statue began to tremble violently as stones fell, and the earth quaked, as if a tsunami was raging, shaking the heavens and the earth. Huyen Depan and the others' expressions changed drastically. "This is not good, the will of the Tao is awakening." No sooner had he spoken than the statue's eyes glowed fiercely, casting a shadow over Zhu Wujie and his companions. With a resounding crash, they were all enveloped and transported to an unknown realm. After a moment of disorientation, Zhu Wujie found himself in a mysterious space, shrouded in gray, boundless and dim. Above him, a starry sky was densely packed, while below, mountains and rivers lay beneath his feet, as if he had ascended to a height of 10,000 zhan, yet, he felt no panic. Instead, he remained calm, gazing forward as he slowly uttered, "Have you made up your mind? Once you become my enemy, there will be no turning back." After a brief silence, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. To his astonishment, it was Eve. Her eyes reflected a complex mix of confusion, bewilderment, and helplessness. For a girl who had just begun to understand the world, she now found herself caught between two worlds. Internally, she was loyal to the Tao. Externally, she had surrendered herself to Zhu Wujie. The torturous choice left her in a quandary, utterly at a loss. With a pained expression, she pleaded, "Can't you just let it go? The master will spare you." Zhu Wujie smiled gently. "Spare me?" His smile faltered. "However, since he obstructed my path to enlightenment, my fate has been irrevocably intertwined with the will of the Tao. It is either his demise or mine, there is no other choice." He perceived the anguish in Eve's eyes and sighed inwardly. "Very well." He then waved his hand lightly and softly declared, "All is but a fleeting illusion, like a dream or dew. Disperse." As soon as he spoke, a strange power manifested, the stars faded, and the world collapsed. All that lay before them vanished into thin air, and even Eve, in her astonishment, began to dissolve bit by bit. Then, everything returned to normal. The statue loomed close, and the others shut their eyes, their expressions shifting as if they were undergoing an illusion. Yet Zhu Wujie did not immediately awaken them. Instead, he cast a mysterious talisman over their heads, ensuring their safety before slowly entering the statue's nostrils. Experiencing the phantoms of inner demons beforehand would be beneficial for them, at least to temper their minds. Upon entering the statue, the scene transformed dramatically. Before him lay what appeared to be his wedding night, with his bride being Chen Rongyu. Zhu Wujie's gaze was vacant, murmuring to himself, "It seems I cannot forget her. That which cannot be attained forever stirs the soul." He had never been able to let go. Zhu Wujie's expression grew complex as he beheld Chen Rongyu's enchanting smile, her servile demeanor, and her insatiable desire, all while she knelt before him, singing of conquest and pleading for mercy. Yet, Zhu Wujie remained utterly indifferent. Finally, he slowly extended his hand. To Chen Rongyu's shock, he seized her delicate neck. With a decisive twist, he snapped the neck of his wife, Li Yu. Chapter 55. The Flight of the Precious Cloud of Merit. Conspiring with extraterrestrial demons to slay Zhu Wujie. Suddenly, the illusion dissipated. Before him stood Zhu Ji and his mother, both pleading for mercy, imploring Zhu Wujie to spare their lives. After all, they were his biological parents. "Unfilial son, do you truly intend to commit patricide and matricide?" A flicker of anger finally surfaced in Zhu Wujie's eye. Subsequently, the figures of Guanyin Nu, Li Yu, Mei Niang, Xia Yanyan, and Princess Xia Yang materialized in succession. They all knelt, desperately beseeching him to spare their lives for the sake of their children. After a long pause, Zhu Wujie murmured to himself, "Li Yu is inherently proud and would never kneel in supplication. Mei Niang, though outwardly gentle, possesses an inner strength and is ambitious, believing herself equal to any man. She would not debase herself in such a manner. As for Guanyin Nu, though she may be obsequious, she is not one to cower in fear of death." Finally, Zhu Wujie lifted his gaze and softly declared, "You are at your wits' end." A thunderous roar ensued. It seemed the adversary was incensed with humiliation. Zhu Wujie laughed heartily. He laughed aloud, pointing his sword towards the heavens. "The will of the heavenly Tao is but trivial. Today, I, Zhu, have come to collect my debts." With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, 108 resplendent golden bamboo swords soared forth. Standing silently by his side, the sword aura surged skyward, surveying all directions with disdain. Kill. The third level of the divine refining art, the shock of the divine. The first level of the yin-yang breaking void technique, seal it. Where is the Eastern Emperor bell, the god-slaying spear, thrust with all your might, the judge's brush, write her death, the emperor's sword. Here comes the sword. Months later, above the temple, thunder rumbled, the winds and clouds swirled violently. A bloodied figure staggered out. It was Zhu Wujie. A smile played at the corners of his mouth, which then broadened into unrestrained laughter. "What of the will of the heavenly Tao? Was it not obliterated by me, Zhu? Congratulations, host, for overcoming the illusion of the heavenly Tao and slaying a wisp of its will, obtaining 1,000 strength." What is this? Suddenly, a surge of profound understanding akin to an electric current flooded his consciousness. The cloud of merit, one of the treasures of the heavens, a flying treasure that could traverse 100,000 miles in a day, making distant journeys seem close, allowing one to roam the vast seas at dawn and the lofty mountains at dusk. Zhu Wujie was taken aback. then burst into hearty laughter. So it is a treasure of merit. This is indeed one of the divine objects that rival the treasures of the primordial chaos. Moreover, it is a flying artifact. It seems fortune has come knocking at my door. With the cloud of merit by his side, Zhu Wujie was already in an invincible position against the extraterrestrial demons. You have won. A formless voice echoed in Zhu Wujie's mind. His gaze deepened as he looked up. The statue of the serpent-bodied figure remained unchanged. In the depths of the void, it seemed a spirit had vanished into thin air. With a rustling sound, Huyen de Pan and the others awoke. Even Eve was transported forth, panic-stricken and master. Yet, secretly, her master offered no response. She looked at Zhu Wujie, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope. Zhu Wujie spoke coolly. The will of the heavenly Tao has been annihilated by me. The temple is already a mere shell of its former self. Simultaneously, the figure that had just been transported trembled slightly, as if in disbelief. She raised her eyes to Zhu Wujie, only to meet his deep and indifferent gaze. Gradually, she knelt in the Guanyin temple. I am willing to serve the master as my lord and assist with all my strength. Zhu Wujie replied coldly, and not enough. The woman's complexion shifted, her silver teeth clenched tightly. She implored, I pledge my templeless loyalty to the master for 3,000 years, unwavering through life and death. Zhu Wujie smirked. Is this loyalty, like the kind that just struck me in the back? Eve's anguish deepened, and she dared not argue. The woman inhaled deeply and spoke solemnly. I, Yadong, forced my junior sister to betray the master due to pressure. I hope the master will not hold her accountable. Zhu Wujie erupted into laughter, his mirth laced with sarcasm. How utterly ridiculous. My woman has betrayed me, yet you seek mercy for her. Tell me, why is that? Why indeed? He suddenly turned to Eve. Have you ever held me in your heart, even for a moment? Eve was bewildered. Yadong's expression turned grave. Eve, at a loss, glanced at Zhu Wujie and then at Yadong, instinctively asking, Senior brother, what should I do? Yadong's face went pale as death. Zhu Wujie chuckled softly. Very well, since you two siblings share such deep affection, I shall grant you that. As soon as the words left his mouth, he swept his robe, enveloping Eve and whisking her away to an unknown location. Yadong seemed poised to argue but was swiftly met with a cascade of golden sword lights that descended upon him, reducing him to a mist of blood. The onlookers felt their hair stand on end, shivers running down their spines. Zhu Wujie remained unfazed, murmuring to himself, I will not allow anyone to possess you. Love is forever selfish. Thus, Eve belongs solely to Zhu Wujie. Gag. In her agony, Eve suddenly retched, her eyes widened in shock. Am I? Noticing this, Zhu Wujie furrowed his brow slightly. The disciples of the temple had a knack for turning the impossible into reality. In such a brief span, it could very well be his. The others fell silent, not daring to utter a word. After a long while, Zhu Wujie slowly spoke, From this day forth, you shall become the first slave of Xuandu Temple. Thus, Eve became Zhu Wujie's female slave. Having designed a trap for him, her survival was a mercy beyond the law. Finally, Zhu Wujie cast one last deep glance at the serpent-bodied statue before soaring towards the direction of Xuandu Temple. Days later, the statue once again radiated brilliance, even more dazzling than before, as if a deity had descended to the mortal realm. A fragmented whisper emerged, The path has 50, and one has evaded. It turns out you are that one. In the following 3 years, Zhu Wujie traversed the regions of Little Western Heaven, Yaojingpool, and others, acquiring the town's treasure, the demon-slaying pestle, and the true treasure, the Sun-Moon Mirror, of Yaojingpool. During this period, Little Western Heaven was rather accommodating, especially after Zhu Wujie subdued their ordinary leader. They obediently presented the demon-slaying pestle. However, the female cultivators of Yaojingpool were exceedingly proud. Relying on their identities as women and their formidable cultivation, they openly mocked Zhu Wujie, even cursing him to meet his demise under the calamity of demons. Enraged, Zhu Wujie instantly filled the Yaojingpool with earth, terrifying the women into pale fright. Ultimately, a woman adorned in a high bun and fairy skirt approached Zhu Wujie, offering sincere apologies and compensating him with 10 artifacts before calming his fury. Additionally, before departing, she gifted Zhu Wujie a top-tier true treasure, the Sun-Moon Mirror, under the pretense of assuaging his wrath. Yet, all understood this as a gesture of submission from Yaojingpool to Zhu Wujie. At Xuandu Temple, within the Master's chamber, Zhu Wujie sat cross-legged, lost in contemplation. Yet, was not the will of the heavenly Tao present? Why then did it allow the extraterrestrial demon to enter? Could it be it? Zhu Wujie's gaze grew increasingly profound. Chapter 56, 30 million exchange for the fragment of the extermination sword formation, competing for fortune with the heavenly path. After a moment of contemplation, he muttered to himself, relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. If one cannot trust even people, how can one depend on heaven? He turned his inward gaze towards the merit tablet, following the list as it descended. Ultimately, his eyes landed on the line for the extermination sword formation, priced at 30 million merits. 30 million merits, was it truly worth it? With a determined bite of his teeth and a stamp of his foot, he declared, I shall exchange it. A gentle reminder echoed, may I confirm with the host, do you wish to exchange for the extermination sword formation? Confirmed. Ding. 30 million merits have been deducted, and the extermination sword formation has been delivered. Please check your receipt. Additionally, as the host's purchase has reached 50 million, a special gift of a storage artifact, the sun-devouring bag, has been bestowed, capable of containing true artifacts. Buzzed out, a mysterious radiance pierced through layers of space, directly reaching the crown of Zhu Wujia's head. In an instant, he froze, his eyes glazing over and his mind going blank. It felt as though he were deprived of oxygen, his spirit momentarily leaving his body. After a long while, his eyes began to stir, gradually regaining their luster. Then, a spark of brilliance erupted from him, radiating with a dazzling intensity, akin to divine splendor. A look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. What he possessed was not merely the extermination sword formation, it was clearly the schematics of the legendary first kill formation, the extermination sword formation. Though it was merely a fragment, this single piece was sufficient to subdue even the mightiest of experts. He marveled, truly, it deserves its reputation as a formidable weapon of destruction. The 30 million merits spent were indeed worthwhile. He meticulously examined the storage artifact, the sun-devouring bag, and was immediately filled with admiration. It resembled the ancient storage rings, housing an inner space capable of containing true artifacts. A smile graced his face. Such a small merit was indeed remarkably considerate. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. My little Zhou Tian extermination sword formation has finally taken shape. It is time to seek vengeance for that grudge. He raised his head, rising to his feet. Zhu Wujie approached the window, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His gaze was profound as he called out, summon Tianya to me. A soft response echoed from outside the door. It was Hong Shu. Since Zhu Wujie's arrival, he had replaced Gao Xian with Hong Shu, allowing her to traverse the world in the capacity of an inspector. She surveyed both the inner and outer realms. To ensure her safety, Zhu Wujie had entrusted He Wuxian to her, making her position within the demon suppression prison exceedingly unique. Moments later, Duan Tianya arrived, cupping his fists and inquiring, did your highness summon me? Zhu Wujie turned to him, speaking slowly, I wish for you to oversee the Ming kingdom. What say you? Duan Tianya's expression momentarily faltered, and after a brief consideration, he replied, what is it that you require of me, my humble position? Zhu Wujie nodded in satisfaction. Then, his lips moved, communicating through secretive means. The color of Duan Tianya's face shifted slightly, revealing a hint of astonishment. Change the heavens and earth, seize the national fortune? His gaze shifted to the three-legged cauldron floating beside Zhu Wujie. Although he did not fully comprehend, since it was Zhu Wujie's explicit command, he understood its gravity. Thus, he solemnly clasped his fists. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall ensure this matter is handled well. Zhu Wujie's expression softened as he spoke gently. This endeavor will take time, at least a decade. You must be prepared for a prolonged watch over the Ming kingdom. Duan Tianya chuckled, Your Highness seems to forget, I am indeed a person of the Ming kingdom. Zhu Wujie nodded, that is excellent. He then entrusted the 9 provinces cauldron to Duan Tianya, imparting a segment of cultivation technique. Days later, Duan Tianya departed from the Xuandu Temple, quietly returning to the capital of the Ming Kingdom. Simultaneously, numerous civil and military officials of the Ming Kingdom noticed the return of the long-absent embroidered uniform guard and the dragon guard, reappearing in the capital. Notably, Shen Lian, who had been missing for a decade, had astonishingly transformed into the chief offering of the National Master's Office. As for the Grand Overseer who replaced the National Master in the National Master's Office, he was like a dragon that could not be seen, rarely encountered by ordinary folk. Except for the day of his return to the capital, when he entered the palace to meet the sovereign, no one had laid eyes on the true face of this Grand Overseer. Months passed by in the residence of Princess Xiaoyang of the Great Wei. Shangguan Haitang hurriedly returned to the Xuandu Temple. After receiving orders, she swiftly departed again. Over the next 2 years, experts began to emerge from the Xuandu Temple. For instance, Guihai entered the Jin Kingdom wielding his knife, while Chen Ping'an brandished the ant sword into the Qin Kingdom. Su Qian'an ventured into the Qing Kingdom, and Huang Yi into the Great Yuan Kingdom. The Xuandu Temple dispatched 6 individuals, including Huyen Depan, Zhang Banian, and Xiao Yan, to a mysterious location, dedicating themselves to mastering a combined assault technique. Additionally, affiliates such as the Sun and Moon Sect's new celestial attire, the Tianhan sect, and the Juyaizong also received secret missions. Moreover, the representative from the Ming Song sect, Zhang Yan, was also dispatched by Zhu Wujie to secure a region. These individuals traveled to various capitals, each assuming a commanding presence. They all possessed a true artifact, totaling 15 artifacts cast like an enormous net, enveloping the entire world. Even the Eastern Sea Martial Emperor city was under Zhu Wujie's command, with that individual being Xianhua. Unlike previous instances, this time she was seeking redemption through merit. Simultaneously, as Zhu Wujie dispatched these 15 individuals across the nations, disturbances began to arise in these locales. The first to stir was the Qin kingdom. Qin Huangyingzheng executed his father and imprisoned his mother, forcing the internal ministers Zhao Gao and Li Si to their demise, which incited a rebellion in the capital. The insurgents momentarily occupied the capital of Xianyang, cornering Qin Huang into the imperial palace. Ultimately, Qin Huang faced defeat, and the rebel leader poisoned him within the Qin Emperor's palace, the Apang Palace. The situation was dire, on the brink of collapse, and a change of dynasties was imminent. However, at this critical juncture, Qin Pingan, stationed in the Qin capital, surged into the midst of the insurgents wielding the ant sword. He loudly intoned, "Celestial beings caress my crown, granting longevity through the bond of hair." With the ant sword in hand, he vowed to eradicate all treacherous ministers. On this day, Qin Pingan forcibly summoned the civil and military officials, declaring the establishment of the first prince, Fusu, as the crown prince, to inherit the Qin emperor's legacy. For the next 20 years, he assisted the new emperor Fusu in implementing reforms and executed the rebel leader Ring Qian, compelling the power-hungry El Buwa to take his own life. Simultaneously, in a battle against the Western Chang, he defied the majority opinion, supporting the young general Bai Qi as the commander. In a divine battle, he decimated 300,000 Western Chang troops. Following this victory, Qin Pingan's prestige soared to unprecedented heights, and he was immediately honored as the Grand Tutor by the Qin Emperor, overseeing the national fortune. 3 years later, a civil strife erupted in the western great nation of Han. A rebellion instigated by 7 feudal lords swept across the nation in mere months, with a staggering 200,000 joining the insurgents, momentarily invading the Han Kingdom's divine capital, Luoyang. At this pivotal moment, the Xuandu Temple's representative in the Han Kingdom, Xiao Yan, emerged from seclusion. He forcefully executed the 3 major feudal lords, dismantling the rebellion and causing chaos within their ranks. He then advised the Han Emperor to promote Zhou Yafu, leading the army to counterattack and reclaim lost territories. Subsequently, he assisted the emperors of 2 dynasties and pushed for the implementation of the General Benevolence Edict, thoroughly dismantling the feudal lords' power. Similarly, in the Great Yuan Kingdom, events unfolded in a comparable manner. However, the one taking action was a female sword immortal, known as Huang Yi. Chapter 57. Those who disrespect the supreme leader shall be met with merciless retribution. The crimson-clad leader, Hong Shu. The origins of the Great Yuan lie with the Changrong. Ever since Xiao Yanyan wholeheartedly pledged her loyalty to Zhu Wujie, she has consciously emulated the southern kingdoms, establishing states and founding nations. She erected ancestral halls and built grand temples, bestowing titles upon nobles. The state was named Great Yuan, with Zhu Qihu, Xiao Lang, and Zhu Diao appointed as the great king of the southern court, the left virtuous king, and the king of the western Rome respectively. Simultaneously, to prevent her offspring from seizing power, she specifically designated the order of succession, declaring Zhu Qihu as the crown prince in the future. However, Zhu Diao remained indifferent, while Xiao Lang harbored resentment. After being incited by unknown forces, he rose in rebellion, even managing to breach the capital of the Yuan with the assistance of mysterious powers, coercing Xiao Yanyan to abdicate in his favor. Had it not been for Su Fingyan's remarkable progress, rivaling that of terrestrial deities, Xiao Yanyan might have perished within the capital. Then raged, she cried out, unfilial son, how dare you slay your mother?" Xiao Lang, with a desolate smile, retorted, "A mother, do nobility and high rank not come with merit? Who compelled you to deny me the throne?" His visage twisted with fury. "Besides, this imperial throne of the Great Yuan rightfully belongs to my Xiao family, it cannot fall into the hands of those surnamed Zhu." He gazed upon the enchanting woman within the palace, a flicker of agony crossing his face. "Kill." Suddenly, 3 terrestrial deities emerged, surrounding and attacking Su Fengyan. Once again, Xiao Yanyan found herself embroiled in a palace coup. Xiao Lang cruelly laughed, "Mother, cease your futile resistance, this time, that person cannot come." Xiao Yanyan, furious, retorted, "Impudent, do not speak of your father in such a manner." Xiao Lang dismissed her words, "He is merely a foreigner. If I refuse to acknowledge him, what can he do to me?" At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from above, "The supreme leader is exalted and unassailable, those who dare show disrespect shall be executed without mercy." The voice resonated as if from the depths of the underworld, icy and piercing, causing involuntary shivers. Xiao Lang turned abruptly, his pupils dilating in shock. In his sight, a glimmering sword descended from the heavens, piercing his eyes in an instant. Ah, it hurts so much, spare me, divine being. Mother, save me, save little Lang. Above the palace, Xiao Yanyan watched helplessly as the sword penetrated Xiao Lang's eyes. A sudden pang shot through her heart, as if her very soul were being carved away. Instinctively, she cried out, Master Huang, could you spare my son's life? A figure gradually materialized in the air, none other than Huang Yi, stationed in the Great Yuan at Zhu Wujie's behest. After casting a glance at Xiao Yanyan, she slightly bowed, then turned to pay her respects toward Tiandu Temple. After a moment, a faint, desolate voice drifted down from the heavens. An unfilial son who slays his mother is guilty beyond redemption. Strip him of all his cultivation and banish him to the cold palace. Hearing Zhu Wujie's voice, Xiao Yanyan wept profusely. She understood that Zhu Wujie was avenging her, yet, she bore no ill will toward Xiao Lang, only a sense of disappointment. Nevertheless, it was a stroke of fortune that Zhu Wujie could spare Xiao Lang's life. Being confined for life was certainly preferable to losing one's existence. Xiao Lang, however, screamed in madness, I shall not accept this. I will not accept it. At this moment, Xiao Yanyan had drawn near, and the rebel forces were being subdued by Huang Yi and Su Fingnian. With a resounding slap, Xiao Yanyan struck Xiao Lang across the face. You have rebelled against me, yet you dare to threaten my life. I never imagined I would raise such an ungrateful wretch. This slap seemed to awaken Xiao Lang, yet he was blind and could no longer see Xiao Yanyan. Collapsing onto the ground, he wept bitterly. A mother, I am sorry. It was I who was bewitched. In the Ming Kingdom, Duan Tianya found himself in a quandary. After all, this was Zhu Wujie's motherland, and he could not act too recklessly. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to summon Zhu Wujie. Outside Xuandu Temple, Zhu Wujie emerged slowly. Hongshu presented a vivid crimson blanket, draping it over Zhu Wujie's shoulders. She spoke softly, My lord, be careful not to catch a chill. Zhu Wujie glanced at her, momentarily entranced. He gently brushed the remaining wrinkles from the corners of Hongshu's eyes, murmuring, These years, following me through trials and tribulations, you have endured much hardship. Hongshu's eyes glistened, her smile radiant as a rose, her gaze tender and seeming. How could I receive such care from my lord? To dedicate my best years to you is the greatest honor of my life. Zhu Wujie swept her into his arms and commanded, Delay our departure by 3 days. Immediately, all around bowed in acquiescence. 3 days later, Zhu Wujie appeared invigorated, with Hongshu accompanying him. However, for the discerning observer, it would become evident that the crow's feet at the corners of Hongshu's eyes had vanished, her complexion radiant as if nourished anew. A man truly serves as a woman's finest beauty balm. She resembled a lotus emerging from the water, untouched by artifice. Although it was well known throughout the demon suppression prison that Hongshu belonged to Zhu Wujie, it was only now that she was genuinely embraced. On the journey to the Ming Kingdom, Zhu Wujie, keen to care for Hongshu, specifically instructed to travel by carriage. The ironclad, oversized 6-horse carriage thundered forth, black as night, akin to a beast unleashed from its cage. The malevolent fled, and the 100 demons made way. As the carriage departed from the Tang Kingdom, the entire city of Chang'an seemed to exhale in relief, as if liberated from years of oppression. Nestled in Zhu Wujie's embrace, Hongshu chuckled softly, My lord, it seems they are eager for us to leave. Zhu Wujie's gaze was profound. To the people of the Tang Kingdom, I shall always be an outsider. It is only natural that they harbor distrust. Hongshu huffed, seemingly displeased, My lord, your might has made the Tang Kingdom the preeminent nation in the world. Even the Li family's emperor has gained fame as the heavenly Khan due to your prowess, yet he shows no gratitude and remains ever vigilant, as if we are poised to usurp the throne at any moment. She scoffed, as if anyone would covet such a position. This disdainful demeanor was one she only revealed in front of Zhu Wujie. In the presence of outsiders, Hongshu was forever cold and aloof, gazing down upon the masses with haughty grace, much like a pure and proud red rose, serene yet striking. These intimate and sincere words were only spoken freely by Hongshu. Even Guanin's maid would not dare to be so audacious before Zhu Wujie, for Hongshu was the sole woman who had steadfastly accompanied Zhu Wujie throughout, whether as a downtrodden prince of the Ming Kingdom, a consort to the Tang Kingdom's princess, or as the master of Xuandu Temple, and ultimately, the supreme leader of the Taoist sect. Hongshu had always remained by Zhu Wujie's side. During the years Zhu Wujie secluded himself, it was this virtuous maid who managed his affairs, including keeping a watchful eye on the Tang capital and overseeing the Taoist sects across the realm. She was the true embodiment of the Taoist path, and the genuine representative of Zhu Wujie. Even during the last visit to the Wei Kingdom, when representing Zhu Wujie to comfort Princess Xiaoyang, her impact surpassed that of Liu and Guanin's maid. For everyone knew that only Hongshu could truly convey the will of the supreme leader, the lofty Taoist sect. Only the crimson-clad could be approached. This saying, which had circulated for over a decade, had long spread across the world. Even privately, some referred to Hongshu as the crimson-clad leader, denoting her esteemed status. Chapter 58 Zhu Wujie's triumphant return, merely a whisper to overthrow the Ming Emperor. Zhu Wujie chuckled softly, his voice laced with playful sarcasm. What, does our red-clad grandmaster still take issue with this? Instantly, upon hearing the name of the red-clad grandmaster, Hongshu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. In a timid whisper, she muttered, I have no idea which meddlesome individual foolishly bestowed such a rebellious title upon me. With a defiant tilt of her chin, she revealed a fierce determination, declaring, should I ever discover their identity, I shall ensure their tongue is severed, so they think twice before they speak recklessly again. Zhu Wujie burst into hearty laughter. To be honest, the name of the red-clad grandmaster does indeed suit you quite well. With her fox-like eyes sparkling, Hongshu softly inquired, my lord, are you planning to seclude yourself again? Zhu Wujie wrapped his arm around her alluring waist, murmuring softly, perhaps, in time, this mantle may truly be entrusted to you. Hongshu was taken aback, her expression one of alarm as she hastily waved her hands. My lord, I am unworthy, utterly unworthy. The likes of Master Chiu and Lord Duan, with their celestial prowess, are far more qualified. I am merely a servant, how could I possibly wield such authority? Zhu Wujie smiled nonchalantly, his lips curling in a manner that suggested indifference. Who says you cannot? Who dares to claim otherwise, let them step forward, I shall personally cast them into the depths of the underworld, ensuring they never see the light of day again. Lowering her voice, Hongshu timidly replied, regardless, I can only rely on your might. As long as my lord is powerful, I shall have the courage to stand firm. Zhu Wujie laughed heartily. The return of the national master stirred the capital into a frenzy, leaving everyone in a state of panic. Even the Ming Emperor Zhu Zhanji stationed himself 50 miles outside the city, preparing to welcome Zhu Wujie with grand ceremony. Following the self-destruction of the Western Rome, the Ming dynasty, under Zhu Wujie's formidable influence, had once decisively vanquished maritime bandits and expanded its reach to the South Seas, eradicating pirate threats and proclaiming its might across foreign shores. Especially with the assistance of figures like Xiaosong, Shen Lian, and Su Jia, the nation's strength flourished. At one point, it stood shoulder to shoulder with the Tang dynasty, under the watchful eyes of renowned generals such as Yu Qian, Wang Shuren, and Yuan Changhuan. The entire Ming regime remained as impregnable as a fortress. Zhu Wujie's gaze grew distant. This time, his contest with the heavenly Tao over the fortunes of the realms was known to very few, yet many were aware of his dispatching of elite warriors to suppress various nations, which had subsequently ignited unrest across those lands. The heavenly Tao aimed to utilize figures like the remnants of the Yuan dynasty, Xiaolang of the Qin, El Buwei of the Qing, and the remnants of the Wei dynasty as deposed emperor, to encircle Zhu Wujie's forces, gradually revealing their intent to thwart his ambitions of seizing the fortunes of nations. However, Zhu Wujie was well prepared, having strategically arranged for Huyen de Pan, Huang Yi, and Shanghuan Haitang among others. Noticing Zhu Wujie's pensive demeanor, Hongshu's eyes flickered with understanding. She knew he was contemplating matters concerning the Ming dynasty. She promptly spoke in a hushed tone. According to the investigations of the embroidered uniform guard, the Grand Eunuch Wei Zhongxian has colluded with the remnants of the Chun clan, namely Li Zicheng, plotting the downfall of the Ming dynasty. Meanwhile, Duan Tianya supported Zhang Shoufu, Hai Gangfeng, and General Qi in their efforts to resist, but they ultimately failed and were expelled from the cabinet. Zhu Wujie's expression remained indifferent. And who currently holds power? Hongshu responded quietly, it is indeed the Ming emperor who wields absolute authority. Zhu Wujie chuckled, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. My brother is truly a man of many thoughts. He gazed out towards the carriage, his interest waning as he waved his hand dismissively. Very well, since my brother is so burdened by his thoughts, let him go to the mausoleum for some purification. Hongshu bowed, as you command. The carriage rolled forward, passing by the emperor's grand procession and beyond the sycophantic Wei Zhongxian and his associates, leaving them stranded in their awkwardness. Their expressions turned sheepish as they forced smiles. Wei Zhongxian leaned closer to the imperial carriage, whispering, Your Majesty, it seems the national master is rather displeased. Zhu Zhanji's face twisted into a bitter smile, as if resigned to his fate. He waved dismissively, no matter, let us hasten back to the palace and prepare a banquet to welcome the national master and relieve his fatigue. Wei the Grand Eunuch quickly acknowledged, glancing smugly at Zhang Zhou, as if to say, see, the emperor still favors me. Hai Gangfeng and General Qi wore expressions of deep discontent. Once the curtains of the imperial carriage fell, Zhu Zhanji's face darkened with a mix of anger and humiliation. He was enraged by Zhu Wujie's lack of respect and felt shamed by the latter's disregard. Gradually, his expression became stoic, and he muttered coldly, I am no longer afraid of you, even if you are a terrestrial deity. With the support of the celestial master, I too can rise above all. It seemed he had regained his confidence, the pent-up resentment within him dissipating. He straightened his posture and cleared his throat, preparing to call for the return to the palace when suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. It was Wei Zhongxian's trusted aides, their faces a mask of panic as they hurriedly whispered something to him. Wei Zhongxian's countenance shifted dramatically, rushing to the side of the imperial carriage, exclaiming in distress, "Your Majesty, the commander of the 5 cities garrison and the 10,000 imperial guards have all been summoned by the national master to his residence." The imperial carriage trembled slightly, as if it had been struck by an unseen force. At the same time, a flying sword delivered a message to the gathering Zheng Shoufu, Hai Gangfeng, and General Qi received missives, each bearing the same ominous 2 words, "Deposed Emperor." Zhang Zhou opened his letter, his pupils constricting in shock. Hai Gangfeng's expression darkened, and with a flick of his sleeve, he declared, "To depose the emperor without just cause is against all reason and will surely incite turmoil within the dynasty. It cannot be allowed." General Qi remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together, well aware that such a significant matter was beyond his purview as a mere general. Just then, an elderly clan member stepped forward. His name was Zhu Ying, a contemporary of the young La Emperor, holding the 22nd rank. He was a venerable elder of the clan, deeply respected, and even Zhu Wujie would refer to him as uncle. However, he had long kept to himself, rarely engaging with others. Today, however, he chose to step into the fray, for he was the one closest to the line of Zhu Li, Zhu Qi, and Zhu Wujie. His weaknesses were not avarice or lust for power, but rather the interests of the ancestral hall. The benefits of the Zhu family ancestral hall took precedence over all else. Moreover, he was one of the most esteemed elders representing the Zhu clan. No one knew that he had lived to the ripe age of 150 thanks to a longevity pill gifted by Duan Tianya. He had accepted this pill, which originated from the Xuandu temple, bestowed by a descendant of the Zhu family. Today, he had chosen to take action to repay a favor. Leaning on his cane, he approached the imperial carriage, his murky eyes fixed on the emperor as he slowly spoke. "The national master has decreed that Emperor Jing is devoid of virtue, inciting the wrath of heaven and the ire of the people. He is to be immediately deposed, and the ancestral hall shall appoint a worthy successor." As his words fell, a collective gasp echoed through the assembly, disbelief washing over them. The younger officials, elevated by the emperor himself, were particularly incensed at this moment. Their faces flushed with rage as they shouted, "By what right? Zhu Wujie is but an outsider. What qualification does he have to meddle in court affairs? How dare he audaciously propose the deposition of His Majesty? Is he plotting treason?" The others, loyalists to the throne, echoed in agreement. "Indeed, a mere Taoist dares to meddle in state matters. Such audacity is beyond comprehension. Where is the court of judicial review? Dispatch the imperial guards to seize the traitor at the national master's residence. No, do not bother with capture. Execute him on the spot. His Majesty's authority cannot be defied." Yet, their fervor quickly waned, for no one dared to act. No one was willing to risk the ire of the national master or make a move on his behalf. All eyes turned to the emperor, seeking the reaction of this silent figure. Chapter 59. Emperor Jing's lack of virtue and his abdication for the sake of the worthy Zhu Wujie's struggle for destiny achieves a resounding victory. After a long silence, Zhu Zhanji hoarsely inquired, "Might my revered uncle enlighten me on where I have erred, to incite such wrath in the national master?" Xu Ying's gaze was clouded, his emotions intricate and inexpressible. With a gentle sigh, he spoke slowly, "The national master has conveyed a message. The offspring of the Zhu clan may engage in internal strife and external warfare, yet they must never lower themselves to beg for mercy from the enemy, particularly from the Chun clan and the martial god sect, who are sworn adversaries." A flicker of disappointment seemed to shadow his eyes as he softly added, "The children of the Zhu family must die for the realm, and the princes must guard the nation's gates. Yet, Your Majesty, for your own selfish interests, you have colluded with the treacherous Chen clan and sheltered the remnants of the martial god sect, thus committing a grave taboo." A figure stumbled out from the royal carriage. Xu Zhanji, filled with trepidation, pleaded, "I beseech my uncle to allow me an audience with my 5th brother. Might I implore him to show leniency? No, I must personally clarify matters with him." Xu Ying slowly shook his head, casting a disappointed glance at Xu Zhanji. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke softly, "Your Majesty, a decade ago, my 5th brother was capable of slaying several terrestrial deities, and now, a decade has passed, and I fear that any means to oppose these deities will no longer suffice against him. It would be prudent to avoid stubborn resistance. There may yet be a glimmer of hope." Xu Zhanji's expression stiffened, a fleeting flash of ferocity passing over his face. He surveyed the surroundings. Apart from a few loyalists to the throne, most either rested with closed eyes, remained composed, or bowed their heads submissively. He also spotted Xin Lian among the crowd, the very individual who had slain Zhu Shi in the Tai Chi Hall. Xu Zhanji chuckled softly, his visage revealing desolation and despair, and with a bitter smile, he remarked, so it is, ha ha, my fifth brother possesses immense power indeed, able to dictate the affairs of the realm with a mere word, to render the emperor's throne obsolete with a single phrase. Truly, he is the prodigy of the Xu family, I am in awe, in awe. With a grand sweep of his sleeve, he turned abruptly, casting a cold glance at Zhu Ying and the others before indifferently stepping back into the royal carriage. From within, he icily uttered two words, return to the palace. Wei Zhongxian, as if granted a reprieve, hastily summoned the carriage to return to the palace. The following day, the court proclaimed that Emperor Jing lacked virtue and would abdicate in favor of the worthy. Upon the issuance of this edict, the world trembled, all emperors turned pale, reflecting on whether they had offended the supreme master in any way. Simultaneously, this escalated the suspicions, antagonism, and struggles between the emperors of various nations and their civil and military ministers, which subsequently evolved into multiple palace coups and conspiracies. Whether the heavenly Tao had a hand in stoking the flames and facilitating these events remains a mystery to others. However, in the ensuing 2 decades, a whirlwind of events unfolded across nations, each more peculiar than the last. In Wei, Zhaoying publicly teased his own sister, Princess Xiaoyang, only to perish that very night within the palace. Princess Xiaoyang Zhaoyu became the prime suspect. However, it was soon revealed that Shangguan Haitang had identified the true perpetrator. A courtesan named Zhu Yue, who had once been the star of Wei's brothels, her striking resemblance to Princess Xiaoyang had led Zhaoying to select her for the palace. After days of revelry and indulgence, Zhaoying eventually grew weary and dismissed her. The reason Yue endured such humiliation was due to a promise made by the Wei emperor, who had vowed to grant her the status of a concubine. To take a courtesan as a wife would be akin to rubbing the royal family's face in the dirt. Naturally, the Zhao clan opposed this. The entire Wei court, including civil and military officials, submitted memorials forbidding Zhaoying from taking a courtesan as a concubine, threatening to unite in a palace coup if he did so. Furious, Zhaoying chose to dismiss the court and neglected state affairs for half a month, succumbing to excessive drinking and indulgence, drifting through his days in a stupor far away in the Ming nation. Zhu Wujie understood this to be Zhao Ying's passive resistance. Initially angered, Zhu Wujie contemplated deposing him, but was dissuaded by Hong Shu, who earnestly advised, if you dismiss the emperor of Ming, it may be interpreted as a familial matter. However, if you were to depose Zhaoying, it would likely instill fear among the emperors of all nations. Even many civil and military officials inclined towards the Tao would distance themselves from our Xuandu temple. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wujie fell into deep contemplation. He gently nodded, your words hold merit. Hongshu then cast a cautious glance at Zhu Wujie and warned, Zhao Woming of Wei appears to lean towards our Tao, but he maintains a good rapport with the current chancellor's son, Wujiao, and may assist us. Zhu Wujie stood with his hands clasped behind his back, pondering, is he reliable? Hongshu smiled, as long as you are present, he shall remain dependable. Zhu Wujie chuckled lightly and nodded, you may make the arrangements. Hongshu bowed and withdrew. During the months Zhu Wujie spent in Ming, the court swiftly appointed a new emperor. His name was Zhu Jian, a distant descendant of Zhu Ji, yet he excelled in his humility towards Zhu Wujie, particularly in his deference to Wei Zhongxian and others. One day, Zhu Wujie observed Zhu Jian's carriage evade Wei Zhongxian, forcing him to disembark and bow in gratitude. Displaying a demeanor of trepidation to it was then that Zhu Wujie discerned that this young man was no ordinary figure. Indeed, what he desired was not a mere puppet. Zhu Jian possessed cunning and ambition, making him well suited for the throne. As long as he did not cross Zhu Wujie's bottom line, there was no harm in allowing this emperor to carry on the lineage. 3 times he declined and 3 times he yielded, performing sacrifices to heaven and paying homage at the ancestral temple. After completing the entire ceremonial process, Zhu Jian was officially enthroned as the new emperor of the Ming nation. Thus, amidst the intertwined atmosphere of turmoil and harmony, chaos and stability, as well as war and peace, Zhu Wujie remained in the Ming nation for a full 15 years. During this time, he lived in seclusion, seldom making an appearance, yet in these 15 years, he outlived 3 emperors of Ming and directly or indirectly replaced 16 emperors across various nations. Among these emperors, some met their demise by drowning, others were assassinated, some perished in the embrace of women, while others were brutally reduced to pulp by power-hungry officials. Some were led astray by mysterious forces, developing a reverence. Many of those who were assassinated or perished in battle were, in fact, loyal to Zhu Wujie, yet met with misfortune. Gradually, speculation arose that Zhu Wujie was engaged in a game of wits with a mysterious entity. Even among the highest-ranking celestial beings, there were whispers of who Zhu Wujie's opponent might be. They trembled in fear, unwilling to involve themselves. Wherever Zhu Wujie's influence extended, they all kept their distance. Consequently, this ebb and flow of power impeded the will of the heavenly Tao from being transmitted, particularly in the Qing nation. Under the leadership of Su Qian'an, remnants of the Yuan clan sought to establish a nation but were detected by Zhu Wujie, who recognized them as forces supported by the heavenly Tao. Moreover, they conspired with three major factions within the Qing nation: the Xiantian sect, the Taishan sect, and the Xianling sect, intent on toppling Su Qian'an and empowering the late emperor's concubine, Empress Cixi, to seize power. Ultimately, during Empress Cixi's regency, Su Qian'an struck with a sword from the west, slaying her and forcefully restoring order. Taking control of the Qing nation. Simultaneously, he triumphed over the will of the heavenly Tao, attaining the status of a martial god and becoming a terrestrial deity. Upon learning this, Zhu Wujie erupted into hearty laughter, for the scales of victory were gradually tipping in his favor. In this battle for the fate of the nation against the heavenly Tao, he finally glimpsed the light of triumph. He was on the verge of victory. Chapter 60 of the Fruits of Battle of the Celestial Sovereign Level Secret Technique, the Purple Chi from the East, a defiance of fate. Once again, a breakthrough, at long last, after a prolonged contest that spanned with the fall of the Ming dynasty's Wei Zhongxian and the annihilation of the Eastern Party, coupled with Li Zicheng's tragic demise, the realm of the Ming has irrevocably become the private dominion of Zhu Wujie. In this moment, his 9 provinces cauldron brims with the essence of fortune. In the ensuing decade, the eminent figures of the first rank from the Qin, Yuan, Jin, Wei, Song, and Qing dynasties, who had long been stationed across various territories, began their return, converging upon the Xiandu temple. Thus, the contest between Zhu Wujie and the heavenly Tao reaches its definitive conclusion, with Zhu Wujie emerging victorious. Through sheer willpower, he has seized the fortunes of all nations and altered their inherent trajectories of development. To a certain extent, his desires have supplanted the will of the heavenly Tao. Simultaneously, at this juncture, Zhu Wujie's mastery of the art of fortune has reached its zenith. Congratulations to the host for overcoming a portion of the heavenly Tao's will, seizing half of this world's heavenly Tao fortune, capturing a strand of the heavenly Tao's principles, and receiving a reward of 55 million merits, albeit with a deduction of 5 million merits due to unwarranted slaughter. Additionally, the host is bestowed with the celestial level secret technique of defying fate and the second layer of the celestial puppet technique. Note, the defying fate secret technique can only manipulate the threads of destiny and cannot completely contravene one's fate. To utterly alter fate, one may exchange for the heavenly Tao will secret technique, requiring 100 million merits. After a lengthy pause, Zhu Wujie trembled and opened his eyes slowly. Having just comprehended 2 celestial level secret techniques, his eyes shone with brilliance. 50 million merits were sufficient to sustain him through this war. Furthermore, the defying fate technique and the celestial puppet technique filled him with exhilaration. The heavenly Tao will, a staggering 100 million merits, truly worthy of being a supreme Tao artifact forged from the essence of the heavenly Tao's will, capable of subjugating even those in the void realm. And the second layer of the celestial puppet technique, clearly aimed at that otherworldly demon, could indeed transmute it into a living puppet. Truly a celestial level secret technique. With unbridled ambition, he awaited the moment he could fully digest the merits and the power of national fortune, thus confronting the otherworldly demon. After a moment of self-reflection, he flipped his palm of the 9 provinces cauldron materialized in his grasp. Zhu Wujie murmured, "With the art of fortune fully realized, the fortunes of the nations have now entirely become my sustenance. It is time to reap. Minor merits, I wish to exchange for the Purple Chi from the East technique." Warm reminder, the Purple Chi from the East consists of 9 layers. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Zhu Wujie's heart ached at the thought. To exchange for the first layer costs 10 million, while the second layer demands an astounding 100 million. Would the third layer then require 1 billion? It would be swifter to rob a bank. However, he soon felt the allure and profundity of this technique. Gritting his teeth, he stamped his foot. "I shall exchange." With the hostess' consent, the first layer of the celestial sovereign level technique, the Purple Chi from the East, has been exchanged, deducting 10 million merits. Please check your account. Ding. The celestial technique entered his mind. The heavens and earth trembled. In that moment, the winds and clouds shifted, and thunder roared. It felt as if a force defying the heavens was about to emerge, awakening even the will of the heavenly Tao. Zhu Wujie quickly closed his eyes to comprehend. After a brief moment, a look of ecstasy spread across his face. He murmured to himself, "Minor merits, my true fortune." The Purple Chi from the East technique is indeed a celestial level secret technique, living up to its reputation. Feeding on the national fortune, he laughed heartily, his voice resonating across the expanse. After a considerable time spent preparing, Zhu Wujie performed the hand seal for the art of fortune, invoking it. Boom, like boundless golden and purple radiance, it surged from all directions, flooding into the 9 provinces cauldron. The great cauldron roared and spun wildly, gathering the essence of the 9 provinces in an instant, consolidating the fortune within himself. This is the terrifying aspect of the 9 provinces cauldron. Within it, a thin layer of purple gold spiritual liquid emerged, known as fortune. Zhu Wujie's spirit soared, filled with delight. He inhaled deeply. In an instant, the liquid fortune flowed down his throat. As soon as it entered his body, it roared forth like a dragon returning to the sea, unleashing a tumultuous cry of liberation. At that moment, every fiber of Zhu Wujia's being trembled, on the brink of explosion. Yet, just then, he bellowed, "Purple chi from the east, refine!" Bang! Within him, the sound of a celestial bell resonated, and with a thundering boom, all the violet liquid fortunes momentarily froze, as if encountering their natural foe. Zhu Wujie erupted with laughter. Success is at hand. He then opened his mouth wide and devoured, as if consuming everything, emptying the 9 provinces' cauldron of its accumulated liquid fortune. Boom, boom, boom. Like a mighty river, shaking the heavens and earth with its overwhelming passage, Zhu Wujie shouted once more, "Refine!" Bang, 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 mid-stage of spirit transformation, reaching the pinnacle of mastery. Shortly after, as he reached the peak of accumulation, it felt as though he had broken through an immense mountain. With a resounding crash, he broke through again. Now in the late stage of spirit transformation, the corners of Zhu Wujie's mouth curled into a grin. The taste of reaping the fruits of labor was truly exquisite. The breakthroughs continued, the national fortune surged forth, his cultivation rose at a visibly frenetic pace. Generally speaking, once one enters the spirit transformation stage, the rate of cultivation growth tends to slow. Yet, if anyone were to witness the extraordinary phenomena surrounding Zhu Wujie at that moment, they would surely be astounded as Zhu Wujie slowly opened his eyes, revealing a sharp aura that trembled the very fabric of the universe. He murmured to himself, "Late stage of spirit transformation." Upon glancing once more at the 9 provinces' cauldron, he discovered there was still fortune within, the corners of his mouth turned upward, a smile blooming. Onward! The path of growth allows for no idleness, I must persevere without respite. He bellowed, once more. From that moment on, Zhu Wujie became utterly immersed in the cycles of sowing fortune and refining it. This period of seclusion lasted a full decade. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Wujie had vanished from the mortal realm for nearly 50 years. Suddenly, the heavens and earth seemed to shiver. The weather fluctuated erratically, at times icy and tempestuous, at others sweltering and unbearable. The populace suffered immensely, lamenting the chaos of the seasons and the collapse of celestial order. Some voiced their fears, the end times are upon us. No, others countered, the Shindu temple had foretold fragments of prophecy, warning us to be cautious of the otherworldly demons. A nearby individual frowned, rumors. Absolutely baseless rumors. Others scoffed, you are the one spreading rumors. The master had spoken of otherworldly demons, that is what they are. One man chuckled insincerely, why not declare that the one from the Shindu temple is an otherworldly demon? Some murmured, at first, people did not pay heed to this calamity. Suddenly, a thunderous crack rang out from the sky. High above, a figure resembling a celestial being flashed momentarily. Look, what is that? Chapter 61. The spirit body is annihilated, a great foe approaches. Zhu Wujie, come to my room tonight. Someone pointed towards the clouds, where 2 indistinct figures loomed. Beside them, another silhouette appeared quietly. You were a step behind. The figure on the right exuded a pure aura, his smile both charming and wicked, embodying a sense of nonchalance and absurdity. He stood upon ethereal clouds, with twin wings unfurled, reminiscent of an otherworldly being. The figure on the left, cloaked in crimson robes, bore a flame at his brow, radiating a brilliant golden light, adorned with a red circle. He declared with a low voice, you rely solely on the protection of this realm, otherwise, how could you ever elude me? The winged man laughed heartily. A foolish child, you are merely a fledgling spirit. How could you possibly contend with me? A smirk played upon his lips. So this so-called celestial demon from beyond is truly so feeble. It turned out that this otherworldly being was indeed Zhu Wujie, while the fiery-robed youth was the actual celestial demon. The so-called demon was merely an exterior bestowed upon him by the will of this realm's celestial order. His true identity was that of a formidable cultivator from a lesser world. What had arrived here today was merely a fragment of his consciousness. Despite Zhu Wujie's boastful words, he did not dare to let his guard down, otherwise, he would not have summoned both the flying treasure and the wings of thunder and wind. The crimson-robed figure seethed with rage. Thief, you are too brazen. Zhu Wujie stood with arms crossed, responding calmly. Chisangzi, it is you who is lacking. The demon from beyond, known as Chisangzi, hailed from another world. Chisangzi's anger momentarily subsided as he cast a cold glance at Zhu Wujie before vanishing into thin air. Zhu Wujie smiled lightly and followed suit. In the next moment, the two appeared upon a vast field, where a fierce battle erupted. At times, thunder roared, and at others, flames surged skyward, accompanied by Chisangzi's curses. Chisangzi cried out, a heaven's fire consumes the sky, wings of thunder. Zhu Wujie called out languidly. Whoosh! He soared into the air, piercing directly through the flames. Water and fire do not coexist. A tempest of flames seemed to envelop Zhu Wujie entirely, a blazing inferno surrounding a 1,000-foot radius. Everything was incinerated. Suddenly, it was as if a river of celestial waters cascaded from above. Zhu Wujie performed a somersault and shouted to clouds of merit. Whoosh! A floating cloud immediately appeared beneath his feet. Chasongzi's eyes gleamed with avarice. Imperial treasure. This is undoubtedly an imperial treasure. This treasure belongs to your grandfather, Chasongzi. Zhu Wujie laughed heartily. To win, you must possess the means. With you merely being a fledgling spirit at the initial stage of the Void Return realm, how can you hope to fight? He stood with arms crossed, exuding derision and scorn, pointing at Chasongzi and disdainfully saying, Chasongzi, I give you a chance, yet you are utterly useless. Chasongzi's rage gradually faded, replaced by indifference. He ascended into the air, speaking slowly. I admit, upon my arrival, the time, place, and people were not in my favor, but you seem to have forgotten one thing. Zhu Wujie cocked his lips. What thing? Chasongzi replied earnestly. Strength is the fundamental determinant of victory or defeat. No sooner had he spoken than he chanted incantations, a wondrous halo emerging around him, swiftly radiating outward. His eyes suddenly sparkled. He bellowed a 5-colored divine light. Emerge! The divine light, shimmering with 5 colors, dimmed the very heavens and earth upon its emergence. The divine light struck like lightning, leaving Zhu Wujie no time to evade. Bang! A bloody gash was instantly blasted into his chest, his aura plummeted, and his form swayed precariously. With a complex expression, he sighed, truly worthy of a powerful being in the Void Return realm. Then, with a resounding explosion, Zhu Wujie erupted into a shower of spiritual rain, dissipating into nothingness. Chasongzi's countenance darkened instantly. It turned out that what he had been entangled with all along was merely a spirit body. The transformation stage could solidify the nascent soul, rendering it no different from a real person. The Zhu Wujie from earlier was indeed just a manifestation of his spirit body. Chasongzi's gaze flickered. Very well, I shall slaughter my way to your lair, and we shall see how you evade me. He leaped into the air, soaring towards Xuandu Temple. Meanwhile, within Xuandu Temple, Zhu Wujie slowly opened his eyes in the main chamber. He murmured to himself, my spirit body has perished, it seems I have been defeated. Behind him, a gust of wind howled, clouds billowing. It felt as though boundless spiritual rain cascaded down from above. Outside the temple, Huyan de Panqiushan and Duan Tianya stood solemnly with a creak. As Zhu Wujie emerged from the temple, they bowed deeply. Master Zhu Wujie surveyed his surroundings and noticed that Hongshu had already cried, her eyes red. Li Yu had also arrived. Her fists were clenched tightly, seemingly filled with determination. After a decade, she had gained a touch of frost at her temples. Approaching 40, she still retained her charm, perhaps even more so under the nurturing of time. A married woman, by damn it, this is Zhu Wujie's woman, she should be a beautiful matron. As Zhu Wujie met her gaze, he detected a hint of appreciation in her eyes. Liu, with a composed demeanor, revealed a hint of allure and cast him a sidelong glance. Zhu Wujie stepped forward, embracing her gently, and softly said, tonight, come to my room. Liu trembled slightly, her almond-shaped eyes widening in shock. Their 2 sons were already engaged. Was this appropriate? Immediately, she lightly chastised Zhu Wujie, whispering, at your age, how can you still be so frivolous? Zhu Wujie replied nonchalantly, we are a lawful couple, who can dare to speak against us? Li Yu's eyelids fluttered, her silver-white teeth sinking deep into her luscious crimson lips. With a light hum, akin to a buzzing insect, she murmured fine. Zhu Wujie laughed heartily. He then turned his gaze to the side of Li Yu, where a strikingly handsome young man stood. Xu Qizhen, his handsome visage bore a slight shadow of malice. Zhu Wujie sighed inwardly, this childless nature has been corrupted. Xu Qizhen forced to smile. Bowing slightly, father, his voice carried an unmistakable reluctance. After all, who could truly recognize a parent who had been neglectful since childhood? Thus, Zhu Wujie felt only regret that a fine seedling had been squandered by the Tang Emperor, but he did not feel heartbroken. He replied with a nonchalant grunt, choosing not to speak further. Liu, however, was immersed in Zhu Wujie's long-lost concern and affection, oblivious to the subtle rift that seemed to exist between Zhu Wujie and Xu Qizhen. In truth, most fathers and sons share a similar dynamic, seldom achieving genuine transparency. Zhu Wujie felt a twinge of guilt over this, recognizing that the root cause lay with him for failing to fulfill his duties as a father. His gaze drifted past Xu Qizhen to the bright-eyed and fair-skinned girl beside him. She affectionately called out, Daddy. Upon finishing, she leaped into Zhu Wujie's embrace, scrunching her little nose, she whimpered. Daddy, you wear Mrs. You so much. Zhu Wujie was momentarily taken aback, pulling her into his arms for the first time. A warm and gentle smile graced his face. He tousled Zhu Qiyu's silky hair, softly saying, I know, you have been taking care of your mother all these years. You've worked hard. Liu had been neglected by Zhu Wujie for many years, yet her spirit remained unbroken. Xu Qiyu had played a significant role in that. She blinked her little eyes and whispered to Daddy, are you going to give us another little brother or sister? Chapter 62 of the new master of the demon-suppressing abyss, Xu Qiyu. Duan Tianya, do you wish to pledge your allegiance to our Lord? 6. Zhu Wujie shot her a glance. Go away, go away. You're still quite young and rather mischievous. Zhu Qiyu's intelligence is well known throughout the demon-suppressing abyss. Hongshu approached with a gentle smile, saying little you possesses a pure spirit and natural brilliance, contributing significantly to our endeavors in the abyss. Zhu Wujie raised an eyebrow in surprise. Really? Nearby, the Guanyin servant also stepped forward, softly adding, in the past decade, countless disputes have erupted among various nations, yet our Tang kingdom remains stable, largely thanks to little Yu's many wise suggestions, which even the Tang emperor has heeded. Zhu Qiyu lifted her head proudly, a playful smile gracing her lips. She exuded confidence without arrogance, never relying on favoritism. Indeed, Zhu Wujie nodded inwardly. A thought crossed his mind as he patted Zhu Qiyu's delicate shoulder, speaking with profound significance. As your father bears the burden of the world, you too must share in my worries. Zhu Qijin scoffed, failing to grasp the depth of his words. However, the officials of Xuandu Temple, including the comforting Si Qiu and Huang Yi, could not help but cast sidelong glances. If their assumptions were correct, Zhu Qiyu had been named among the heirs by the sect master. Zhu Qiyu blinked her eyes, pouting as she replied, "Father, how can you be so unreasonable? You wish for the horse to run yet refuse to let it graze. How can that possibly work?" Zhu Wujie was taken aback by her response, glancing at Zhu Qiyu, who had already reached out. Laughter erupted around them. He burst into hearty laughter. "Ha, truly, you are my beloved daughter, daring and resolute." With a flourish of his sleeve, a sound akin to a sword being drawn resonated, as if a spirit sword appeared in the air. The others felt a sudden chill, pondering the master's evident progress in cultivation. Zhu Wujie surveyed the room, everyone bowed their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Apart from the prominent figures of the celestial realm, only a handful of younger individuals dared to face him directly, and Zhu Qiyu was among them. Her eyes sparkled, nearly drooling with excitement as Zhu Wujie's expression turned serious as he slowly spoke. "Where is Zhu Qiyu?" At once, Zhu Qiyu realized that something significant was unfolding. She immediately set aside her playful demeanor, adopting a dignified and solemn posture, responding in a deep voice. Zhu Qiyu was present. Zhu Wujie's gaze softened as he spoke gently. "Since I ascended to the position of sect master, I have often overlooked my duties. Fortunately, thanks to your diligent efforts, we have avoided chaos within the abyss, preserving the order of our sect. Today, I hereby appoint my daughter Zhu Qiyu as the deputy guardian of the demon-suppressing abyss and concurrently as the deputy director of the supervisory department." He placed a gentle hand on the spirit sword, which slowly descended, hovering before Zhu Qiyu. "This sword, named Ame, is bestowed upon you for your protection. As deputy guardian and deputy director of the supervisory department, this is indeed a pathway being laid out before you." Everyone's heart stirred with understanding. Zhu Qiyu gazed at the spirit sword before her, her eyes misty and unfocused. She nearly choked on her words. "A father." Zhu Wujie offered a comforting smile. "Your mother was proud by nature, never yielding to any man. You should be no less." Zhu Qiyu grasped the sword and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Yes." Zhu Wujie then scanned the crowd, saying nonchalantly, "Why are you all still standing there? Shouldn't you pay your respects to the deputy guardian?" In an instant, all the members of the demon-suppressing abyss clasped their fists and bowed deeply to Zhu Qiyu. "We pay our respects to the deputy guardian." Zhang Yan, the head of the supervisory department, smiled as he addressed Zhu Qiyu. "I am Zhang Yan, pleased to meet you, young master." Deputy Director Su Qianan also clasped his fists, speaking solemnly. "I am Su Qianan, honored to welcome the deputy guardian." Thus, the demon-suppressing abyss was on the verge of welcoming its second master. Zhu Qiyu, everyone stood in a daze, momentarily entranced by the beaming young girl. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Zhu Wujie had not entrusted the demon-suppressing abyss to any of the distinguished figures but rather to an obscure young girl. Such a formidable weapon was now in her hands. Everyone was filled with emotion, for the current demon-suppressing abyss was no longer the small force it once was. During Zhu Wujie's decades-long seclusion, the abyss had transformed from its original 5. This meant that Zhu Qiyu, from a frail young woman, had suddenly ascended to become one of the world's top powerhouses, on par with the emperors of various nations. A meteoric rise indeed. Even Li Yu was momentarily stunned. She was both surprised and delighted, unable to resist casting several glances at Zhu Qiyu, yet her gaze shifted to Zhu Qijin, seemingly seeking encouragement. Zhu Qijin, too, felt a surge of fervor, as if filled with anticipation. His fists clenched tightly, yet he remained silent. For reasons unknown, he could not bring himself to speak. Even calling Zhu Wujie father seemed a stretch, let alone making a request. He had been instilled with the notion of loyalty to the ruler since childhood, viewing Zhu Wujie as a subordinate at heart. Thus, his pride forbade him from soliciting help, yet, this hesitation led to a complete loss. Zhu Wujie exhaled softly, his gaze returning to the Guanyin servant. There was also a veiled woman beside her, surrounded by 3 young heroes and 3 curious, graceful maids. Meanwhile, Shangguan Haitang stood resolutely with her sword behind her. Another woman adorned with a crown was similarly protected by 2 robust youths. The chief eunuch, Su Fingyan, bowed deeply, glancing up with a humble smile. The 2 women were none other than the former Princess Xiaoyu of the Wei Kingdom and Xiao Yanyan. Zhu Wujie smiled at them as Xiaoyu instinctively averted her gaze, yet could not suppress a pout, appearing somewhat aggrieved. Xiao Yanyan's expression was complex as she softly remarked to Wulong, "Do take care." Beside him, Zhu Qihu chimed in, "Father, you must win. Mother and I are waiting for your return." As Zhu Diao stood with hands clasped behind his back, appearing as an elegant gentleman, seemingly indifferent to the impending conflict. His demeanor was calm, as if he had no worries. Finally, Zhu Wujie's gaze settled on the young individuals beside the Guanyin servant Zhu Qishan, dashing and suave, Zhu Qidao, exuding an air of celestial grace. Xu Qiyong, wearing a silk scarf, resembling a Confucian scholar. Zhu Qichang, ambitious yet gaunt, clearly drained by the allure of beauty. As for Huyen Jianu and Huyen Guaning, they were not present, having long been stationed outside. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Wujie furrowed his brow and produced a dozen gleaming talismans, each rivaling the might of terrestrial deities. These are life-saving talismans, capable of sparing your lives in moments of peril. As his words fell, he flicked his fingers, and the talismans transformed into ethereal light, piercing the brows of his offspring. Simultaneously, a multitude of magical artifacts scattered about. Each of them selected a treasured item for self-defense. Their faces lit up with joy as they eagerly reached out to claim their favorite artifacts. Just before the battle commenced, Zhu Wujie's gaze flickered, landing on a young man caressing a magical artifact. "Where is the dragon guardian Duan Tianya?" Duan Tianya stepped forward slowly, clasping his fists. "Your Highness." Zhu Wujie's gaze deepened as he slowly spoke. "This child possesses a pure heart. Could he be your leader?" The individual he referred to was none other than the 6th son of the former Princess Xiaoyu of the Wei Kingdom. Chapter 63, The Arrival of the Otherworldly Fiend. The spirits of chaos are about to wreak havoc upon the world. Duan Tianya was momentarily taken aback, instinctively frowning. The 6th son, however, turned pale, repeatedly waving his hands. "Father, my abilities are modest. I dare not claim to be Uncle Duan's master." "Yet," Duan Tianya countered, "if not, why the urgency in arranging your affairs?" Instantly, everyone was taken aback. Guanyin Nu felt a surge of panic. Liu, Hong Shu, and others turned ashen, their faces drained of color. Xu Wujie chuckled softly, casually remarking, "It is merely a matter of early preparation." Duan Tianya nodded silently, clasping his fists in respect. "If it is your Highness's will, I shall comply." Under the watchful eyes of his 2 brothers and 3 sisters, the youngest, little Six, was on the verge of tears. Xu Wujie smiled gently and spoke, "I have not treated your mother well. You must honor her well from now on." Princess Xiaoyan covered her lips, stifling her sobs. Little Six, naturally innocent, had received the most affection from her and was equally the most dutiful. Xu Wujie's gesture was clearly for her consideration. Since an heir must be chosen, selecting the youngest not only increased her chances of survival but also those of the other brothers. Little Six's name was Zhu Qiwu. The remaining siblings were arranged according to the celestial mandate, corresponding to the eternal prosperity of the Tao. Just as Zhu Wujie was about to continue his instructions, "They have arrived." The otherworldly fiend had come to Xin Duguan. A chilling wind swept through, causing everyone at Xin Duguan to change color, their faces filled with dread as they gazed into the distance. "Youngster, do you think you can defeat me with merely a clone? Have you become overly delusional?" The resounding roar echoed through the realm, causing all to look up in terror. Someone exclaimed in horror, "Is that the fiend? He has actually come to Xin Duguan." Could it be that the sect leader has been defeated? In China, the ailing emperor of Tang abruptly rose, his eyes sparkled with an inexplicable anticipation. He murmured to himself, "Gao Daban, do you think he can triumph over the fiend?" Although news of the otherworldly fiend had been concealed from the common folk, it was no secret among the true elite. The aging Gao Lisher approached the emperor, his gaze complex as he softly stated, "Your Majesty, the sect leader can indeed conquer the fiend." He paused for emphasis, adding, "But only the fiend." The emperor turned to glance at him, a bitter smile gracing his lips, indeed. Both understood well. Regardless of who claimed victory, it would not concern them. What if he truly does? The emperor's voice wavered, as if echoing from the depths of the abyss. Gao Lisher replied softly, "Then your Majesty should immediately proclaim to the world and establish a shrine of loyalty and valor for the sect leader." The emperor smiled, a smile so profound it sent chills down one's spine. As the otherworldly fiend approached Shen Duguan, several individuals in various locations looked up. "I am the little western heaven." A eunuch accompanied an elderly monk in meditation. The old man recited sutras incessantly, day and night, through all seasons, for many years. He had outlasted generations of disciples, becoming a true living Buddha. Even when the monk descended the mountain, he continued his recitation. When Shu Wujie beheaded 3 terrestrial deities, he remained undeterred in his chanting. Even after Zhu Wujie secluded himself for 50 years and forcefully ascended to the Nanhai Guanyin Temple in Little Western Heaven, he was still reciting, but today, he paused. This was the first time in 100 years he had fallen silent. While others practiced silence, he took the opposite approach, practicing the art of spoken meditation. Each word was a true mantra, each phrase a Buddhist teaching. He was the true foundation of stability in the Little Western Heaven. Wang Yan slowly opened his eyes and approached the old monk from behind, asking in confusion, "Abbot?" The old monk gazed into the distance, his wrinkled visage reminiscent of an ancient tree. His eyes, clouded yet filled with endless wisdom, slowly uttered, "Your master is destined to perish." Unfazed by the revelation of his true identity, Wang Yan pondered briefly before responding softly that otherworldly fiend possesses a virtual realm cultivation, while the sect leader is merely at the transformation stage. It is only natural he cannot compete. The old monk replied leisurely, "To reach the transformation stage after 80 years is indeed a testament to exceptional talent. What a pity." Wang Yan inquired softly, "Does the abbot intend to descend the mountain?" The old monk shook his head, "Our Buddha is compassionate. The heavenly order has its constants. As outsiders, we must not excessively interfere with the operations of the heavenly Tao. Once this child perishes, the chaos will swiftly return to normal. Our Buddha's domain can then expand to the..." His gaze flickered as he calculated with his fingers, muttering to himself, "Today's divination is auspicious, I should descend to Tiandu." He gradually rose and called out, "Old Neo. Moo." A blue ox ambled into the cave. The young Taoist, beaming with joy, mounted the ox backward and gently urged, "Let us go witness the demise of that fiend. Shen Duguan, it is time to reclaim what is ours." It was none other than Yadang, filled with righteous indignation. He glared fiercely towards Shen Duguan, muttering with venom, "How can you survive facing a virtual realm ambush? Today marks both your downfall and the moment of my sister." From beneath him, the sound of a serpent could be heard. A serpent-bodied being emerged from the base of the statue, transforming into a staff as it landed in Yadang's hand. "By the command of my master, eliminate the demons." Simultaneously, in a certain mysterious cavern, a corpse demon, constructed entirely from flesh and blood, greedily consumed a specific kind of spiritual energy. Suddenly, it lifted its head, malevolence gleaming in its eyes. Its sinister voice echoed, "They have come. That man's great enemy has indeed arrived. Ha! The heavenly Tao has not deceived me. Zhu family's young scion, you have slain my child, destroyed my flesh, and condemned me to eternally languish in this dark abyss. I vow not to be human until this grudge is avenged. Today, I shall watch you perish beneath that fiend, and then capture all your offspring, one by one, to devour them alive. Thus, shall my heart's hatred be quelled." Unbeknownst to Zhu Wujie, the dark enemy was already aware of him. Even if he had known, he had no time to spare, for Chesangzi had already arrived. He leaped into the sky, soaring thousands of feet high. With the hidden god technique activated, his cultivation was fully revealed, no longer concealed. He stood at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, like a brilliant beacon, suspended in the air. Thunderous roars echoed from the distant horizon, a colossal presence hurtling forth, shaking the earth and stirring waves of sound. Even the amassed clouds began to part, as if welcoming this defiant sovereign. In that moment, even the will of the heavenly Tao seemed to retreat from its brilliance. Temporarily lying low, Zhu Wujie fixed a sharp gaze upon the figure advancing step by step through the air. His feet danced upon flames, a golden crown atop his head, and his robe billowed in the breeze. Of flames flickered at his brow, resembling a magnificent fire lotus, burning fiercely. Moreover, with Chesangzi's arrival, the temperature within a 1,000-foot radius surged. Zhu Wujie's eyes shone brightly as he slowly spoke, "Chesangzi, my friend, it has been a long time. Chapter 64 of the Celestial Demon I shall return. Shi Songzi let out a light chuckle, teasingly inquiring, "What's the matter? Are you not afraid of me?" He surveyed his surroundings, detecting no anomalies, and clicked his tongue in mild disapproval. "Such audacity, it appears you have some hidden cards up your sleeve." Shu Wujie maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, "Indeed, I possess a few minor tricks I'd like to invite you, Shi Songzi, to sample." Shi Songzi nodded in satisfaction. "Now, that's more like it. What's the point of hiding and lurking?" With a graceful leap, he ascended higher, his voice resonating through the air, "Come, I await you above." With that, he vanished into the vast expanse of the sky. Shu Wujie cast a glance downward, taking in the sight of Guanin's servant, Liu, the sweet potato, Xiao Yanyan, as well as Jia Yang and the others, including Huyan Depan, Xiao Xinji, Huangyi, and Gui Haidao. Ultimately, he let out a long howl and leapt into the air with a powerful whoosh. Enormous wings unfurled behind him, resembling a kuanping soaring into the sky, ascending rapidly, covering 3,000 miles in an instant. Soon, Zhu Wujie found himself at an astounding altitude, where Shi Songzi stood, arms crossed, wearing an expression of indifference. He asked coolly, "Are you ready?" Shu Wujie smiled and clasped his fists. Particularly at the core of the flames, an intense aura radiated heat capable of melting mountains and evaporating rivers, let alone mere flesh. Even steel would turn to molten metal before such power. Shi Songzi laughed heartily. "How does it feel? The taste of my four symbols fusion array is rather unpleasant, isn't it? I'll let you in on a secret. It incorporates a hint of the essence of fire, its might rivaling that of the true flames of the Lotus True Monarch. Don't you think that as a mere transformation god, you could escape this array? Even a late-stage void returner could fall here." Confronted by the blazing inferno from all sides, Zhu Wujie felt an unbearable burning sensation. He scoffed dismissively, "If this is all you can do, I suggest you return whence you came." Shi Songzi's smile faltered, his expression darkening. "Empty bravado," he huffed, "let us see what you can use to defend yourself." As his words fell, Zhu Wujie soared upward, shouting, "Law of heaven and earth!" Suddenly, a towering spiritual entity materialized, standing firm as a giant. Its cold gaze looked down upon the raging flames before it. He inhaled deeply, and with a swift motion, all the flames were drawn into his mouth. After a hearty belch, he beamed, "Is that all?" With a wicked grin, he taunted, "Little rat, can you keep up?" Shi Songzi, originally a small squirrel who had attained enlightenment, was enraged by Zhu Wujie's insult. "You seek death." He hurled a slender bamboo skewer, or rather, a needle-like treasure forged from pinecone tips. "Little thief, behold my divine needle strike," he bellowed in fury. Shu Wujie's eyes gleamed, and the giant laughed heartily, "I have my own divine needle strike, take this." As he spoke, the giant's fist came crashing down with a thunderous boom, shaking the very void, shattering it into fragments. The needle-like treasure crumbled piece by piece, yet Zhu Wujie's divine needle did not aim forward. Instead, it turned back, thrusting into the emptiness behind him. A muffled grunt echoed from behind, suggesting someone had fallen abruptly. Shi Songzi's eyes widened in disbelief. "How could you see through my concealment technique?" Shu Wujie scoffed, "Just a simple trick, hardly worth noting." He shouted, "Demon-slaying palm." Instantly, a colossal hand materialized in the void, lunging towards Shi Songzi. The palm advanced with astounding speed, reaching Shi Songzi in an instant. His face paled, caught completely off guard as he endured the blow. With a resounding thud, he was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Shu Wujie laughed triumphantly, "Is that all you've got? So, this is the might of a void returner, hardly impressive. Little thief, do not be so arrogant." In the high sky, Shi Songzi reappeared, employing a technique called within arm's reach of heaven, allowing him to traverse great distances in the blink of an eye. But that was not all. Shi Songzi composed himself, his expression serious, with one hand pointing to the heavens and the other tracing the moon. He drew a massive circle around himself, bellowing, "Spirit domain, arise!" With a resonant hum, it was as if a string of a zither reverberated through the air. Invisible sound waves rippled outward, ensnaring everything within a 100-foot radius of Zhu Wujie and the spirit domain. They found themselves mired in a quagmire, unable to move, while Shi Songzi strolled about as if in water. He laughed maniacally, "You're bold, keep it up. A mere transformation god dares to be so audacious. Who gave you the gall? Today, I will have you dismembered to relieve my pent-up rage." Yet Zhu Wujie, trapped within the spirit domain, fell into contemplation. "This thing is called a spirit domain, I can set one up too." A peculiar expression crossed his face as he secretly communicated with the Merit Tablet. It turned out that within the Merit Tablet lay a treasure known as the Qian Coin Mirror, a replica of the ancient artifact, the Haotian Mirror, capable of confining a realm. It was neither too large nor too small, precisely 1,000 feet, and its power could precisely counteract Qi Songzi's spirit domain, as the Qian Kuan Mirror's domain was known as the Breaking Void Realm, perfectly dismantling the Void Return Realm. Like a pig running into a tree, he thought. No, it's the pig crashing into him. He turned to Qi Songzi, flashing a radiant smile. Your spirit domain is nothing extraordinary. Come, little red fellow, let me show you what a true spirit domain is. Raising his hands as if to support heaven and earth, he glared fiercely and shouted, Qi Songzi, if I call you, will you dare to respond? Qi Songzi sneered repeatedly, what is there to fear? Zhu Wujie's expression brightened, and he bellowed, fool. Great fool. Qi Songzi's mouth twitched violently, filled with hatred as he roared, kill, today, I shall tear you apart, no one can save you. Zhu Wujie laughed heartily, though a glint of brilliance flickered in his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, Qi Songzi had gradually stepped within 100-foot range for the Qian Kuan mirror. This distance was but a fleeting moment. At that moment, Qi Songzi's expression shifted, sensing impending danger. Without hesitation, he retreated swiftly, but it was too late as Zhu Wujie wasted no time in producing the Qian Kuan mirror, suddenly shining it upon Qi Songzi. Qi Songzi, where do you think you're going? Leave your life here. With a hum, a silvery white light descended. Qi Songzi's form froze, terror flashing in his eyes. He screamed in horror, Houtman mirror, no, this cannot be. With a shattering sound, he let out a piercing wail. In the moment Zhu Wujie was momentarily stunned, Qi Songzi's body began to dissolve like snow under the sun, vanishing inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a lingering voice filled with unwillingness. Wait for me, I shall return. The echoes of his words lingered, fading into silence. Chapter 65 of the Demon Suppression Prison is passed to Zhu Qiyu. Little Red, do not leave. Zhu Wujie exclaimed, astonished. Is he so fragile? He has yet to unleash many of his abilities. He hastily glanced at the introduction of the Qian Kuan mirror. It can bind and slay the returning void and dissolve all spiritual entities. A sudden understanding struck him, and he inhaled sharply. Could it be that the person he just encountered, this Qi Songzi, was merely a spiritual entity? Yet, at that moment, he had no time to ponder further. A sense of impending doom surged within him. Warning, warning, strong warning, the host is being expelled from this realm due to utilizing powers beyond the transformation stage. Please prepare. Please prepare. Zhu Wujie's expression changed dramatically. This is bad, however, he was not yet prepared. Suddenly, he was enveloped by a mysterious force of the heavens and earth. A hum filled the air. In a moment of desperation, he yanked back fiercely with a tearing sound. He withdrew the wind and thunder wings. Simultaneously, he flipped his palm to reveal a small three-legged cauldron, which was none other than the Jojo cauldron. He wrapped the cauldron with the wind and thunder wings and hurled it towards a young man below with great force. He managed to convey a few final words, and the recipient of his throw was Zhu Qiyu. Within the Xiandu temple, everyone awaited with bated breath for Zhu Wujie's triumphant return. But just then, thunder and lightning roared in the sky. Huyan de Panqiashan, along with Duan Tianya and others, rejoiced. The sound of wind and thunder splitting the heavens. Could it be that the sect leader has returned? As they prepared to welcome him, their expressions shifted. They beheld a streak of pearlescent light streaking towards them at great speed. Before they could react, the light dove into Zhu Qiyu's body. In an instant, a radiant glow enveloped her, transporting her to the back courtyard of Xiandu Temple. Bound within the Master's chamber, others' expressions changed as they prepared to investigate. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated. From this day forth, the Demon Suppression Prison will be governed by Deputy Guardian Zhu Qiyu. All within the prison shall heed her command. Those who defy shall be executed. Furthermore, the embroidered guards and dragon guards who witness the wind and thunder wings shall serve as your subordinates. Simultaneously, within the Master's chamber, as she tumbled into the room, she heard two urgent transmissions. This is the first layer of the immortal puppet technique, capable of controlling the puppet He Wushan. With the wind and thunder wings and He Wushan, one can contend against earthly immortals. Moreover, the Jojo cauldron can absorb the fortunes of various nations. You may refine it within your body to enhance your cultivation. My child, possessing the essence of a true immortal, must diligently practice to avoid disappointing your father. Remember to protect your aunt and her companions. The voice gradually weakened, soon becoming inaudible. Zhu Qiyu, momentarily dazed, immediately knelt outside the temple, bowing her head repeatedly with unwavering resolve. Thus, the Demon Suppression Prison embarked on a transcendent era under the rule of the female sect leader. For the ensuing 2 centuries, Zhu Qiyu single-handedly suppressed the Xiandu sect and the Little Western Heaven Temple while consolidating the various nations, achieving an unprecedented unification. Henceforth, she was revered by the world as the Jade Emperor. Upon reaching her 200th year, she ascended to the void, soaring beyond the heavens. Suddenly, a startling change occurred. Beware, host, the power of the heavenly path's transmission is being disrupted by external forces and is about to be interrupted. Please be cautious. Just as Zhu Wujie was engulfed in radiant light, the voice of the merit tablet echoed in his mind once more, his expression shifted, and his heart tightened. This was the first instance of the merit tablet issuing such an urgent warning. Before he could fully comprehend, he found himself standing atop an endless sea of clouds. He stood upon layers of billowing clouds, gazing up at the firmament above him, the thunder clouds amassed, silent and still, resembling lifeless entities. Zhu Wujie's countenance gradually settled, his gaze calm yet profound. He suddenly chuckled softly, to mobilize forces to capture me, yet to change course midway. Truly, I cannot discern whether you are human or divine. At that moment, the massive thunder clouds above him hesitated momentarily, yet remained silent, as thunder brewed within, its power intensifying, and the pressure upon Zhu Wujie grew heavier, posing a growing threat. With a sudden crack, a bolt of lightning descended, striking beside Zhu Wujie in an instant. He instinctively dodged, narrowly escaping. In a mix of surprise and fury, he exclaimed, "Ah, so you wish to play ambush, do you? Very well, let us entertain this game." He instinctively called out, "Little Red, hand me the artillery." Strangely, Chasangzi's voice indeed echoed back, "I cannot summon." Zhu Wujie clicked his tongue, "Cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, so your true form lies outside." Chasangzi ignored him, casting a glance at the thunderous storm clouds above Zhu Wujie. With a tone of feigned compassion, he lamented, "What a pity! I thought I could personally exact revenge, yet it appears the will of the heavenly path is clearing its own path. The poor monk, today, has the rare fortune to witness such a splendid spectacle. How fortunate indeed!" He even began to clap his hands, seeing Chasangzi's mockery. Zhu Wujie seethed with rage, "You old rascal, once I finish dealing with this inhuman entity, I shall stew you next." Chasangzi gasped in alarm, "Woe dear, I am truly terrified. You have frightened this humble monk from the outer realm to no end." Zhu Wujie's expression darkened as understanding dawned upon him. Chasangzi was evidently a cultivator from another small world, inadvertently entering this realm, yet was deemed a foreign demon by the will of the heavenly path and the merit tablet, which urged Zhu Wujie to eliminate him. The reason for the heavenly path's sudden change of heart was likely a calculated scheme, intending for Chasangzi to use Zhu Wujie as a weapon against him, only to find himself backstabbed. Ultimately, the heavenly paths will had to intervene personally to eradicate Zhu Wujie with heavenly tribulation. In the fleeting moments of grasping the entire situation, Zhu Wujie's gaze turned icy. He slowly uttered, "Since you show no mercy, do not blame Zhu for his lack of righteousness." With a flick of his sleeve, treasures and artifacts cascaded forth in succession of the Emperor's sword, the Judge's pen, the Eastern Emperor's bell, the heavenly capital seal, the sun and moon mirror, the demon-subduing pestle, and more, all lined up, radiating an astonishing aura that pierced the heavens. Even the thunder clouds struggled to block their brilliance, but that was not all. Zhu Wujie laughed heartily, "Come forth, my treasures." With another grand sweep of his sleeve, 108 gleaming golden bamboo cloud swords resonated with a vibrant hum. They transformed into towering pillars of golden light, instantly dispersing the storm of thunder above. This sight left Chasangzi utterly flabbergasted, his expression one of disbelief. He gasped, "How is this possible? How could you possess so many treasures? He surpasses even me in cunning." With 6 true treasures in hand and over 100 swords, he could easily slay him a dozen times over. Moreover, judging by Zhu Wujie's demeanor, it seemed there were even more hidden cards to reveal. Indeed, Zhu Wujie laughed wildly, "Is that all? Impossible, Little Red, do not leave, I have even more splendid treasures to show you." Chapter 66 Overcoming the Will of Heaven, accidentally entering a minor world, slaying demons and exorcising evil, who else but me? With a decisive motion, he struck his waist, clang, 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 the resounding echoes of metallic chimes filled the air. Suddenly, Chasangzi realized with a start that, unbeknownst to him, a series of chilling blades had materialized beside him. The glimmering blades, reminiscent of snowflakes, were crystalline and transparent, yet, the cold murderous intent emanating from them sent shivers down his spine, causing his heart to race and his courage to falter. His eyes widened in shock as he seemingly recognized the object, exclaiming, "The immortal slaying blade, how could you possibly possess the immortal slaying blade? This is inconceivable, unthinkable, the immortal slaying flying blade is an ancient artifact. How could a mere native like you wield such a defying treasure? I refuse to believe it." Zhu Wujie displayed an unusual expression. After a soft chuckle, he pointed at the myriad flying blades suspended around them and loudly intoned, "Turn around, my treasures." Buzz, all the flying blades swiftly oriented their tips toward Chasangzi. Faced with this sight, Chasangzi could no longer suppress his inner terror and shrieked. "No!" Zhu Wujie's gaze flashed momentarily before he abruptly lifted his head, bellowing with fierce determination, "Strike for me!" Swish of the Emperor's sword, the Judge's pen, the demon-subduing staff, and the sun and moon mirror all burst forth in radiant brilliance. The immortal slaying flying blade expanded the sword array, constructing a vast formation spanning 1,000 zhang. At the heart of this formidable sword array lay the diagram of the god-slaying sword formation, prominently featuring 110 golden bamboo becloud swords. The combined might of this sword array unleashed a power that was exponentially amplified. In an instant, all the blade lights surged upward, cleaving through the storm clouds of tribulation gathering above. With a whoosh, the calamity was dispelled, and the will of heaven collapsed instantly. Shu Wujie defied the heavens and emerged victorious. Congratulations to the host for conquering the will of heaven in this minor world, shattering the clouds of tribulation, and exceeding the celestial evaluation, officially entering the ranks of the celestial talents. As a reward for surpassing the evaluation, the host is granted 1 billion merits and the secret technique of the immortal slaying divine art, capable of severing the true immortal realm within the void. Congratulations, warm reminder 1 as the host has entered the Celestial Talents list, ranked 9, 762. This has been recorded by the Celestial Star's Great Tao. The will of heaven in this minor world cannot be destroyed again, or the host will face divine retribution. Warm reminder 2 the host's information has been transmitted to the Starry Sky Alliance. Be cautious not to expose your whereabouts to the myriad races of the stars, or the minor world will attract the hunt of other celestial entities. Warm reminder 3 is sudden development. Due to the residual will of heaven's resistance, the host has been transported to the unfamiliar minor world of Jojo. Please take heed, in Jojo, the celestial pavilion has welcomed a new master. Observing the few cats in the pavilion, Zhu Wujie found himself at a loss for words. You claim that the purpose of the celestial pavilion is to balance various powers, to prevent the depletion of spiritual energy in the heavens and earth? The former master of the celestial pavilion, Qi Yuntian, nodded earnestly, clearly in agreement. Zhu Wujie, puzzled, asked, "Then why are you so weak?" Qi Yuntian's expression faltered, revealing a wry smile. He hesitated briefly before admitting, let alone the major celestial sects, even the various sect masters possess the strength of true immortals. We are merely at the nascent soul stage, we cannot even visit the sect masters without prior notice and queuing. Zhu Wujie stared in disbelief at the man who had led him to this mountain. Ever since he triumphed over the will of heaven in the minor world, he had been forcibly transported to this Jojo world. The scale of Jojo was immense, stretching thousands of miles from north to south and nearly 1,000,000 miles from east to west. Minor forces like the Celestial Pavilion, at the nascent soul level, were countless. Zhu Wujie learned that the nascent soul stage corresponded to the golden core stage, predominantly consisting of leaders of small sects like Qi Yuntian and the attendants of major sections. The true immortal stage, being above the nascent soul, rivaled the infant transformation level, typically held by the heads of major sects such as the Qinglian Celestial sect of Qingdu Mountain and the Xian Palace. Rumors even suggested that these celestial sects concealed ancient beings who had transcended to the divine transformation stage, referred to in this world as spiritual ancestors. Upon introspecting, Zhu Wujie realized that since entering this realm, he had been forcibly suppressed to a level comparable to the peak of the nascent soul stage. However, his true immortal capabilities still remained intact. Moreover, treasures like the Emperor's Sword, Judge's Pen, Demon-subduing Staff, and Sun and Moon Mirror lay quietly within his storage treasures. His combat power was still. Slaying a divine transformation being would be akin to slaughtering a dog. Zhu Wujie pondered to himself that since he had come to this world, he might as well settle in. The will of heaven in this realm was overwhelmingly strong, and with his current peak nascent soul strength, he could barely traverse a small domain, let alone challenge the will of heaven directly. He mused, very well, I shall focus on restoring my cultivation first. Once his cultivation was restored, he would prepare for a breakthrough. In this world, the void-returning realm was referred to as the celestial human realm, where one's essence remained undying, transforming into a human even after 1,000 years. It is a realm of profound understanding, transcending comprehension. One can observe the past and present in an instant, encompassing the 4 seas in a heartbeat. The sun and moon cannot reach it, nor can the stars contend with it. It spans vast distances without barriers, connecting millions of years as if a bridge. This is the celestial human realm, Zhu Wujie muttered. It certainly sounds quite profound and unfathomable. Qi Yuntian, noticing Zhu Wujie lost in thought, cautiously inquired, Master, in 10 years, the sects will convene at the Xin sect to discuss the assault on Shaguangzhou. Will our celestial pavilion participate? Assaulting Shaguangzhou? Zhu Wujie was taken aback. Engaging in a domain war was no trivial matter, especially with super sects led by true immortals or even divine transformation beings. The devastation wrought could be cataclysmic. After careful consideration, Qi Yuntian replied, Indeed, it is said that the foremost assassin organization, the Mayfly Golden Badge Assassins, infiltrated this region and decapitated the deputy master of the Xin sect, inciting the Celestial Palace's wrath, which subsequently initiated this territorial assault. Upon hearing that he would be merely a pawn for others, Zhu Wujie waved his hand dismissively, not interested. Leave them be. Qi Yuntian's face fell. Master, we cannot refuse. The Xin sect commands the world, no sect dares to disobey those who do face annihilation. Zhu Wujie smirked, sizing up Qi Yuntian with amusement. I see now why you were so eager to bring me to this mountain, to use me as a shield, eh? Quite the clever scheme you have there. Qi Yuntian's expression stiffened, awkwardly smiling. He had hoped to intimidate Zhu Wujie with this ploy. To his surprise, Zhu Wujie displayed utter disdain. What is the Xian sect to me? If they say to engage in battle, then so be it. Who do they think they are? With a grand gesture, he declared, enough, I am going into seclusion, unless it is urgent, do not disturb me. And as for the Xian sect seeking recruits, you may go and play your part. My cultivation is my priority, I have no interest in their trivial matters. With that, he swept his robe and lowered the stone door to his secluded chamber, leaving Qi Yuntian in a state of confusion amidst the winds. Warning, the atmosphere in this realm is rising with turbid energy while the pure energy is declining. The host must suppress the turbid energy, otherwise, if the will of heaven becomes tainted, the host will be unable to break free from this realm. Zhu Wujie gasped in shock. The situation was far more serious than he had imagined. The rise of turbid energy and the decline of purity, was this not indicative of rampant demons and a waning human presence? Could it be that he truly had to intervene in the domain war? Warm reminder: upon success, the host may obtain a fragment of the creation jade butterfly, valued at 2 billion merits. The prospect of 2 billion merits made Zhu Wujie's eyes widen in astonishment. He immediately proclaimed with righteous fervor, slaying demons and exorcising evil, upholding the righteous path, who else but me shall do it? This task, I Zhu Wujie shall undertake. Ding, confirmation received. Chapter 67 is suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Returning to the transformation stage, Zhu Wujie fell into deep contemplation. Having resolved to intervene in the continental war, it was imperative to align himself with a formidable force. Moreover, he could not attend to every trivial task personally. A flicker of insight crossed his mind. He would first cultivate the Heavenly Dome Pavilion. Additionally, he would attract some talented individuals to gradually strengthen their ranks. Glancing at the azure sky outside, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a pill, which he cast forth like a shooting star. This was a cultivation pill, capable of aiding one in stepping into the nascent soul realm, thus becoming what you refer to as a great sage, providing him with a modicum of self-protection. Zhu Wujie's voice resonated softly in Qi Yuntian's ear. Staring incredulously at the cultivation pill in his hand, Qi Yuntian's hands trembled uncontrollably. He exclaimed, a cultivation pill? How is this possible? Wasn't this pill thought to be extinct? How could the pavilion master possess such a rare elixir? Unfortunately, the entrance to the cave had already closed, leaving Zhu Wujie with no time to address him. Yet, Qi Yuntian was unperturbed. Instead, he was overwhelmed with joy. He fell to his knees with a thud, gratefully exclaiming, Qi, oh no, I, the humble servant, thank the pavilion master for this generous gift. His voice was solemn, each word pronounced with gravity. The pavilion master's bestowal of this precious pill is akin to a rebirth for me, allowing me to reconnect with the path I once severed. My heart is filled with trepidation, yet also with boundless gratitude. His expression serious, he declared loudly, from this moment forth, wherever the pavilion master directs his intentions, there shall the Yuntian sword follow. I shall solely look to the pavilion master. His words were resolute and powerful, echoing through the ethereal clouds. Seasons changed, spring flowers fell, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Zhu Wujie remained in seclusion. During this period, he primarily focused on restoring his cultivation from his billion merits. He allocated 100 million for his training, exchanging them for the barrier-breaking pill, the divine returning pill, and the exclusive primordial immortal grade Tai Ching pill, among others. His cultivation deepened gradually, edging closer to the void return realm. After all, his cultivation had not diminished, it had merely been suppressed by the local heavenly Tao. Yet, his cultivation still radiated the peak of the nascent soul realm. He needed to shatter the constraints of this realm and rebuild himself to the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Soon, he reached the minor success of the nascent soul and then surged to the peak. Boom! After exhausting a significant portion of his elixirs, Zhu Wujie's cultivation charged towards the transformation stage's bottleneck. He was on the verge of returning to the transformation stage, the realm of observing the Tao in this world. At the end of the vast snowy mountains, towering walls seemed to rise majestically but swiftly. The momentum of his assault grew, snowballing into an avalanche, surging forth like a torrential flood, creating tumultuous waves. Whatever obstacles lay in his path, none would impede his quest for enlightenment. Break for me! Boom! It was as if mighty waves were crashing against the shore, akin to an endless torrent surging forth, shattering the boulders obstructing his way. Bang! The rocks exploded, and the barriers were obliterated. Everything became unimpeded. The flood surged forward, cascading for miles. Zhu Wujie's eyes suddenly opened, exuding a fierce, piercing gaze that cleaved through the heavens. In an instant, the world turned upside down, and the winds and clouds spiraled. Within the vicinity of the Heavenly Dome Pavilion, spiritual energy surged wildly, resembling ocean waves, gradually solidifying into substance. Spiritual energy transformed into water amidst the astonished expressions of the pavilion master and others. This place was nourished by spiritual energy, becoming a sacred land. Beneath the surface, spiritual veins seemed to form quietly. The realm of observing the Tao allowed one to harness the will of heaven and earth, grasping the universe within a hand. It perceived thousands of miles as mere inches. Since Zhu Wujie returned to the transformation stage, this realm had become his private domain. The instant Zhu Wujie broke through, the heavenly Tao emitted a reluctant roar. All beings above the transformation stage were awakened. Investigate, determine which old fellow has broken through. Hiss, the resonance of celestial beings, the manifestation of the Tao. Could it be that someone had ascended to the realm of observing the Tao? Notify the Xin sect, see if any ancient beings from the demon, ghost, or other realms have made a breakthrough. Simultaneously, the living fossils in the ancestral lands of the demon race, the Nine Nether Hell, were jolted awake. They were filled with trepidation. Oh no, another being from the human race has emerged in the realm of observing the Tao. A voice spoke gravely, each seat of the great beings who observe the Tao is limited. We demon and monster races collectively have but 10 seats. Should a human ascend, it will inevitably squeeze one of our positions, and we may become the targets. After a pause, he continued, everyone, prepare for battle. With this declaration, the entire demon and monster realms plunged into a frenzy of preparation. Some demons, spurred by this urgency, even broke through to the golden core and nascent soul realms amidst the impending conflict. As for the exact number of transformation stage beings lurking in the shadows, forms floated above the rivers and seas, hearts dwelled atop the celestial heights, sons of the void, officials of the skies, traversing the 9 heavens and 10 realms, perceiving millions and surveying billions of miles. Was this indeed the realm of observing the Tao in this world? In the secret chamber, Zhu Wujie murmured to himself, this description of the realm of observing the Tao was exceptionally exquisite and accurate. Congratulations, host, on returning to the transformation stage, now within the realm of observing the Tao of this world. You may wield true treasures such as the immortal-slaying flying blade, the god-slaying spear, the judge's pen, the emperor's sword, and the sun-moon mirror. The merit tablet remains intact. The immortal-slaying flying blade and god-slaying spear are still at your disposal. His combat strength had returned. Zhu Wujie let out a long howl within the cave. What an exhilarating sensation! With several true treasures in hand, he could once again transcend the void and engage in battle across realms. A glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. How could my combat strength, ranking over 9,000 in the celestial elite rankings, be so low? Damn it, there are actually people above me. It seems I cannot underestimate the heroes of the world. He remained blissfully unaware of what it meant to be among the top 10,000 in the celestial elite rankings. Each small world boasted a dozen experts in the void return realm. When combined, the total number of void return experts across all small worlds approached 1 million. This figure did not even account for the highest tier ascended realms, such as the immortal realm, celestial realm, demon realm, and ghost realm, which collectively housed nearly 10 million void return experts. And yet, Zhu Wujie had managed to rank within the top 10,000 among these countless void return beings, drawing the attention of some supreme oligarchs and top-tier figures. They lowered their gazes, focusing on Zhu Wujie, eager to discern what potential and talent this being from a small world possessed to enter the top 10,000 of the celestial rankings. However, at this moment, Zhu Wujie was entirely oblivious to the value and peril this ranking entailed. During his seclusion, he murmured, the second layer of the yin-yang void-breaking seal requires 10 million merits. Clearly, they are trying to fleece me. Alas, for the sake of acquiring the secret technique to slay void return beings, I shall endure it. I need to exchange my minor merits for the second layer of the yin-yang void-breaking seal, as well as the subsequent layers of the purple chi eastward technique. Furthermore, I also require the second layer of the celestial level secret technique, the heaven and earth deception. The merit cloud's rank can be elevated? Perfect, I shall raise it by 1 tier. Oh, the small Jotian god-slaying sword formation possesses considerable power. In the future, when combating the heavenly Tao's will of this small world, it may prove useful. Please enhance its rank for me to know. I can only exchange for the great Jotian immortal slaying sword formation. What? This thing actually costs 100 billion merits? Merit tablet, have you lost your mind? Such an outrageous price. Why don't you go rob someone instead? It can slay Tai golden immortals? Forget it, I take back my question. Chapter 68 of the old servant Song Yu pays homage to his master. The master arrives at Tianqiu City, confronting the Grand Hall Master of the Qianqiu Palace. On a peak of the Tianxiang Mountain, situated 100 miles away, a dark wind suddenly swept by. It paused atop the mountain, as if someone were murmuring to themselves, the spiritual essence has formed veins, a convergence of extraordinary talents? How could this place be occupied by mere minions? He chuckled softly to himself, it seems that my opportunity has arrived. I have fortuitously discovered such a precious spiritual land before my breakthrough. How can I not shatter my current realm? Observing the Tao realm, this old ancestor is determined to attain it. He transformed into a wisp of ethereal wind, silently infiltrating the Tianxiang mountain. However, upon his arrival, a mocking voice echoed in his ears, "I have just broken through, and here comes a lackey. It appears that the heavenly Tao of this realm is quite favorable to me." The man enveloped in dark wind instinctively sensed danger and attempted to turn away, but before he knew it, the world spun around him, and he found himself trapped within a hidden chamber. His heart tightened, and he stood on guard. Raising his eyes, he beheld a young man with a vague aura, gazing at him with an inscrutable smile. His expression darkened. "A youngster, who are you to dare offend this old ancestor? Do you seek death?" Shu Wujie, calm and composed, rose leisurely, reproaching the elder shrouded in black wind. He nodded with apparent regret. "Though your cultivation is somewhat lacking, it will suffice, I suppose. In the late stage of the nascent soul, you barely qualify to be my servant." The man wrapped in dark wind erupted in fury. "Presumptuous, how dare you speak to the venerable Songyu in such a manner? You wish to court death?" His aura surged dramatically, enveloping the chamber with a formidable presence that surpassed the ordinary nascent soul. A sinister grin spread across his face. "A boy, by provoking your grandfather Songyu, you have brought upon yourself a calamity of epic proportions. Prepare to die." Slap! The sound of a resounding slap echoed. Songyu, possessing the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, was sent flying. Zhu Wujie gently grasped the air, and Songyu trembled as he was drawn before him, eyes filled with terror and unease. Observing the Tao, "This individual is actually a formidable being of the Tao realm," gasped. He was filled with a desire for death. It is well known that, within the entire 9 continents, the Tao realm is acknowledged as a dominant level of power, yet those who walk the world in this capacity are exceedingly rare. They are either the ancestral figures of the Xian sects, the lords of demonic sects, or the ghostly kings lurking beneath the 9 nether abyss. Such beings are worlds apart from him. Yet today, by sheer coincidence, he has encountered one that he felt like weeping without tears, nearly forgetting to check the calendar before venturing out today. As Zhu Wujie stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a nonchalant glance at him. "I intended to recruit a servant, yet you chose to provoke me instead. Very well, I happen to have recently refined a secret technique for crafting living puppets, and you shall serve as my practice." Upon hearing this, Songyu immediately shuddered. He fell to his knees with a thud, shouting hoarsely, "Old servant Songyu pays homage to the master. May the master's celestial path endure eternally, imperishable and everlasting." A seemingly fatal predicament had unexpectedly granted him a chance at survival. Zhu Wujie's expression turned peculiar as he murmured, "Flattery is futile." Songyu's eyes darted anxiously, and he exclaimed, "A master seeks a living puppet? I am aware of an individual, neither human nor ghost, perfectly suited for your practice." Seeing that this man was indeed terrified, Zhu Wujie could not help but find the situation amusing. He cast a sidelong glance at him. "Who?" Songyu, with utmost seriousness, replied, "This individual is the Grand Hall Master of the Qianqiu Palace, Elder Qianqiu." "Elder Qianqiu?" Zhu Wujie stroked his chin, pondering, what is his cultivation level? Songyu hastily lowered his head. "Half-step Tao realm." "Half-step Tao realm, which means half-step into the transcendence." He could certainly handle that. Zhu Wujie smiled cheerfully. "Very well, then you shall be of assistance." "Second Hall Master of the Qianqiu Palace?" Songyu immediately bent his back, bowing and scraping with exaggerated deference. "Master, you flatter this old servant. Regardless of how you address me, I shall comply." Zhu Wujie nodded in satisfaction and patted his shoulder. "Not bad, not bad. In that case, let us proceed. Lead me to meet your Grand Hall Master." The two walked out of the secluded chamber, one following the other. Outside, a furious voice rang out, "Who goes there?" Qi Yuntian, astonished and enraged, blocked Songyu's path. Upon recognizing Songyu's face, he gasped in disbelief, his hair standing on end, filled with horror. He exclaimed, "The master of the Black Wind Palace, this is bad, the Qianqiu Palace is attacking, everyone, be on guard." "The master of the Black Wind Palace?" "Master of the Tianqiong Pavilion, please do not mistake me. From this day forth, I am but a trivial servant before my master, no longer the master of the Black Wind Palace of the Qianqiu Palace." He called out urgently to Qi Yuntian, "If you continue to refer to me as the master of the Black Wind Palace, I may just lose my temper." "Qi Yuntian? What is happening here?" Zhu Wujie, observing his nervous and bewildered expression, waved his hand dismissively, casually stating, "No need to be anxious." He pointed to Songyu. "This is Songyu, he will henceforth be one of us in the Tianqiong Pavilion." Songyu, overwhelmed with flattery, "This old servant is honored." Qi Yuntian, his face a picture of disbelief, stammered, "A master, the Qianqiu Palace is the most notorious assassination organization in the 9 continents. We must not become entangled with them." His expression was one of urgency, and this master of the Black Wind Palace is rumored to have caused half-step Tao realm cultivators to meet their demise at his hands. "Master, you must not underestimate this individual. Wait a moment, old servant? What old servant? His mind seemed fragmented, struggling to connect the dots. It was only now that he grasped the situation. His eyes widened in shock as he pointed at Song Yu, his hands trembling with a quavering voice. Master, are you saying that the second hall master of the Qianqiu Palace has taken residence in our Tianqiong pavilion? Xu Wujie cast a casual glance at him. Did I say that? Qi Yuntian was immediately silenced. He took small, hurried steps toward Xu Wujie, whispering urgently, Master, think carefully, the Qianqiu Palace is infamous. Everyone seeks to eradicate them. If we associate with these cold-blooded assassins, we may attract the wrath of the righteous path. Xu Wujie walked past him, almost vanishing from sight. His voice lingered in the air. Do not worry, from this day forth, no one will dare to say that the Qianqiu Palace is infamous. Song Yu's gaze flickered with a glimmer of hope. If you truly are an ancient being of the Tao realm, I would have no qualms serving you as a servant for eternity. But if you are not, encountering the Grand Hallmaster will surely bring you great trouble. Tianzhou City, as the capital of the Yunyao Kingdom, flourished with vibrant life. Towers rose high along the Tiansu Road, a myriad of buildings standing shoulder to shoulder, and the streets teemed with a bustling flow of vehicles and pedestrians. Little did anyone know that the headquarters of the Qianqiu Palace was nestled here. On a typical day, this place was governed by the Grand Hallmaster of the Qianqiu Palace. With a creaking sound, Xu Wujie casually led them into a shop of the young attendant. Pan greeted them with a forced smile. Oh, esteemed guest, are you the second hallmaster? He promptly bowed low. Your humble servant Pan pays homage to the second hallmaster. With Song Yu in the lead and Xu Wujie following behind, hands clasped behind his back, they radiated an air of casual ease. Song Yu assumed a commanding demeanor, clearing his throat theatrically, and declared in a deep voice, Take me to see the Grand Hallmaster, I have urgent matters to report. Pan hastily complied, but after taking a few steps back, he hesitated, glancing at Xu Wujie. Second Hallmaster, may I inquire who this individual is? Song Yu's expression darkened, presumptuous. A colossal aura flickered, and Pan was instantly overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground. Enough! Xu Wujie waved his hand, halting Song Yu. His gaze sharpened, a smirk gracing his lips as he strode toward the back of the shop. As he crossed the threshold of the back courtyard, the world around him shifted. It was as if endless clouds and thunder were roaring. Looking down, he realized he had unknowingly arrived in a realm beyond the sky. Upon raising his eyes, he beheld an infinite sea of clouds surrounding him, with swirling mists and dense thunder, as if a heavenly calamity was imminent. This place was undoubtedly a secret realm. Xu Wujie's eyes narrowed as he focused on a figure seated in meditation at the farthest point within. The individual slowly opened his eyes, calm and unperturbed, and spoke. Esteemed guest, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. I hope for your understanding. Chapter 69 is slaying the great power of the observational realm. The king of Lanling, a mere child, lacks the qualifications to know my name. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from behind Xu Wujie, resembling the sound of celestial thunder. The second palace master, Song Yu, was struck with terror, exclaiming, Impossible, with such divine abilities, he is almost certainly doomed given his late-stage nascent soul strength. Zhuangzhu's gaze flickered with intrigue. May I ask how you are addressed? Xu Wujie's smile momentarily faltered, and he replied softly, Such insolence deserves punishment. With a crackle, lightning surged forth, striking at Song Yu. The assailant was not Xu Wujie but rather the great palace master who acted first. The early bird catches the worm, while the latecomer suffers misfortune. Song Yu's face paled, and he staggered backward, retreating for thousands of miles. Xu Wujie's gaze remained calm as he slowly extended a hand, employing the mysterious yellow qi capturing technique. The secret realm trembled with violent winds and thunder, flashes of lightning illuminating the scene, as if a roar echoed in the air. Zhuangzhu summoned all his cultivation, desperately resisting. Xu Wujie scoffed, Even if you have entered the observational realm, you are but a mere chicken and dog. As his words fell, his hand suddenly expanded, transforming into a colossal appendage, striking down fiercely in a specific direction. Boom! Zhuangzhu, filled with rage and fear, was sent sprawling, utterly disheveled. Then, as swiftly as it had grown, the hand retracted, pinching him firmly within its grasp, akin to lifting a chick before Xu Wujie. Song Yu hurriedly approached, a mix of surprise and delight flooding him. This calamity incarnate, no, his master, was indeed formidable. He had truly latched onto a powerful ally. Zhuangzhu, consumed by both fury and terror, stammered, Who on earth are you? I have never provoked the Qianqiu Palace, why strike so ruthlessly? Xu Wujie smirked, The Qianqiu Palace is notorious, and all its troubles originate from you. With your demise, all shall vanish. Zhuangzhu's complexion shifted dramatically. You dare! Bang! Zhu Wujie crushed him in an instant, splattering Song Yu's face with blood. He was petrified. The great palace master had just been obliterated, a being of the observational realm, reduced to nothingness so easily? He stared in disbelief, muttering, "Impossible, this absolutely cannot be." With a flick of his sleeve, Zhu Wujie dispersed the gore clinging to him, then cast a faint glance at Song Yu. The latter trembled, collapsing to the ground, hoarsely pleading, "I, your humble servant, am guilty, please punish me, my master." As Zhu Wujie approached, he casually remarked, "Such is the terrifying might of this enigmatic master. One must wonder, is there anyone in this world who can rival him, the master of the Xian sect, the leader of the demon sect? Or perhaps the lord of the Nine Nether, not to mention that inscrutable master of the celestial palace?" Song Yu dared not speculate further, nor test the waters. It was evident that as long as he clung tightly to this robust thigh, he could expect to traverse the 9 continents unimpeded in the future. His prospects appeared exceedingly bright, however. That was a matter for later. He needed to survive this immediate crisis first. His mind raced, contemplating the deeper meaning of Zhu Wujie's words. Why must the palace master be killed? Song Yu spoke gravely. The Qianqiu Palace has committed numerous atrocities, claiming countless lives and tarnishing its reputation. My master's execution of the palace master is a noble act, ridding the cultivation world of this malignant tumor. His heart is for the common folk, understanding the greater good, truly a harmonious act in accordance with heavenly principles. Zhu Wujie interrupted him, "Enough." "Yes." Song Yu felt a shiver down his spine. Zhu Wujie's expression remained neutral as he softly stated, "The reason for exterminating this scoundrel is that this is merely his avatar." "An avatar?" Song Yu exclaimed, raising his head in shock. The esteemed head of the Qianqiu Palace was merely an avatar. Could it be that his true self was concealed elsewhere? A surge of alarm coursed through Song Yu, and he thumped his chest. "Rest assured, my master. I will dig 3 feet into the ground to uncover the true body of the palace master, eradicating the roots to eliminate future threats." Yet, Zhu Wujie regarded him with a bemused smile. "No need. I already know where he is." Song Yu mistakenly believed Zhu Wujie feared the opponent and urgently urged, "Master, should we send word to the Xian sect and Celestial Palace to remain vigilant?" Zhu Wujie glanced at him dismissively. "What, are you afraid?" Song Yu's face stiffened. It was no joke. He had indeed boarded a pirate ship today. Zhuangzhu was bound to despise him. After all, he had become the quintessential double agent. "Do not worry, that person is a gentleman and will never reveal his identity," Zhu Wujie stated calmly. Song Yu sighed in relief, but soon contemplated that he would have to walk this path to the bitter end. Zhu Wujie surveyed the surroundings, then snapped his fingers. After seizing a particular object, he led Song Yu out of the secret realm. With a hum, the two re-emerged in the shop, where the attendant Pan and gaped in astonishment. They had disturbed the great palace master during his meditation, yet they still emerged alive? Song Yu waved. "Pan Hallmaster, immediately send messages to the heads of the various branches and pavilions, summoning them to Tianzhou City to pay respects to the new palace master." Pan An's eyes widened once more, akin to a startled bull. Pay respects to the new palace master? Instinctively, he glanced towards Zhu Wujie, but was struck by a sense of dizziness, unable to meet his gaze. Song Yu stepped forward, reprimanding, "Presumptuous, how dare you disrespect the new palace master? I will strip you of your cultivation right now." Pan An trembled in fear, his whole body shaking, yet Zhu Wujie waved his hand. "Enough." Song Yu offered an embarrassed smile. Subsequently, Zhu Wujie gently beckoned towards the courtyard, and a pearl fell into his hand. "Congratulations, host, for slaying a transformation stage cultivator and acquiring a spatial true treasure, with a reward of 50 million merits. 50 million merits were but a trifling matter. With a fortune of 900 million at present, he was unfazed by the 50 million. 10 days later, in Tianzhou City, beneath 100 zheng deep in a certain shop of the Qianqiu Palace, a multitude of talented individuals gathered, numerous cultivators congregated. Everyone was whispering among themselves. "Have you heard, our Qianqiu Palace has a new master?" "Hiss, that Zhuangzhu." One individual hastily raised a finger, signaling silence. The surrounding crowd fell silent, their hearts trembling. Zhuangzhu's fate was all too predictable. The sound of footsteps echoed, and everyone fell silent at once. From behind the cave's entrance, an elderly figure emerged first. The crowd's gaze flickered, their expressions turning serious. The second palace master of the Qianqiu Palace, Song Yu, stood at the forefront, his strength at the threshold of the observational realm. Upon his emergence, he quickly stepped aside, calling out, "The palace master has arrived." Moments later, Zhu Wujie entered the cave's main hall slowly. Under the dim glow, all eyes turned towards him, filled with awe, astonishment, and disbelief. Some faces turned grim, revealing their displeasure. One person spoke in a sinister tone, "Second palace master, what jest is this? Who is this man, and why is he present at our Chinchou Palace headquarters? Song Yu abruptly turned, presumptuous. Do you not see our newly appointed palace master? Do you wish to die, King of Lanling? King of Lanling was merely the alias of that assassin. The King of Lanling replied coldly with a smirk, What palace master? I see nothing but you, Song Yu, scheming to murder the palace master and supporting a puppet to usurp the throne. At this moment, Song Yu fell silent, bowing his head in silence. Xu Wujie's gaze fell upon him, and he gently inquired, Who are you? The King of Lanling sneered, You, a mere child, lack the qualifications to know my name. Chapter 70, Ascending the Qianqiu Hall to become the Eternal Tower. Recruiting the Golden Medal Assassins and allying with the intelligence organization of Baihua Valley, Xu Wujie nodded gently, Since you choose not to speak, there shall be no need for further words in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, he extended a hand toward the person. The individual seemed to have anticipated this, leaping backward with a swift motion, vanishing like a shadow. With a few flickers, he attempted to escape. However, at that moment, Xu Wujie's hand appeared to possess some magical force, pulling the King of Lanling back. His face turned pale with astonishment. Impossible, how could you possibly break through my 100 Ghosts Night Walk? With a whoosh, a flash of blade light swept by. The King of Lanling's expression of shock and rage abruptly ceased. He froze in place, collapsing weakly to the ground. The others gasped in disbelief, retreating in alarm. How could the late-stage Yuaning King of Lanling not withstand a single blow? What, pray tell, is his cultivation? Someone gasped in horror. The power of the universe in the palm, a moment in the distance. This is a divine ability of the Tao Observer realm. Everyone quickly realized the implication. They were filled with uncertainty and trepidation. A Tao Observer. This new Hallmaster is actually a formidable figure of the Tao Observer realm. Those with quick wits wasted no time dropping to their knees. I, the humble blood dripper, pay my respects to the Hallmaster. May the Hallmaster live long and prosper, and may the path of immortality flourish. Others suddenly awoke from their stupor, hastily kneeling and bowing. Xu Wujie's gaze shifted to the blood dripper, and with a gentle tone, he inquired, What is your name? The blood dripper, prostrating on the ground, replied tremblingly, My humble name is Yurang, known as blood dripper. Xu Wujie chuckled. From this day forth, you shall be the King of Lanling, promoted to Golden Medal Assassin. The assassins of Qianqiu Hall are divided into 3 ranks, Golden Medal, Silver Medal, and Copper Medal Assassins. A Golden Medal Assassin is typically a Yuan Ing existence, yet, Yurang only possesses Yuan Dan cultivation. Xu Wujie's declaration undoubtedly signified his intent to wholeheartedly support this individual in achieving the realm of true man. Yurang was both astonished and delighted. Thank you, Hallmaster. Xu Wujie casually tossed 2 bottles of elixirs. These are infant cultivation pills, which can assist you in breaking through to the Yuaning stage. He spoke with profound significance. If you can advance to the late Yuaning stage and achieve great merit, perhaps this Hallmaster can offer you further assistance. To advance to the late stage and still receive his help? Wouldn't that mean aiding him in attaining the Tao Observer realm? Yurang's expression turned euphoric. Carefully receiving the elixirs, he promptly prostrated himself again, unable to hide his excitement as he declared loudly. Yes, from now on, I am willing to follow you, my lord, through fire and water. Without hesitation Xu Wujie smiled, gesturing for him to rise. His gaze swept around the room. The crowd instinctively straightened, lifting their heads and chests as if presenting their most impressive and formidable selves to Xu Wujie for inspection. Particularly, a female Yuan Dan cultivator, amidst the gasps of others, manifested a pair of wings, delicate as butterflies, unfurled above the heads of the assembly. Xu Wujie looked up and gently asked, Who are you, and what is your position? The woman's heart fluttered. She slowly bowed, her voice sweet and melodious. I am Dai Yi, the humble master of Baihua Valley under the Qianqiu Hall. Her eyes sparkled as she softly said, The Hallmaster has avenged me by slaying Zhuanzhu, which has brought me great relief. Xu Wujie feigned surprise. Song Yu stepped forward and softly explained. Dai Yi was once a righteous cultivator, forcibly captured by Zhuanzhu and imprisoned in Baihua Valley. Xu Wujie nodded gently. I see that you have endured such hardships. Thankfully, the Hallmaster has rid us of this vile brigand. Otherwise, I would have lived in constant anxiety, unable to find peace in this life. Xu Wujie offered her a supportive gesture, appraising her before speaking kindly. I wish to establish another building outside Qianqiu Hall, named Baihua Pavilion. Would you be willing to oversee it? Dai Yi's countenance paled, and she repeatedly shook her head. I dare not. I implore the Hallmaster to retract this command. Song Yu was also taken aback. Could it be that the Hallmaster intends to support this woman? What, Dai Yi, do you not wish to assist our hall? Xu Wujie pretended to be angry. Dai Yi, trembling in fear, bowed. I dare not. To receive the Hallmaster's trust is a fortune I have accumulated over several lifetimes. However, my cultivation is lacking, and I am unworthy of such a heavy responsibility. She stammered, her expression dimming as she added, moreover, I am but a willow among reeds, and my body is tainted. Serving the Hall Master would only tarnish your esteemed identity. Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement. Dai Yi displayed a sense of self-awareness, however. After Zhu Wujie surveyed the room, he found that many not only did not refute her but actually agreed wholeheartedly. He immediately darkened his expression and let out a cold snort. Though the sound was low, to those of the true man realm, it resonated like thunder. Their faces changed drastically, and they lowered their heads in unison. Zhu Wujie, as per usual, provided Cheng Dai Yi with an infant cultivation pill, leaving her astonished and delighted, filled with apprehension. All flowery words are false, but this infant cultivation pill is undeniably real, she resolved then and there to follow this new master with unwavering loyalty. Zhu Wujie slowly declared, listen well, everyone. Baihua Valley is to be upgraded to Baihua Pavilion, temporarily overseen by Dai Yi, with status equal to that of Qianqiu Hall. Both shall be under the jurisdiction of the Eternal Tower. Do you understand? Song Yu immediately concurred. I second this. The crowd trembled within. This new master truly acts with decisiveness. Not only has he elevated Qianqiu Hall to a higher level, but he has also upgraded Baihua Valley. This solidifies his control over Qianqiu Hall. They all bowed. We concur. Zhu Wujie cast a glance at Song Yu and Dai Yi. The former second Hall Master of Qianqiu Hall, Song Yu, is promoted to Grand Hall Master, to oversee Qianqiu Hall on my behalf. I hope you two will work in unison and not grow complacent. They both responded, yes. Zhu Wujie's gaze fell once more on the King of Lanling, and he spoke slowly. Furthermore, I wish to establish another hall outside Qianqiu Hall and Baihua Pavilion, to be named the Judgment Office. Yu Rang, would you be willing to serve as the deputy director of the Judgment Office? Though it was merely a deputy position, everyone understood that it was a blatant position of trust for the master. Naturally, others looked on with envy. Yu Rang responded without hesitation, I will heed the Lord's every command. Lord. Zhu Wujie found the title somewhat peculiar. It did not sound particularly grand. He waved his hand. Change the title. Yu Rang was momentarily taken aback but complied. Song Yu chuckled softly and suggested, Master, it is time for them to introduce themselves. Zhu Wujie gently nodded. Please, present yourselves. A swordsman clad in black awkwardly clasped his fists. Qianqiu Hall, Cold Light Pavilion, Dainya, the representatives of the 100 Years Pavilion, Li Zhongjiu, paid their respects to the Lord from Wanshu City, Zhouhua Hall. There were a total of 20 subordinate forces, all presenting themselves and awaiting the holy judgment. Zhu Wujie had but one decree: 10 years. I shall grant you a mere 10 years. Whoever can recruit 10 Yuaning cultivators or expand their forces by 10,000, I shall support their promotion to Deputy Hall Master of Qianqiu Hall, and there shall be substantial rewards. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Recruiting 10 Yuaning to join, or expanding by 10,000, how simple could that be? However, Zhu Wujie added languidly, no coercion or plunder is permitted. They must join willingly. He spoke with profound significance. These individuals may be of any origin, except for alien races. The crowd's eyes flickered, eager to take action. In other words, both the righteous and the wicked are permissible. Seeing their eager expressions, Zhu Wujie knew his objective had been achieved. To suppress the rise of the corrupt and support the decline of the pure, one must strike down the demonic and the aberrant. After all, Qianqiu Hall and Baihua Pavilion are righteous. Whoever is demonic shall be slain. Moreover, once he ascends to the celestial realm, these individuals will be left behind. He waved his hand. Off you go. Such gatherings should be minimized in the future to avoid being caught in one fell swoop. The crowd erupted into laughter. What a jest. They were a nest of Yuaning old monsters. Aside from a few top-tier clan leaders, who could dare to make a move, furthermore, with Zhu Wujie, a Dao observer, stationed here, it was as secure as a fortress. Song Yu, Cheng Dai Yi, and the king of Lanling Yu Rang remained. Song Yu cautiously inquired, Master, 5 years hence, the Shen sect will summon various factions to discuss the offensive against Xiaoguang Prefecture. Should we attend? Chapter 71. Attending the gathering of the Xuanzong, you are unqualified to enter. Zhu Wujie stroked his chin, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Go, why not go? He proclaimed with righteous fervor, my Wangu Tower is a prestigious sect, and this matter concerns the safety of the entire region. How could we possibly be absent? He turned to Song Yu of the Baihua Pavilion and continued, you too shall represent Wangu Tower at the meeting. What about you, Master? Die inquired softly. Zhu Wujie replied with a beaming smile, in the grand battle of the regions, how could I possibly miss it? The others were instantly overjoyed. Zhu Wujie glanced at Die and produced a pill. This is the Tranquility and Apathy pill, which will assist you in overcoming your inner demons and elevate your cultivation. I hope you will not disappoint me. This gift of nurturing pills, along with the Tranquil Elixir, demonstrated his genuine concern and affection for her. Die's eyes glistened with tears as she choked out. Master Zhu Wujie gently patted her fragrant shoulder, speaking softly, "Do well, from now on, Wangu Tower shall be your home, let the past remain in the past. We must look forward to the days ahead." Die sobbed, overwhelmed with emotion. Yes, Die is deeply grateful for the master's gift of the pills. Zhu Wujie laughed heartily. What are a few pills in the grand scheme of things? As long as you follow me, even the realm of Tao observation is not a mere fantasy. Upon hearing this, even Song Yu revealed a fervent expression. At this moment, Song Yu stepped forward and suggested, "Master, you have now taken command of the Tianqiong Pavilion and have also subdued my Qianqiu Hall. You wield both insight and power, and with Baihua Pavilion's extensive intelligence network, why not consolidate them into a single sect?" Oh, that is a perspective Zhu Wujie had not considered. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded gently, "You are correct." Song Yu and Die exchanged glances, then stepped back and clasped their fists, solemnly requesting, "We ask the master to bestow upon us a name for the sect." Zhu Wujie pondered for a long while before slowly articulating 4 words. Song Yu trembled with excitement, murmuring to himself. Die, equally entranced, gazed dreamily. One who holds the universe, commanding the sun and moon, and alters the very heavens and earth. Such imposing words exuded grandeur, while Zhu Wujie's generosity and understanding towards his subordinates were palpable. Who could not admire such a master? Moreover, he did not disdain her past. She silently vowed to serve her master loyally in the days to come. Once matters concerning Qianqiu Hall were resolved, Zhu Wujie took Song Yu back to Tianqiong Pavilion. He placed the spatial treasure in the cave dwelling for the purpose of seclusion. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. The date for the gathering of various sects, as agreed upon by Xuanzong, was quietly approaching. Xuanzong, Shantian peak around them, the air was filled with resounding shouts. The sect master of Dushangang has arrived, the leader of the upper capital sect, Lu, has arrived, the sect master of Qingmei sect, Helian, has arrived. The master of Qianmen, Wu, has arrived. Powerful auras surged forth, some riding upon magical swords, soaring through the skies, others seated in palanquins, arriving with their vessels. There were also those who rode cranes up the mountain, their vibrant voices echoing through the clouds, persisting for ages. "Ha, Wu Izi, I never expected you to still be alive after a century." A hearty laugh resonated from a burly man. The one referred to as Wu Izi was being carried up the mountain. That he was none other than Wu Sanqi of Qianmen. Due to practicing a dark attribute technique, his yang energy diminished, resulting in his diminutive stature, hence the playful moniker. "Lu Fingzi, even if you were dead, I would still be alive." Wu Sanqi glared fiercely at the man before him, unable to restrain his harsh words. "Keep your noise to yourself. Don't embarrass me in front of the others." The speaker was He Miao of Dushangang. All 3 possessed mid-stage Yuaning cultivation. At that moment, a loud voice thundered, "The 5 sect masters of the Fulu Piao Miao Zijing Yin Yiqing Lian Tian sect have arrived." From the distant horizon, 5 formidable auras emerged, causing one to murmur in trepidation, "Late-stage great realms." Lu Buqi stroked his goatee, speaking softly, "In this great battle, they are the main actors. We can only sip the soup." He Miao approached the 2, seemingly seeking warmth in numbers, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking in a low tone. "I have heard that Qianqiu Hall has encountered some changes. Do you think that fellow will come?" Mentioning Qianqiu Hall involuntarily conjured thoughts of Zhu. They felt a deep-seated apprehension and chill. Even Lu Fingzi could not help but feel a headache. That fellow is impulsive and extreme. If he arrives, it may invite trouble. Heaven forbid we end up with neither soup nor our lives taken by him. Wu Sanqi's gaze deepened to this time. The great real person Xuanya has summoned the mid-stage Yuaning of this continent to attack the Xiaoguan continent. If he exerts his strength, that would be one thing. If he abstains, I fear even the old real person will not spare him. He emphasized, moreover, before the eyes of all, even if he possesses half-step Tao observation cultivation, would he dare to act recklessly? The other 2 nodded in agreement. That makes sense. They have arrived. The 3 felt a shiver run down their spines. In the western sky, a magnificent azure lotus bloomed, towering 100 feet high, spanning the heavens. A figure descended from the air, stepping on the lotus, appearing ethereal and unearthly, evoking a sense of reverence. To think the Qinglian sect would be willing to release her, it seems that old monster indeed possesses some audacity. Wu Sanqi's eyes glinted with greed and longing. The first true disciple of Qinglian sect, the azure lotus fairy. He Miao, typically taciturn, merely uttered a few terse words. She is but a step away from becoming a great cultivator. What? The others were taken aback, and upon closer inspection, they collectively gasped in disbelief. Lu Fingzi, incredulous, remarked, "This woman has only been cultivating for a century, yet her advancement is astonishingly rapid. Could it be that the old monster has dug up its own roots to nourish her?" Wu Sanqi, truly a match made in heaven. Pa! The two beside him simultaneously spat a mouthful of decades-old phlegm, eliciting Wu Sanqi's indignant glare. Naturally, the Azure Lotus Fairy Pan Qinglian had no time to acknowledge Lu Fingzi and the others, as she was swiftly ushered into the inner hall by the high-ranking members of Xuanzong. As they turned their gaze eastward, they beheld a serpentine silver-white demon snake soaring into the heavens. Its overwhelming aura was enough to instill fear in those of mid-stage Yuaning. Atop the demon snake stood a middle-aged man clad in scholarly robes. Wu Sanqi muttered, "I wonder what kind of luck that old man Su has encountered. As a child tending cattle, he managed to find a second-tier demon snake, and yet he insists on binding his life to it. This fellow is ungrateful. Instead of showing gratitude, he chooses to repay kindness with enmity, treating the demon as a partner and exploring humanity together, flaunting their affection everywhere. Truly incomprehensible." Lu Fingzi's expression grew grave as he slowly stated, "Do not underestimate him. Their combined strength is sufficient to contend with late-stage great realms." Upon hearing this, even He Miao could not help but narrow his eyes. The master of Tianqiong Pavilion, Shi Yuntian, the master of Qianqiu Hall, Song Yu, and the master of Baihua Pavilion, Dai, have arrived. Everyone was instantly taken aback, turning to look. Wu Sanqi was taken aback. Tianqiong Pavilion has always been a righteous sect. Why are they now entangled with the notorious assassin organization, Qianqiu Hall? He Miao, however, fixed his gaze on Dai, speaking in a somber tone. "You may not realize the gravity of this situation. Though Tianqiong Pavilion has waned, it is a place that upholds the will of heaven, renowned for its knowledge of celestial secrets. In contrast, Qianqiu Hall is the foremost assassin organization. Coupled with Baihua Pavilion's intelligence network, should they unite, the new sect formed would be incredibly formidable." He emphasized each word. "At that time, all sects within and beyond Xianhua continent will find themselves under the shadow of a sword." Wu Sanqi whispered, "Heavenly mechanisms, assassins, and intelligence, who could possibly integrate them?" Not only Wu Sanqi and Lu Fingzi, but even the major sects such as Qinglian sect and Tao Mao Zijing sect turned their attention towards them. "Stop! You practitioners of the dark path have no right to enter." Suddenly, a booming voice echoed. Chapter 72, Unveiling the Secrets of the Heavenly Sect's Leadership. "Are you not all but a collection of male courtesans and female thieves?" Shi Yuntian, Song Yu, and Dai Yi exchanged solemn glances, directing their attention towards the individual. Shi Yuntian, visibly displeased, remarked, "Master Wu, does our Tianqiong Pavilion not possess the qualifications?" He Miao and Lu Fingzi, why provoke them at this juncture? However, it was not long before Wu Sanqi and He Miao exchanged knowing looks, both revealing an expression of enlightenment. He Miao whispered, "The Heavenly Sect intends for us to probe the Qianqiu Hall and dismantle its schemes." It seems Lu Fingzi has also received the news. Wu Sanqi licked his thick lips, stating, "It is merely a test of their mettle, not a genuine offense. Let us proceed." He Miao slowly stepped forward, his voice grave. "Your Tianqiong Pavilion may indeed have qualifications, but if you entangle yourselves with the sinister organization of Qianqiu Hall, then such qualifications are rendered void. Indeed, there is also you, 100 Flowers Pavilion. My friend Dai Yi, I have long heard that 100 Flowers Valley merely cultivates and presents flowers, yet now you associate with this band of assassins. Does 100 Flowers Valley truly wish to tread this path of darkness?" In response to the inquiries of the three, Song Yu and Dai Yi had long anticipated such scrutiny. Song Yu, a seasoned individual, consistently concealed his true prowess, only revealing the faade of being at the early stage of Yuanying. Even when leveraging the power of the 5 precepts to reach the later stage of Yuanying, he still kept a hand hidden. With a faint smile, he reached into his bosom, startling everyone. Tension gripped the atmosphere. From his storage artifact, Song Yu produced a plaque inscribed with 4 prominent characters, Grand Dao Sword Sect. He Miao's pupils constricted. Grand Dao Sword Sect? Stepping forward, Song Yu raised his gaze towards the imposing gate of the Xin sect and proclaimed, "My master graced Tianqiu City just days ago, eliminating the chief culprit of Qianqiu Hall, Zhuan, and has unified the entire Qianqiu Hall, even subjugating 100 Flowers Valley, thereby establishing a new super sect known as Grand Dao Sword Sect." Upon the utterance of these 4 characters, the countenance of all present shifted dramatically, but this was not the end of it. Shi Yuntian, filled with elation, surveyed the surroundings before declaring emphatically, "The sect master proclaims that our sword sect is to be seated among the heavenly sects, equal in status to all of you." At this declaration, the leaders of the Qinglian Talisman and Zijin sects could no longer remain composed. Particularly, the Zijin faction, Yunyi Tian sect, whose strength had waned in recent years, harbored the greatest trepidation of being supplanted by a mid-tier sect. After all, the seating among the heavenly sects had always been fixed. If the Grand Dao Sword sect aspired to ascend further, it could only do so by displacing one of the 9 great heavenly sects. Who could endure such an affront? Neither the aunts nor the uncles could tolerate it. Outrageous, a handful of insignificant factions, banding together as a rabble, dare to claim the title of heavenly sect, who grants you such audacity, and you, Song Yu and Chang Dai, one a universally condemned pariah and the other a disreputable wretch, colluding in disgraceful alliance, who instills in you the confidence to stand alongside us? Truly, you are deluded, utterly unaware of your own insignificance. A cacophony of condemnation and vitriol erupted from the mouths of those who prided themselves as reputable sections. Song Yu's expression remained impassive, his demeanor unruffled. Dai, as a woman, trembled with rage at the humiliation, her eyes brimming with tears. Qi Yuntian, unable to suppress his concern, cast a sidelong glance at Chang Dai, feeling a twinge of pain in his heart. Song Yu harbored a deep-seated resentment. Recognizing the striking similarity of their plight, the scene echoed his own experiences. Xianqiu Hall had long been met with fear and disdain from the world, yet it also faced envy and scorn, always at odds with the esteemed sects of Xianhua continent. It was not that Xianqiu Hall refused to integrate, rather, it was that the various sects would not accept them. Qi Yuntian murmured, "Rest assured, the sect master will take action." But Song Yu could no longer contain himself. He rolled up his sleeves and unleashed a torrent of curses. "You speak nonsense. Though Hundred Flowers Valley entertains with beauty, it has never committed heinous acts, yet you self-proclaimed paragons of virtue. What elder has not secretly visited Hundred Flowers Valley? Who among you does not indulge, then deride it? Who among you is not of the ilk of thieves and harlots, and who among you is not dazzling on the surface while secretly indulging in vice? Let us not speak of distant examples. Take you, Wang Shiji of the Zijin sect. I have witnessed with my own eyes you coercing your youngest female disciple into your bed. Su Sanghai of the Talisman sect, you were even bolder, willing to seduce your 300-year-old sister-in-law to gain power. What, can an old tree still twist its roots after centuries? And you, Kai Shukuan of the Yunyi sect, is your behavior any better? To curry favor with the Xian sect, you presented your newly acquired 99 concubines to the esteemed Jinren Xuanye as companions. Yet the virtuous Jinren refused to be sullied by your filth, so you simply handed them over to his eldest disciple. Otherwise, how could your Yunyi sect have thrived so splendidly in recent years? Is it not because you have offered women and concubines in servitude? As for you, Qin Shoshing of the Piaomiao sect, your deeds are most remarkable. While your son guards the spirit vein and engages in battle, you sneak home to violate your daughter-in-law. Truly, a battle of brothers in arms, a father-son alliance on the battlefield. While they clash with enemies, you engage in a 3-day, 2-night duel with your daughter-in-law. Yet today, you so-called gentlemen dare to act without the courage to face the truth. TSK, I wondered why Xianhua continent could not compare to Xiaoguan continent. It is precisely because of your shameless, cowardly ilk in charge. With a decline in morals and a proliferation of scoundrels, this sect is rife with garbage, indistinguishable from man or beast. What quality can one expect from such a sect? In terms of shamelessness and depravity, who can rival you, these hypocrites? I spit. Following this unabashed tirade, the assembly erupted in chaos. Particularly, a young disciple of the Piaomiao sect trembled with fury. The secrets that were once concealed now lay bare, and not only was his reputation tarnished, but his very face had turned green with shame. The Talisman and Yunyi sects fared no better. A young prodigy gazed in disbelief at the peerless beauty beside him, who had long been fawning over him, murmuring, "Sister, is what that song person said true?" The sister, overwhelmed with shame, rebuked him vehemently, casting scorn at those around her. This only deepened the young man's despair. The purity he once admired in her was revealed to be a facade. Before him, she maintained an air of superiority, yet in the presence of their master, she groveled and flattered, even seducing. He awakened to the harsh reality. With a resounding slap, he struck his sister's face. From this day forth, I, Shiman Qing, shall no longer believe in love. Chaos ensued among the sects, a cacophony of curses filling the air. Song Yu regarded them with disdain, stating, "To speak honestly, were it not for the sect master's directive, I would have no desire to join the ranks of you male thieves and female harlots." The leaders of the Talisman, Zijin, Piaomiao, and Yunyi sects were incensed, their anger boiling over as they shouted a song, "Silence! Cease your nonsensical prattle. Do you wish for us to tear your mouth apart?" Alas, Su is truly infuriated. "Someone, take this vile demon apart limb from limb, immediately, immediately." They all clamored, "Do not restrain me. I shall slay this wicked, deceiving demon." In the face of the encroaching multitude, Song Yu remained unperturbed. He stepped forward, brimming with arrogance. "Who dares lay a finger on me? My sect master will annihilate your entire lineage. Let us see who among you is bold enough." Chapter 73. Merely a buffoon, with a flip of my hand, I can annihilate, strike. No sooner had he uttered the command than he acted upon it. Su Sanghai of the Fulu sect felt his face flush with anger. The phrase "old tree entwined with roots" seemed to strike a chord deep within his heart, evoking the most painful and humiliating memories. He acted with unparalleled swiftness and ferocity, unleashing a golden talisman. Demon Extermination Talisman, subdue this fiend for me. The Qianmiao sect suffered the gravest losses. Although in the past the father and son had appeared to be at odds, the son still held some trepidation towards him, and for the sake of their sect's legacy, they had not reached a point of irreconcilable conflict. However, once the veil was lifted today, it would be nearly impossible to mend the rift. Water spilled cannot be retrieved, a shattered mirror cannot be made whole again. Thus, Qin Shouxing, in anguish, unleashed his most formidable move. The heaven-shaking palm, Wang Shiji of the Zijin sect, although furious, understood that the relationship between a master and his female disciple was akin to that of a foster father and his adopted daughter. One was willing to give, while the other was willing to receive. Aside from some murmurs of discontent, no one's interests were truly harmed. Of course, the same could not be said for those who were sycophants. The psychological harm inflicted was beyond the realm of mere words. Meanwhile, Kaishukuan of the Yungi sect was both astonished and delighted. Originally, he had been somewhat reluctant to send a concubine to the senior brother in charge of the Xian sect, but once exposed by others, no matter how it appeared, the Xian sect had to acknowledge his favor. Would he fear that he would not reap the benefits in the future? Thus, although his voice was the loudest in anger, his strike was the weakest. Old fodder, take my earth-shattering sphere. He spun the sphere 3 times with his left hand and shook it 4 times with his right before circling it around his shoulder. The sphere began to spin even more rapidly. Then, he bellowed, "This is my unparalleled divine ability, the earth-shattering sphere, cultivated over 2.5 years, behold the sphere." As the masses surged forward, Song Yu retracted. He shouted, "Dodge!" Qi Yuntian did not evade. With a grand sweep of his hand, a shield appeared before him. Heavenly Guardian Talisman, defend, escape technique, go. The butterfly robe of the 100 Flowers Pavilion flared as enormous pink feathered wings manifested behind her, enveloping the 3 within. Thunderous booms echoed as the heaven-shaking palm descended, followed closely by the Demon Extermination Talisman. As for Kaishukuan's earth-shattering sphere, it merely left an imprint upon the trio's defenses. Kaishukuan, known for his cunning and deceit, exerted minimal effort even in battle. The sphere he conjured was weak and feeble. After a series of bombarding attacks, he found himself unable to overcome Song Yu and his companions. Su Songhai, enraged, shouted, "Yin Yang Talisman Needle, emerge!" With a light command, Diei flapped her wings. The talisman needle struck fiercely against the butterfly-like wings of her avatar but remained utterly still. In truth, they had employed a combined effort to share the burden and dissipate the impact. Cheng Diei, with a scornful expression, remarked, "Weakling, are you even capable?" Song Yu fanned the flames of discontent from the sidelines, adding fuel to the fire. "I hear his elder sister despises his brother for being weak. Who would have thought that Su would be even worse, not only short and small but also thin and feeble. Su old man, wouldn't you agree?" Su Songhai, seething with rage, spat blood and fury, shouting, "Kill! Whoever manages to slay these 3 will receive a generous reward." His inability to succeed had driven him to offer a bounty. Cheng Diei looked on with disdain. It was as if he had torn open Su Songhai's wound and poured salt into it. "Enough!" At that moment, a voice of fury finally resonated from within the Xian sect. Everyone gasped, "Real person, you have finally made your move." It was the real person Xian Yi, having emerged from seclusion. Laughter erupted. "Now, these 3 evildoers are finished." No sooner had the words left their lips than a colossal palm descended from the heavens. The moment this hand appeared, everyone tensed, as if ensnared in a quagmire, unable to move. Su Songhai's face lit up with joy. "The real person is magnificent. Please, real person, vanquish these 3 vile thieves." Qin Shouxing, overwhelmed with emotion, wept tears of joy. "A real person, you have finally intervened. Today, he is bound to suffer disgrace. If he does not kill Song Yu and his companions, he will find it impossible to quell this anger." Wang Shiji's eyes flickered. After eliminating Song Yu and Qi Yuntian, he would devise a way to capture Cheng Diei. In this manner, the Zijin sect might very well swallow the 100 Flowers Valley. In the future, he could have as many women as he desired. Yet Qi Yuntian's face turned pale with terror as he stammered, "A being of the Dao observation realm." Once the Dao observation was invoked, who could contend? Qi Yuntian's pupils constricted as he roared, "Retreat!" Cheng Diei, with a mournful smile, replied, "Retreat is impossible. We are all trapped within this confined space." However, Song Yu not only felt no fear but let out a maniacal laugh. "Old man Xian Yi, do you dare to kill me? Your sect master will surely annihilate your entire Xian sect. Not a single chicken or dog will be spared. You must think carefully." At the sound of his words, the enormous palm momentarily halted. Then, a calm and ethereal voice resounded from above, "Do not speak of your sect master. Even if Shuzhen came in person, what of it? Merely a jester, I could eliminate with a mere flick of my hand." In his subconscious, he believed that this newly established leader of the Dao sword sect was merely that half-step Dao observer. He scoffed, "Just a little mouse hiding in a dark corner. too cowardly to face the light. The colossal palm crashed down. Everyone instinctively cheered, "Long live the real person." But soon, the cheers abruptly ceased. Eyes widened in disbelief. "This is impossible," some gasped in astonishment, instinctively taking 3 steps back. "What? They were unharmed." Hiss, "Who is this person that can withstand the real person's strike?" Everyone stared, dumbstruck, at the young man standing there with a smile. Qi Yuntian let out a sigh of relief, respectfully calling out, "Sect leader." Cheng Die softly said, "Master, if you had arrived any later, I fear we might never have seen you again." Song Yu, even more exaggeratedly, fell to his knees, weeping uncontrollably. "Master, you have finally come. I have missed you dearly." This scene left everyone utterly astonished. They turned pale. "Is this the mysterious master behind the scenes?" A certain young woman from the Chumya sect, with a charming visage, gazed dreamily, murmuring, "This young man is indeed handsome. If I could possess him, my life would be worth living." She was precisely the daughter-in-law that Qin Shoshing had stolen. A female disciple from the Zijin sect, her beautiful eyes sparkling, mused, "If it were this person, I would not mind." Meanwhile, a certain petite concubine from a loft in the Xian sect, covering her heart, lamented, "Oh my dear, such a dear. Why did you take so long to arrive? Alas, I have already served 2 fine brothers." Her gaze flickered as she pondered, "If I were to plead with the young real person to spare his life, would that be within my power?" With their thoughts running wild, various factions felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Yet Su Songhai felt as if he had swallowed a fly, utterly distressed. He bellowed in rage, "Which wild brat dares to protect these 3 evildoers? Get lost!" Kaishu Kuan of the Yunni sect frowned, seemingly displeased, and blurted out, "Real person, what are you waiting for? Quickly eliminate these few." Qin Shoshing narrowed his eyes. Someone capable of stealing a moment to indulge was undoubtedly a person of exceptional intellect. He stroked his bald head, murmuring, "To compel the real person to withdraw his strike, it seems this individual possesses some influence." Outsiders viewed the scene with mere curiosity, while insiders discerned the underlying currents. Lower-tier cultivators were baffled at the real person's decision to retract his hand. Some even protested, grumbling, "The real person is truly something, he's merely a young lad, easily disposed of." An elderly cultivator, having discerned some truth, spoke with profound significance, "Young man, you cannot grasp these matters. It is best to remain silent. You think you understand so much, then tell me, why did the real person not slay that young man? What kind of young man dares to meddle in the affairs of our 9 great heavenly sects? Are you tired of living?" Wang Shiji from the Zijin sect roared in fury. Chapter 74 of 5,000 slaps in return. "You're finished, boy. Do you wish to perish?" Qin Shou's anger rendered him to speak in a local dialect. "How dare a mere true person realm stand insolently before us? Who granted you such audacity? You, bald brat, quickly skedaddle to the side, and don't linger here like an eyesore." A chorus of bewildered shouts erupted. Song Yu glared fiercely. "Insolence, daring to show disrespect to the sect master, slap him." Cheng Die reprimanded sharply. Qi Yuntian's voice turned grave. "Those who disrespect the sect master shall be mercilessly slain." Laughter erupted from the crowd. "You've cracked me up, Qi, you're regressing. Finding a pretty boy as sect master. It's laughable. Indeed, look at this fellow. Though he possesses a decent appearance, his abilities are lacking, yet he dares to aspire to be a sect leader. Could it be that you, Qi Yuntian, are using him as a shield?" Old Song, has your Qianqiu hall truly sunk so low as to appoint a mere child as sect master? It seems the title of the first assassin organization in the 9 continents ought to be revoked, and you, Miss Chang, if you truly have nowhere to go, why not join one of my 9 great sects? Rest assured, while we may lack in other aspects, we certainly have robust men. An array of insulting remarks echoed from all directions. Qi Yuntian was filled with righteous indignation. "Sect master, do not hold me back. These rotten fish and stinky shrimp are too brazen," Song Yu ominously declared. "As long as the sect master gives the order, this old servant can cleanse the reputation of everyone present." Cheng Die clenched her pearly teeth, yet remained silent. The young man standing with his hands clasped behind his back was none other than Zhu Wujie. This was his first time revealing his true self before the crowd. He gazed skyward and spoke softly. "Shen Yi, I have come to visit, yet you refuse to see me. What, am I unwelcome?" Upon utterance of these words, all noise ceased abruptly. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. No one dared to utter another mocking word. In truth, who would dare to directly address the Tao title of the master of Xian sect? Not even the leaders of the major heavenly sects would possess such boldness. Yet today, right at the gates of Xian sect, there stood a young man who dared to do so. Moreover, he did so with such candor, boldness, and even audacity. What gave him such confidence? What was his backing? Some faces shifted in hue, turning pale as a ghost. He muttered to himself. Could it be? All fell silent. Even Su Songhai, Wang Shiji, and the others shrank back like turtles. They were not fools. If it were said that Xian Yi, the true person, had voluntarily withdrawn his powers, it could be deemed an accident. However, when that individual directly called out the Tao title of Xian Yi, it implied that he possessed the qualifications to stand shoulder to shoulder with the true person. Observing the Tao, this individual was a formidable being of the observing Tao realm. In that moment, every heart trembled. They were shocked beyond measure. Who could have imagined that the masters behind Qianqiu Hall, Tianxiong Pavilion, and Baihua Valley were actually a being of an observing Tao practitioner traverses the vast seas and the boundless wilderness, overlooking countless beings, let alone the true person realm. Even a half step into the observing Tao must bow obediently before a genuine practitioner of that realm. Qi Yuntian felt an exhilarating rush, standing tall with pride. Who just claimed we lacked qualifications? Who dares to insult us? Step forward, Song Yu bellowed with authority. I challenge anyone to belittle us. Who else dares to mock my great Tao sword sect? He stepped forward and thundered, who else? No one answered. No one dared to reply. Izhu Wujie cast a casual glance at Su Songhai, Wang Shiji, and the others, then indifferently stated 5,000 slaps in return. Everyone gasped in shock. How ruthless, 5,000 slaps, and mutual ones at that. Su Songhai, Qin Shou, and Wang Shiji exchanged glances, their faces filled with indignation. Qin Shou instinctively shouted in fury, on what grounds? Smack. A slap sent him flying, hurtling 1,000 zhang away. He let out a scream, crashing to the ground, his meridians shattered. With barely a tenth of his power remaining, breathless and half-conscious, he fell into a stupor. The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, their expressions one of horror. One slap incapacitated a true person realm practitioner. Such was the might of the observing Tao realm. The terror of this realm was evident. Others barely comprehended how that slap had even landed. Su Songhai, trembling, directly slapped Wang Shiji. In his haste, he miscalculated the force. Wang Shiji, enraged, retaliated with a slap that sent Su Songhai flying. Su Songhai let out a wail as he was flung 100 zhang away. He retaliated in genuine fury. Wang, how dare you strike so hard? Su, you struck first. Kai Shukuan of Yunisek sighed in relief, feeling a mix of delight. Smack. He too received a slap. Enraged, he shouted, who the hell slapped me? Wang Shiji reveled in his misfortune. Kai Shukuan, it must have been you. Wang, with that, he raised his hand to slap back, knocking Wang Shiji to the ground. Su Songhai cheered. Aha, brother Kai, let us join forces to subdue this scoundrel. Excellent. Then the three plunged into chaos, fighting fiercely, creating quite the spectacle. Such an absurd scene left the onlookers dumbfounded, faces etched with disbelief. Fellow Taoists, is this enough? Suddenly, a gentle sigh echoed. It was Xian Yi, the true person. Everyone rejoiced. The true person was about to intervene. Surely he would subdue that individual. Yet Shu Wujie merely retorted, who do you think you are? How dare you question me? In that moment, some were utterly petrified, while others felt an overwhelming joy. Some laughed maniacally. He has finished. This new sect master of the great Tao sword sect is doomed. Daring to show such disrespect to the true person, his path has come to an end. Others scoffed repeatedly. La newborn calf fears no tiger. The true person grants you a modicum of respect, and you take it seriously? Truly ignorant indeed. What of the observing Tao? The true person has slain observing Tao demons in the past. This one is destined to perish. Yes, do not think that possessing observing Tao prowess allows you to act with impunity. When faced with Xian Yi, you'll find no place to hide. Some even openly called out, we beseech the true person to eradicate the evil sect of the great Tao sword sect. Indeed, the true person's powers are boundless. He will surely suppress such a demon. Izhu Wujie looked up, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and smiled at the old man. Is incompetent, ruining my Shenhua prefecture's fortune. Allowing these ignorant fools to use such a crime is unforgivable. Upon this proclamation, the crowd erupted, publicly insulting Xian Yi. This was tantamount to declaring war. Truly, how could one tolerate such insolence? This boy is arrogant and overbearing. We implore the true person to slay him. Indeed, the true person's cultivation is unfathomable. Decades ago he could slay observing Tao beings. Today he will surely eliminate this demon leader. Indeed, many nodded in agreement. Who could endure public humiliation? Xian Yi, too, could not tolerate it. He appeared somewhat irate. What, do you truly wish to pursue this matter? He spoke calmly. Very well, if that is the case, then I shall let the world know why my Xin sect has always led the way. Saying this, from the depths of the Xin sect, a radiant figure emerged, towering at a height of 10 zhang. He was cloaked in a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling an emissary of the great Tao. He stood for justice, majestic and imposing. All present were invigorated. This boy is finished. What of the observing Tao? Walking the path of evil and heresy leads only to destruction. Indeed, no matter how strong you are, when faced with the true person Xian Yi, you must bow your head. Ha, this individual is ultimately too young. He dares to provoke the true person upon his emergence. He deserves his fate. Just watch. Tianxiong Pavilion is on shaky ground. Qianqiu Hall is infamous, and Baihua Valley is a den of filth. All shall be obliterated. Once Xian Yi makes his move, all demons and monsters will be eradicated. This boy is undoubtedly doomed. Chapter 75 of the defeat of Xian Yi, the foremost of Xianhua continent. Thus, beneath the watchful gaze of all, Xian Yi struck against Zhu Wujie. He raised his hand and unleashed a lethal move, binding Zhu Wujie with the power of heaven and earth, then wielding unparalleled divine abilities to confine and slay him. The act of observing the Tao was intangible yet devastating, capable of annihilating the very fabric of existence. The continents sank and the land was ravaged, all within the blink of an eye. Yet, in the face of such a formidable assault, Zhu Wujie remained unfazed. He wore an expression of incredulity. "Is this all you can do?" he boldly proclaimed. "Xian Yi, if this is your only capability, you might as well wash up and sleep. From now on, matters of your Xian sect will be managed by my Tao Sword sect." With a significant undertone, he continued, "What your Xian sect dares not manage, my Tao sect shall. What your Xian sect cannot handle, my Tao sect will. In essence, my Tao sect governs all under heaven, including the skies, the earth, and the very air we breathe, sanctioned exclusively by the heavenly Tao. Do you comprehend?" Xian Yi was incensed. After hundreds of years of cultivation, his tranquil and untroubled state of mind was utterly shattered. He finally understood that the target of Zhu Wujie, from the very beginning, was not the 9 great heavenly sects, but his own Xian sect, himself, Xian Yi. The opponent had long plotted this, and now, the dagger was drawn, revealing its sharp edge. Zhu Wujie aimed to eliminate Xian Yi, obliterate the Xian sect, and build up the Tao Sword sect upon the ruins of the Xian sect. Furious, Xian Yi roared, "To win, one must possess the means. You, a mere junior who has just entered the realm of observing the Tao, think you can defeat me, perhaps in your next life. Die." At last, Xian Yi unleashed his trump card. The heavens turned upside down, enveloped in darkness. A wave of terror surged through the crowd, causing them to scream in fear. This move was none other than the renowned signature technique of Xian Yi. The overturning of heaven and earth, however, faced with such a violent strike, Zhu Wujie scoffed, "I have witnessed the defiance of formidable techniques from the most powerful of the void return realm. What does yours amount to?" With a casual wave of his hand, he uttered, "Cease the conflict." The moment he spoke, all phenomena vanished in unison. An aura that far surpassed the anomalies of heaven and earth emerged, unmistakably the power of the heavenly Tao. Xian Yi cried out in horror, "This is impossible. How can you wield the power of heaven and earth? Who are you, truly?" He was defeated, utterly and humiliatingly so. With even his signature technique failing, he was left without any means to resist. Zhu Wujie had not even resorted to his flying knives or the golden bamboo becloud sword. Merely relying on the power of the heavenly Tao, he suppressed Xian Yi. With a light laugh, he remarked, "Easily vanquished. I have yet to exert myself, and you have already fallen." Upon Xian Yi's defeat, everyone was left in disbelief. Some even gaped as if 2 balls could fit into their mouths. Exaggeration, shock, and incredulity filled the air. "What? The renowned Xian Yi has actually been defeated? How can this be?" Some were driven to madness. They could not fathom that someone as powerful as Xian Yi had fallen. It was well known that Xian Yi was their most revered figure. If even he could be vanquished, it meant that the nefarious organization, the Qianqiu Hall, had truly ascended to dominate over them. Someone cried out in despair, "Heaven above, earth below, why are you so unjust as to allow the wicked to prevail? I refuse to believe it, I refuse." Despite their reluctance to accept it, they could not deny the truth. Zhu Wujie had vanquished Xian Yi. The Tao Sword sect had subdued the Xian sect, rising to become the foremost among the 9 great heavenly sections. When this reality was acknowledged by all, expressions of disbelief were etched upon their faces. Some murmured to themselves, "From this day forth, the tide shall turn." "It is you are the one!" Xian Yi exclaimed, bewildered. "You were the one who broke through that day." Zhu Wujie cast a cap. "Whether it is true or not changes nothing." Xian Yi's expression stiffened. After several shifts in his demeanor, a semblance of a smile broke through. "A friend, the title of the foremost expert of Xianhua continent rightfully belongs to you. Your prowess is extraordinary, truly befitting the leader of the Tao Sword sect. I am in admiration. Come, my esteemed friend, please enter." Xian Yi gestured invitingly, eager for Zhu Wujie to step inside. Zhu Wujie smiled lightly, waving his hand dismissively, and entered the Xian sect with nonchalance. Witnessing this scene, everyone was rendered speechless. Those who had previously mocked Zhu Wujie now stood with their mouths agape, eyes glazed over in disbelief. Some clutched their heads in anguish, muttering, "This cannot be, it cannot be, how could Xian Yi bow to him, how could he possibly defeat Xian Yi, I refuse to believe it." Others broke down in tears, lamenting, "It is said that it is over, the wicked have triumphed over Xian Yi, the end of the world is nigh." However, this was merely an isolated instance. The true tide of opinion was shaped by those who flattered and fawned. This world has never lacked those who seek to add praise to the already applauded. Even Su Tsunghai cast aside his arrogance, forcing a smile. The sect leader possesses vast powers and unfathomable skills, truly deserving of the title of an enlightened immortal. Indeed, I once thought the Qianqiu Hall to be narrow-minded, only knowing violence, yet today I realize how shallow we have been. Oh dear, Dai, you are rightly a heroine among women. I apologize to the three esteemed individuals, please do not judge me by the standards of us shamelessly ignorant individuals. Looking at Su Songhai, Wang Shiji, and others, who just moments ago had held themselves high and mighty, now bowing in apology and showing respect, Dai appeared dazed, as if trapped in a dream. Qi Yuntian's expression faltered. Just moments ago he had called for violence, and now he was all smiles. He, after all, was a man of integrity and could not stoop to such insincerity. He coldly remarked, to be haughty and then humble is indeed laughable. Su Songhai and the others wore awkward expressions. It was Songyu, with his graceful demeanor, who gently coughed and, with the air of a master, offered a slight smile to help Su Songhai and the others rise. No need for such formalities, we are all leaders of our respective sects. Such behavior is rather inappropriate. However, despite his words, he did not deter the trio from their apologies. After a round of feigned politeness and pleasantries, they finally ceased. As they entered, various sects filed into the hall, and Xian Yi appeared as a venerable elder dressed in a multicolored Taoist robe, adorned with an exorcising peachwood hairpin. His long beard floated, resembling a kind and respected sage. Coupled with his signature warm smile, he embodied an aura of celestial grace, yet, this visage was perceived differently by the leaders and elders of the various sects. To them, he stood as an imposing mountain, silently towering. The profound and unfathomable nature of his strength resembled the towering presence of the Xian sect, powerful and esteemed, eclipsing all other sections. Yet, many eyes discreetly shifted to the other figure. If Xian Yi was an unattainable peak, then the young leader of the Tao Sword sect, who had risen mightily, was the vast and boundless ocean, seemingly calm, yet concealing a turbulent undercurrent. It harbored a terrifying force. The ceaseless currents of his power were intimidating, instilling a chilling sense of awe. The ferocity of the realm of observing the Tao was indeed terrifying, and this was merely the tip of the iceberg of Zhu Wujie's true combat prowess. Friend Zhu, what are your thoughts on our Xianhua continent's campaign against Xiaoguan? Chapter 76. A clash of titans. Zhu Wujie, is that all? Xian Yi, the true man, wasted no time in beating around the bush, directly addressing the matter at hand. With a benevolent smile, he appeared to be nonchalant, yet his words struck at the very core of Zhu Wujie's heart. However, while you, Xian Yi, are a seeker of the Tao, Zhu Wujie is equally a seeker of the Tao. Moreover, Zhu Wujie's cultivation technique, derived from the myriad heavens, is undoubtedly superior to that of a mere native like yourself. Do you really think you can subdue me? How utterly oblivious you are to your own limitations. With a flicker of his gaze, Zhu Wujie chuckled softly. This is a matter concerning you, Xian Yi. Why must you inquire of me? Xian Yi's smile faltered. He had assumed he could sway Zhu Wujie through righteous arguments, but was taken aback to find him impervious to persuasion. Internally seething, he thought, do not presume. With that treasured artifact in hand, I have slain opponents of the same rank before. His smile faded, and in a calm voice, he said, since you, Taoist Jew, are unwilling to involve yourself in the great conflict between the two continents, I shall not press the issue. He feigned regret, stating, yet, you are the one whom all parties look up to. Should you abstain from this battle, the various sects will undoubtedly feel a sense of disappointment. The crowd in the hall breathed a collective sigh of relief, discreetly wiping the cold sweat from their brows. Faced with the confrontation between two mighty seekers of the Tao, they were filled with trepidation, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. However, Zhu Wujie's next words caused a dramatic shift in the expressions of everyone present, eliciting feelings of shame and anger. With a look of incredulity, Zhu Wujie remarked, is their disappointment truly of any significance? Then turning to Xian Yi, he added with a smirk, furthermore, why should it concern you whether I choose to participate in the battle or not? What authority do you hold? All present widened their eyes in disbelief. How dare he speak to the true man in such a manner? Could it be that he genuinely fears no repercussions from the true man's wrath? Even if he is a seeker of the Tao, can a fledgling youth truly believe he can best Xian Yi? After all, Xian Yi has wielded his power over the Xian sect for 200 years. 2 centuries ago, he was already invincible in the realm of Xianhua, and Zhu Wujie has only just begun his journey as a seeker of the Tao. Does he not fear the consequences of his arrogance? Indeed, the humiliation of being publicly challenged caused Xian Yi's expression to darken. He furrowed his brow and warned the Taoist Jew, do not overstep your bounds. The warning was unmistakable, yet Zhu Wujie merely laughed. In truth, he had never come to the Xian sect seeking friendship. On the path of cultivation, we are all mere competitors, the one who can subdue the other shall emerge victorious. Moreover, there exists an insurmountable enmity between Zhu Wujie and Xian Yi. It is a matter of life and death. Having already vanquished one of his avatars, there is no reason to spare the true body. As for the notion of lying in wait for decades, scheming against one another, only to unite against a common enemy, the Xian sect reaping the benefits, Zhu Wujie has neither the time nor the inclination for such games. If action is to be taken, it must be decisive. He seeks to bring Xian Yi down from his pedestal. This, indeed, is the confidence of the invincible. With a direct approach, he saw no need for eloquence. Xu Wujie burst into laughter, pointing derisively at Xian Yi, a pretentious hypocrite who fancies himself a paragon of virtue, yet is nothing more than a mere facade. Is the realm of seeking the Tao truly formidable? In my eyes, you, Xian Yi, are merely a slightly more powerful form of muck. Xu Wujie raised his chin with pride. I could extinguish you with a mere flick of my wrist. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Meanwhile, Song Yuqi, Yun Tian, and Cheng Die below were utterly dumbfounded, rendered completely speechless. Song Yu muttered, "What is our master doing?" Cheng Die's eyes glimmered with fervor as she licked her enticing crimson lips. "Indeed, my master remains as domineering as ever. I find it delightful." Others exchanged glances of uncertainty, while Xian Yi, now visibly agitated, rose abruptly. He fixed his gaze on Xu Wujie, his voice icy. "From my perspective, Taoist Jew, you do not appear to be here to participate in the sect alliance. Rather, you seem intent on provoking a confrontation." His eyes glinted with cold malice, a formidable killing intent emanating from him. "Speak, what do you truly desire?" In an instant, the atmosphere in the grand hall grew frigid, leaving everyone aghast. Xu Wujie smiled faintly and replied, "I wish to sever your head from your shoulders." "Do you comprehend?" Xian Yi was nearly driven to laughter by the absurdity that he erupted into loud, mocking laughter, then pointed an accusing finger at Xu Wujie, his voice filled with fury. "Demon, do not act with impunity within my Xian sect. Out of courtesy, I have addressed you as Taoist. Should you fail to recognize your place, today shall be your demise. Who would have thought that you would refuse my goodwill and instead invite your own downfall? Very well. Today I shall once again rid the world of evil, vanquishing you, this calamity of the world." With a sweep of his sleeve, he commanded to everyone, "Retreat." All present hastily fled the grand hall, fearing the impending clash between the seekers of the Tao would engulf them. They took refuge in the surrounding towers, mountains, and lawns, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Once everyone had vacated, Xian Yi resignedly remarked, "I had intended to seek you out later. Who would have guessed you would deliver yourself right to my doorstep?" Xu Wujie replied with calm assurance, "Having dispatched one of your avatars, I reason that rather than nurturing a potential threat, it is far better to eliminate it once and for all." It turned out the master of the Qianqiu Hall was indeed an avatar of Xian Yi, the leader of the righteous path, who could have anticipated that, under the direction of this esteemed figure, a series of bloody upheavals would occur over the years? Xian Yi's smile turned sinister. "Arrogant, ignorant youth, since you have willingly walked into my trap, I cannot allow you to leave." As his words faded, he thrust his hands outward, and a disc the size of a palm materialized above his head. The disc was inscribed with intricate symbols of the sun, moon, stars, 5 elements, 8 trigrams, for symbols, and 6 paths. As Xian Yi infused it with his power, the disc radiated a brilliant light, seemingly summoning a mysterious force. Suddenly, the grand hall trembled gently, as if dark storm clouds were brewing above. Xian Yi bellowed, "Thunder Array Refining Hall!" Boom! The entire hall shook violently. Crackling sounds echoed as dazzling bolts of lightning erupted outside the hall, illuminating the surroundings with a mesmerizing glow. The bolts twisted and coiled like serpents, soaring through the air like dragons. Each flash of lightning possessed the power to annihilate any nascent soul. True man, looking up, one could see over 3,000 bolts of lightning converging upon the hall. To vanquish a seeker of the Tao was not a daunting task, yet Xu Wujie wore a look of disdain. "If this is all the power you possess, you may still find yourself destined for suppression at my hands." Xian Yi's eyes darkened with malice as he coldly retorted, "You insolent child, today, you shall witness the might of my annihilation in god-slaying formation." He unfurled his power and pointed at the disc. Come, in an instant, he unleashed all the lightning. The sound of roaring thunder filled the air as torrents of lightning surged toward him, converging in the palm of his hand. He brought his fingers together, forming a fist. In that moment, his palm transformed into a thunderous weapon, a fist of lightning. A tremendous force finally manifested upon Xian Yi's fist, powerful enough to annihilate a seeker of the Tao. But Xu Wujie merely smirked. "Is that it?" Chapter 77. "Never again shall I be a lickspill in this life. The weak do not deserve love," I exclaimed. "Are you capable or not, you pathetic sycophant?" Xian Yi, in a fit of rage, thundered, "Impudence!" His voice reverberated, a mighty roar that toppled the onlookers from various sects gathered outside. Yet, Xu Wujie merely flicked his sleeves, causing a myriad of golden bamboo swords to hover beside him. The resplendent golden blades, resembling columns of gold, stood silently within the grand hall. Upon a cursory glance, there were no fewer than 108 swords. Xu Wujie extended his palm, and the golden swords quivered in unison. In an instant, they coalesced into a single sword, gathering before him. His brows and eyes, sharp as blades, radiated a menacing brilliance, revealing for the first time his imposing demeanor that looked down upon the world. He opened his fist, gripping the colossal sword, and with unwavering resolve, he swung it downward toward the oncoming Xian Yi. With a mighty slash, the sword's aura pierced the heavens, soaring into the sky. It shattered the heavy thunderous hall and penetrated the tempestuous clouds above. With a whoosh, a beam of light cleaved through the thunder. After a prolonged silence, the sound of footsteps echoed. From within the thunder hall emerged a figure, none other than Zhu Wujie. In the eyes of the onlookers, filled with dread and astonishment, Zhu Wujie slowly declared, the principal culprit of the Qianqiu Hall. Henceforth, the Xian sect shall merge with the Grand Dao Sword sect, renamed as Xian Sword Peak. Those who defy this order shall be executed. Furthermore, let it be proclaimed throughout the land. Any who align themselves with the criminal of the Qianqiu Hall shall face annihilation of their sect and clan. Those who believe in my Dao sect shall attain eternal life. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their minds roiling with tumultuous waves. Song Yu, with keen insight, flew forth as Zhu Wujie exited the thunder hall. He bowed deeply, his voice hoarse from fervor. They kill indiscriminately, treating fellow cultivators as mere straw dogs, and forcing us of the same path to live like pigs and dogs, deserving of extermination. The sect leader ventured to Tianzhou City and slayed the bandit leader, only to discover it was merely Xianye's avatar. Thus, for the sake of the common people and the safety of the sects, the sect leader personally ascended the Xin sect and dealt with this fiend. I, the old servant, congratulate the sect leader on behalf of the sects and the common people of the 9 continents. May the sect leader enjoy boundless longevity and everlasting prosperity in the immortal path. He exclaimed loudly, I, the old servant Song Yu, wish to eternally follow my master. Yet, he, being tongue-tied, stammered out a phrase in his native dialect, me too. Chang Die's complexion flushed with admiration and infatuation. The others, witnessing this, also sighed with relief. Who among them wished to engage in a deadly struggle? Nevertheless, Zhu Wujie's actions instantly garnered goodwill from the various sections. Zhu Wujie scanned the assembly, saying nonchalantly, who among you wishes to deliver a message to the heavenly palace of Xiao? Kai Shukun from the Young sect felt a pang of anxiety. His fellow brothers seemed too eager to submit. Why couldn't they show a little more backbone and leave the flattery to him? Gritting his teeth, he stomped his foot and prostrated himself before Zhu Wujie, declaring loudly as if swearing an oath to the heavens, Master, my Young sect is willing to merge entirely with the Grand Dao Sword sect, contributing to its foundation, and from this day forth, Old Kai, you are truly ruthless, playing such a deep game. Zhu Wujie regarded the leaders of the major sects with a profound gaze. A smile crept across his face as he helped them rise, speaking gently, we are all comrades of this continent. There is no need for such formality, however, esteemed sect leaders, your statuses are precious, it is not fitting for you to undertake such menial tasks. His gaze shifted to Qi Yuntian. Yuntian, you shall arrange for someone to make the journey. Qi Yuntian's heart leaped with joy. The master has not forgotten me. He replied loudly, yes, I shall undoubtedly fulfill the task assigned by the master to perfection. Some called him sect leader, while others addressed him as master, revealing the nuances of their relationships. I, Pan Qinglian, pay my respects to the Dao sect's master. Suddenly, a graceful and exquisite beauty emerged, bowing deeply to Zhu Wujie. Her waist was slender and perfectly shaped, a vision of alluring curves. Zhu Wujie looked on indifferently. What is it? Does the Qinglian celestial sect refuse to comply? Pan Qinglian, with a visage as radiant as a my Qinglian celestial sect wishes to form a defensive alliance with the Grand Dao Sword sect, and I hope the master grants us this favor. A defensive alliance? What terms do you propose? Zhu Wujie inquired with a hint of amusement. Pan Qinglian replied with a smile, the Qinglian celestial sect is willing to offer me, a mere junior, as a concubine to the master in exchange for your protection of our sect for 300 years, ensuring that neither party will infringe upon the other. What do you think, master? However, facing such an easily obtainable beauty, Zhu Wujie regarded Pan Qinglian with an expression akin to viewing a simpleton. Do I seem like a lecherous man to you? Gasps of astonishment filled the air. This elder, faced with such an enchanting beauty, appeared utterly uninterested, treating her as if she were but a piece of refuse. Yet, they quickly came to terms with it. The weak, a stunning beauty is a luxury. To a true conqueror, she is but a mere condiment. Nevertheless, envy lingered. The crowd anticipated that after such a setback, Pan Qinglian would concede defeat, yet, they underestimated the resolve of the Qinglian fairy in her pursuit of the Tao. Her gaze burned with fervor as she bit her lip and stepped forward. To be honest, I possess the innate body of the Grand Dao Qinglian. Once we engage in dual cultivation, I can assist you in advancing your cultivation, even potentially reaching unimaginable realms. Again, the crowd turned pale, some faces displaying mixed emotions. The goddess they revered now appeared so humble before a formidable figure, even yearning for his favor. It truly echoed the saying, in your eyes, the goddess may seem aloof and proud, but before a powerful conqueror, she will be as obedient as a kitten, exceedingly compliant, even proactively so. Many young witnesses to the goddess's desire for Zhu Wujie's affection felt their emotions intertwine. They finally understood a power is everything. Without strength, one is not only oppressed and mocked by peers, but even the goddess they ardently pursue may not spare them a glance. They silently vowed that unless they became true masters, they would not be content to remain as mere mortals. Chapter 78 Pan Qinglian, my lord, I yearn to become your woman. Zhu Wujie, oblivious to his own nonchalance, as he pondered, Song Yu exchanged a glance with Cheng Die. A bittersweet sensation washed over Die, but she quickly regained her composure. Such a towering and formidable figure as her master was not one she felt worthy of. She stepped forward and softly spoke, Master, it is my humble belief that since you have established the Grand Di Dao Sword sect, it is imperative to leave behind a lineage. She smiled and added, this would also provide hope for those beneath you. With offspring comes continuity. Zhu Wujie nodded gently, that makes sense. His gaze softened as he turned to Pan Qinglian, since fate has brought us together, then come, join my sect. Pan Qinglian, congratulations, my lord, on acquiring a fair lady, solidifying our sect's enduring prosperity and unbroken lineage. The other sect leaders, elders, and young talents all bowed in unison, their congratulatory voices ascending to the heavens, echoing endlessly. With a glint in his eye, Song Yu continued, might I request the bestowal of a title, so that the world may revere it? After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Wujie slowly enunciated two characters, Tai Wei. A tremor coursed through Song Yu, and all present bowed deeply. We pay our respects to the true person of Tai Wei. Thus, the name Tai Wei resonated throughout the land. From this day forth, the entire Xianhua continent was engulfed in a wave of shock, igniting a tempest of commotion. What did you say? The master of the Xian sect, true person Xian Yi, has been slain. Are you jesting? With a single sword strike capable of slaying at the Dao observation realm, what manner of being is this master of the Di Dao sword sect? Alas, the fairy Qinglian is indeed fortunate to become the mistress of this Xianhua continent. Her timing is impeccable. The affairs of the world are exceedingly mysterious and splendid, none can predict what tomorrow holds. Indeed, just days ago, I heard that the Kifu from Xiaoguang continent had slain the deputy master of the Xian sect, true person Xian Yi, who then summoned various sects to retaliate against Xiaoguang. Who would have thought that he would be vanquished as an evil spirit in the blink of an eye? Who could have foreseen such a turn of events? Congratulations to the host for merging with the innate Di Dao Qinglian physique, planting a seed of the innate Di Dao Qinglian true embryo, and nurturing a strand of innate Qinglian true energy, earning 20 million merits. Additionally, the host has slain a master at the transformation realm, suppressing the rising turbid energy in this small world, accelerating the recovery of the pure energy, gaining 50 million merits, receiving 10 strands of celestial laws, and a treasure pouch. The 10 strands of celestial laws would aid him in advancing his cultivation level, while the treasure pouch might yield unexpected surprises. Die in the chamber of the Xian sect, now renamed the Di Dao Sword sect, Zhu Wujie slowly rose. He glanced at the alluring figure curled up on the bed and smiled faintly. The experience of unwrapping was indeed delightful. Lifting the covers, it was as if plum blossoms had bloomed upon the bed, tinged with a hint of blood. He spoke softly, you have lent me your strength, I presume you have a request of me, which you may voice at any time. The curled figure turned to him, her eyes glistening with tears. It was evident that her emotions were overwhelmed with joy. Feeling elated by Zhu Wujie's affection and the impending vengeance she sought, she buried her head in Zhu Wujie's embrace. After a moment, she murmured dreamily, Husband, the former master of the Qinglian celestial sect coveted my unique constitution, capturing me from a young age and murdering my biological parents, slaughtering my entire Pan family. I have endured humiliation for many years, yet I have been powerless against him. I implore you, my husband, to aid me in avenging this grudge, for the sake of our bond. With tear-filled eyes, she continued. It appeared that the former master of the Qinglian celestial sect had intended to keep her for himself. Unfortunately for him, Zhu Wujie had intercepted her first. In truth, Pan Qinglian's Di Dao Qinglian physique would only reach its full potential once she advanced to the Dao observation realm. At that point, she would have been used as a furnace by the former master of the Qinglian celestial sect, drained of her essence to the point of death. Pan Qinglian's approach to the Xian sect was initially to offer herself to Xian Yi. But alas, Xian Yi had been slain by Zhu Wujie, inadvertently benefiting him instead. With the sequence of events clear in his mind, Zhu Wujie laughed heartily. As Pan Qinglian gasped in astonishment, he pulled her into his embrace and, within a cave at its base, an emaciated elder suddenly opened his eyes. He gazed in astonishment, proclaiming loudly, which fellow Taoist dares to visit the Qinglian celestial sect? Zhu Wujie smirked coldly, a mere initial stage of Dao observation dares to covet my woman? You are not worth lamenting. As soon as he finished speaking, his sleeves billowed, and the air buzzed incessantly. No less than 108 sharp flying daggers hovered beside Zhu Wujie. He flipped his hand and commanded coldly, "Drop." The flying daggers plummeted instantaneously, crashing onto the mountaintop with a resounding explosion. Just before the daggers struck, the mountaintop erupted violently. A frail figure emerged, and Pan Qinglian gasped, as if gripping a handful of sweat. She whispered, "Husband, this man is the former master of the Qinglian celestial sect, Wan Wutu. Though he possesses only initial stage Dao observation cultivation, he has colluded with Xian Yi and has slain a master at the late Dao observation stage. Be cautious." Zhu Wujie's gaze flickered. The late Dao observation stage was comparable to the late transformation stage. However, in the eyes of Zhu Wujie, who had already slain masters at the void return stage, such a late transformation expert was akin to swine or canine easily disposed of. "Who exactly are you? One has no enmity with you, yet you dare to offend the Qinglian celestial sect. Do you not fear true person Xianye's retribution?" In the sky above, Zhu Wujie chuckled lightly and replied leisurely, "If you wish to know whether he will pursue you, why not descend and inquire directly?" As his words fell, his expression turned icy, and he bellowed, "Slay." The single word rang like thunder, reverberating through the surroundings. The flying daggers swooshed downward, instantly obliterating the towering mountain into rubble, scattering it far and wide. Escaping the calamity, Wan Wutu roared in fury, unhesitatingly releasing a skull from his hand. "Be careful! This fiend possesses a treasured artifact known as the Blood Skull. True weapon. It appears as a mere skull, but it is forged from 9,999 bloodthirsty skulls, its power rivaling that of the world's most formidable demonic weapon." As she spoke, the skull below expanded instantaneously, transforming into tens of thousands of flaming skulls. Zhu Wujie's expression remained calm as he pressed down with one hand, indifferently uttering two words, "Strangle." The flying daggers swiftly altered their trajectory, intertwining in a deadly dance. Amidst Wan Wutu's rage and he bellowed furiously, "My blood skull true weapon has slain masters at the late Dao observation stage. How can it be defeated by the flying daggers of a mere child like you?" Zhu Wujie smiled enigmatically. A frog at the bottom of a well knows nothing of the vastness of the stars. "Today, I shall reveal to you what true power entails. Witness what it means to be a genuine master of the Dao observation realm. To slay you is as effortless as crushing an ant." Chapter 79. Zhu Wujie slays Xuanye before annihilating Qinglian. In the celestial palace, Yuan Hao declares, "This individual is my sworn enemy. At the transformation realm, he possesses the ability to transcend the heavens. With a mere flick, he could submerge continents and devastate lands. Shifting mountains and overturning seas is but a trifle." Zhu Wujie's gaze sharpens, radiating a startling brilliance. Beside him, 108 resplendent golden bamboo cloud swords materialize. The sword aura is piercing, and a malevolent energy pervades the atmosphere, enveloping a radius of 10,000 miles. In the face of Wan Wutu's terror, the flying swords and blades coalesce into an enormous array of slaughtering blades. Their might approaches that of the Taoist realm. Above the Taoist realm resides the celestial being, and the celestial being realm is comparable to the void return realm. This array, which has previously slain the will of the heavenly Dao and eradicated the void return master Chasangzi, re-emerges into the light above the deadly sword formation. A mysterious pattern flickers in and out of sight. The sword array integrates as one, slaughtering the transformation realm beings as if they were mere livestock. He suddenly bellows, "Slaughtering sword array, vanquish demons and exorcise evil." In an instant, all living beings engulfed by the sword array are reduced to dust. Even Wan Wutu, comparable to the transformation realm, meets a gruesome end after enduring 3,600 flying knives and piercing swords. His anguished and defiant voice reverberates in the air, "I am the foremost slave of the demon god domain. You dare to kill me, the demon lord will not let you go." Zhu Wujie raises an eyebrow and "If he dares to come, I shall ensure his demise here." Ultimately, Wan Wutu dies with unblinking eyes, completely fallen. Below, the disciples of the Qinglian celestial sect are already paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground in panic and cries of terror. Zhu Wujie pats the alluring figure in his embrace. "Go, it is your time to shine." Having witnessed Zhu Wujie's effortless slaughter of a Taoist master, Pan Qinglian has utterly surrendered, prostrating herself in reverence. With a seductive smile, she softly replies, "Your servant obeys." First, slay Xuanye, then annihilate Qinglian. Zhu Wujie's successive acts of violence astound all of Xianhua continent. It leaves the titans of Xiaoguan continent in uproar. Who is this person, possessing such formidable strength? Could he truly be a malevolent entity from beyond the heavens? With a grave expression, someone slowly speaks. When the celestial demons descended from beyond, they are a supreme evil. Currently, they are wreaking havoc in Xianhua continent, yet have not yet encroached upon our domain. However, the principle of if the lips perish, the teeth are cold is not lost on any of you. In my view, we should summon the fellows from the other 7 continents to jointly deliberate on a grand plan to exterminate the demons. Others not in agreement. What the grand offering says is reasonable. However, in the face of a great enemy, we must set aside past grievances and prioritize the greater good. Indeed, the immediate task at hand should be to focus on the grand endeavor of demon eradication. Finally, the person seated at the head slowly opens his eyes, his expression is calm, and within his gaze, it seems as if the sun, moon, and stars flicker out of existence, as if several decades have passed in the blink of an eye. Once he speaks, all present adopt solemn expressions, holding their breath in concentration. He speaks softly, then let a decree be sent to all sects, from this day forth, we shall commence preparations for war. Simultaneously, messages shall be. He pauses for a moment and adds softly, also, send a notice to the Fuquan Temple in Taiyuan Continent and the Jiuyou Underworld in Jiaoyuan Continent. Everyone bows in unison, lowering themselves in submission, we shall obey your command. This individual is none other than the ruler of Xiaoguan Continent, the Celestial Palace Master Yuanhao. After a lengthy silence, a murmured voice arises, is he truly my sworn enemy? Once the matter of the Qinglian Celestial Sect is resolved, Zhu Wujie returns to the Avenue's Sword Sect's encampment. Song Yu hurriedly comes to report, my lord, trouble brews, the Xiaoguan Continent is coming to kill us. Zhu Wujie smiles slightly, let them come. The greatest power entrenched in Xiaoguan Continent is the Celestial Palace, which is the root cause of the rising turbid energy and declining pure energy in this world. They must be eradicated, however, their strength is formidable, particularly that of the Celestial Palace Master, who possesses power rivaling the pinnacle of the Taoist realm, and that was over a century ago. Should this individual have quietly ascended to the celestial being realm, his combat prowess would be akin to that of a void return master even if all of Zhu Wujie's true treasures were brought forth. Thus, during the upcoming period, he must exert all efforts to enhance his own strength. He muses, it seems that the billions of merits should come into play now. His gaze burns with intensity. To slay a void return before even entering that realm, perhaps he could even rank among the celestial ranking stud if he formally steps into the void return realm, who knows at what level he might find himself? Perhaps he could ascend into the top 1,000, he shakes his head, deciding to swiftly conclude matters in this small world. After receiving the reward of the fragments of the creation jade butterfly, he shall venture to a higher realm. With a gentle sigh, he murmurs to himself, how lonely it is to be invincible. According to the cryptic hints from the Merit Monument, the creation jade butterfly is of great significance. True immortality. The mere mention of these terms makes Zhu Wujie's breath quicken. Once he achieves the realm of true immortality, he would truly be undying and eternal. Clenching his fists, he murmurs, once the fragments of the that would be a fight to the death. Zhu Wujie's gaze flickers, and he suddenly inquires, little merits, does this small world hold any grand opportunities for me? After a brief silence, the Merit Monument issues a prompt or friendly reminder. If the host can gather the 10 great artifacts and 10 malevolent artifacts of the small world, and infuse them with the world's fortune, it may be possible to forge a prototype of a celestial artifact. What? Zhu Wujie is taken aback, quickly calming his mind to inquire further. Do you know of the 10 great artifacts and the 10 malevolent artifacts? In the secret chamber, Pan Qinglian, having spent several days with Zhu Wujie, gently asks. Pan Qinglian raises the Qinglian jade rui in her hand, smiling lightly. This treasure is one of the 10 great artifacts. It is a pity that its rank has fallen and thus lacks the might of an artifact. Oh? Zhu Wujie is astonished. The Qinglian jade rui is indeed the sect's most treasured artifact. Since Zhu Wujie slayed Wan Wutu, this sect has been forcibly brought under the jurisdiction of the Avenue's Sword Sect, with the aftermath handled by Song Yu and Qiyun Tian. After teasing Zhu Wujie's formidable weapon, Qinglian chuckles. The 10 great artifacts are currently the Taiyui Pan, the Tianxi Fan, the Longyuan Sword, the Dadiyu, the Fan Tian Tower, the Sanhu Jing, the Xianren Lu, the Tianshu Palace, and the Sunu Qin. Zhu Wujie's expression. The Taiyui Pan consists of 2 discs, one yin and one yang, said to be unparalleled in mystery. Once fully unleashed, its power could envelop the entire Xianhua continent. Is Zhu Wujie's gaze sharpens of the entire Xianhua continent? Could it be the treasure of the Xuanzong? Pan Qinglian nods gracefully, then lightly shakes her head. It is said to be the treasure that stabilizes the Taoist sect of Xianhua continent, but it is not located within Xianhua continent. It is said that the young disk of this pan resides in the hands of that individual in Xiaoguan continent, and with the separation of yin and yang, its mysteries have faded, and no one has witnessed its true power since. Oh? Xu Wujie is intrigued. This indeed piques his interest. Chapter 80 of the 10 Great Artifacts, the Mighty Beings Beyond the Heavens. Pan Qinglian suddenly chuckled softly, saying, the situation arose so abruptly, your husband likely hasn't had the chance to inspect the treasures of the Xian sect, has he? Xu Wujie's gaze flickered. Could it be that the Xian sect possesses some hidden treasures? He had initially assumed that this small world remained rather barren, far less affluent than the vast and ancient world he relied upon. Yet, a single phrase from the Merid monument sparked a flurry of thoughts within him. This world was undoubtedly more complex than he had envisioned. What your husband does not know, she continued, is that these 10 great artifacts are ancient treasures passed down from primordial times. Not only do we ordinary cultivators not possess them, but we have scarcely even laid eyes upon them. However, I have heard that the Taoist disc is exceedingly profound and entwined with the secrets of heaven. Throughout history, its wielders have met with untimely fates. Moreover, as this treasure is non-aggressive in nature, it has gradually fallen into obscurity. A thought stirred within Xu Wujie as he recalled the silent, fallen disc after he had slain Xianyi with a single sword strike. Could it be that this was one of the 10 great artifacts, the Taoist disc? Furthermore, was it truly a treasure that could influence fate? But why had the Merid monument offered no hint? Did it require the collection of all artifacts and malevolent items? Maintaining an impassive expression, he inquired further, what of the other artifacts? What tales do they hold? Pan Qinglian's spirit surged, secretly affirming her suspicions. This individual most likely hailed from beyond the heavens. To it seemed she had indeed glimpsed secrets within the sect's invaluable tomes. Beyond the heavens, there were indeed more heavens. Swiftly, she divulged the remaining information regarding the artifacts. Among them, the Tianxi banner was a divine sword said to summon heavenly retribution, its potency second only to that of the foremost among the 10 great artifacts. Has Xu Wujie lost this treasure as well? Pan Qinglian smiled radiantly. Certainly not. This treasure is the national artifact of the Yunxiao kingdom and the Taiyuan continent, currently held by the reigning monarch, Yingxi. She spoke softly. However, if your husband harbors ambitions for this treasure, he must first obliterate the Tian Palace, the foremost power in the Taiyuan continent. Xu Wujie pondered, if I wish to seize this treasure, I could simply go to the Yunxiao kingdom and slay its monarch. Why must I contend with the Tian Palace? Because the legacy of the Yunxiao kingdom originates, and the Tian Palace serves as its protective force. Beyond the heavens, this was the first mention of such a realm since Xu Wujie had arrived in this world. His gaze fell upon the woman in his arms. She possessed a graceful figure, curvaceous and alluring. Her skin, akin to refined fat, glistened with a moist, bouncy sheen amidst the undulating landscape. She stood proudly like a solitary blossom of vibrant purple and red, captivating and sweetly intoxicating. He pinched his fingers together and murmured, so, does this mean you have discerned my origins? Pan Qinglian closed her eyes and embraced Xu Wujie, whispering, I have surmised a few things. Your sudden emergence, descending like a comet, must surely indicate that you are a being from beyond the heavens. Xu Wujie chuckled lightly. Are you not afraid?